Kid, take another drag. Once we reach the island, you won't taste this again. Old Dao the boatman handed over a crumpled cigarette of Hongtashan, his complicated gaze wandering back and forth between Lin Yuan and the distant bank of dense fog. No thank you. Lin Yuan shook his head, tightening his grip on the old model smartphone in his hand. The screen lit up, showing a middle-aged woman lying in a hospital bed, her face haggard, yet still forcing a smile at the camera. On the screen was a diagnosis notice from Guanghai City First People's Hospital for a rare disease, followed by a line of grim text: estimated surgery, cost 10 million yuan. Line after line of black characters pressed down on Lin Yuan's heart like a mountain. You really thought this through? That island, it's wicked as hell. Old Dao took a fierce drag the smoke ring. He exhaled, shredded by the sea breeze. The last keeper never came back. Lin Yuan turned off the phone, his voice hoarse, yet utterly unwavering. 100,000 a month. I have no choice. For that sum of money, he was willing to throw his life onto the gambling table. Old Dao fell silent and flicked the cigarette butt into the sea. You've read the contract. Life and death are on your own head. Still, there's one single benefit to this job. He paused and looked at Lin Yuan. For every full 3 months, I'll come and fetch you on time, give you 1 week of family leave. Remember, only 1 week. 3 months. Lin Yuan rolled that span of time around in his mind, a faint light kindling in his eyes. 3 months, 300,000. Enough to pay for the next stage of his mother's targeted therapy. This single thread of life, pulled from the depths of hell, made his once dead heart begin to beat again. The fishing boat cut through the thick fog, and the outline of a solitary island slowly magnified in his field of vision. It was a reef island, black from head to toe, jagged rocks bristling, not a single blade of grass in sight. At its edge, a weather-beaten lighthouse stood alone in desolate solitude. All around was eerily quiet. Aside from the waves slapping against the rocks, there was no other sound. We're here. Old Dao brought the boat alongside a crude little dock and tossed out the mooring rope. All the supplies are on the first floor of the lighthouse. I'll bring more when I come to pick you up. Your job is to make sure no one sneaks onto the island. Remember what I said: whatever you see or hear on this island, treat it as nothing but hallucination. Staying alive is more important than anything. Lin Yuan slung his pack over his shoulder and stepped onto land. The black reef rock underfoot carried a biting chill that seeped through his soles. He glanced back once. Old Dao's fishing boat had already turned around, plunging into the dense fog and vanishing from sight. Now on this deathly still island, he was the only one left. Lin Yuan drew in a breath. Mixed into the fishy tang of the sea was a faint, elusive stench of decay. He hesitated no longer and strode toward the island's only building, the lighthouse. The lighthouse's iron door was half ajar, its surface mottled not only with rust, but also with gouge marks from some sharp claws. Lin Yuan reached out and pushed. The door creaked open with a long, harsh squeal. A smell beyond description surged into his nostrils, like disinfectant, dead fish, and rust all mixed together and left to ferment for decades. Lin Yuan forced down the urge to retch, covered his mouth and nose, and stepped inside. The interior of the lighthouse was cramped. The first floor was piled high with canned food, compressed biscuits, and barrels of water, with a generator sitting off to the side. The supplies were indeed plentiful. He followed the stairs up to the second floor living quarters, where the stench of rot grew even thicker. The source seemed to be the bathroom. Lin Yuan grew tense. He took a crowbar from a hook on the wall and gripped it tightly, inching step by step toward the bathroom. The bathroom door was half open. After a brief mental pep talk, he flung the door fully open. The next second, his stomach churned violently and his legs went weak. The bathtub held no water. It was filled to the brim with riotously colorful coral. The coral seemed alive, boring out of the porcelain walls of the tub and plunging back in again. At the very center of the coral thicket lay a skeleton, its bones wrapped in coral branches. Its posture looked like a struggle, and at the same time like an embrace of the coral that had devoured him. It was the former island keeper. Lin Yuan's scalp prickled as goosebumps erupted all over his body. Only one thought was left in his mind: run. Get out of this damned place. Old Dao had lied to him. He spun around in a rush, stumbling toward the stairs to flee. In his panic, the phone in his pocket slipped out and fell to the floor with a sharp clack. The screen lit up on impact, freezing on his mother's smiling face. He remembered the 10 million yuan bill and the doctor's words: if the payment doesn't come, the medication will have to stop. For every full 3 months, I'll come and fetch you. Old Dao's voice echoed in his ears. Run. Where could he possibly run to? Dive into this unknown sea and be torn apart by sharks or dragged away by unseen currents. Lin Yuan's footsteps came to a halt. He looked back at the skeleton wrapped in coral, then lowered his gaze to the image of his mother on the phone. 3 months. If he could endure 90 days, he could return with 300,000. Just then, an earth-shaking roar split the air. Some kind of beast bellowed from deep within the forest outside the lighthouse. The roar sounded as if it had pressed the start button on his 90-day prison term on this deserted island. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the crowbar, his palms slick with cold sweat. This time he did not retreat. He went back to the storage room, tore down an old bedsheet, and returned to the bathroom. "Brother, forgive me," he murmured under his breath. Fighting the nausea, he used the crowbar to pry the coral-entwined skeleton out of the tub little by little. The bones themselves were light, but the coral clinging to them was unnaturally heavy. He wrapped the skeleton in the bedsheet and temporarily laid it in a corner of the first-floor storeroom, silently resolving to find a proper place to bury him when he had the time. After finishing all this, Lin Yuan felt utterly drained, as if all strength had been siphoned from his body. He collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath, and began checking through the supplies. The provisions were indeed enough to last a long time, but one fatal problem loomed before him. The freshwater purifier was broken, rusted beyond repair, clearly scrapped for many years. There were only a dozen or so barrels of water. Even rationed carefully, they wouldn't last a month. He would have to find his own water source. Dusk was falling, the sunset staining the sea a strange shade of orange-red. For the sake of understanding the island's terrain, Lin Yuan forced himself to his feet and climbed to the top of the lighthouse. Gripping the railing, he looked down, and his heart clenched. The area at the island's center that he had thought to be utterly barren was in fact a forest of black trees. And now a scalp-crawling scene was unfolding there. At the edge of the forest, hundreds upon hundreds of beasts emerged from the darkness. They came in all shapes and sizes, massive boar-like creatures, birds with 3 pairs of wings, and some things that defied all description, wriggling, shifting shadows. Yet they all made the same motion, crawling forward and kneeling in worship toward the very center of the island, a place that lay blurred and indistinct in the twilight. Lin Yuan stared at the scene before him. His whole body shrank backward, pressing himself tightly against the railings at the top of the lighthouse. A chill seeped into his back from the cold metal. His heart pounded wildly in his chest, as if it might explode. He gulped for air, feeling as though there was not enough oxygen in his lungs. A hallucination. It had to be a hallucination. Too much pressure and the shock of finding that skeleton. His mind must have snapped. Lin Yuan shut his eyes and rubbed his temples hard, forcing himself to calm down. How could there possibly be a wild boar that big in this world? It was absurd. He must have been seeing things. Yes, that was all. He repeated it over and over in his heart, building up his courage. Only after a full minute did he dare, trembling, to inch his head out again and look toward the dense forest. The forest was still the same patch of dense woodland, pitch black and deathly silent. Sea breeze stirred the shadows of the trees. There was nothing there. Those grotesque beasts had all vanished without a trace. So it really had been a hallucination. Lin Yuan let out a long breath, his strength drained as he collapsed to the ground. He pulled out his phone. On the screen, his mother was still smiling. Looking at that face, the fear-born wavering in his heart was once again pressed down. No matter what kind of monstrosities lurked on this island. For his mother's sake, he had to endure. His stomach growled loudly, dragging him back from his tangle of emotions. Since morning, he had only drunk a little water. Using the wall for support, Lin Yuan pushed himself to his feet, deciding to stop overthinking. The most urgent task was to fill his stomach and then get a proper night's sleep. He turned and walked down the stairs from the lighthouse. Back on the first floor in the storage room, his gaze swept to the corner, shrouded by a sheet. "Brother, make do for tonight. Tomorrow I'll find you a spot with good feng shui and bury you properly," he murmured, as if speaking to the previous lighthouse keeper and also to bolster his own courage. With that said, he began rummaging through the mountain of supplies. He picked up a can of canned yellow peaches, then a can of luncheon meat, and finally grabbed a bottle of barreled water. That would be his dinner for the night. Preparing it did not go smoothly. He could not find a can opener, so he had to pick up the same crowbar as before and hammer away at the can of luncheon meat. Bang bang. The metallic clangs echoed through the lighthouse. After exhausting himself, he finally punched a hole in the lid and used the tip of the crowbar to pry the meat out piece by piece. The luncheon meat was overly salty and greasy, utterly devoid of aroma. Chewing it felt like chewing wax. Even so, Lin Yuan ate quickly. He needed calories, needed strength. When he finished the meat, he brutally opened the can of yellow peaches the same way and gulped down the syrup and fruit in great mouthfuls. Only then did he unscrew the bottle of barreled water, taking just a small sip. Fresh water was the most precious thing here. By the time he finished, night had already grown deep. Dragging his exhausted body, Lin Yuan went back up to the second floor and chose a relatively clean bedroom. For safety, he dragged over an iron cabinet and jammed it firmly against the door. He lay down on the dust-covered bed without taking off his clothes, placing the crowbar beside his pillow. In his hand, he clutched the phone that held his mother's photo. It was his only talisman. At the same time, out on the sea far from the island, old Dao's fishing boat was gliding slowly through thick fog. He stood at the bow and lit another Hongtashan cigarette. The glow of the flame flickered in the mist. "Kid, I hope I can still see you the next time I come," he muttered. He exhaled a ring of smoke and spoke under his breath. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the seawater around the boat erupted in violent roiling. Several tentacles, each thicker than a bucket and covered in suckers, shot out of the sea and whipped down toward the fishing boat. If they landed, the vessel would be smashed to splinters in an instant. Yet old Dow's face showed no panic. He merely lifted his hand and flicked the cigarette, but between his fingers toward the sea. A sharp hiss cut through the air. A blinding streak of light flashed from old Dow's fingertips. The radiance did not disperse, instead tracing several razor-sharp arcs through the air as it swept across the onrushing tentacles. The tentacles were severed cleanly at the base. Dark green blood spurted out, staining the surrounding seawater a murky hue. A shrill screech rose from beneath the waves, and then the creature dared not surface again. The next day, Lin Yuan woke from thirst. His throat felt as dry as if it were on fire. He sat up, grabbed the barreled water by his pillow, and raised it ready to pour it into his mouth. Halfway through the motion, he forced himself to stop. He could not drink. Frowning at the little water that remained, he fell into a deep frown. With the freshwater purifier broken, these bottles were all he had. Even rationed, they would not last a month. Old Dow would not return for 3 months, which meant he faced a 2-month gap with no fresh water at all. Sit here and wait to die? Impossible. He would have to go out and search for a water source. The moment that thought surfaced, the hallucination he had seen the previous night rose unbidden in his mind. That wild boar the size of a truck. Lin Yuan shuddered. What if it had not been a hallucination at all? He glanced out the window. In the morning light, the dense forest crouched there like a giant man-eating beast. Go or not go? If he went, he might end up in the jaws of some monster. If he stayed, he would certainly die of thirst here. It was a choice with no real choice at all. Lin Yuan clenched his teeth and sprang up from the bed. To hell with it. He was not someone who waited passively for death. After years of struggling at the very bottom of society, he had long since understood one truth: life is something you fight for yourself, not something others hand you. He first searched carefully through the piles of supplies on the first floor, hoping to find some useful tools. Before long, his eyes lit up. In a forgotten corner, he found a gun case thick with dust. Opening it, he discovered a double-barreled shotgun inside with a pile of ammunition beside it. Though old, the weapon had been fairly well maintained. A sense of steadiness settled in Lin Yuan's heart. Compared to the crowbar that served only to bolster his courage, this iron companion offered far more real security. He spent some time wiping down the shotgun with strips of cloth and checking the ammunition. Once everything was in order, he did not set out immediately, but first climbed back up to the lighthouse top to observe again. After the previous night's experience, he scrutinized the surroundings with extra care. The island's layout was simple. The lighthouse stood by the sea, and behind it stretched that endless expanse of black forest. The most likely place to find a source of water was within the trees. He chose a direction where the trunks seemed relatively sparse and committed it to memory. Once all preparations were complete, Lin Yuan went downstairs and pushed open the lighthouse's iron door. Sunlight fell upon him, but brought little warmth. The faint stench of rot in the air seemed even stronger than the day before. With the shotgun in one hand and an empty kettle gripped tight in the other, he set off toward the forest. He focused all his attention on the slightest rustle around him. Yet along the way, apart from the wind and his own footsteps, there was nothing. The forest was so quiet it felt unnatural. After walking for 10-odd minutes, he finally heard the sound he longed for most. The gentle rush of water. Lin Yuan's spirits lifted. He quickened his pace, picking his way toward the source of the sound. Pushing through a thicket of shrubs, he stepped into an open space. A clear little stream trickled out from cracks between a few rocks, gathering into a small pool. The water looked pristine. He had found it. He almost rushed forward to bury his head in the water and drink his fill, but forced himself to hold back. The more crucial the moment, the more he needed to stay calm. He crouched and carefully surveyed the area around the pool. The muddy bank was covered with dense footprints. They were cloven hoofprints, each larger than his own foot. The depth of the impressions showed just how terrifyingly heavy the creature that made them must be. These prints, were they not simply enlarged pig tracks? Lin Yuan lifted his head to look at the surrounding trees. On the trunks of several trees, so thick 2 people would be needed to encircle them, bark had been scraped away in broad swaths, as though something massive had rubbed against them. Black hairs clung to the exposed wood. Understanding dawned on him. He abandoned the idea of drawing water and began to back away in a crouch. He did not dare make a sound, afraid of alerting the colossal creature that might be lurking nearby. Lin Yuan planned to retreat to the lighthouse and think long-term. Perhaps he could return for water at another time, say when the monster was asleep. A dull thud trembled up through the ground beneath his feet. Very faint. Lin Yuan's body froze. Another thud followed. It was clearer than before. The sound came from deep within the forest, and it was drawing closer to where he stood. Thud, thud, thud. The vibrations grew stronger. Pebbles on the ground bounced lightly in time with the sound. The tremors grew stronger. The sound approached closer. Lin Yuan's heart tightened with the rhythm. It's coming. He focused on the direction of the sound where the bushes were shaking. With a crashing sound, a massive wild boar emerged from the forest. Its body was pitch black, its bristles standing upright like steel needles, and its eyes glinted with ferocity and savagery. The tusks protruding from its mouth were thick and long. Its size was enormous. It was several times larger than an ordinary domestic pig, as robust as a young calf. But Lin Yuan felt a slight relief. Thankfully, it wasn't the truck-sized monster he had seen in the hallucination last night. This size, though still terrifying, was at least within the realm of understanding. The hunting rifle in his hand might be able to inflict harm on it. The water source was right in front of him. This wild boar was clearly the master of this water source. To drink water, he must pass this test. Retreat. Return to the lighthouse and watch the few buckets of water get consumed, waiting to die slowly in despair. No, he cannot die. He must survive to bring back money. I will fight. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, and his fear was swept away by a surge of determination. No longer hesitating, he raised his hunting rifle, resting the stock against his shoulder, and through the sight, he firmly locked onto the wild boar. The beast had not noticed him. It swayed its head, walked to the edge of the water pool, lowered its head, and began to drink deeply. Now's the time. Lin Yuan held his breath, his finger poised on the trigger. His mind went blank, all his attention focused on the sight and the target. Concentration was the key to not making mistakes. Focus in order to survive. He aimed at the wild boar's flank, targeting the large area of soft belly not protected by bones or thick skin. Bang! A loud explosion shattered the stillness of the dense forest. The tremendous recoil jolted Lin Yuan's shoulder painfully. Ow! The wild boar let out a tragic howl, its drinking motion abruptly halted. The area where it was hit was a bloody mess, blood gushing forth. The pain drove the beast into a frenzy. It raised its head, its blood-red eyes instantly locking onto Lin Yuan, who was hiding behind the bushes. Hatred, fury, bloodlust. Lin Yuan felt chills run down his spine under that gaze and instinctively wanted to fire a second shot. But the wild boar moved faster than him. Roar! It kicked off the ground and charged directly at Lin Yuan. The earth trembled. It was too fast. Lin Yuan had no time to fire a second shot before the wild boar reached him. Every hair on his body stood on end, and a single word remained in his mind. Dodge. Lin Yuan dropped the hunting rifle and lunged to the side. Splash. He fell awkwardly to the ground. Boom. At almost the same moment, a loud explosion erupted at the spot where he had just stood. Lin Yuan ignored the pain and turned his head to look. The wild boar had crashed into a large tree behind him. Its tusks were lodged into the trunk. The boar twisted its body, letting out an angry roar as it tried to pull its teeth free. But its tusks were stuck too deep. For a moment, it couldn't move at all. An opportunity. Lin Yuan quickly got up from the ground, trembling hands starting to reload his hunting rifle. Click. He broke open the barrel, and the hot shell fell to the ground. His hands trembled violently, adrenaline coursing through his body. Quick. A bit faster. He fished out 2 new bullets from his pocket, but due to his intense nervousness, he missed the chamber on the first attempt. Damn it, stop shaking. Lin Yuan cursed under his breath, forcing himself to calm down. He stuffed the bullet in again. Click. The barrel closed. Reloaded. At that moment, the wild boar finally managed to pull its tusks out of the trunk. It turned its head, its body coiling up, ready to launch a second charge. Too late. Lin Yuan raised the hunting rifle once more. This time he did not hesitate. Bang. Another loud bang. The bullet struck the side of the wild boar's head. Though it did not penetrate its thick skull, the immense impact caused it to emit a mournful cry, and its entire body tilted to the side. It was injured. Severely. The 2 shots had caused it to lose too much blood, its ferocity waning. It no longer dared to fight. The wild boar shook its head and, dragging its battered body, hurriedly fled into the depths of the forest. Watching the figure disappear into the woods, Lin Yuan could no longer hold himself up. His legs went weak, and he sat down on the ground. The hunting rifle slipped from his hands. Huff, huff, huff. He gasped for breath. Cold sweat had soaked through his back. He had survived. He looked at his still trembling hands, and then at the tree that had been pierced with 2 large holes. Just a second slower, and it would have been his body that got the holes. After several minutes, he finally regained his composure. He picked up his water bottle, walked to the edge of the water pool, and without caring about cleanliness, took several gulps. The stream slid down his parched throat, revitalizing him. He filled the bottle again and drank deeply, finally feeling some strength return to his body. The water source was safe. At least for now it was safe. Lin Yuan sat by the water pool pondering. Although the wild boar had escaped, it was severely injured. But it was not dead. What would a wounded, vengeful beast do? Would it seek revenge while he slept at night? Could that rickety iron door stop it? Thinking of this possibility made cold sweat break out on Lin Yuan's back again. No. He must eliminate it. Being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to oneself. To eradicate the root, one must cut down the grass. Otherwise, he could forget about sleeping soundly in the future. Once this thought arose, it could no longer be suppressed. Lin Yuan stood up, checked his remaining bullets, and found over 10 rounds left. Enough. He lifted his hunting rifle again and approached the place where the wild boar had fled. On the ground, there was a trail of blood droplets extending deep into the forest. Lin Yuan did not hesitate, following the blood trail step by step. The pursuit in the dense forest was more oppressive than imagined. Aside from his own footsteps and the rustling of the wind through the leaves, there was nothing else. The wild boar seemed to have vanished into thin air. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the hunting rifle, treading carefully with each step. The blood trail began to scatter, no longer a straight line. This indicated that the beast's stamina was waning. His heart steadied a bit. As long as he followed the blood trail, he would surely find it. After moving forward for about 100 meters, a strange sound entered Lin Yuan's ears. It was very faint, resembling the grunt of some animal. It was the wild boar. It was on its last legs. Lin Yuan perked up, lightening his steps as he followed the sound. But soon he sensed something was amiss. Besides the wild boar's grunts, there was another sound. A dense rustling, as if something was gnawing at something. Rustle, rustle. This sound was intense and numerous. Lin Yuan's heart tightened. Could it be that there was more than one of those huge creatures in this forest? He crouched low, parted a bush in front of him, and carefully peeked out. The scene before him froze his blood. The severely injured wild boar lay sprawled on a clearing, gasping for breath. Surrounding it was a large group of rabbits. Yes, rabbits. Dozens to hundreds of gray rabbits. They were not grazing. They were eating meat. These rabbits, with their eyes glowing red, pounced on the wild boar, tearing at its body with their front teeth, which were meant for chewing plants. The wounds on the wild boar's body were where they were biting. Blood stained their mouths and fur. The scene was utterly bizarre. Lin Yuan's mind went blank. Rabbits. Don't they eat grass? When provoked, do they bite humans? Is that what this means? What the hell is this urgency? This is clearly madness. Looking at the frenzied rabbits, a chill ran up his spine. Everything on this island exuded a sense of malevolence. The wild boar's grunts grew weaker under the assault of the rabbits. It seemed unlikely to survive. Lin Yuan's thoughts raced. There was no need to intervene anymore. The rabbits would take care of this future trouble for him. What he needed to do now was to leave quietly without disturbing this pack of carnivorous rabbits. He slowly began to back away. He did not want to become the next target of these rabbits. However, what he feared came true. Crack. He stepped on a dry twig. In an instant, all the rustling sounds ceased. The hundreds of rabbits gnawing at the wild boar turned their heads in unison. Hundreds of red eyes fixated on the direction where Lin Yuan was hiding. Lin Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. The next moment, the rabbits scattered with a rustle. In the blink of an eye, they vanished into the surrounding grass, leaving no trace. Only the wild boar, mangled and bloodied, remained. The wild boar, free from the torment of the rabbits, had now spotted Lin Yuan. It was the one who had injured it, leading it to this humiliation of being bullied by rabbits. Its enemy. Roar. The wild boar's eyes erupted with hatred and madness. It struggled to rise from the ground. Then it charged towards Lin Yuan. Damn it. Lin Yuan cursed under his breath, lacking time to think, raising his gun to shoot. Bang. The bullet hit the wild boar's body again, exploding in a shower of blood. But this time it did not stop. It had gone mad, and pain and injury could no longer restrain it. It intended to drag this human down to hell with it. Lin Yuan watched the approaching tusks, adrenaline surging through his body. There was no dodging. The chamber was empty. Without hesitation, he pressed his thumb, ejecting the shell. Having learned from previous experience, his hands no longer trembled this time. He pulled 2 bullets from his pocket, loaded them into the chamber, and closed the gun barrel, executing the entire action fluidly. Almost at the moment the tusks were about to reach him, he completed the loading. Bang! The gunfire was deafeningly close. This shot struck the wild boar right in the face. The bullet, carrying immense kinetic energy, shot through its eye socket. The wild boar's body, propelled by inertia, took 2 more steps forward. Finally, with a loud thud, it crashed heavily to the ground beside Lin Yuan. The surroundings fell silent. Only Lin Yuan's heavy breathing remained. Huff, huff. He had won. Yet he could not feel the slightest joy. It was only the second day since arriving on the island. First he encountered the eerie coral skeleton, then the frenzied wild boar, followed by the carnivorous rabbits. Each event was dismantling his understanding. Can I really survive here for 3 months? That thought emerged uncontrollably. A flicker of doubt spread within his heart. But then he recalled the face lying on the hospital bed. He remembered the exorbitant bill. Damn! Lin Yuan cursed fiercely, swallowing all his fear and doubt deep inside. He discarded the hunting rifle, walked over to the wild boar's carcass, and began to contemplate a very practical question: how to get it back. He tried dragging one of the boar's hind legs. It didn't budge. Too heavy. With his current strength, it was impossible to drag this several hundred-pound beast back to the lighthouse. But leaving it here would be such a waste. This was meat. In this cursed place, food equated to life. Lin Yuan found not only the hunting rifle and bullets, but also a military dagger in the supplies box. He drew the dagger and began to butcher the wild boar. He had never done this before. His movements were clumsy and the scene was bloody and chaotic. The boar's skin was thick and tough, requiring great effort to cut. After toiling for half the day drenched in sweat, he finally managed to completely sever one of the hind legs. That single leg probably weighed dozens of pounds. Lin Yuan hoisted it onto his shoulder, feeling the weight pressing down. This was his limit. He gasped for breath and glanced at the wild boar's long and thick tusks. This thing looked sturdy. It might be useful as a weapon or tool. A good find. But right now he simply lacked the strength to carry them. He'll come back for it tomorrow. Lin Yuan spoke to the wild boar's carcass. He slung the boar's leg over his shoulder, picked up the hunting rifle, and headed towards the lighthouse. When he returned to the lighthouse, the night had completely engulfed the lonely island. Bang! Lin Yuan shouldered the iron door open, stumbling inside, then quickly slammed the door shut behind him. Thud! The heavy hind leg of the pig was thrown to the ground with a dull sound. As for him, he could no longer hold on and collapsed onto the floor. Exhausted. Too damn exhausted. He lay there motionless, breathing in the safe air of the lighthouse. After an unknown amount of time, a grumbling protest arose from his stomach. Lin Yuan struggled to get up from the ground, his gaze landing on the pig leg he had claimed as a trophy. This was the food he had earned with his life. He walked over to the pig leg, pulled out the military dagger that had been tucked at his waist, and began to cut. He had little experience relying solely on brute force, hacking and prying at the joint of the pig's hoof. After much effort, he finally managed to detach a piece. Holding the pig's hoof, he made his way to the kitchen in a corner of the lighthouse. There was a small gas stove with several gas canisters nearby. It seemed that the previous island keepers also cooked for themselves. Lin Yuan had thought that the only seasonings here would be salt and oil. But when he opened a cupboard, he was taken aback. Inside were neatly arranged various bottles and jars. Soy sauce, oyster sauce, cooking wine, star anise, bay leaves, cinnamon. There was even a small bottle of basil and rosemary. Lin Yuan gazed at the dazzling array before him, momentarily speechless. In such a bizarre place, it was surprisingly well stocked. Not bad, he murmured to himself, feeling inexplicably better. In this eerily strange island, these seasonings of human civilization were the only things that brought him a sense of comfort. He found an iron pot, tossed the pig's hoof inside, and gave it a quick rinse. Then he lit the fire, poured in some oil, and added a few slices of ginger that looked old but seemed to be fine. Once the pig's hoof was added, he stir-fried it until the surface was slightly charred. Finally, he poured in a generous amount of soy sauce and cooking wine. Sizzle. As the rich aroma of sauce wafted up, Lin Yuan added some water and tossed in a few star anise. He covered the pot, turned the heat low, and began to simmer. The smell of meat began to gradually permeate the lighthouse. It was the scent of human existence. It was the essence of cooking. With this aroma, Lin Yuan's tense nerves finally began to relax. The wait for the meat to stew felt long. He didn't want to be idle. Idleness led to overthinking. He decided to tidy up the lighthouse, partly to improve his living environment and partly to see if he could find anything useful. He started with the room where the previous island keeper had lived. The bed and wardrobe were covered in thick dust. There was nothing of value. Finally, his gaze fell upon a shabby desk. He pulled open the drawer. Creak. The drawer was empty except for a notebook. A diary. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat as he picked up the notebook. The cover had become wrinkled from moisture and the edges were frayed. He blew off the dust on the cover and opened the first page. There was a hasty and forceful line of writing almost tearing through the paper. Day 1, they lied to me. Lin Yuan's pupils constricted. The complex face of Captain Lao Dao flashed in his mind. He pulled at the corner of his mouth. Yes, they had deceived everyone. He continued to flip through. The entries in the diary were quite chaotic. Sometimes several pages were written in a day, while other times it would take days to write a single line. Most of it recorded the weather or cursed this cursed place. Until day 37, the pig is smiling at me. It is not a pig. Lin Yuan's hand stopped flipping the pages. A pig. He recalled the wild boar he had killed today with its ferocious gaze. If it wasn't a pig, what was it? He remembered the illusion he had seen on the first night at the top of the lighthouse. That boar, as large as a truck. Could it be that it wasn't an illusion? Lin Yuan felt his throat go dry. He forced himself to continue reading. Day 99, I am human. Not a monster. Monster. Lin Yuan's mind buzzed. What did that mean? He trembled as he flipped to the last page of the diary. Day 154, coral is growing. From my veins. So beautiful. I will be one with the island. Coral. Lin Yuan slammed the diary shut. He thought of that scene in the bathtub. The skeleton wrapped in coral. So it turned out. That was not some decoration. That damn thing was growing out of his body. Had he become the nourishment for the coral? Damn it. Lin Yuan cursed under his breath, slamming the diary on the table. The riddle maker should die. What did it mean by the pig is smiling at me? What did it mean by it is not a pig? And why was coral growing from his veins? What had happened in between? Couldn't that damned predecessor have made things clear in the diary? Lin Yuan irritably ran his fingers through his hair, trying to make sense of the disjointed phrases. But the clues were too scant to form a complete logical chain. Just as his thoughts were in disarray, a savory aroma wafted up from downstairs, infiltrating his nostrils. This scent broke his train of thought. Gore. His stomach growled at an inopportune moment. The irritation on Lin Yuan's face gradually faded. Why waste time thinking about useless things? The sky wouldn't fall. The guy who wrote the diary had survived on the island for 99 days before having a special reaction, ultimately living for 154 days. As long as he could last for 90 days, he could return. There were definitely risks, but for now, filling his stomach and regaining his strength were the most important things. Instead of pondering over a shabby diary, it was better to eat first. No longer hesitating, he descended the stairs and arrived at the iron pot. Lifting the lid, he saw the pig's hoof had been stewed to tender perfection, the broth thick and alluringly red. He filled a large bowl. The pig's skin was chewy, and the lean meat was tender, melting in his mouth. It was so delicious, it was unbelievable. He had never eaten such tasty pork in his life. His apprehension towards the unknown was temporarily suppressed by this delightful flavor. He began to devour his meal ravenously. After a large bowl of pig's hoof, a warm flow surged into his entire being. At that moment, an ancient voice seemed to transcend time, ringing deep within his soul, flesh and blood, as fuel. This is great strength. Lin Yuan paused mid-action. What was that voice? He shook his head, dismissing it as a hallucination brought on by hunger, not paying much mind, and continued to gulp down the remaining broth in his bowl. The exhaustion and soreness from his earlier battle with the wild boar vanished in an instant. His whole being was infused with a surge of energy. It had been a long time since he felt such a powerful sensation. Lin Yuan touched his shoulder. It had been bruised from the recoil of the hunting rifle, but now, not only had the pain completely disappeared, but even the bruise had faded to the point of being nearly invisible. Was it an illusion? He furrowed his brows. Perhaps it was the effect of the hot soup. He didn't think too much about it, washed the bowl and chopsticks clean, and stored the remaining pork properly. Then he returned to the second-floor bedroom, barricaded the door with the iron cabinet, and laid down on the bed. The moment his head touched the pillow, he fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Lin Yuan awoke with a long-lost feeling of comfort. He opened his eyes, sat up, and stretched. Lin Yuan moved his shoulders and felt the spots that had pained him from the hunting rifle's impact yesterday were now entirely free of pain. Even the bruises had vanished. He pinched his arm. The muscles seemed a bit sturdier. It seems that the wild boar meat was quite nourishing, Lin Yuan muttered to himself. He attributed all of this to the sumptuous dinner from last night. Indeed, a person is like iron and food is like steel. Only when you're full can you have strength. He glanced out the window. The sky was already bright. There was no time to delay. Lin Yuan rolled out of bed, washed up, simply grabbed his military dagger, and pushed open the bedroom door. Today's goal was clear. He needed to retrieve the remaining meat of the wild boar and its tusks. With yesterday's experience, Lin Yuan was more prepared this time. He not only took the hunting rifle and bullets, but also found a roll of coarse rope and a small hand axe from the storage room, just in case. Following his memory from yesterday, he quickly made his way towards the clearing. The eerie silence persisted along the way. The environment that had made him anxious yesterday now felt less frightening. Was it because he had gotten used to it? Or perhaps he was braver after having eaten well? Lin Yuan didn't think much of it, and soon passed through the bushes, returning to the battlefield from yesterday. Then he froze. The wild boar's corpse had vanished from the clearing. All that remained was a massive skeleton, still in the position it had fallen yesterday. All the flesh, skin, and innards had disappeared without a trace. Lin Yuan's first reaction was disappointment. Damn, all that effort for nothing. The prey he had painstakingly killed had actually been claimed by another beast. Images of yesterday's carnivorous rabbits feasting on the wild boar's wounds flashed through his mind. It must have been them. Overnight, hundreds of pounds of flesh and bones had been completely devoured. How many rabbits would that take? What kind of teeth must they have? Fortunately, he had brought back a leg yesterday. Otherwise, he would have truly gained nothing. Lin Yuan turned around in the clearing and soon fixed his gaze on something. The wild boar's tusks. Perhaps due to their hardness, the rabbits had no interest in them. One tusk was half buried in the soil, the other half sticking out alone. Fortunately, this thing is still here. Lin Yuan approached and found a bit of solace. He dropped the rope and hand axe, grasped one of the tusks with both hands, and pulled with all his might. It didn't budge. Damn, it's quite sturdy. He took 2 steps back and kicked the base of the tusk. Thud. The tusk shook. There's hope. Lin Yuan decided to put down the hunting rifle and used all his strength to hug the tusk, which was thicker than his forearm, pulling and tugging at it. After tremendous effort, he finally pulled the first tusk out of the ground. It was heavy, at least 20 to 30 pounds. Using the same method, he pulled out the other tusk as well. Lin Yuan looked at the spoils before him and wiped the sweat from his forehead. What could this thing be used for? Sharpened into a spear, or perhaps split into 2 bone knives? He pondered as he hoisted the pair of tusks and headed towards the lighthouse. He did not notice. Just as he turned to leave, a few pairs of crimson eyes in the nearby bushes quietly watched his retreating figure. Meanwhile, in a secret base deep underground in the Dragon Country, an analyst in a white uniform stood before a holographic projection, reporting to his superior. Report, Director Li, an echo-level anomaly has appeared in the western district of Guanghai City, codenamed Crying Corridor, which has been contained according to standard procedures 15 minutes ago. The middle-aged man referred to as Director Li nodded slightly, his face showing little expression. What about casualties? 3 passers-by suffered mild psychological contamination and have been sent to the No. For Rehabilitation Center for memory cleansing. No death reports. Echo level. Director Li furrowed his brow. It's becoming more frequent lately. The analyst's face showed concern. Yes, Director. Moreover, the Crimson Bride that was contained in the eastern suburbs last month was ultimately assessed as anomaly level and almost breached the 3rd containment line. That was due to your frontline team's lack of experience. Remember, this job is not a social gathering. Let me give you newcomers another lesson. Echo level refers to the ghost stories you hear among the public. It's the weakest tier, usually only affecting people's minds. Anomaly level can trigger localized physical disasters such as regional power outages or shattering all the glass on a street. It requires a specialized team to handle it. Next is weird level. Director Li's expression grew serious. Once it appears, it means a city could be destroyed. The city without roots we dealt with belongs to this category. As for taboo level, he took a deep breath. That requires the deployment of district-level forces for containment and poses a terrifying threat to national strategic security. The young analyst was drenched in cold sweat and couldn't help but ask then, what about above taboo level? Director Li fell silent. He looked up at the ceiling made of special materials. Above that is disaster level. At that level, what we can do is not containment, but praying. Praying that it won't awaken, praying that it won't set its sights on us. After saying this, he ignored the newcomer and turned to walk deeper into the base. He arrived at a metal door, passing through a triple verification of iris, voiceprint, and genes. Inside was a circular office. In the center of the office stood a tall woman in black combat attire, her hands clasped behind her back, gazing at a spherical star chart. Her name was Zhao. She was the leader of the Disaster Management Bureau (CACD) of the entire Dragon Country, head of the Natural Disaster Task Force. Director Li approached her from behind respectfully, handing her a data pad. Group Leader Zhao, this is the Global High-Risk Anomaly Missing Report for the past 6 months. Zhao responded with a brief not turning around. She was focused on several blinking red dots on the star chart. Each red dot represented a disaster-level anomaly under tight surveillance. Abyssal Horror Boar, Chaotic Thunder Falcon, Mother of 10,000 Eyes. These names, which only existed in top-secret files, had each once stirred up a storm of bloodshed. But now these red dots representing destruction and fear were extinguishing one by one. They were not relocating. They were not hiding. They were disappearing. They've all vanished. Zhao Ya's voice trembled, as if they were devoured by something. She remained silent for a full minute. What on earth is that place? That same night, deep in the darkness, waves crashed rhythmically against jagged rocks with a steady hush-hush. A small skiff glided onto the island's sandy shore. 5 shadowy figures leapt ashore, agile, silent, landing without a whisper. At their head stood a broad-shouldered, middle-aged man. He raised a hand. 2 men stepped forward and secured the skiff to the bedrock beneath the sand using heavy rivets. Done, Captain Wei, one reported. Captain Wei gave a curt nod, then lifted his gaze, surveying the island before him, shrouded entirely in impenetrable gloom. A cloying, rotten, sweet stench hung thick in the air, unsettling him. Stay sharp, he commanded, voice low and resonant. Our target is Blackvein Ironwood. Cut it, take it, and leave. No detours, no complications. A flippant voice cut in from the side. Captain Wei, you're overcautious. The speaker was Zhang Yang, a young man with hands buried deep in his pockets, exuding casual indifference. It's just some nameless scrap of land, not even marked on any map. What danger could possibly lurk here? Chen Bing, standing beside him, chimed in. Exactly. Our team, all ranked at least Omen tier. In a place like this, we walk unchallenged. Captain Wei turned sharply, his gaze sweeping over them. Cold, stern, uncompromising. That's not what I mean. You know better. The deeper the unknown, the greater the likelihood of anomalies, things that defy reason. Shed your arrogance, or you'll die without ever understanding how. Ignoring their dismissive expressions, he strode forward into the dense thicket. Lu Jing, the sole woman in the squad, adjusted her glasses and hurried after him, murmuring softly, "Captain, the island's energy field is deeply aberrant. Utterly still. Almost no life signatures at all." "Absence is precisely what makes it terrifying," he replied tersely. At the rear trailed Xiao Wu, a youth barely in his early 20s. He tightened the straps of his gear pack, nerves taut as he followed the others. They entered the forest swiftly, and were instantly swallowed by an oppressive, suffocating silence. No crickets chirped. No birds called. Only the dry rustle of their own boots crushing fallen leaves. "This place is downright unnatural. Not even a single mosquito," Chun Bing muttered under his breath. Zhang Yang smirked. "Isn't quiet peace preferable? Saves us from feeding the bugs." Captain Wei said nothing, only scanned the surrounding blackness vigilant. He felt it, countless unseen eyes watching, unblinking, from the dark. After 20 minutes, Lu Jing's instrument emitted a soft, insistent beep. "We found it, Captain, 300 meters ahead." Their spirits surged. They quickened their pace, and soon emerged before a grove unlike any other. These trees were obsidian black, their trunks etched with intricate vein-like patterns. Under the glare of their spotlights, those patterns shimmered, cold, metallic, unervingly alive. "That's it, black vein ironwood," Chen Bing exclaimed, excitement edging his voice. "Begin," swiftly and decisively Captain Wei ordered. From their packs they drew strange tools, chainsaws whose teeth bore glowing runes, axes with blades thinner than cicada wings. Zhang Yang extended his palm, and there suspended above it spun a razor-edged vortex of wind. "I'll start." With a flick of his wrist he hurled the blade toward a towering trunk. Clang! A deafening, grating shriek of metal striking metal echoed through the woods. Only a pale, shallow scratch marred the trunk's surface. "Damn, it's that hard." Zhang Yang stared stunned. "Told you not to underestimate anything," Captain Wei growled. "Apply dissolution fluid, then bring in the cutters." They moved swiftly, dousing the bark with an emerald green liquid. Hissing corrosion erupted, acrid white smoke curled upward. Only then did the Renich chainsaw bite into the wood, its screeching whine piercing the forest for miles. As they worked feverishly, none noticed the undergrowth trembling around them, subtle yet deliberate. Pair upon pair of crimson eyes ignited in the darkness. "Captain!" Xiao Wu froze mid-motion, pointing shakily into the shadows. "There, something's over there." His voice trembled. All turned. A gray rabbit sat motionless at the edge of the grass, gazing at them utterly still. "Just a rabbit." Chun Bing exhaled relieved, then laughed, chiding Xiao Wu, "Your nerves are too thin." Zhang Yang snorted, conjuring a tiny fireball and flicking it toward the creature. "Scram! Don't get in our way." Yet a heartbeat before impact the rabbit moved. Its form blurred, sliding sideways half a meter. The fireball grazed its fur, striking the ground behind it and scorching a patch of dead leaves. Zhang Yang's smirk froze, rigid, absurd. Captain Wei's face went ashen. "Something's wrong. Fall back. Form defensive formation." He roared, but it was already too late. A susurrus, dense crawling, skin crawling, rose from every direction. Then eyes. 1 pair. 10. 100. An endless sea of burning red blazing forth from the encircling dark. "What are these things?" Xiao Wu's voice cracked into sobs. In the next instant a tide of rabbits surged from the blackness. Not timid herbivores, but ravenous feral predators. "Open fire!" Captain Wei bellowed, slamming both palms into the earth. A wall of packed soil erupted skyward, but the rabbits slammed into it, relentless, and in less than 2 seconds it shattered into dust. Zhang Yang's wind blades slashed wildly. Chun Bing hurled incendiary orbs. Lu Jing loosed arrows of condensed energy, brilliant streaks tearing through the air. Rabbits fell in heaps, charred, severed, mangled, piling high upon the forest floor. Yet more surged forward, trampling their dead, undeterred, unstoppable. "Aaaaa!" Xiao Wu fell first. Dozens of rabbits lunged, tearing through his reinforced suit with needle-sharp incisors. Blood gushed forth. He managed only one scream, before vanishing beneath a writhing, gnawing mass. "Xiao Wu!" Captain Wei's eyes bled fury, but he was already overwhelmed. These creatures didn't merely hunt flesh, they devoured weapons, tools, power itself. Their Omentir strength, once legendary, now looked pitiful, laughably frail against the tide. Zhang Yang's energy shield fractured, riddled with holes, just as a rabbit lunged, jaws snapping through the last shimmering barrier and burying themselves in his face. Agony exploded. Then came more. Claws, teeth, wait. "No." His final cry dissolved into the thunderous chaos of the swarm. Lu Jing stood frozen at the center of the collapsing circle, pale as bone, eyes wide and vacant. She ceased fighting, simply stood hollow, waiting. One rabbit leapt onto her shoulder, then another, and another. In the final second before she vanished beneath them, she summoned every shred of will and unleashed a scream of pure, unadulterated terror. AAA. In the Lighthouse's second-floor bedroom, Lin Yuan jolted upright in bed. He had heard it. That scream, distant, faint, yet unmistakably human. Someone else was here. Another survivor on this island. His heart hammered. In one fluid motion, he seized the double-barreled shotgun leaning beside his bed and rushed to the window, peering toward the source of the cry. Outside, absolute blackness. The forest swayed in the night wind, silent, ancient, unknowable. Only the wind whispered. Nothing else. Should he go? The thought flickered and died. To rush blindly into that lightless thicket would be suicide. He had no idea what had just unfolded out there. Was it human conflict? Or had someone else like him encountered the island's horrors? Lin Yuan gripped the shotgun tightly, listening, waiting. Silence returned, deep, chilling, absolute. Tomorrow, he whispered to the void beyond the glass. When dawn breaks, I'll go to that place. He retreated 2 steps, leaned back against the wall, and did not return to bed. There in the darkness he sat, shotgun held close, motionless, watchful, waiting for the first light of day. As dawn broke, Lin Yuan got to his feet. He stretched his stiff limbs and walked to the window, gazing into the distant, dense forest. He had to take a look. If there were others on this island, he needed to ascertain their identities, motives, and whether they were friend or foe. Every potential threat must be nipped in the bud. This was the simplest yet most brutal survival rule he had learned from the wild boar. Lin Yuan went downstairs and heated the remaining half pot of pig trotter soup, drinking it all down, meat and broth included. The warm liquid slid into his stomach, revitalizing his body. He checked his gear. A double-barreled shotgun, several bullets, a military knife tucked at his waist, and a hand axe he had found in the storage room. He spotted the pair of tusks he had pulled from the wild boar. Their hard texture gave him a sense of reassurance. He silently planned to polish them later and turn them into a useful tool. After making thorough preparations, Lin Yuan pushed open the iron gate and stepped into the morning mist. Following his memory, he headed towards the direction from which the screams had come last night. The forest was as silent as ever. Lin Yuan held the shotgun, taking each step with extreme caution. After about 2 hours of walking, the trees ahead began to thin out. A small clearing appeared before him. He immediately spotted the 2 felled trees. The cuts on the trees were very clean, clearly the marks of tools. Lin Yuan stepped forward, crouched down, and reached out to touch the trunk. The texture felt strange, not like wood, but rather reminiscent of metal. What kind of tree is this? A sense of doubt arose within him. He drew the hand axe from his waist and struck at the cross-section of the trunk. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. Where the axe blade met the trunk, sparks actually flew, yet the trunk showed no signs of damage. Lin Yuan shook his numbed hand and cursed softly. Damn, that's really hard. It seemed to be some kind of extremely valuable rare wood. He stood up and began to wander around the clearing, quickly making a new discovery: a damaged chainsaw. It had been abandoned in the grass, still covered in black wood shavings. Lin Yuan picked it up and weighted it. Was heavy. He noticed that the teeth of the chainsaw were different from ordinary ones, inscribed with some patterns. A professional logging gang. This was the first thought that popped into his mind. They must have used special tools to fell such trees and then sold the wood for a fortune. Logically, it made sense. But what about that scream? He continued to search and soon saw some dark red spots in a patch of trampled, muddy ground. He crouched down, dipped his finger in a bit, and brought it to his nose. It was blood. Moreover, not far away, the color of a patch of soil was dark and blackened. Here, someone has died. Lin Yuan's heart sank. Was it a conflict among the logging gang over the spoils, or had they encountered some monster on this island? He tended towards the latter, because beside the bloodstains he discovered some footprints that did not belong to humans. They were small but numerous. They looked somewhat like rabbit tracks. This thought sent a chill down his spine. He stood up and surveyed the entire scene. He noticed a trail that appeared to have been dragged by someone, extending from the blackened soil towards the other direction of the dense forest. Was it a survivor dragging a companion's corpse, or an injured person fleeing from here? Without hesitation, Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the shotgun and followed the trail. He had to confirm whether there were still living people on this island who could scream. The trail wound through the forest for about 10 minutes before finally disappearing at the edge of a beach. Lin Yuan stepped out of the woods, squinting against the glaring sunlight and the sea surface. Then he saw a boat. A speedboat was half run aground on the beach, its bow secured to the nearby rocks with thick rivets and ropes. The boat was empty, but beside it several military-green oil barrels were neatly arranged. A boat and fuel. Lin Yuan knew exactly what this meant. This meant he had a backup. A backup he could actively choose. He no longer had to passively endure on this damned island for 90 days. If the situation turned sour, he could leave at any time in this boat. Lin Yuan hurried over, circled the speedboat to check for traps or other dangers, and then jumped aboard. The cabin was clean with only some scattered tools. He checked the control panel. The key was already inserted. He jumped off the boat and walked over to the oil barrels, opening one. A strong smell of gasoline hit him. It was real. This was like a pie falling from the sky. Those unfortunate loggers not only failed to take away the wood they had cut down, but also left behind a tremendous gift for themselves. What he needed to do now was to bring this boat back near the lighthouse. He approached the bow and began examining the rivets and ropes securing the boat. The rivets were driven deep and the ropes were tied tightly. He first tried to untie the knot, but it was soaked by seawater and was pulled extremely tight. At his current strength, he couldn't loosen it. Damn it! He drew his knife and forcefully cut at the rope. The rope was exceptionally tough, after going back and forth 7 or 8 times he finally managed to sever it. With the rope dealt with, he was left with the rivets. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, grasped the rivet with both hands, and pulled outward with all his might. Come out. With a low growl, the rivet embedded in the rock was actually pulled out by him. Lin Yuan stared at the rivet in his hand, then at the hole left in the rock, momentarily taken aback. When did my strength become this great? He squeezed his bicep, feeling the firm and powerful muscle. It seems that pig meat really does nourish one. He could only attribute everything to that wild boar. He tossed the rivet aside and began thinking about how to get the oil barrels onto the boat. Each barrel weighed at least 100 pounds, and moving them alone would be quite strenuous. He surveyed the terrain, adjusted the angle of the speedboat, and positioned the boat's edge against a rock that was higher than the beach. Then he exerted all his strength, pushing one barrel up onto the rock, then rolling it from the rock into the cabin. After repeating this process, he managed to get 3 barrels onto the boat. After completing all this, he was already panting, heavily drenched in sweat. He jumped onto the boat, opened the fuel tank cap, poured in the oil, and then sat in the driver's seat, turning the key. Vroom, vroom. The engine roared to life after 2 attempts. Lin Yuan grasped the steering wheel, feeling a surge of control. He drove the speedboat slowly away from the beach, heading towards the direction of the lighthouse. When he navigated the boat to the hidden stone bay beneath the lighthouse and concealed it, the afterglow of the sunset was painting the horizon red. Lin Yuan dragged his exhausted body back to the lighthouse. Strangely, he didn't feel hungry. Unable to sit still, he decided to handle the pair of wild boar tusks before dark. He placed the 2 tusks on the ground and first picked up the small hand axe, intending to chop off the excess bone at the base. He summoned all his strength and swung down. Clang! A shallow white mark was left on the tusk, while the axe blade instead chipped slightly. What the hell is this bone? Lin Yuan cursed, his face filled with disbelief. He, not wanting to give up, drew his military knife and forcefully scraped the surface of the tusk. Sparks flew, yet not a single proper scratch was left behind. The hardness of this thing exceeded his understanding. Just as he was at a loss. Click! A faint sound came from downstairs. It was the iron door. Lin Yuan jumped, dropping the tusk he held, leaping from the ground to grab the shotgun resting against the wall. He heard it again. Hiss, click. It sounded like nails lightly scraping across the iron door. Once. Again. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and stealthily approached the staircase, peering towards the large door below. He couldn't see anything, but the scratching sound grew more frequent and clearer. It wasn't just one. It was a horde. Lin Yuan's heart raced in his throat as he slowly descended the stairs, moving closer to the large door, then leaned in closer to the peephole. He peered outside. In the darkness, a pair of glowing red eyes stared back at him through the peephole. Then the eyes shifted away. More and more densely packed red dots lit up in the darkness outside the door. They surrounded the entire lighthouse. Lin Yuan, filled with fear, stepped back, his back crashing heavily against the handrail of the stairs. The sound outside, that of metal scraping, grew sharper and more intense. Lin Yuan stumbled to his feet, rushing to the wall to grab the double-barreled shotgun. Having the weapon in hand made him feel slightly calmer. No, he couldn't let them in. He looked around, searching for something to barricade the door. The wild boar tusks he had just brought back lay quietly on the ground nearby. Yes, this will do. He rushed over, intending to lift one of them. Boom! A tremendous noise erupted. The center of the iron door bulged inward, its metal edges torn apart. Lin Yuan's movements froze. It was too late. In the next moment, accompanied by a piercing sound, a hole appeared in the iron door. Then 2 dozens of gray rabbits crazily squeezed in through that hole. Their eyes were bloodshot, and upon hitting the ground, they charged directly at Lin Yuan without any pause. Lin Yuan's body reacted faster than his brain. He raised the gun, aiming at the surging horde of rabbits. Bang! The deafening gunfire exploded within the lighthouse. Countless steel pellets formed a barrage, turning the first few rabbits into a mist of blood. However, this bloody scene could not stop them. The rabbits behind trampled over the remains of their companions, increasing their speed rather than slowing down. Lin Yuan pressed his thumb, ejecting the hot shell and quickly reloading. Bang! Another shot. A small section of the rabbit swarm was cleared, but the gap was filled again within a tenth of a second. And there was less than 3 meters left between him and the rabbits. He would be torn to shreds. So that's how the scream from last night came about. He closed his eyes, the last image in his mind being his mother lying on the sickbed. I'm sorry, Mom. Your son may not come back. He waiting for death to arrive. 1 second, 2 seconds. The anticipated pain never came. Instead, a strange sensation emanated from his calves. It was itchy. It was tingly, like something was gently pecking at him. Lin Yuan opened his eyes in astonishment. What he saw left him stunned. He was completely submerged in the rabbit horde. Dozens if not hundreds of rabbits were sprawled over him from his ankles to his neck, densely packed with no place to rest. They all performed the same action, gnawing. Using their incisors, which should have been used to nibble on roots, they madly gnawed at his body. But it didn't hurt. Lin Yuan looked down at a rabbit that was happily gnawing on his arm. Its 2 large front teeth were rapidly scraping against his skin. It brought a wave of tingling shivers. This feeling. A ridiculous thought popped into Lin Yuan's mind. What was the difference between this and going to a fish spa to let little fish nibble at the dead skin on his soles? It was actually quite pleasant. As soon as this thought appeared, he wanted to slap himself. He was crazy. He must have lost his mind. The image of them surrounding and devouring a wild boar weighing several hundred pounds was still fresh in his memory. How could he feel comfortable? But the sensations in his body told him it wasn't an illusion. As these rabbits gnawed at him, the fatigue he had accumulated from hauling oil barrels and handling the tusks began to dissipate bit by bit. Something was off. Lin Yuan's pragmatic mind forcibly pulled away from this absurd pleasure. He couldn't just lie there being a grinding stone for the rabbits. He reached out and found the hand axe he had thrown on the ground. In the next moment, he suddenly sat up. The rabbits on him were flung away by this sudden movement. He swung the hand axe down on a rabbit at his feet that hadn't reacted yet. Splat. Blood and brain matter splattered. He did not pause. The hand axe became a killing machine under his strength. With each swing, a rabbit was inevitably cleaved in 2. The first floor of the lighthouse instantly turned into a bloody slaughterhouse. The bodies of the rabbits quickly piled up under his feet. Yet the remaining rabbits still charged fearlessly. They pressed forward, completely ignoring the deaths of their companions, continuing to rush at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan chopped while retreating. He discovered that although the rabbits couldn't harm him, their impact was immense. Every rabbit that crashed into him felt like a baseball flying at high speed. With dozens and hundreds crashing into him, he struggled to maintain his balance. This couldn't go on. He couldn't kill them all. Their numbers were too overwhelming. After a fierce chop, he leaped back, creating a few meters of distance from the rabbit horde. His gaze quickly scanned the battlefield. These creatures were definitely not ordinary beasts. Their movements were too disciplined, almost like a military unit. A military unit must have a commander. His eyes rapidly searched through the countless flickering red dots. Soon he noticed something unusual. In the chaotic rabbit horde at the broken spot of the iron door, there was a mass of rabbits trying to rush in. But beyond that chaotic swarm in the darkness further away, a single rabbit quietly squatted. It was larger than the others, its fur a darker shade, almost black. Most importantly, its eyes. The other rabbits had blood-red eyes, while this one had an eerie, deep purple. It was the one. Lin Yuan showed no hesitation. He let out a low growl, disregarding the rabbit horde before him, and charged towards the direction of the door. The rabbits in his way were sent scattering. He burst out of the lighthouse. That rabbit clearly did not anticipate that this human would break through the encirclement in such a barbaric manner. Its purple eyes flared with intensity, showing no intention of fleeing, but instead letting out a screech. With a push of its hind legs, it lunged at Lin Yuan's face. But Lin Yuan was not slow either. Faced with this deadly attack, his reflexes were unnaturally swift. Just as it was about to bite his throat, his hand shot out, grabbing the purple-eyed rabbit midair, tightly squeezing it in his grip. The rabbit felt heavy in his grip, at least 40 to 50 pounds. It struggled frantically in Lin Yuan's hands. Die, you bastard. He raised the rabbit high using all his strength and smashed it down onto the rocky ground beneath him. Bang! A tremendous crash. Lin Yuan did not stop. He raised it again and smashed it down. Bang! Bang! He repeated this action again and again, until the rabbit in his hands stopped moving entirely. Only then did he release it, shaking off the blood on his hands. And at that moment, as the rabbit died completely, all the gray rabbits inside and outside the lighthouse froze in place. Then squeak! The rabbit horde erupted. They turned around, fleeing with a speed 10 times faster than when they came in, trampling over each other, desperate to escape this place, to get away from this human. A few seconds later, the entire world fell silent. Only Lin Yuan remained standing in place, surveying the scene of devastation. As the last shadow of the gray rabbit vanished into the depths of the bushes, the adrenaline that had driven Lin Yuan's frenzied killing began to ebb away. Lin Yuan's legs went weak, and he slid down to the ground, collapsing onto the bloodied earth. Just moments ago, he had almost died. Those were hundreds, if not thousands, of crazed beasts. They were not docile pets, but monsters that could reduce a several hundred-pound wild boar to mere bones overnight. If just one had bitten through his throat, or if those impacts had been a bit harsher. Lin Yuan, illuminated by the moonlight, stared at his own arm. His clothes were already torn to shreds, hanging off him like rags. But the exposed skin. Not a single wound, not even a red mark. In fact, even the soreness in his muscles had completely vanished. What on earth is going on? Lin Yuan's mind was a chaotic mess. Could it be because those rabbits had poor teeth? Impossible. He had seen with his own eyes how the iron gate was torn apart like a piece of paper. Could it be that his skin had thickened? Lin Yuan pinched his thigh hard. That would hurt. Flesh grows not iron. He was utterly perplexed, and this experience, which defied common sense, plunged him into deep self-doubt. This unknown change in himself was more unsettling than facing the beasts. Huff. The air was thick with the stench of blood piercing directly into his nostrils. This acrid scent yanked him back to reality. He shivered, refocusing his gaze. Before him lay a scene of carnage. The ground was littered with the corpses of gray rabbits, some cleaved, others crushed, their brains splattered, piled high in layers. The once solid ground was stained a dark crimson. Had he done all this? Lin Yuan swallowed hard, steadied himself, and stood up. No matter what was wrong with his body, as long as he could still feel hunger and fear, it meant he was still alive. Alive, he had to face the mess before him. With so many corpses piled up at the entrance, the stench was overwhelming. If he didn't deal with it quickly, not only would flies and maggots be drawn in, but he might also attract something even more vicious than these mad rabbits. Lin Yuan didn't rush to move the mountain of gray corpses, but instead turned his gaze to a short distance away at his feet. That big purple creature. Lin Yuan walked over and bent down to pick it up. As soon as he touched it, his brows furrowed. It was incredibly heavy. This weight felt more like a lead block wrapped in fur than a living creature. Now dead, its deeply purple fur glistened in the moonlight. The fur looked quite nice. If he could skin it properly, it would make a warm vest or mat for winter night watch. Lin Yuan reached out to touch it. The texture was smooth and cool, unlike ordinary animal skin, resembling silk instead. I hope I can peel it off, he murmured to himself as he drew out the military dagger that had already dulled. Gauging the position, he forcefully cut along the belly of the purple rabbit. Sizzle. The military dagger, usually able to slice through iron like mud, actually encountered resistance as it passed through this layer of rabbit skin. This skin was tougher than that of the wild boar. Lin Yuan was astonished, increasing the pressure in his hand. As his muscles tensed, a surge of strength flowed down his arm to the tip of the knife. This time the blade successfully sliced through the skin. No internal organs spilled out as expected. The rabbit's muscle tissue was a deep purple, shockingly dense in texture, with hardly any visible fat. It was all tendon meat. How far would one have to run to develop such muscle? Lin Yuan methodically skinned and disassembled the rabbit. When the tip of the knife touched the heart, it emitted a crisp ding. A hard object. Lin Yuan gently prodded the tip of his knife. A thumb-sized translucent purple crystal was delicately extracted from the veins beside the heart. The crystal rested in his palm, warm to the touch. Even in the dark of night, it emitted a faint glow. A stone. Lin Yuan leaned in to take a closer look. Cattle have bezoars, dogs have treasures. For this rabbit to mutate like this, it was reasonable for it to grow a stone. It's said that high-quality natural bezoars can sell for thousands per gram. With such an extravagant growth, this should be even more valuable. Lin Yuan stashed the purple crystal away. This was money. It was for his mother's surgery. After securing the rabbit stone, Lin Yuan continued his work. Processing this large rabbit took him nearly half an hour. The meat was cut into large chunks piled on a clean stone slab. As for the countless gray rabbit corpses scattered across the ground, Lin Yuan thought of the simplest solution. All thrown into the sea to feed the fish. With the swift currents here, they would be washed away in less than 5 minutes. He found a wheelbarrow and began transporting the corpses to the edge of the cliff, one load at a time. This task was tedious and monotonous. By the time the last dead rabbit was tossed over the cliff, it was already well into the night. Lin Yuan straightened up, looking at the now empty ground, and let out a sigh of relief. Finally, it was clean. He picked up 2 pieces of the best purple hind leg meat and stepped into the lighthouse. The large iron door that had been smashed open now looked particularly glaring. The lock was broken, and there was a large hole in the middle with the cold wind whistling inside. I need to find a way to fix this tomorrow, Lin Yuan muttered as he gathered some wooden planks and heavy objects to roughly block the hole. After doing all this, hunger struck. He had no mood for complicated cooking, so he immediately heated up oil in a pot. The purple rabbit meat went into the pan. Sizzle. There was no fishy smell. A strange aroma erupted, richer than that of wild boar meat. This fragrance was overwhelmingly strong, directly invading his nostrils, causing Lin Yuan's mouth to water. He casually stir-fried a few times, added water, and boiled it fiercely. 10 minutes later, unable to wait for the meat to fully stew, Lin Yuan directly pulled out a piece, ignoring the heat, and took a bite. Tender. Smooth. The texture of this meat was exceptional. Purple eye as food is for Dong Wei. Lin Yuan halted the action of chewing, suddenly stopping. That auditory hallucination again. And this time the phrase had changed. Last time it was great strength, now it's Dong Wei. It felt like something out of a cultivation novel. He glanced down at the piece of meat he had bitten into, muttering to himself, did this rabbit grow up eating something unclean? But this thought passed in a second. Hunger overwhelmed everything. Whatever it was filling his belly was the priority. Lin Yuan quickly devoured over 2 pounds of rabbit meat broth and all. This reaction was even stranger than when he had eaten the wild boar meat. A cool sensation surged straight to the crown of his head. The sound of the waves no longer felt chaotic. He could even distinguish the difference between the waves crashing against the rocks he'd in and those hitting the sides. The scents swirling around his nostrils also became layered and distinct: the salty tang of the sea, the scent of decaying wood, and the smell of his own sweat. Lin Yuan shook his head, feeling unusually alert and energized. He walked to the window, wanting to catch some fresh air. His gaze unintentionally swept across the rocky bay where the speedboat was docked. There a light was flashing, a faint red light flickering on and off. Lin Yuan squinted. That was in the direction of the speedboat. He was sure he had turned off the power on the boat when he left. Could it be a short circuit? Or did that group of loggers leave something behind on the boat? Lin Yuan grabbed the hunting rifle on the table, tucked the purple crystal into his pocket, and pushed the door open to step outside. Having eaten well, it was just the right time to stretch his legs. In the night, Lin Yuan's footsteps were light. Soon he arrived at the place where the boat was hidden. The assault boat was parked behind a reef, rising and falling with the waves. The source of the red light was a black box next to the control panel. Previously, Lin Yuan thought it was a toolbox and didn't pay much attention. At this moment, the box emitted a rhythmic beep-beep sound, and the indicator lights were flashing in a steady rhythm. Lin Yuan jumped onto the boat, keeping his gun pointed forward even though no one was around. He leaned closer to the box. Zzz. Shhh. The sound of electricity became clearer. Immediately, a somewhat anxious male voice came from inside. Wei team, please respond. The location shows you've stopped moving for a long time. Have you encountered trouble? Has that idiot Zhang Yang caused trouble again? Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows. It turned out to be his accomplice. Wei team, the leader. Probably by now the bones would have been digested in the rabbit's stomach. Lin Yuan reached out and picked up the communicator. He pressed the talk button, said nothing, just listened. The voice on the other end became stern. Wei Qingbin, I command you to report the situation immediately. This time the employer is from the Stellar faction. If there's a mistake with the black vein ironwood, we all have to take responsibility. Speak. Are you mute? Lin Yuan cleared his throat. Well, he began, his tone calm. The person you are looking for is probably unable to take the call. The communicator fell silent. 5 seconds passed before the male voice spoke again, this time carrying a chill and alertness. Who are you? This frequency is encrypted. How did you get in? Lin Yuan leaned against the driver's seat, looking at the moon over the sea, casually saying, I am the gatekeeper of this island. Your people entered without greeting and started chopping trees. This is against the rules. The other side fell silent for a moment, seemingly digesting this information. The gatekeeper, the island guardian. The data showed that the guardian of this broken island was just an ordinary person, a disposable role. How could he possibly take out Wei Qingbin's awakened team? Where are Wei team's people? The voice on the other side turned grim. Lin Yuan recalled the situation in that empty space. They are dead. He gave the simplest answer. How did they die? The other side pressed on, suppressing their anger. They were bitten to death by rabbits. Lin Yuan spoke the truth. The other side was clearly amused by this absurd answer. Friend, are you kidding me? Rabbits? Can your rabbits kill 5 people? You must be tired of living. Lin Yuan sighed. Why is it that no one believes the truth these days? That rabbit was indeed fierce. If it weren't for his tough skin, he would probably be dead by now. Believe it or not. Lin Yuan grew somewhat impatient. This boat is collateral, and so is the fuel. If you want to go back, you need to pay to redeem it. He paused and added, also your people broke my door. This bill must also be settled. A cold laugh came from the communicator. Good, very good. We, the Rootless Alliance, operate for profit, only discussing interests, not origins. You are the first to dare to extort us. The island guardian, right? You listen carefully. No matter who you are, no matter who is behind you, prepare for your demise. When the time comes, I will chop you into pieces to feed the rabbits. The other side deliberately emphasized the word rabbits. Beep, beep. The communication was cut off. Lin Yuan looked at the communicator in his hand, which had gone black, scratched his head, and instead of fear, a strange expression appeared on his face. Threatening me. He thought for a moment and found the situation quite illogical. That so-called Wei team brought a group of people only to be treated as a midnight snack by those rabbits. And what about himself? Not only did he beat the rabbits into a frenzy, but he also crushed their leader, the purple-eyed rabbit king, in 2 hits. By now its body was probably cold. According to this food chain relationship, those people couldn't defeat the rabbits while he had taken down the whole rabbit family. In round numbers, those people were at a level inferior to rabbits. Since they were even worse than rabbits, what was there to fear? Having figured this out, Lin Yuan confidently tossed the communicator back into the box. Since these people were accomplices of Wei Team, they should possess quite a few good items. For example, tools for repairing the door, or more seasonings. Lin Yuan jumped off the boat and looked into the depths of the dense forest. Since this was a supply package delivered to his doorstep, there was no reason to refuse it. The rabbits on this island have all run away. If they could deliver some equipment, that would be nice. Lin Yuan murmured to himself, stepping towards the lighthouse. Since he was going to welcome guests, he should at least tidy up his home a bit. At the same time, 200 nautical miles away from the island at sea, a medium-sized armed speedboat disguised as a fishing vessel was cutting through the waves at full speed. In the cockpit, a bald man with a face full of flesh slammed the walkie-talkie in his hand. Damn it, giving me face, yet not respecting it. Boss, what did he say? A subordinate asked cautiously beside him. That island guardian said Wei Team was bitten to death by rabbits. The bald man sneered, his eyes revealing a fierce glint, treating me like a fool. Pass the order down, everyone check the equipment. No matter who that is, I want him skinned alive. Meanwhile, in the even more distant night sky, a black-painted unmarked fighter jet was silently gliding through the clouds. Inside the cabin, various instrument panels were flashing with light. Report. Energy response in the target area has disappeared. The weird biological response. Confirmed extinguished. The pilot's voice came through. In the back seat, Xiaoya opened her eyes. She looked out the porthole at the deep ocean. Confirmed dead. No. The pilot looked at the line on the screen that dropped to 0, then jumped back up. There's something new has been born. Zhao Ya's pupils constricted. Full speed ahead. Before those hyenas arrive, I want to see that thing. The jet's tail spewed a flame, instantly breaking the sound barrier. The two forces were rapidly converging on a coordinate that did not even exist on the map. And in the eye of the storm, Lin Yuan was squatting at the lighthouse entrance holding a sharpening stone. Zzz. He was intently sharpening a wild boar's tusk. Deep within the dense forest. Crack. A dry branch snapped. A magnificent tiger stepped out from the shadows. Its size was more than twice that of an ordinary tiger, and its black stripes glistened under the moonlight. It paused, lifting its front paw to lightly scratch a tree thick enough for two people to embrace. Wood chips flew. The hard trunk was marked with 3 deep grooves. Dead. The tiger opened its mouth, and instead of a beastly roar, a human voice mixed with a growl emerged from its throat. The words were clearly enunciated, albeit with a certain stiffness. From the grass beside it came a rustling sound. A giant snake as thick as a water bucket slowly slithered out, its upper body upright. Dead. The giant snake's voice was sharp. The scent of that stupid rabbit has vanished. Just beyond the lighthouse. The tiger flicked its tail, shattering a cluster of bushes behind it. That rabbit may be foolish, but its flesh and skin are tough. Who could kill it? A look of human-like hesitation appeared on the tiger's face. Humans did it. Maybe, the giant snake replied, its vertical pupils constricting. I smelled gunpowder and a strong scent of blood. Humans. The tiger scoffed, its whiskers twitching. Those weak, two-legged sheep. Even with those fire-spewing iron tubes, they couldn't even scratch my skin. Can they kill the big rabbit? Don't be careless. The giant snake coiled around the tree trunk. The big rabbit has a purple crystal heart inside it, which is the source of its power. If it was humans who killed it, that thing must still be there. Upon hearing the words purple crystal heart, the tiger's breathing grew heavier. That's a good thing. The tiger extended its tongue and licked its fangs. If I eat it, I can evolve once more. That's mine. The giant snake coldly reminded. Whoever grabs it first gets it. The tiger let out a low growl, using its limbs to propel itself towards the direction of the lighthouse. First come, first served. Fool. The giant snake cursed, twisting its body and swiftly following suit at a speed rivaling the tiger. The next morning, a thick layer of white mist rose above the sea, enveloping the entire island. Visibility was less than 5 meters. Buzz, buzz. A modified armed speedboat broke through the fog and stopped on the beach. We're here. The bald man was the first to jump off the boat. As soon as his foot touched the sand, he spat to the side. Damn it, what a thick fog. Behind him, 7 or 8 fully armed mercenaries disembarked in succession. Brother Wang, the locator shows that Weiss signal disappeared right here. One of the subordinates looked at the device on his wrist and reported. Wang Han touched the scar on his bald head and grinned maliciously. I don't believe it. He pulled out a large caliber revolver from his waist, clicking the safety off. That island guardian said Wei Qingbin was bitten to death by a rabbit. Today I want to see if the rabbits on this island have 3 heads and 6 arms. He waved his hand, his tone grim. Listen up. Except for the island guardian, who should be left alive, everything else, regardless of what it is, shoot to pieces if it dares to move. Yes. Everyone answered in unison, filled with murderous intent. They didn't need tactics. All fear stemmed from insufficient firepower. The group spread out in a fan shape, guns drawn, and entered the mist-shrouded forest. After walking for about 10 minutes, the surroundings were unnervingly quiet. "Boss," a younger brother behind him spoke with a trembling voice, "this place feels off too quiet." "What's wrong with quiet?" Wang Han said without turning back, cursing. "That waste Wei Chungbin must have been ambushed. With so many of us, even a tiger would have to kneel and call." His words were cut off. A foul wind rushed in from the thick fog to the side. Roar! The roar shook everyone's eardrums painfully. What was that? Wang Han reacted quickly, raising his hand and firing a shot. Bang! The large-caliber bullet whizzed out, piercing into the mist. Clang! A sound of metal clashing rang out, followed by a shower of sparks. Did it miss? No. It hit, but was deflected. Wang Han was stunned. In the next moment, a massive figure tore through the white mist and collided with the crowd. The leftmost mercenary didn't even have time to scream as he was smashed in half by a tiger's paw. Blood mixed with innards sprayed onto the faces of those nearby. "Fire! Fire!" Wang Han shouted frantically. Tat-a-tat-a-tat. The dense gunfire echoed through the forest. Flames erupted, countless bullets rained down on the magnificent tiger. However, a scene of despair unfolded. Those bullets capable of piercing heavy armor struck the tiger's fur, creating sparks without even plucking a single hair. The tiger marched through the hail of bullets, approaching a man. It lowered its head, its massive mouth nearly touching the man's face. "This thing." The tiger spoke, its tone laced with mockery. "It tickles a bit." The mercenary was dumbfounded. The tiger spoke. Crack! The tiger snapped its jaws shut. The mercenary's head exploded like a watermelon. "Monster! Monster! Run!" Someone shouted, and the previously tight formation instantly collapsed. The remaining men discarded their gear and fled towards the sea. "Run!" A sharp, cold laugh echoed from the mist. A green shadow dropped from the treetops. The giant green snake's tail coiled, directly constricting two fleeing mercenaries. Crack! The two strong men didn't even groan before being crushed into a pulp. This was a massacre. A one-sided, utterly predictable massacre. Wang Han sat slumped on the ground, his gun long emptied. He looked at the severed limbs and broken bodies scattered around, watching the two beasts devouring their meals, and wet himself. The tiger chewed on a leg, turned its head, and looked at Wang Han. "Human." It stepped closer, gazing down at the terrified bald man. "Where's that guy who killed the rabbit?" Wang Han's teeth chattered, his mind blank. "Killed a rabbit? What killed a rabbit?" I don't know, don't eat me. I have money." "Waste." The tiger lost interest, lifting its paw. Puff. The world grew quiet. Less than 50 meters away from the battlefield, in a large tree, Zhaoya clung to the tree trunk like a gecko wearing optical camouflage clothing, completely still. Her breathing rate was suppressed to the limit, even her body temperature adjusted to match the bark. Through the tactical optics on her helmet, she witnessed everything that had just transpired. Target confirmed, anomalous level B biological response. Quantity 2. Characteristics intelligent, possessing human language. This line of red data pulsated in her vision. That tiger could actually speak. This was no ordinary anomalous creature. This was a monster that had taken the form of early civilization. According to the Bureau's files, such special creatures typically only appear in certain secret realms. Zhaoya recalled the star map she had seen earlier at the base. Those apex predators had mysteriously vanished. She pondered, this island must have something special about it. As her thoughts raced, the two beasts had finished processing the scene. "Let's go." The giant snake swallowed the last corpse, its body swelling. "Don't delay the main business. That core is mine to obtain. What's the rush?" The tiger licked the blood off its paws with relish. "The lighthouse is right ahead. That human can't run away." The two beasts did not linger. They turned around and headed toward the lighthouse. Zhaoya watched them leave, her heart racing. If these two monsters left the godforsaken island, it would be a catastrophe for the outside world. She gritted her teeth, her fingers pressing the communicator, ready to call for support. But just then, buzz! The sound of an engine starting came from the direction of the lighthouse. The noise was loud, without any concealment. The movements of the tiger and the giant snake halted simultaneously. The roar sounded particularly harsh in the morning. The tiger flattened its ears back. That sound. It growled, the vibrations in its throat causing the surrounding air to tremble. That two-legged sheep is trying to run. The giant snake coiled around the tree trunk, flicking its tongue. Oh no, the human with the purple crystal heart would be hard to find once it entered the sea. Chase! The tiger pushed off the ground with its hind legs, creating two craters in the earth. It smashed through the obstructing bushes and charged towards the beach. The giant snake followed closely, its scales scraping against the tree bark, making a rustling sound, not slowing down at all. On the sea surface, Lin Yuan was seated in the driver's position, gripping the steering wheel tightly. He could clearly hear the gunfire from earlier and the tiger's roar that had unsettled his heart. Something was wrong. Those who came to redeem the boat were likely doomed. This cursed island is too frightening, Lin Yuan cursed as he pushed the throttle to the floor. He decided to find another place to hide and return after the tiger left. He felt around his waist where two freshly sharpened daggers were sheathed. They were made from the tusks of wild boars. The blades were sharpened on both sides, and the handles were wrapped in strips torn from old clothes. Though they looked a bit rough, they were sturdy. He had just tested them, and they sliced through stone as easily as cutting tofu. The speedboat sliced through the waves, rushing towards the other side of the island. Lin Yuan glanced back. That glance made his scalp tingle. On the beach, an absurdly large tiger was pacing back and forth. Even from this distance, Lin Yuan could feel the murderous glint in its eyes. Is that a tiger? Lin Yuan swallowed hard. Compared to the tigers he had seen in the zoo, this one was like a ferocious big cat. If that thing pounced, this small shabby boat would probably fall apart in an instant. Before he could even congratulate himself on running fast, a sudden wave rose behind the boat. Something was moving rapidly underwater, pursuing him relentlessly. It was incredibly fast. Is this not over yet? I already ran away, and you're still chasing me. Lin Yuan felt a surge of anger rising within him. He had been staying out of trouble on the island, repairing the lighthouse and cleaning up garbage. First he was attacked by a group of deadly rabbits, then a band of thugs, and now this monster had come. Did they really think they could bully an honest person? He steadied the steering wheel with one hand while grabbing a double-barrel shotgun from the passenger seat with the other. He turned around, aiming at the approaching wave. Bang! The gun fired a burst of flame. The steel pellets crashed into the sea, sending up a spray of water. However, the wave only shifted slightly, its speed undiminished. The shadow underwater became even larger, and he could vaguely see blue scales glinting in the light. Was that too far? Lin Yuan put the gun back against his back. This broken gun was fine for shooting rabbits, but it was useless against such a monster. Since he couldn't fight back, he could only see who could run faster. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and pushed the throttle to the maximum position. The engine roared, the boat shook violently, jumping across the sea. Damn, damn, damn. I just wanted to make some money to treat my mom's illness. Is it too much to ask? Why is it all this deadly stuff? Lin Yuan cursed loudly while controlling the boat that was nearly about to take off, just as he turned back to check if that water monster was still chasing him. Ahead, a rock was appearing and disappearing between the waves with the rise and fall of the tide. It was a submerged reef. When Lin Yuan turned back and saw the dark rock, it was already too late. Damn, this was the last word he left for this world. Boom! The bow of the speedboat crashed heavily into the reef. The massive inertia caused the small boat to tilt. Lin Yuan was thrown out. Then splash! He fell into the sea. The impact forced the air out of his lungs, and a stream of bubbles rose in front of him. Lin Yuan desperately flailed his limbs trying to surface, but he soon realized he couldn't do it. A strong current wrapped around him, pulling him down into the depths of the sea. Just then, using the faint light filtering down from above, he discovered a dark entrance about 20 meters deep in the seabed. The entrance was pitch black, and the surrounding water swirled in unfathomably deep. If it were any other time, Lin Yuan would have avoided such a strange place at all costs. But now swimming up was a dead end, and that monster was coming. Since above was a dead end, he would dive into the hole. As long as the interior was deep enough and the terrain complex enough, that monster might not be able to get in. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, stopped resisting the current, and instead kicked off strongly in the direction of the water flow, charging towards the deep underwater cave. On the sea surface, the green snake stopped at the edge of the reef area, poking its head out. Damn, the green snake cursed. It circled in place twice, but ultimately did not cross the reef area, instead turning around and swimming back to the shore. The tiger had long waited impatiently. Watching the empty-handed green snake, it let out a mocking sound. What's wrong? Did that two-legged sheep break your teeth? The green snake crawled onto the beach and shot a cold glance at the tiger. That fool killed itself. Dead. The tiger was taken aback and then furious. Where's the body? Where's the purple crystal heart? It fell in. The green snake turned to look at the sea, its tone filled with fear. The ice fire nest. Hearing those 4 words, the originally irritable tiger quieted down. The nest. The tiger growled in its throat, taking 2 steps back. That madwoman's territory. Exactly. The green snake flicked its tongue. That human fell into the entrance of the nest. The purple crystal heart. No hope now. Damn. The tiger slammed a paw against a nearby rock, leaving several deep scratches on its surface. That madwoman eats everything, leaving not even the bones behind. It paced back and forth in agitation, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. After all, it was the purple crystal heart. Consuming it would allow for further evolution. However, thinking of the terrifying methods of the nest's owner, the greed in the tiger's eyes was suppressed. Why didn't you chase inside? The tiger vented its anger on the green snake. Aren't you quite capable in the water? If you want to die, go ahead. The green snake was not swayed at all. It straightened its body, preparing to leave. That madwoman has a violent temper. Whoever goes in will die. That guy has it good. The green snake glanced one last time at the sea, its eyes filled with regret. Let's go. After saying that, the green snake no longer lingered and slithered into the dense forest. The tiger roared unwillingly at the sea. With its tail between its legs, it turned and followed the green snake. 10 minutes later, the sea breeze continued to howl. A slender figure appeared atop the wreckage of the half-sunken speedboat. Zhao stood steadily on a floating piece of decking amidst the waves. She looked down at the unfathomable sea. She had witnessed everything that had just happened. The ice fire nest. Zhao Ya's brow furrowed slightly. Though she did not know what kind of place it was from what those two monsters had said, that young man had fallen into such a place. The chances of survival were infinitely close to zero. What a pity. Zhao Ya sighed softly. I hope you can create a miracle. Although logic told her it was impossible, she silently prayed for that young man, named Lin Yuan. Just as she was about to turn and leave, the decking beneath her feet suddenly shook a bit. Something was stuck in the gap of the decking. Zhao Ya crouched down and pulled it out. It was a dagger. The entire blade was milky white with a texture as smooth as jade. The handle was wrapped in a coarse cloth strip still stained with some unwashed oil. This is... Zhao Ya looked at the object in her hand, puzzled. The dagger's design, though rough, exuded an indescribable beauty. Though she did not know what material it was made of, the craftsmanship was good. Zhao Ya's fingers glided lightly over the blade's spine, her fingertips feeling a chill. I'll keep this for you. Then she lightly tapped the water's surface with her toes and vanished into the vast sea mist. Cough. Cough, cough. Lin Yuan broke the surface, gasping greedily for air. His throat burned with the briny tang of seawater. Flailing wildly, his fingertips brushed against the jagged edge of rock. A primal surge of survival instinct flooded his limbs. He scrambled ashore, limbs churning, desperate and raw. Ugh! No sooner had he dragged himself onto land than seawater surged from his stomach. He collapsed face down on the slick, glistening rock, retching violently. Retching until the world blurred and his stomach clenched empty, leaving only bitter acid in its wake. Then, utterly spent, he rolled onto his back, limbs splayed wide across the cold stone. Every inch of him ached. His bones felt as though shattered, then crudely reassembled. Especially his back, searing raw, surely bruised deep by the violent impact. Damn it! Lin Yuan cursed, his voice thin and frayed, echoing hollowly through the cavern's vast emptiness. My life is stubbornly, absurdly hard to end. He heaved ragged breaths, fumbling blindly into his trouser pocket. Empty. Only one knife remained. He reached for the other side. Still there, a firm, unyielding weight. His phone. Lin Yuan yanked it out with trembling fingers, jabbed the power button. The screen flared to life. Huh. He exhaled, deeply pressing the device to his chest like a talisman. So long as this remained intact, all was not lost. He strained to sit up. His arms buckled instantly, pitching him backward once more. Fine. He'd lie still a while. This place at least felt safe. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, listening to the ceaseless rush and sigh of water. Time dissolved. Minutes or moments, he couldn't tell, until the sharpest edges of pain dulled, receding like a tide. Gritting his teeth, he pushed palms flat against the stone, tried to rise. Failed. Again. Muscles trembled, sinews stood taut as bowstrings beneath his skin. Rise. A guttural roar tore from his throat. And slowly, unsteadily, he rose, vision swimming, gaze sweeping the cavern around him. It was a colossal natural cavern. Hundreds of meters above, a fissure pierced the vaulted ceiling. A single shaft of daylight spilled down, illuminating the vast shadowed chamber below. Beside him, a slender waterfall cascaded from a narrow cleft in the wall, plunging into the dark pool where he had surfaced moments before. Is that the entrance? Lin Yuan craned his neck upwards, squinting at the cleft, then scanned the slick, alga-slicked walls encircling him. Impossible to scale. Even if he were born a gecko, those treacherous moss-draped cliffs offered no purchase. So, you mean to trap me here forever? He kicked a loose shard of stone beside him. It tumbled into the pool with a hollow, resonant plunk. Self-pity had no place in survival. If ascent was denied, then another path must exist. Water flows downward. This deep pool did not overflow. It vanished instead into a winding subterranean channel, vanishing deeper into the mountain's heart. Where water flows, an exit waits. Let's go. Lin Yuan wiped salt water from his face and stepped cautiously onto the narrow, uneven shingle bordering the riverbank. Each step uncertain, each footfall sinking slightly into damp gravel. Silence reigned. Only the monotonous murmur of flowing water and the soft scuff of his own boots breaking the stillness. Deeper he ventured, and deeper still, the light dimmed, swallowed by encroaching gloom. 20 minutes passed. Lin Yuan halted. Something was wrong. The air grew warmer. Moments ago, he'd been shivering violently on the shore. Now steam curled faintly from his soaked clothes. Does this underworld run on geothermal heating? He tugged at his collar, heat prickling his skin. Yet he pressed forward. The river widened as he walked. Strange formations clung to the cavern walls, clusters of coral. Not the familiar marine kind Lin Yuan knew, but something uncanny, almost fleshy like the grotesque specimens he'd once glimpsed in the lighthouse's bathtub. They sprouted thickly from cracks in the stone, swaying faintly in the rising thermal currents, pulsing, breathing alive. That damn thing again. Lin Yuan instinctively recoiled, putting distance between himself and the wall. The skeletal remains of the previous lighthouse keeper, entombed in living coral, still haunted his dreams. But this accursed place offered only one path forward. He gritted his teeth and walked the center line, skirting wide around the coral thickets that seemed to watch him with silent, hungry intent. The heat intensified. His clothes, once sodden, were now bone-dry. Salt crystals glittered like frost in his hair. Well, that saves me the trouble of drying them. Lin Yuan muttered wryly, stripping off his shirt and fanning himself with it. Ahead, a crimson glow pulsed softly, like embers breathing in the dark. A wave of blistering heat struck his face. He rounded a bend and froze. Before him stretched a subterranean realm dwarfing the first cavern, a vast, unfathomable void, whose ceiling vanished into absolute blackness. Two rivers converged upon the cavern floor. To the left flowed the subterranean stream he'd followed, swift, cold, shimmering with an eerie, cerulean luminescence. To the right ran a river of molten rock, thick, viscous, glowing a searing crimson, its surface bursting intermittently with sulphurous bubbles that billowed dense, acrid smoke. Yin and yang in liquid fire. Lin Yuan whispered, disbelief tightening his throat. This defied reason. Seawater and magma coexisted in perfect, impossible harmony. No hissing steam, no violent reaction, just silent parallel flow. Between them sprawled a massive delta, a sprawling, surreal forest of coral. Giant colonies towered several meters high, some translucent as crystal, others blood red, others black as obsidian, interwoven into a labyrinthine thicket. At the heart of that tangled maze rose a raised dais, smooth obsidian black, unervingly symmetrical. Upon it rested something, too distant, too veiled by shimmering heat haze to discern clearly. Is that the way out? Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, searching the phantasmagoric tableau for any sign of hope. There was none. All around, sheer impassable cliffs. The sole foothold was that monstrous coral forest. What rotten luck. He cursed again, pulling his dry shirt back on. Hot though it was, the forest radiated menace. Layered fabric might at least shield him from unseen barbs or grasping tendrils. He drew a slow, steadying breath and stepped onto the delta. The moment he entered the coral grove, light itself warped. Soft spectral glows emanated from the polyps, bathing the space in an ethereal fairy tale shimmer. Had it not been for the suffocating sense of dread pressing down upon him. Don't touch me, don't touch me. Lin Yuan slid sideways, squeezing carefully between two towering pillar-like corals. He moved with razor vigilance, every nerve alight, every muscle coiled, dreading that these things might suddenly writhe to life, seize him, drain him dry. Could this be the lair of some ancient, slumbering horror? The thought sent a jolt through his chest. Predators mark territory. The fiercer the beast, the cleaner its domain. Other creatures flee or perish. This coral forest bore every hallmark of a forbidden zone. Silent, still, profoundly wrong. Lin Yuan stopped, hesitating. Should he retreat? Retreat to what? To drink stagnant pool water and wait for death? Fortune favors the bold. Famine claims the timid. Lin Yuan clenched his jaw and advanced. He treaded with near-silent precision, even muffling his breath. Each step drawing him closer to the obsidian dais, each step raising the ambient heat. Sweat beaded along his jawline, evaporating midair into wisps of vapor before it could fall. At last, he emerged from the final curtain of coral, standing directly beneath the black dais. It rose only 3 or 4 meters, built of polished volcanic basalt, its surface eerily smooth, as if worn by centuries of unseen hands. Lin Yuan pressed himself flat against its base, listening. Nothing but silence. Then, gripping the cool, seamless edge, he hauled himself upward inch by careful inch. He peered over the rim. Its summit formed a shallow depression, a concave hollow, like a nest. And within that nest lay a bed of luminous scarlet seaweed. At its very center, no monster, no abomination, only a single solitary egg. Lin Yuan climbed onto the stone platform, staring at the egg. This thing is quite large, about the size of a basketball, with a dark red shell covered in golden patterns. With every heartbeat, the surrounding air twisted. Just how big of a dish can this make? Lin Yuan swallowed. He approached and tentatively poked the eggshell with his finger. Z. A wave of burning pain shot through his fingertip as if he had touched a searing iron plate. Lin Yuan pulled back his hand and blew on it. So hot. He frowned and circled the egg twice. This thing clearly looked like a rare specimen. If this were on the market, wealthy collectors would probably fight over it. But I wonder if it's a protected species. Who cares? Let's get it out first. Lin Yuan drew out a dagger made from the tusk of a wild boar from his waist. The lower half of the egg was embedded in the groove of the stone platform entangled with glowing seaweed. He inserted the dagger into the gap and pried it hard. Kachak. It didn't budge. The egg seemed as if it was growing on the stone. Lin Yuan was not one to give up easily. He gripped the dagger with both hands, stepped on the edge of the stone platform, and exerted all his strength. Come on. Up. With a low roar, his muscles tensed, veins bulging. Crack. A sharp sound echoed. The egg didn't move, the stone platform cracked instead. A large chunk of the black rock which had the egg embedded in it was pried off by him. Lin Yuan lost his balance, clutching the egg still attached to the stone, and fell to the ground. Who? He breathed heavily, looking at the prize in his arms, grinning. It worked. Just as he was about to wrap the egg with his clothes, the egg in his arms suddenly moved. It jerked violently, almost jumping out of his hands. Immediately afterward, the golden patterns on the shell began to flicker, their frequency increasing rapidly. Lin Yuan was taken aback. This feeling, is it similar to a gas canister about to explode? Crack. A fissure appeared at the top of the eggshell. Red light shot out from the crack, forcing Lin Yuan to squint. Is it hatching? Countless movie scenes flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. Typically at this moment, either a world-destroying demon would emerge, or a divine beast claiming to be the offspring of the thief would appear. Given the nature of this island, the former had a 99% chance. Don't. Lin Yuan panicked, pressing his hand against the crack, trying to seal the light back in. Big brother, can we negotiate? Can you hold it in? The outside world is tough right now. Housing prices and living costs are high. You'd suffer if you come out. Listen, just sleep a bit longer. He was earnestly trying to persuade. The creature inside the egg clearly had no intention of listening to him. Crack. Crack. The fissures spread rapidly, soon covering the entire eggshell. A burst of high temperature erupted. Lin Yuan felt like he was holding not an egg, but a grenade about to explode. Throw it. This might be something that could directly solve his mother's medical bills. Not throwing it. That would mean death. In that moment of hesitation. Bang! The eggshell exploded. Fragments flew slicing across Lin Yuan's face, leaving behind streaks of blood. A burst of red light shot up from the shattered shell. Immediately afterward, a piercing cry reverberated throughout the underground cavern. Chirp. The sound was highly penetrating, shaking the surrounding coral forest. Lin Yuan covered his ears, rolling back twice to create distance. He looked up at the air. The red light gradually dispersed, revealing the true form within. It was a bird, covered in crimson feathers with a long tail that burned with flames. Its body was small, about the size of a palm. Yet the aura emitted by this little creature was more terrifying than that of a tiger. It hovered in the air, looking down at Lin Yuan. Oh no! Lin Yuan's heart sank. He recognized that gaze. It was the same look the wild boar had before charging. The same look the rabbits had before they bit him. None of the creatures on this island were reasonable. The little red bird stared at Lin Yuan for a while, seemingly assessing the threat level of this creature. Then it opened its mouth. No nonsense. Whoosh! A golden flame erupted from its mouth, heading straight for Lin Yuan's face. This fire was no ordinary fire. Before it even touched him, Lin Yuan's hair began to curl. Damn! Attacking right off the bat. Lin Yuan cursed, dodging awkwardly to the side. Boom! The flame struck the spot where he had just stood. The hard black rock melted into a pool of magma. Lin Yuan glanced back, his scalp tingling. If that had hit him, there probably wouldn't be even ashes left. Chirp! The little red bird, frustrated at missing its target. It flapped its wings, turning into a streak of red light, diving down at an astonishing speed. There was no way to evade. Lin Yuan was pushed into a corner, and his fierce instincts were awakened. So you think you can walk all over me, eh? He didn't retreat, but advanced. Gripping the tusk dagger tightly with his right hand, just as the red light was about to collide with his chest. Lin Yuan didn't swing the dagger to cut. Instead, he extended his left hand. He aimed to grab that burst of flames. Sizzle! His palm touched the flames, emitting a charred smell. A sharp pain surged through him. Yet Lin Yuan didn't even frown, firmly gripping the little red bird's neck. Got you. Lin Yuan grinned menacingly. The bird clearly hadn't anticipated that this human would use such a self-destructive method to defeat it. It struggled desperately, its flames flaring up, attempting to burn his hand. Lin Yuan felt his left hand was about to be ruined. His bones were nearly burned through. But he couldn't let go. Letting go meant death. Get down. He exerted force in his arm, violently slamming the bird down onto the stone platform. Bang! The little red bird was smashed onto the stone, letting out a cry of agony. Before it could get up, Lin Yuan had already mounted it. You want to breathe fire? He raised the dagger in his right hand, aiming it at the bird's head. Clang! A crisp sound echoed. This bird's head was even harder than iron. The dagger was deflected, causing Lin Yuan's palm to tingle. The little red bird was stunned. It had never suffered such humiliation in its life. Chirp. It screeched in anger, its claws flailing, trying to escape from Lin Yuan's grasp. Lin Yuan didn't show it any mercy. He dropped the dagger, freeing his right hand to pin down its wings. Still calling out, "Slap." A loud slap landed on the bird's head. Slap. Another one. Call again. Slap. Lin Yuan was completely caught up in the moment, raining down slaps like a storm. Although he couldn't penetrate the bird's defenses, it was a display of attitude. An attitude of, "I am the boss here." The little red bird initially resisted, trying to breathe fire. But after being slammed against the stone a few times by Lin Yuan, it began to fear. This human was a madman. He didn't care that his hands were being burned. The inherent brutality and madness overwhelmed its pride. The flames on its body began to subside. Its once high-pitched cries turned into a pleading low chirp. 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 It shrank its neck, looking at Lin Yuan with its golden eyes pitifully. The little red bird lay on the ground, continuously flapping its wings in distress. It was terrified. It had never encountered such a creature in its life. Unafraid of fire, immensely powerful, and it even had to bang its head against the stone. Lin Yuan ignored its pathetic appearance. He tugged at the hem of his shirt, and with a rip tore off 2 long strips of fabric. He reached out and grasped the bird's beak tightly. The little red bird's eyes widened as it struggled, but that large hand held its beak firmly. Lin Yuan moved swiftly, wrapping the fabric around its beak several times and tying a tight knot. Since this creature could spit fire, he had to block its muzzle. Safety first. Next, he picked up another strip of fabric, tying one end to the bird's leg and the other to his waist belt. It was just like holding a balloon in the park when he was a child. All right. Lin Yuan stood up and tugged at the rope. The little red bird stumbled after him, its eyes filled with humiliation, yet it dared not resist. After finishing all this, the taut nerves finally relaxed. A sharp pain surged from the palm of his left hand. "Hiss," Lin Yuan gasped. He raised his left hand. It was a sight too gruesome to behold. The entire palm was charred black, the skin rolled back, and it emitted a burnt smell. Damn it! Lin Yuan cursed his face palette. This injury was too severe. If it got infected, it wouldn't just be a matter of a scar, his entire hand could be rendered useless. If he lost a hand, how would he earn money to pay for his mother's hospital bills? "I need to get out of here quickly." Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, tearing off a slightly cleaner piece of cloth from his shirt and wrapping it haphazardly around his hand. The rough movements made him wince in pain. Just as he was about to continue searching for an exit, a wave of hunger surged from his stomach, making his vision darken. In this damned place, where could he find food? He looked around. All he could see were stones and corals, not a single blade of grass in sight. Just then, a strange aroma wafted into his nostrils. It smelled delightful, like freshly baked bread, yet reminiscent of some kind of nut being roasted. Lin Yuan sniffed, following the source of the fragrance. His gaze landed on the ground littered with eggshell fragments. The giant egg had exploded, scattering pieces everywhere. The aroma was emanating from this. Lin Yuan picked up a piece of eggshell the size of his palm. It felt warm to the touch, and its texture resembled a freshly baked pastry rather than calcium. Can this thing be eaten? This thought crossed Lin Yuan's mind. Normal people would instinctively throw away the shell of an unknown creature. But Lin Yuan was so hungry, he could eat a whole cow. Moreover, the aroma was simply too enticing. Crisp. Unable to resist, Lin Yuan broke off a small piece and put it into his mouth. Crisp. The moment his teeth touched it, the eggshell crumbled into powder. Immediately, a wave of fragrance exploded in his mouth. It was somewhat like a gourmet version of potato chips with a hint of creamy and meaty flavor. Delicious. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. He didn't care about hygiene anymore, grabbing that large piece of eggshell and started crunching it. Crack, crack. The little red bird beside him was stunned. Although its beak was tied, it still expressed its horror through its eyes. That was its companion's eggshell, a treasure infused with the essence of fire. Ordinary creatures, not to mention eating it, would be turned to ash if they merely touched it. What is this human doing? Is he treating this as a snack? The little red bird flapped its wings frantically, trying to distance itself from this madman. Too terrifying. This was definitely not human. Lin Yuan didn't have time to pay attention to the reaction of this spare food as the eggshell went down his throat. A warm current surged from his stomach, spreading to his limbs. Crack, sizzle. A tingling sensation arose from his left hand. Lin Yuan paused in his chewing of the eggshell. He lowered his head to look at his left hand, which was wrapped in fabric. The once excruciating pain was rapidly subsiding. Meanwhile, that mysterious voice sounded again, the embers reignite, signifying rebirth. Lin Yuan swallowed the last piece of eggshell in his mouth, his brow furrowing. It was this voice again. The first time it was blood and flesh for fuel, the second time purple eyes for food. This time, it was the embers reignite. It was like a preset program that triggered a prompt each time he consumed a special item. Rebirthed. Lin Yuan glanced at the trembling little red bird beside him, then looked down at his left hand. He reached out and untied the fabric wrapped around it. The palm was still charred black, and the skin rolled back looking no different than before. But strangely, the pain had completely vanished. Lin Yuan tried to curl his fingers and then clenched his fist tightly. Although the surface of the wound had formed a hard scab, the movements felt somewhat stiff. But he truly felt no pain at all, as if this injured hand was not his own. So it stopped hurting. Lin Yuan muttered in surprise. Although it still looked quite frightening, there was no sign of new flesh growing. But this immediate pain relief was already a pleasant surprise for him. As long as it didn't hurt, and he could wield a knife, his hand was not considered useless. It'll do better than being in excruciating pain. Lin Yuan didn't dwell on it too much, readying the fabric around his left hand haphazardly. Though everything on this island looked fierce and menacing, the nutritional value was indeed high. As for whether that voice was a curse or some kind of creature parasitizing inside him, Lin Yuan didn't want to delve into it. What did it matter? As long as it allowed him to survive and earn money to save his mom, he wouldn't hesitate. He would eat eggshells, even stones, as long as they could cure him. Burp. Lin Yuan let out a satisfying burp, collecting all the remaining eggshells and carefully stowing them away in his pocket. These were good things for survival. They couldn't go to waste. Having eaten and drunk his fill, his injuries improved. An irresistible wave of fatigue washed over him, akin to a side effect of his body's rapid repair and evolution. Lin Yuan shook his head, feeling dizzy. No, he couldn't hold on any longer. He needed to sleep. He glanced around. The stone platform was hard and filled with jagged stones. Sleeping on this would leave him with a sore back tomorrow. His gaze fell on the little red bird. Though this bird was small, its feathers looked fluffy and soft, and it seemed to have a built-in constant temperature feature. It was practically a natural high-and-down pillow. Without a second thought, Lin Yuan reached out and pulled the little red bird over. "I'll borrow your body for a bit," he muttered, then disregarding the bird's struggles, lay down on the ground, resting his head on its back. Warm, soft, and it had a hint of fragrance. "Don't move." Lin Yuan closed his eyes and slapped a hand on the bird's head that was about to flap. "If you dare to move, I'll roast you." This threat was more effective than anything. The little red bird immediately stopped its movements, allowing this terrifying human to use it as a pillow. Lin Yuan had a dream. In the dream, there was neither sky nor earth, only a chaotic mist. In front of him stood a sapling, thin as a chopstick, stark and bare with few leaves. But the sapling's posture was quite strange. Its trunk bent at a 90-degree angle, the tip pressed against the ground, the whole tree taut, as if it were bearing some heavy burden. Yet there was clearly nothing on its back. So heavy. A voice drilled into Lin Yuan's mind. It wasn't something he heard, it resonated directly within him. The voice was juvenile, imbued with a sense of weakness. "It's too heavy. I'm going to break." Lin Yuan furrowed his brow and looked around. No one else was there. Was the tree speaking? "Help me." The voice sounded again, tinged with a sob. "Please. Help me remove this." Lin Yuan remained unmoved. In this inexplicable place, with this inexplicable tree, who knew if it was a trap? "Why should I help you?" Lin Yuan asked. The sapling trembled even more violently. "I can give you anything." The voice grew urgent. "Power, authority, lifespan. As long as you can help me, I can give you anything." Lin Yuan scoffed and turned to leave. "I can heal your mother." Hearing this, he abruptly turned back. "What did you say?" "I can eliminate all her ailments." The voice was filled with temptation. "To me, it's merely a matter of raising a hand." Lin Yuan's breath became heavy. Rationality told him this was false, just a dream. But the greatest weakness of his life had been touched. Even a 1 in a million chance, even if it meant making a deal with the devil, he was willing to try to save his mother. "You better not be lying to me." Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, stepping closer to the sapling. Just as he was about to touch its bent trunk, splash, a sudden change occurred. Vivid shadows surged from the void behind the sapling. They were corals, red as blood, white as bone, and black as iron. They twisted and entangled, growing wildly, and in the blink of an eye they filled Lin Yuan's vision. "Damn!" Lin Yuan cursed, jumping back. Who? Lin Yuan suddenly sat up, his chest heaving violently, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. He had returned to the previous underground cave. There was no sapling nor overwhelming corals. Only the distant flowing lava river, still glowing red. So it was a dream. Lin Yuan wiped the sweat from his face, his heart still racing. What bad luck. He spat in frustration. The dream felt too real, especially when those corals appeared. The suffocating feeling was just like reality. As the saying goes, what one thinks during the day, one dreams at night. It seems I was scared out of my wits by that skeleton of the island guardian. Lin Yuan comforted himself, wanting to wipe the sweat from his neck. But as he raised his hand, he froze. The previous sluggish feeling had completely vanished. He unwrapped the bandage on his hand. 1 layer, 2 layers. With the red glow reflected from the lava, Lin Yuan clearly saw his palm. Even someone as thick-skinned as he couldn't help but gasp in shock. What the hell? His palm, which should have been a mass of rotten flesh, was now smooth as before. Not only was there no wound, but even a scar was left behind. The skin was even more delicate than before, contrasting sharply with his right hand, which hadn't seen a scrub in a long time. Lin Yuan tried to clench his fist. The fingers were strong and the joints flexible. It's healed. He examined it from all angles several times. If it weren't for the blood-stained and soot-covered cloth still lying on the ground, he would have doubted whether the earlier fight with the little red bird was just a dream. That eggshell. Lin Yuan recalled the thing he had eaten earlier. Oh my. He quickly reached into his pocket, pulled out all the remaining shattered eggshells, cradling them in his hands, his expression changing. This was no eggshell. It was clearly a miraculous medicine, a life-saving elixir. After consuming just a little bit, such severe burns healed overnight. If he were to sell this outside, those wealthy people would surely go crazy fighting over it. Strategic resource. Lin Yuan carefully wrapped the eggshell layer upon layer and tucked it away in the innermost pocket, even patting it a couple of times for reassurance. Unless absolutely necessary, I mustn't eat it as a snack again. This was money. After confirming that his left hand was indeed healed, Lin Yuan felt elated. He stretched lazily, feeling filled with energy. Time to get up and get to work. Lin Yuan kicked the pillow beside him. Stop sleeping, the sun is shining on your butt. The little red bird was sprawled on the ground, its head tucked under its wings, looking utterly disinterested in life. This proud, elemental spirit of fire, a future ruler of the skies, had been used as a pillow for several hours. To make matters worse, this human was an unsteady sleeper, drooling and snoring, which made its head ache. As Lin Yuan kicked its backside, the little red bird jolted awake, flapping its wings ready to take off. But it had barely left the ground by half a meter. Snap! A piece of cloth tightened. Lin Yuan held the other end of the cloth, pulling it back, as if reeling in a dog. What are you running from? Is this how you treat your benefactor? Lin Yuan chided while tying his shoelaces. If I hadn't helped you break out, you'd still be trapped inside. The little red bird trembled in anger. Benefactor? Was that helping it break out? No, that was wanting to steal its home. Plus it had eaten its companion eggshell. And slapped it. Chirp. It opened its mouth to spit fire. But as soon as it opened its beak, the tightly wound cloth restrained it, only allowing muffled sounds to escape. Save your breath. Lin Yuan stood up, brushing the dust off his pants. Don't bother. That cloth is tied in a dead knot. He approached the little red bird, crouching down and ruffling its head. The texture was nice, warm, and soft. With all this red fur, you look rather festive. From now on, I'll call you Little Red. The little red bird's eyes widened. Little Red? What a ridiculous name. It was noble. Don't like it. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, pulling out a dagger from his waist and waving it in his hand. If you don't like it, I can call you Spicy Chicken or Roasted Pigeon. You pick. The little red bird fell silent. Little Red it was then. Better than being named after a dish. That's more like it. Lin Yuan put the dagger away, satisfied. Behave, and you'll get fed. All right, enough stalling. Lin Yuan tugged on the rope in his hand. Lead the way. The little red bird looked at him in confusion. What are you looking at? Lin Yuan pointed at the surrounding coral forest. This is your home. You must know where the exit is. Take me out or else. He grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. I'll pluck your feathers to make a feather duster. The little red bird, though not fully understanding what a feather duster was, could read the ominous undertone of plucking feathers from the human's expression. It let out a plaintive chirp, flapping its wings and flying toward a certain direction in the coral forest. However, being tethered, it couldn't gain much height, hopping along like a grounded chicken. Lin Yuan unwound the rope from his waist, wrapping it around his wrist a couple of times, leisurely following behind. Chirp. This way. The little red bird stopped in front of a rock, pointing with its claws at an opening above. Wind was blowing through there, carrying the salty scent of the sea and the freshness of the air. This path looks a bit steep. Lin Yuan looked up at the cliff towering 7 or 8 meters high, and then glanced at the little red bird in his hand. Can you fly me up there? The little red bird shook its head furiously. This human weighed over 100 kilos. It would be exhausted to the point of death. Useless. Lin Yuan grimaced. Guess I have to rely on myself. He secured the rope to his belt, letting the little red bird hang off his backside, then gripped the rock crevices with both hands and began to climb. As soon as he started climbing, Lin Yuan realized something was off. His body felt too light. In the past, climbing up 3 flights of stairs would leave him gasping. Now scaling this vertical cliff felt almost like walking on flat ground. His fingers dug into the rock, and with a slight exertion, he shot up a considerable distance. Looks like that eggshell really did supplement calcium. Lin Yuan was in a good mood. In just a few moves, he reached the opening. Before him, the view opened up. This was the middle section of the cliff, and outside lay the vast sea. It was already noon. The sunlight was blinding. Lin Yuan stood at the cave's entrance, taking a deep breath of the sea breeze, stretching his arms wide. I'm alive. Though the journey had been perilous and he almost lost his life, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. His hand was healed, he had acquired a pet, and on top of that, he had found a stash of miraculous medicine. Let's go home. Lin Yuan assessed the direction. It wasn't too far from the lighthouse. Walking along the coastline for a few kilometers would get him there. Lighthouse kitchen. The water in the pot bubbled, gently producing a reassuring sound. Lin Yuan stood in front of the pot, holding chopsticks, intently watching the activity within. There was still quite a bit of meat left from the purple rabbit, so he didn't bother with any cooking techniques this time. He simply boiled it in plain water, added a pinch of salt, and that was good enough. Mostly he was hungry. Cheap. A dissatisfied chirp came from the staircase. Lin Yuan didn't even turn his head, tapping the edge of the pot with his chopsticks twice. Shut up. On the post of the staircase railing, Xiaohong was tied up with a piece of cloth to the iron railing. This little bird, which had just been imperious in the underground cave and was ready to spit fire, now resembled a dog tied up at the door. It couldn't understand. How could a proud descendant of the vermilion bird end up in the hands of such a barbarian? Not only did it steal its companion eggshell as a snack, but now it was tied here with a rag, smelling the food. Cheap, cheap. I want to eat too. The little bird flapped its wings a couple of times, only to be pulled back by the rope, nearly face-planting. Lin Yuan picked up a piece of freshly boiled rabbit meat, blew on it to cool it down, and tossed it into his mouth. The purple meat was tender and had no fishy taste, instead carrying a fragrant aroma of grass, and would making Lin Yuan squint with satisfaction. Want to eat? Lin Yuan swallowed the meat in his mouth, turned to look at the little red bird. Xiaohong stopped struggling, stretching its neck, eagerly watching the piece of liver he was holding. Not giving it to you even if you want it. Lin Yuan twisted his wrist and stuffed the liver into his mouth, mumbling. You just hatched, your digestive system isn't ready. This meat is too tough. I'm afraid you won't digest it well. I'm doing this for your own good. Xiaohong was furious, its feathers bristling. For my own good. Why didn't you say that when you ate my eggshell? It opened its mouth to prepare to spit fire, and just as the red light flickered in its throat, Lin Yuan pointed his chopsticks at it. Dare to spit fire, and I'll throw you into the pot to stew. Lin Yuan's tone was calm, showing no sign of joking. Just right, this soup is lacking some wild flavor. The red light extinguished instantly. Xiaohong shrank its neck, feeling wronged, and lay back on the ground, burying its head in its wings, trying to avoid seeing anything. Lin Yuan chuckled and continued to deal with the meat in the pot. He had no reverence for this bird. Regardless of whether it was a divine beast or a freak in his eyes, it was either food reserves or a watchdog. At present, this little creature, while a bit temperamental, still seemed to know how to adapt to the situation. Life on this island was too dull. Having a living creature around for some entertainment wasn't bad. 200 meters away from the lighthouse, in the bushes, two massive heads cautiously peeked out. It's quiet now? The tiger lowered its voice, staring at the smoke rising from the lighthouse. That human must have returned. Next to it, a green snake coiled around a tree root, its tongue flickering in and out. That brat has such a lucky life. The green snake's voice was cold. Falling into the ice fire lair and still being able to come out alive is simply against the natural order. The tiger scratched at the ground with its claws, appearing somewhat anxious. What about that crazy woman? Did she not eat him? Who knows? The green snake's vertical pupils contracted. Logically, any creature that enters would be turned to ashes. Unless... The green snake paused. Unless the human was lucky enough to coincide with that crazy woman being asleep, or he never encountered her and just turned around at the cave entrance and climbed back out. This hypothesis was quite reasonable. If he had encountered that being, how could a human return unharmed to cook meat? That purple crystal heart. The tiger's breathing grew heavy. Since the human was alive and unburned, the treasure he had dug up from the rabbit must still be on him. It must be there. The green snake nodded affirmatively. That is the source of the big rabbit's power. Eating it would allow us to save at least 20 years of hard cultivation. Even, there's a chance to touch the threshold of taboo level. The words taboo level made the tiger's eyes turn red. Stuck on this broken island for so many years, suppressed by the laws, they were just slightly stronger than ordinary beasts. If they could evolve and break this layer of shackles, wouldn't they be able to roam freely in this vast world? They'll go kill him. The tiger growled, its hind leg muscles tensed, ready to charge out. Wait. The green snake flicked its tail, wrapping around one of the tiger's hind legs. You idiot, are you eager to reincarnate? The tiger turned its head, baring its teeth. Let go. It's just a human, or if he hadn't run fast before, he would have been in my belly by now. Now he's in there cooking, perfect for us to swallow, both him and his treasure. Use your brain. The green snake released its tail, scolding in frustration. That human may be weak, but he has a gun in his hand. Moreover, he was able to escape from there, and the fact that he even killed the big rabbit shows that this kid has some tricks up his sleeve. So what do you suggest? The tiger flicked its tail irritably. We ambush him. The green snake grinned sinisterly. He must think he is safe now, eating his meal with his guard down. We sneak up on him. You block the front door while I block the windows. At that time, the tiger bared its large teeth, revealing its fangs. I understand. As long as we prevent him from escaping into the sea, it will be easier to crush him than to squash an ant. The two giant beasts reached a consensus. They concealed their presence and, using the cover of bushes and rocks, stealthily approached the lighthouse. Although the tiger was massive, its feline instincts allowed it to land silently, its paw pads making no sound on the gravel. The green snake moved even more stealthily, its body blending seamlessly with the surrounding flora. 100 meters. 50 meters. 20 meters. The broken door that Lin Yuan had repaired was right in front of them. Through the gaps in the wood panels nailed to the door, light from the fire shone through, along with the mouth-watering aroma of cooked meat. The tiger crouched by the wall next to the door, signaling to the green snake. It pointed to the door, then pointed to itself, making a pounce gesture. The green snake nodded, slithering towards the side window. The window was 2 meters off the ground, which was nothing for it. It wound its way up the brick wall, slowly raising its upper body. As soon as it could see inside and confirm the position of that two-legged sheep, it would signal. At that point, the tiger would break the door, and it would shatter the window, launching a two-pronged attack, leaving the human no chance to escape. The green snake poked its head near the window. The glass was covered in dust and grease, making it hard to see clearly. It squinted its eyes, peering through a slightly cleaner area to look inside. The room was dimly lit. That human was sitting at the table, back turned, feasting heartily. At his feet lay a tattered hunting rifle. Completely defenseless, the green snake sneered coldly in its heart. Foolish two-legged sheep, even at the brink of death, still focused on eating. It shifted its gaze slightly, wanting to check for traps around. Then its attention fell on the staircase. There was something tied there. Red. Like a chicken. That chicken was lying on the ground, listlessly preening its feathers. Feeling the gaze from outside, it paused its movements and slowly turned its head. Two pairs of eyes met through a layer of dirty glass. The green snake saw those eyes clearly. Golden. Burning with fire. Hiss. It recognized those eyes. Even if it turned to ash, it would still recognize them. This was the master of the ice fire lair. The mad woman who made all the creatures on the island tremble in fear. How could she be here? How could she have shrunk so small? Most importantly, why was she tied up? Countless question marks exploded in the green snake's mind. Cheeps. Inside the tower, Xiao Hong froze, glancing down at its tightly bound ankle. It then looked outside at the long worm with a shocked expression. A wave of shame ignited its nerves. It had been seen. The proud ruler of the skies was actually seen in such a pathetic state by this lowly creature. Whoosh! Xiao Hong's red feathers flared out like a ball of fire. Cheap. Don't run. It'll burn you to a crisp. A sharp cry pierced through the glass, exploding in the night. The tiger, crouched at the door preparing to charge, was startled by the sound, shivering all over. Its limbs went weak and its head slammed heavily against the door frame. What was that noise? Before it could react, a muffled thud suddenly came from above. Following that, a shadow of blue fell from above, crashing heavily in front of it. It was the green snake. This ally, usually treacherous and cunning, was now curled up, trembling all over, hissing. What happened to you? The tiger was confused, whispering, Did you see a ghost? The green snake raised its head, eyes dazed, tremblingly spitting out a few words. Run. Run fast. Run my foot. The tiger was furious, slapping the green snake on the forehead. We're at the door, and you tell me to run. Did that human discover us, eh? No. It's not a human. The green snake's teeth chattered. It's that. A dull thud echoed, causing the entire lighthouse to tremble. The old hinges groaned, and dust fell from above the doorframe, landing perfectly into the bowl of soup that Lin Yuan had yet to set down. Lin Yuan's chopstick froze midair. Something was amiss. Was someone there? His first thought was of the person who had come to settle a score with him. He held his breath and crouched slightly. His right hand reached for the corner of the table, grasping the shotgun. Click. Lin Yuan disengaged the safety, his index finger resting on the trigger, his footsteps light, as he cautiously approached the front door. He was still 3 meters away from the door. Lin Yuan halted, pressing his back against the wall, ears perked up. There was movement outside. Huff. Huff. The sound came from behind the door, sending chills down his spine. Immediately after, a slightly sharp voice slipped through the crack of the door. Run. Run fast. Lin Yuan's grip on the gun tightened. Someone was talking. But why did that voice sound so strange? Then another coarse voice chimed in. What the hell are you talking about? You're telling me to run when we're already at the door. Has that human found us? Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. Were there two of them? From the tone, it sounded like they were coming for him, and they had already been watching him from the shadows. No, it's not a human. The sharp voice trembled. It's that. That what? A single human has scared you this much, you worthless piece of trash. The coarse voice interrupted, dripping with disdain. This room only smells of meat, aside from that there's nothing of note. Just a two-legged sheep, or if it hadn't run fast before it would have been in my belly by now. Now I'll swallow both the human and the treasure together. Swallow it. Two-legged sheep. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. This sounded like members of some extreme cannibal organization, but the non-human quality in that voice was too strong. He took a deep breath, adjusting his state of mind. No matter what it was, if it wanted to eat people, it better be prepared for broken teeth. Lin Yuan turned sideways, slightly elevating the gun barrel, aiming at the door crack. He peered out through the gap between the door panels. Outside, there was no sign of thugs or cannibal tribes. Only an enormous yellow and black head was present. It was the fierce tiger that had hunted him down before. At this moment, the tiger stood upright, its front paws grasping the doorframe, its eyes peering through another crack into the room. At the tiger's feet, a green snake coiled on the ground, raising its head and hissing in a sharp voice. Don't go. Really don't go. The green snake was desperately trying to dissuade. Damn. The string in Lin Yuan's mind, named materialism, snapped at that moment. Were the tiger and the snake talking? Wasn't it forbidden for them to become sentient after the founding of the nation? Was the radiation on this island off the charts? Monsters. Lin Yuan cursed under his breath, his body reacting faster than his mind. Since they weren't human, there was no need to talk about laws and morals. He dashed out from behind the wall, the shotgun, but pressed firmly against his shoulder, the barrel aimed directly at the door. Bang! The barrel erupted with a burst of flame, the smell of gunpowder filling the air. The tiger outside reacted incredibly fast. As Lin Yuan emerged, its fur bristled, and the primal instincts of a beast made it jerk its head to the side. Crack! Hundreds of iron pellets erupted, blasting half of the door into a beehive. Roar! Although it avoided a fatal hit, a few pellets grazed the tiger's cheek, drawing blood. The intense pain did not make the tiger retreat, but rather ignited its ferocity. Seeking death, it roared, the sound deafening. The tiger disregarded everything, its hind leg muscles tensed as it crashed into the wobbling door. Boom! The already weak door lock shattered instantly. The door burst open, rushing straight towards Lin Yuan's face. Two-legged sheep. I'll crush your bones. The tiger's massive body squeezed into the doorway. A fetid wind struck him. The stench, accumulated from years of feasting on flesh, nearly made him gag. The green snake beside it did not follow to assist. With a flick of its tail, it sharply exclaimed, "Fool! If you're seeking death, don't drag me down with you." After saying this, the green snake actually fled frantically into the nearby bushes. But at this moment, the tiger could not care less. The meat was right in front of it. It represented its hope for evolution, the key to dominating this island. Die! A tiger paw the size of a wash basin slammed down towards Lin Yuan. If it landed, it would crush not only a human, but even stone into dust. Lin Yuan did not stand his ground. He had already prepared to retreat when he opened fire. His feet slipped, and he glided back 2 meters, narrowly avoiding that fatal swipe. Thud! The tiger paw struck the concrete floor, creating a shallow pit with debris flying. This beast had incredible strength. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, remaining calm. He quickly retreated to the staircase area, where the space was narrow, making it difficult for the larger opponent to maneuver effectively. You want to eat me? Lin Yuan continued, changing his ammunition swiftly. At that moment, the tiger had completely squeezed into the doorway. However, due to its massive size and the narrow frame, its shoulders were stuck on either side. Roar! The tiger struggled fiercely, attempting to force its way inside. It lifted its head, ready to lock onto that damned human and bite off his neck. However, at that instant, as it raised its head, its gaze landed on the railing beside the staircase. There, a small bird entirely red was tied by a cloth strip around its neck. It was pecking at the tiles on the ground with an annoyed expression, venting its frustration for not being able to eat meat. Hearing the noise, the bird lifted its head and casually glanced at the tiger. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The tiger's massive mouth hung open, its roar abruptly cut off. The ferocity of the king of the forest dissipated in an instant. It was it. It truly was it. The tiger's brain short-circuited. A sense of absurdity overwhelmed its perception. What on earth was this human? Was he keeping this crazy woman as a pet? The tiger's limbs began to tremble uncontrollably. It wanted to run. Even swimming back to the sea to feed sharks was 1,000 times better than staying here. But its legs turned to jelly. It was the suppression from deep within its bloodline that left it unable to lift its paws. Click! A soft sound broke the silence. Lin Yuan closed the chamber of the shotgun. He didn't know why the tiger suddenly wore a ghostly expression. Was it stuck? Or maybe it had a stroke. Who cares? Take advantage of your illness to kill you. Lin Yuan raised the gun, the stock pressed against his shoulder again. This time the distance was less than 2 meters. There was no way he could miss, even with his eyes closed. In your next life, be a good tiger. Lin Yuan murmured, the barrel firmly aimed at the tiger's head. The tiger looked desperately at the dark hole of the gun barrel. It wanted to say, "I'm sorry, big guy, I'll leave right now. I'm a national first-class protected animal. But fear made its throat spasm, only able to produce a sound like, ha-ha. Boom. The second shot rang out, exploding in the space. The immense kinetic energy shattered the tiger's eye socket. Blood mixed with brain matter erupted like a fountain, splattering all over the doorframe. Yeah. The scream pierced the night sky. The tiger thrashed about like a mad creature. Perhaps it was a surge of survival instinct, or perhaps that shot severed some nerve within it. It truly pulled itself out of the doorway. Its massive body staggered back, rolling twice on the ground. Its remaining eye was covered in blood, unable to see anything clearly. It dared not linger, hastily discerning the direction and scrambling deep into the dense forest. Deep within the dense forest, a cerulean shadow swiftly glided across the ground. Hiss! The green serpent flicked its tongue, glancing back towards the direction of the lighthouse. There was no sound coming from that direction, only the sound of raindrops hitting the leaves. It stopped beside the roots of an ancient tree, coiling its body into a circle, its vertical pupils filled with lingering fear. The previous scene had truly excited the serpent's heart. That bird. Yet even the top predator on this island had to detour around the active volcano. Usually if it felt even slightly unhappy, half the island would suffer. But what happened? It was tied up by that two-legged sheep with a rag and had to stand guard. That foolish tiger is doomed this time. The green serpent shook its head, shaking off the fear and replacing it with a chilling calculation. It understood that tiger all too well. Its mind was filled with nothing but muscle and slaughter. Although the gunshot had sounded, it might not necessarily have killed it outright. However, having provoked someone who could treat the divine bird like a pet, could it expect anything good? Even if it didn't die, it would lose a layer of skin. That's fine. The green serpent opened its mouth, revealing two venomous fangs. That foolish tiger has occupied the ironwood forest for so long, but should have stepped aside long ago. If it dies there, all the blood essence mines it has hidden in its den will belong to me. With this thought, the green serpent ceased to flee. It was even a bit tempted to hum a little tune. As long as it didn't provoke that perverse human life on this island, could continue. It flicked its tail and turned towards the ironwood forest on the west side of the island. That was the tiger's lair, and now it was its own. Roar! At that moment, the fierce tiger was stumbling through the forest in a frenzy. Half of its face was covered in blood, and one eye had become a gory pit. Damn longworm. It tricked me, and that damn two-legged sheep. It cursed furiously in its heart. If it hadn't been for that snake warning it about the disaster inside, how could it have charged and unprepared? But as it ran, a chill and confusion surged up its heart. Something was wrong. Very wrong. The previous group of armored humans wielding those loud, fiery weapons had felt like mere tickles against its body, not even capable of breaking through its skin. Yet that one guarding the door had clearly been wielding a broken stick resembling a firewood. How could such a thing possibly shatter its eye? This was completely illogical. The rain fell harder. The rainwater washed over its wounds, slightly relieving the burning sensation. The fierce tiger slowed its pace, panting heavily. It glanced back over its shoulder. That disaster should not have followed right. Normally, when prey drives away a predator, it would choose to hide in its den, thankful for surviving. What kind of logic was there in turning around to hunt it down? Crack! A crisp sound amidst the rain was not very noticeable, but the remaining ear of the fierce tiger twitched. It crouched low, its nostrils flaring. The wind carried a mix of earthy scents, the dampness of rain, and a sweat smell belonging to that two-legged sheep. The fierce tiger's single eye shrank suddenly. Had it come after it? That madman really had followed. A feeling of unprecedented humiliation surged up. It was the king of beasts, the ruler of this jungle. When had it come to the point of being chased like a rabbit by a human? Good. The fierce tiger let out a low growl from its throat, a precursor to extreme anger. Since you seek death, don't blame me for being ruthless. This area was too close to the lighthouse. The terrain was open and not suitable for ambush. But as long as it entered the valley ahead into its territory, there the strange stones jutted out along with those bizarre plants. As long as it could lure this human in, relying on its familiarity with the terrain, even missing an eye, it could still snap this little one's throat. The fierce tiger no longer hesitated, dragging its injured body and deliberately leaving a series of disordered and obvious footprints in the mud running deep into the valley. Splash! The rain intensified and the large raindrops stung as they hit its face. Lin Yuan wiped the water off his face, and the liberation shoes on his feet squelched as they sank into a muddy puddle. He held a double-barreled shotgun in his hand and had a fong dagger strapped to his waist. This beast has quite a long bloodline. Lin Yuan glanced down at the bloodstains on the ground. Although the rainwater had diluted the traces, that stench couldn't dissipate. Additionally, since the tiger was probably panicking, it had broken several bushes along the way, practically providing him with a navigation guide. If it were before in such weather and environment, he wouldn't have dared to step outside, even if he was killed. But now it was different. Ever since he had eaten that eggshell and been massaged by that group of rabbits, his senses had become frighteningly acute. Darkness no longer posed an obstacle for him. Instead, it felt like a gray filter, allowing him to see clearly everything around him. I understand the principle of not pursuing a desperate enemy, but I definitely cannot let the tiger go back to its mountain. This creature holds grudges. If I don't kill it today, what if it comes back to tear down my door while I'm sleeping tomorrow? My door cannot withstand a second round of trouble. Moreover, since this tiger and that snake can speak, they must be a spirit monster. Spirit monsters are full of treasures. That rabbit was able to dig out a purple crystal. This tiger, being so large, surely could dig out a diamond, right? With this thought, Lin Yuan quickened his pace. Rustle. A tree beside him suddenly moved. It wasn't the kind of shaking caused by the wind. A branch silently swung towards Lin Yuan's neck. The motion was extremely discreet, perfectly fitting into Lin Yuan's blind spot as he stepped. If it were an ordinary person, that strike would definitely snap their neck. But Lin Yuan didn't even turn his head. He merely sensed something blocking his path, and without looking drew out his dagger with his left hand and swung it backward. Swish! The branch as thick as a wrist snapped in response. Green sap gushed from the broken end, hitting the ground with a hissing, corrosive sound. The wind is really strong. Even the branches are blown off. Lin Yuan complained as he kicked aside the broken branch. He never considered the notion that trees could attack humans. After all, how could trees move? It must have been the wind, and with his increased strength he accidentally broke it. The other branches that had been restless before suddenly froze in unison after witnessing this. This human was not to be trifled with. Lin Yuan was completely unaware of this. He only felt that the path in this forest was becoming increasingly difficult to traverse, but it only solidified his judgment. The path is so difficult, yet I still have to press on, or it seems to be the tiger's den. Since it was the den, it had to be taken down. After pursuing for about 10 more minutes, the terrain ahead suddenly opened up. It was a vast valley. Steep cliffs lined both sides, while strange rocks jutted from the center. Rainwater pooled in the low areas, forming small puddles. Lin Yuan stopped, hiding behind a giant rock peeking inside. The trees here had changed. They were no longer the ordinary broadleaf forest, but rather trees that were completely black and resembled iron. The trunks bore patterns that faintly glowed in the rainy night. Black-veined ironwood. Lin Yuan recalled the name he had heard earlier on the communicator. Those poachers had come for this stuff. He reached out to touch the trunk of a nearby tree. Looks quite valuable. Lin Yuan pondered, planning that once he dealt with the tiger, it wouldn't be bad to sell 2 of these as scrap metal. Roar! A deep growl echoed from within the stone forest. The sound reverberated throughout the valley, making it hard to pinpoint the direction. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the gun. Don't hide anymore, he shouted, his voice carrying far into the rainy night. Come out, let's settle this quickly. I don't have time to play hide and seek with you. In response, there was a profound silence. Then suddenly, thud, 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 the heavy footsteps echoed. The fierce tiger slowly emerged from behind a rock. Behind it, the black-veined ironwoods began to shift, slowly sealing off Lin Yuan's escape route. The fierce tiger bared its bloodied fangs. Human, do you really think I fled because I was afraid of you? It scratched the ground with its front paw, etching grooves into the black rock. Entering my ironwood forest, even if that crazy woman came, she would have to shed a layer of skin. Let alone you, a two-legged sheep relying solely on external force. The rain fell increasingly heavier, pounding against the tree trunks with no echo whatsoever. Lin Yuan glanced back. The path he had just taken was gone. Those black-veined ironwood trees blocked the valley's entrance tightly. Impressive, Lin Yuan thought, feeling a chill in his heart. Even the trees can move. Is there nothing scientifically sound on this island? He tightened his grip on the hunting rifle, its stock soaked with rainwater. The ferocious tiger in front of him did not rush forward. Its single eye glinted with a cruel light, as if it were enjoying the final struggles of its prey. Run! The tiger's throat emitted a voice that was disturbingly human. Why aren't you running anymore? With every step it took, the branches of the black tree swayed, as if cheering it on. Lin Yuan had nowhere to retreat, and decided he wouldn't. He lowered the rifle, staring at the tiger. I mean, we don't really have much of a grudge, do we? You broke into my home, and I shot you. That's called self-defense. If you let me pass now, I want demand compensation for that broken door lock you caused. Compensation? The massive tiger shook its body, its anger visible. Come at me with your life. As soon as the words left its mouth, it sprang into action. Despite its large size, the beast moved with astonishing speed. With its foreclaws pushing off the ground, mud and water splashed everywhere as it charged straight at Lin Yuan. He raised his hand and fired. Bang! The distance was too close, there was no need to aim. But the tiger had learned well. In the split second before the gun fired, it suddenly turned sideways, using the rock to leap into the air. The bullet struck the black tree behind it, sparking a shower of sparks and leaving only a few white marks. So tough, Lin Yuan cursed inwardly. Before he could reload, a foul wind swept overhead. The tiger descended from the sky, its sharp claws reaching directly for his head. Lin Yuan had no time to change bullets, and could only cross his rifle defensively bracing for impact. Crack! That double-barreled shotgun which had accompanied him for many days broke into two like a fragile egg. The tremendous impact jolted through his arm, sending Lin Yuan flying back 4 or 5 meters, crashing heavily against a black tree. Cough! A sweet taste filled his throat, and his internal organs trembled. If it had been before, this blow would have broken his spine. But now, aside from the pain, he felt only a bit of discomfort. This skin is truly thick. Lin Yuan slid down against the tree trunk, grimacing as he rubbed his chest. The tiger landed and looked at Lin Yuan, who was still alive, its single eye flashing with surprise. But the surprise quickly vanished, replaced by a more intense killing intent. Let's see how much you can endure. It pounced once more. At the same time, Lin Yuan sensed something was wrong behind him. The black tree he had been leaning against was stirring. Several branches drooped down, wrapping around his neck and limbs. With a tiger in front and a strange tree behind, they were intent on putting him to death. Lin Yuan had no time to think, and with his right hand, he swiped at his waist. The dagger made from wild boar tusks slipped into his palm. Get lost. Without looking back, he swung the knife behind him. Swish. The hard branches were like tofu in front of the tusked dagger. The cut was smooth and green sap gushed out. The strange tree emitted a mournful cry, its remaining branches thrashing wildly before retreating. Lin Yuan rolled forward, evading the tiger's attack. He half knelt in the muddy ground, gripping the bone knife tightly, gasping for breath. The tiger missed its strike, its claws digging into the ground, leaving deep gouges. It turned around, staring intently at the dagger in Lin Yuan's hand, its nose twitching. There was a familiar scent on the dagger. It belonged to that pig. Did you kill that pig? The tiger's voice grew deeper. Are you talking about the one that looked quite robust? Lin Yuan shook off the green juice from the knife and stood up. That meat was quite tough, stuck in my teeth. Looking for death. The tiger fixed its gaze on the bone knife in Lin Yuan's hand, anger boiling in its eyes. It did not care about the pig's fate on this island. It was survival of the fittest. What drove it mad was that the wild boar had been its prey for a full 6 months. It had spared it to wait for the pig's blood energy to reach its peak, hoping to help it break through its shackles. In the end, it was intercepted by this two-legged sheep. It let out a roar. Roar! With this tiger's roar, the surrounding black-veined ironwood trees trembled in unison. The patterns on the trunks glowed red, and the roots underground began to churn. The ground beneath Lin Yuan's feet shook as several tree roots burst out, stabbing towards him like spears. This is cheating. He dodged left and right in a sorry state. He slashed at the approaching roots with the dagger, while also keeping an eye out for the tiger, which was ready to ambush at any moment. Rainwater mixed with mud blurred his vision. His stamina was rapidly depleting. If this continued, he would be exhausted to death here. The tiger stood atop a rock, looking down at the struggling Lin Yuan. It did not rush down, it was waiting. Waiting for the moment this human would be drained of strength. Behind it, a concealed tree hole emitted a faint red glow. That was the core of this ironwood forest, and also the source of its power, the blood essence mine. It was channeling the power of the mine to control the forest. Almost there. The tiger observed Lin Yuan, whose movements were slowing down. It crouched low, its hind leg muscles tensing, preparing for the final strike. At that moment, a faint sound of wind breaking came from the direction of the tree hole, masked by the sound of the storm. The tiger's ears twitched. Who? It instinctively turned its head. There, a green shadow had stealthily approached the entrance of the tree hole. It was the green snake. The one that had just been yelling for everyone to run was now gaping, its mouth wide, biting down on the blood essence mine inside the tree hole. Hiss! Thanks, stupid cat. The green snake held the stone, its voice muffled, but the pride in it could not be concealed. The tiger's mind went blank with a buzz. That was its lifeline. It was its hope of controlling the ironwood forest and even evolving into a forbidden-level beast in the future. How dare you? The tiger let out a heart-rending roar, its voice altering in pitch. It could not care less about Lin Yuan below. It turned to pounce on the green snake. In its anger and panic, the tiger exposed a flaw. Its entire back and side were completely vulnerable. And Lin Yuan below, although unaware of what had just happened, he knew one thing: the tiger was distracted. What a good opportunity. Without hesitation, he gathered strength in his legs, stepping on a newly protruded root and leaping up. In midair, he reversed the grip on the tusked dagger. His target, the major artery in the tiger's neck. Thud! A muffled sound echoed as the blade plunged into flesh. The dagger pierced through the tiger's fur and embedded itself in its neck. The tiger's body stiffened. Its motion to pounce on the green snake halted midair. Pain and suffocation overwhelmed its consciousness. It wanted to turn back to kill this human who had ambushed it. But Lin Yuan never gave it a chance. He gripped the hilt tightly, using the weight of his falling body to pull downward with force. Open up for me. Sizzle. The tiger's neck was forcibly slit open. Blood gushed out, staining half of Lin Yuan's body red. Gurgle. Gurgle. The tiger made gurgling sounds from its throat. Its body shook twice, eyes filled with unwillingness and disbelief. It did not die in a fight with its own kind, nor did it perish in a natural disaster. In the end, it died at the hands of a human it considered food alongside a traitorous snake. Boom. The massive tiger body fell heavily, crashing into the mud and splashing water everywhere. The surrounding trees upon the tiger's fall instantly drooped, falling silent. Lin Yuan jumped down from the tiger's corpse, wiping the blood off his face. Warm. Smelly. Lin Yuan did not stop. He had no time to care if the splattered tiger blood had blinded his eyes, nor did he feel like enjoying the afterglow of victory. The creatures on this island had surprisingly tough lives. Just now the tiger could still think about pouncing on the snake after receiving a cut to its neck. Who knew if it was pretending to be dead to prepare a big move now? Taking advantage of your illness to take your life and ensuring you die thoroughly. Lin Yuan stepped on the still twitching tiger's head and pulled out the now blood-soaked tusked dagger. Thud. He stabbed fiercely into the tiger's heart. Once. Thud. He pulled it out and stabbed into the tiger's temple. Twice. Thud. 3 times. Until the tiger's body completely ceased twitching and turned into a pile of dead meat. Lin Yuan finally stopped. He gasped for breath, looking at the corpse beneath him, riddled with holes, its heart still beating violently in its chest. He won. This time he truly won. He straightened up, shaking off the blood droplets from the dagger and looking up at the direction where the tiger had wanted to pounce. There a green shadow was frozen at the entrance of the tree hole. The green snake coiled around a branch, its mouth bulging, obviously stuffed with something. It had originally wanted to slip away amidst the chaos, but was stunned by Lin Yuan's cruel method of dealing with the tiger's corpse. Man and snake locked eyes through the curtain of rain. The green snake's vertical pupils contracted. It glanced at the tiger lying in a pool of blood, and then at the blood-soaked human holding the bone knife. Fear. It was a more visceral fear than when it had seen that bird outside the lighthouse. This human was too ruthless. That knife, just now, was swift, accurate, and vicious, with not a hint of hesitation. He was a natural-born butcher. Hiss. The green snake did not dare to linger. It had originally intended to take advantage of the situation, but now that it had the item in hand, and the tiger was dead, if it didn't flee, it would be the next one to be disemboweled. It took a deep look at Lin Yuan, flicked its tail, and transformed into a streak of green light, disappearing into the depths of the dense forest. The speed was so fast that Lin Yuan didn't even have a chance to raise his knife. Runs pretty fast, Lin Yuan did not pursue. His limbs felt somewhat weak. Forget it, don't chase a cornered enemy. He comforted himself. After all, the biggest threat had been eliminated. He lowered his gaze at the tiger, which was larger than a water buffalo. The skin, although ripped with a large gash, was still sufficient to make a blanket. The bones, if used to brew wine, would probably be more potent than that wild boar. And the meat. Lin Yuan swallowed, his stomach appropriately growling. Since it's here, don't waste it. He crouched down, first pulling out the dagger and wiping the blood on the tiger's skin. Then he began to dismember. Just as he was slicing open the tiger's belly, ding. The knife tip struck something hard. Lin Yuan halted his movements. Another stone. He reached in, feeling around, and pulled out a black crystal. This crystal did not have the beauty of the previous purple one from the rabbit. It was entirely black, with only a thin golden line running through the middle. Holding it in his hand, it felt heavy and had a cooling sensation. Are all the animals on this island prone to forming stones? Lin Yuan mumbled, rinsing the black crystal in the rainwater. Tiger Sha Ningxing is the master of weapons. The familiar voice echoed in his mind again. Lin Yuan's hand trembled, nearly dropping the stone. That prompt sound again. Master of weapons. Lin Yuan looked at the black stone in his hand, then at the dagger in his other hand. He tried bringing the stone close to the dagger. Nothing happened. What a mysterious thing. Lin Yuan shook his head and tucked the black stone into his pocket, placing it alongside the pile of eggshells. No matter what it was, he would take it back first. The rain gradually lightened. Lin Yuan spent nearly an hour processing the most valuable parts of the tiger. A tiger skin, 4 tiger teeth, and several dozen pounds of choice pork. As for the rest, he simply couldn't carry it. He wrapped the meat in the tiger's skin and slung it over his shoulder. This weight was no less than 100 pounds, but he did not find it too burdensome. Homeward bound, Lin Yuan glanced back at the dead, quiet ironwood forest. Without the tiger's control, the trees were just a bit strange. They no longer attacked him. He turned and walked back, stepping deep and shallow. As he was leaving the valley, he did not notice. Behind him, among the mountain of tiger bones and remains, several black roots quietly emerged. They pierced into the remaining blood and flesh like straws. Glug, glug. The sound of sucking was barely audible in the rainy night. The patterns on the black-veined ironwood began to turn bright red little by little. On the island of the abandoned gods at the first level of the lighthouse. After the rain, the sky cleared and the moonlight began to emerge. Lin Yuan sat on the ground, a frown etched on his face. Before him lay a double-barreled shotgun broken in two. Though this gun was old and its rifling worn down, it was still a firearm, providing a sense of security in his hands. Now, however, it was broken by the paw of that dead old tiger. The barrel and stock were completely separated, the metal joint twisted and deformed. Reassembling it would require professional welding equipment. Oh my truth! Lin Yuan felt a pang of heartache. Can it be glued back? He rummaged through a pile of junk for a while, eventually finding a roll of electrical tape and half a tube of dried-up superglue. He attempted to align the broken barrel with the stock, wrapping it with tape several times. It was loose and wobbly. When he picked it up and shook it, the barrel drooped down like it had some kind of functional impairment. Sigh. Lin Yuan sighed, tossing the lump of scrap metal on the ground. It seemed he could only use it as a fire stick now. He pulled out the black stone he had excavated from the tiger's belly. After cleaning it, this thing looked quite exquisite. It was entirely black, non-reflective, with only a golden line in the center that gleamed occasionally. Is this a stone or a tumor? Lin Yuan tossed the stone in his hand. Xiao Hong was curled up in the corner, though the ropes on its feet had already been untied. It showed no intention of escaping. When Lin Yuan took out the black stone, Xiao Hong, who had been dozing off, opened its eyes. Chirp. It was the tiger demon. A creature imbued with the essence of battle and slaughter. Mere contact with this object could drive ordinary creatures mad or even kill them outright. But so what? The man before it could even munch on its own eggshell like a potato chip, let alone grabbing it with his hands. Even if Lin Yuan were to swallow this stone whole, it would probably just roll its eyes and remark, "This human has a good bite." Talking about common sense in front of this freak. That would be an insult to the word freak. Xiao Hong buried its head into its wings, choosing to ignore the situation. Whatever, I'm tired. Lin Yuan heard Xiao Hong make a sound, thinking it wanted to do something. But the bird just changed its posture, too lazy to tease it. He was pondering the use of this stone. It looks quite hard. Can it be used as a hammer? He tried to hit the broken barrel with the black stone. Clang, clang. The sound was crisp. No reaction. It's just a piece of junk stone. Lin Yuan felt a bit disappointed. Just as he was about to toss this waste back into his pocket, his finger inadvertently pressed on the golden line in the middle of the stone. At the same time, his other hand was gripping the shotgun barrel. Zing! A sharp pain shot through his fingertip. Lin Yuan's hand jerked. The black stone did not fall, it actually melted and flowed along Lin Yuan's finger towards the broken shotgun. What the hell? Is it leaking? Lin Yuan was startled. His first thought was that the stone contained some corrosive liquid. He tried to shake it off, but the black liquid clung tightly to his hand and the shotgun barrel. In the blink of an eye, all the black liquid had seeped into the cracks of the barrel. Immediately thereafter, an astonishing scene unfolded before his eyes. The twisted and deformed metal connector began to automatically repair itself under the wrapping of the black liquid. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound of metal growing was oddly satisfying. In less than 3 seconds, a brand new double-barreled shotgun, entirely black, with dark golden tiger stripes, appeared in Lin Yuan's hands. The barrel was thicker than before, with a faint aura of malice emanating from the muzzle. Xiao Hong in the corner lifted its eyelids to take a glance, then buried its head back in its wings. As expected, it knew it would be like this. Using malice to reforge mundane iron, turning decay into divine weapons. Did this human just casually use it? Was this reasonable? Compared to Xiao Hong's reaction, Lin Yuan was simply dumbfounded as he looked at the shotgun in his hands, which was as good as new and even had a fresh coat of paint. He tried to twist the barrel. It didn't budge. Extremely sturdy. This? Lin Yuan blinked, his meager knowledge of chemistry racing in his mind. In the end, he arrived at a conclusion he deemed highly scientific. This is epoxy resin. No wonder the tiger got a bad stomach. It turns out it swallowed a piece of high-concentration industrial resin glue. He had heard that some powerful adhesives, once cured, were harder than steel and could even fill gaps automatically. This black stone, upon melting, evidently served as glue, fixing the broken gun. What luck! Lin Yuan happily held up the gun, taking a shooting stance. The feel was extraordinary. The balance was perfect, the grip fit his hand, and even the weight was just right. Not only is it glued back together, but it also has a layer of coating, making it look brand new. Lin Yuan lovingly caressed the dark golden patterns on the gun. Click! He skillfully opened the chamber, wanting to check if it was blocked. The interior of the chamber was smooth, even cleaner than before. Holding the gun with one hand, he even attempted a not-so-smooth gun flourish. The sense of unity between man and gun made him a bit giddy. As his gaze shifted, it landed on the pile of red in the corner. Feeling playful, Lin Yuan suddenly turned around, resting the stock against his shoulder, aiming the muzzle at the dozing Xiao Hong. Don't move. Raise your wings. Chirp. Xiao Hong, which had been curled up, felt a sense of malice rushing towards it. On the barrel, the dark golden tiger stripes seemed to come alive, roaring at it. Xiao Hong's feathers fluffed up, each strand standing on end and the bird expanded to twice its original size, resembling a Red Sea urchin. This madman. He wanted to kill the bird to silence it. Seeing Xiao Hong's terrified expression, Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. All right, I was just joking. He put away the gun, casually leaning it against the table leg, shaking his head in disappointment. Come on, you're a rare breed that can breathe fire. How come you're more timid than that rabbit? Even a broken shotgun can scare you like this. Xiao Hong stared at the artifact casually thrown on the ground, its heart bleeding. Broken shotgun. The malice condensed on it could disperse anomalies below the weird level. Okay. Lin Yuan had no time to worry about the psychological trauma of a bird. After messing around all night, killing tigers, and repairing guns, the little bit of food in his stomach had long been consumed. The pot that had been cooking rabbit meat was now filled with additional ingredients. Several large chunks of tiger rib skin and all were boiling in the broth. Lin Yuan ladled a full bowl, not caring about the heat, and picked up a trembling piece of fatty meat to take a bite. The tiger meat was tender and not greasy, melting in his mouth, offering a richness and texture that was a step up from the previous rabbit meat. As the meat went down, it felt like he had taken a shot of strong liquor, warming him all over. Comfortable, Lin Yuan exclaimed in delight, digging in hungrily. On the third underground level of the Anomaly Handling Bureau CACD in the Dragon Kingdom, in the Identification Department, the airtight door opened, releasing a puff of white mist. Zhao Ye walked out holding Lin Yuan's pig-toothed dagger, looking bewildered. Team leader. A researcher rushed out behind her, waving a piece of paper, staggering as his glasses nearly flew off. This is impossible. There must be a data error. The researcher presented the report to Zhao Ye, pointing at a glaring red value, his finger trembling. The Mo's hardness is unmeasurable. The diamonds are only 10 points. Zhao Ye did not look at the report. She was fixated on the dagger in her hand. Just 5 minutes ago, this dagger had cut through the hardest containment-level alloy plate in the Bureau, leaving a smooth cut with no resistance. Not only that, the researcher swallowed hard. The biological tissue residue on it shows it came from a juvenile abyssal horror demon pig. Who could pull out its tusks and turn them into this crude fruit knife? Zhao Ye sheathed the dagger back into her tactical sheath. What if I told you this was just a casual creation of that person? The researcher was stunned, his mouth agape, unable to make a sound for a long time. A casual creation, using the bones of a weird-level monster as a craft project. Lin Yuan. Zhao Ye murmured this name. In the photo on the data, the young man smiled innocently, wearing a yellow uniform from a delivery service, holding a portion of spicy hot pot. No matter how you looked at it, he seemed to be an ordinary young man still worrying about rent. What exactly are you? Zhao Ye felt an unprecedented tear in her understanding. Either the entire intelligence network of the world was blind, or this Lin Yuan himself was the greatest anomaly wrapped in human skin. Woo! Woo! The alarm sounded unexpectedly. A level 1 battle readiness alarm. Zhao Ye reined in her emotions, her eyes returning to rationality. She pressed the communicator at her ear. This is Zhao Ye reporting the situation. Report. The confiscated warehouses at Jeanport, Huport, and 3 other coastal ports are simultaneously experiencing riots. Riots? Smugglers? No, it's the wood. It's those black-veined ironwood. They have come to life. Ordinary flamethrowers are completely ineffective. Requesting support. Requesting. Zing. The communication was cut off. Zhao Ye's pupils constricted. What exactly was happening? She suppressed the shock and issued an order. Deploy the nearest Awakeners squad to suppress the situation. Authorize the use of special incendiary grenades. Her intuition told her. Could this incident be related to Lin Yuan? In Jing'an at the 7th cargo terminal. Boom! A container was hurled into the air, its metal twisted, and the cargo scattered across the ground. Amidst the smoke and rain, a silver flash appeared. Zhao Ye vanished, then reappeared in midair, her long legs leaving a fleeting shadow as her toes touched a black tree root that had just emerged from the ground. Cut! She uttered a single word. The thick black vein ironwood, as sturdy as alloy, was severed at the base. Don't let it regenerate. Lei Ming, push it back. Zhao Ye landed, her figure not pausing as she flickered several meters away. Roar! A roar responded to her. At the front of the team, a giant man, over 2 meters tall, tore his clothes apart. His skin exhibited a sickly hue, with several tumors bulging from his spine, which then burst, covering his body in a black carapace. The implant Lei Ming. He had assimilated the genetic fragments of the shield-armored earth dragon, possessing abnormal defensive power and strength at the cost of gradually losing his sanity, with each use slipping towards ferality. Lei Ming crossed his arms, the carapace on them 3 inches thick, withstanding a tree trunk that swept towards him. Clang! The sound of the impact shook the eardrums of those nearby. The cement ground beneath Lei Ming cracked, his feet sinking half a foot into the ground, but he did not retreat. Give it to me, cut. His eyes were bloodshot, his large hands gripping the tree trunk tightly, muscles bulging as he used sheer force to break the writhing trunk. Green sap splattered on his face, emitting wisps of white smoke. I can't hold on, this thing is too powerful. Lei Ming gasped heavily, his voice rough. Has Lao Bei's talisman not been ready yet? I'm about to collapse. 10 meters behind him, a middle-aged man in traditional Chinese attire stood firmly gripping a copper coin. The inheritor Bai Zhe. He came from an ancient family of sorcerers requiring no genetic modification or awakening of abilities, relying instead on the forbidden objects passed down through generations to harness the power of rules. What's the rush? This thing belongs to the wood element, yet contains the aura of gold and iron. Ordinary fire can't extinguish it. Bai Zhe's forehead beaded with cold sweat as he threw the copper coin into the air. Seal. The copper coin exploded in a burst of golden light, transforming into a chain that heavily pressed down on the rampaging trunk of the monstrous tree. Now's the time. Team leader. Bai Zhe shouted, his face pale. He need not remind her. Zhao Ya's figure had already appeared above the trunk of the monstrous tree. She held her right hand in a fist, waving it down towards the trunk. Spatial razor blade. A fine line appeared in the air, slicing through the trunk. The 10-meter-tall mutated black vein ironwood split in two. Crash. The enormous treetop collapsed, crashing into the mud. Is it over? Lei Ming sat down heavily on the ground, the carapace on him slowly receding, revealing blood-soaked skin. Damn, it is this just a clever mission. The hardness of this tree is almost comparable to that of a Blevel anomalous creature. Bai Zhe picked up the copper coin from the ground, wiping the mud off with pain. Something's off. Zhao Ye did not let her guard down. She stood on top of the container, raindrops sliding down her tactical goggles. From her strike, she had severed the life force of this tree. Yet the sensation it gave her felt less like an independent entity and more like a tentacle of some massive creature. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly an alarm sounded in her tactical earpiece. It was the sound of the energy detector being overloaded. Team leader. Underground energy reactions are surging. The readings are off the charts. Hurry, run. The voice of the logistics communication team member was filled with panic. What? Zhao Ya's heart sank. Before she could issue a retreat order. Rumble. The entire 7th cargo terminal began to shake violently. The ground rolled like ocean waves and countless fissures spread in the torrential rain. Run, run. Zhao Ye shouted, her figure flickering as she grabbed Bai Zhe, ready to initiate a spatial jump. Too late. Puff, puff, puff. Countless black spikes erupted from the ground. Dozens of black vein ironwoods simultaneously awakened at that moment. They tore through the cement ground, overturned containers, transforming a 500-meter radius into a forest. It's over. Lei Ming looked at the densely packed trunks around him, despairingly lowering his arms. Such numbers, such density. Don't mention him. Even if all the awakened in the vicinity were called over, it would still be insufficient. This is a trap. Bai Zhe's copper coin shattered with a snap. Someone or something has activated the source here. Zhao Ya's face turned pale. She attempted to activate her spatial abilities, but the surrounding magnetic field was completely disrupted by these monstrous trees, causing chaos in the spatial coordinates. Forcing a jump would only result in being torn apart by spatial turbulence. Form a formation. Hold the line. She drew her spare alloy knife from her waist, positioning it in front of the group. Even if it meant death, she would take out a few teeth from this monster. The surrounding black vein ironwoods seemed to sense the presence of living beings. All the branches swiftly adjusted their direction, aiming at the three trapped in the center. Rustle. The sea of trees surged. The shadow of death loomed over everyone. Lei Ming roared once more, activating his unstable genes, preparing for a final desperate struggle. Bai Zhe bit his tongue, ready to sacrifice his blood to activate forbidden techniques. Zhao Ye took a deep breath, the energy within her body compressing wildly, preparing to unleash her spatial secret art. Just as the branches were about to pierce Lei Ming's chest, just as Zhao Ye was ready to perish together, buzz, a strange wave suddenly swept across the entire area. The branch just a centimeter from Lei Ming's heart halted. Not just that one. The entire terminal, all the black vein ironwoods that were dancing, froze simultaneously. The world fell silent. Only the sound of rain remained. What happened? Lei Ming tightly shut his eyes, waiting for the pain that never came, opening his eyes in confusion. He looked at the spike in front of him and reached out to poke it. Crash. The incredibly hard spike broke off and fell to the ground. Immediately after, a chilling scene unfolded. The immobile black trees suddenly extinguished their red glow. Red liquid gushed from the cracks in the bark. Puff. Puff. It was as if something had severed the soul of these trees from miles away. This. Bai Zhe stared at the scene, his actions freezing. He had lived half a lifetime, caught ghosts, subdued demons, and seen countless strange occurrences. But the sight before him shattered his worldview entirely. They are dead. Zhao Ye sheathed her knife, looking at the blood-soaked ground, her voice trembling slightly. She could feel the terrifying pressure that had loomed over the terminal dissipate completely. Who did this? Lei Ming scratched his bald head, bewildered. Could it be that headquarters used special weapons? Impossible. Zhao Yu shook her head, her gaze piercing through the rain curtain, looking into the depths of the sea. Who exactly? The image of a dagger ground from a pig's tooth surfaced in her mind. And that young man with a simple smile in the files who had gone to guard the island to treat his mother. At dawn, Lin Yuan carried a makeshift backpack woven from wild vines. The downpour last night had come too suddenly. He'd only managed to haul back the choicest cuts of pork belly and the tiger's pelt. The remaining scraps still lay abandoned here. Please, don't spoil, he muttered under his breath. If the meat turned rancid, this entire expedition would be a ruinous loss. He quickened his pace, rounding several grotesque boulders. The tiger's carcass still lay in the muddy pit, frozen in the exact posture of its death. Lin Yuan dropped his basket onto the ground and dashed forward in 3 swift strides. His palm pressed firmly against the tiger's hind leg. Cold, but not rotten. Relief washed over him. He drew his dagger from his waist and prepared to resume the work left unfinished the previous night. The blade sank into the muscle. SSSSHH. The resistance felt wrong. He paused, flipped the incised slab of flesh over, and examined it. It was pallid, like steamed buns left soaking in water for 3 days. Moreover, the surroundings were unervingly pristine. Last night's throat slit had sprayed blood everywhere. Yet now, aside from mud and rainwater, not a single trace of crimson stained the earth. Could I have fallen asleep? And then another heavy rain fell. He glanced up at the sky, then at the gnarled trees around him. Heavy enough to wash away even the froth of blood. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. Better that it had been rinsed clean, spared him the stench. Though the meat appeared dry and fibrous, its moisture long leached away, it remained meat nonetheless. Cured into jerky or air-dried strips, it would possess even greater chew and resilience. With deft strokes, Lin Yuan carved the remaining tiger flesh into uniform strips and stacked them neatly inside his basket. He packed it until not a single gap remained. Not even between the ribs he'd meticulously stripped and inserted upright like stakes. Humph! Straightening his spine, he wiped the sweat from his brow. This single basket weighed at least 200 jin. He tested its weight with a lift, astonishingly light. Ever since feasting on wild game, his strength had swelled beyond reason. This will last me a long while. He patted the basket's spirits soaring. Just as he turned to leave, his gaze fell upon the nearby Haimai ironwood. He approached, extended a finger, and rapped sharply on the trunk. Dang! Dang! The sound rang crisp and resonant, echoing faintly. This density! Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed. Though ignorant of rare timbers, he held fast to one unadorned truth. The harder the material, the greater its worth. Years ago on construction sites, he'd heard renovation contractors boast of Hainan rosewood and sandalwood, beads strung from such wood fetching tens of thousands. This timber looked denser, more substantial than any he'd ever seen, transported outward and sold to furniture makers or artisans crafting fine objects. His mind raced, calculating profit with the sharp clatter of an abacus. His mother's surgery fee remained far short of completion. Relying solely on selling local specialties was perilously unreliable, and no flock of foolish rabbits or tigers would conveniently stumble to their deaths each day. But this tree was different. An entire mountain range bristled with them, a veritable golden mountain. I'll cut just one, test the market. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan set the basket safely aside, rolled up his sleeves, gripped his boar-tusk dagger, and circled the tree twice. Meanwhile, deep beneath the earth, at the heart of a vast interwoven root network, a consciousness stirred awake. The Haimai ironwood sovereign, the forest's undisputed ruler and sole witness to last night's slaughter. It trembled with fear. The image of that bipedal creature slaughtering the tiger had seared itself into its psyche, indelible and horrifying. That was a tiger, a beast that had reigned tyrannically across this island for decades, subjugating the very trees, even urinating upon this sovereign's bark. And yet this human had slain it as effortlessly as wringing a chicken's neck. So while Lin Yuan methodically processed the tiger's flesh, the sovereign dared not even draw breath. It retracted every root deep into the soil, and even commanded surrounding saplings to part silently, clearing a path for this harbinger of calamity. Just go, take your meat, and vanish from my domain. The sovereign's consciousness quaked. Under cover of the tiger's death, it had stealthily absorbed every drop of spilled blood from the earth. The blood's latent ferocity and vital energy shattered its age-old cultivation bottleneck. Now it felt stronger than ever before, more powerful even than the tiger in life. It reached out, across 1,000 li, to its distant progeny, drawing upon their shared essence. That sensation of commanding life across such distances intoxicated the ancient tree. It was certain it had ascended to the forbidden tier. Yet still it cowered, because this human remained utterly inscrutable. No spiritual energy rippled from his body, Yet he tore tiger hide barehanded, and that dagger radiated an aura so terrifying it made the sovereign's soul recoil. What is he doing? The sovereign watched, as Lin Yuan set down his basket and strode toward one of its own progeny dagger in hand. He tapped it, then ran his fingers along its surface. That look in his eyes, the sovereign knew it all too well. Don't move. That is my avatar. That is my kin. Inwardly the sovereign roared, but its body remained utterly still. Endure. You must endure. So long as he does not strike at the root, what harm in losing one branch? To banish this plague it would surrender an entire forest, even let him shave it bald. It suppressed the forest's rising agitation, commanding every trunk and leaf to absolute stillness. Lin Yuan had no inkling of the inner drama unfolding beneath his feet. He only sensed an uncanny silence, an absence so profound not even a bird call pierced the air. Perfect. No competition. He selected his stance, gripped the dagger with both hands, and coiled his waist and abdomen. Hep! A low guttural cry. The dagger cleaved the air and struck the trunk with a thunderous blow. Dang! Sparks erupted like molten stars. A violent recoil surged up his arms, numbing his palms. Crack! 1/3 of the iron-hard trunk split open beneath the blade. No splinters emerged, only a jagged metallic fracture. Exquisite. Rather than fatigue, exhilaration surged through him. This texture, this density, undeniably top-tier timber. Again, he steadied his breath, withdrew the dagger, and struck the same wound once more. Dang! 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 The rhythmic percussion echoed through the valley. Each blow sent a fresh convulsion shuddering through the ironwood sovereign. Agony. Though merely an avatar, pain flowed freely across their shared consciousness, like dull blades sawing slowly at its fingertips. Endure, endure. The sovereign frantically fortified its resolve underground. Amputate to survive. That is strategy. Let him cut. Once done, he departs. At last, with a final sharp report. Crash. The towering Haimai ironwood, over 10 zhang tall, collapsed with a deafening roar, crashing into a pile of rubble and sending plumes of dust billowing skyward. Lin Yuan sheathed his dagger, stepped forward, and kicked the felled trunk. Truly heavy. He tried lifting it. This single log weighed no less than 2,000 jin. If transported outside and sold by weight, how much might it fetch? His eyes glinted with avaricious green light. From his pocket he pulled a leather measuring tape and began pacing off the trunk's dimensions. This log alone could yield 10 standard planks. As wrist beads, thousands of strands. As his calculations spiraled ever more feverish. He turned, and his gaze no longer fixed upon the fallen giant. Instead it swept across the entire forest. Since I'm already here, one log or two makes little difference. Lin Yuan rubbed his palms together, then locked his eyes on a thicker, taller, straighter trunk beside him. It was a primary root derivative of the ironwood sovereign. Its equivalent of a thigh. This one looks promising, perfectly straight. Dagger in hand, he strode forward with purposeful, confident steps. Deep underground, the sovereign's endurance reached its breaking point. He wasn't merely cutting off fingers anymore. He meant to sever its very thigh. Worse, by the look of things, he intended to scalp the entire forest, insulting a tree beyond endurance. A surge of savage fury obliterated the sovereign's reason. It had just broken through to the forbidden tier. It had absorbed the tiger's murderous aura and fused with the earth's ley lines. Its power fundamentally transformed. This human wielded a strange blade, yes, but he remained but one man, and now stood with his back fully exposed to the forest's core. One strike, and he would be pierced 1,000 times, reduced to fertilizer. Die! The sovereign's consciousness erupted in a cataclysmic roar. Lin Yuan had just reached the base of the great tree, raising his dagger, when suddenly, the ground beneath him trembled. He froze mid-motion, puzzled, and lowered his gaze. An earthquake. Before he could react, rumble. The earth within 100 meters began to churn and heave. Thick serpentine roots burst forth from the soil, shrieking through the air, especially the trunk before Lin Yuan. Its bark patterns flared crimson, pulsing with bloodlight. The entire tree awakened, branches lashed downward like whips, aiming straight for Lin Yuan's skull. This was the furious full-force strike of a newly ascended forbidden-tier sovereign. Majestic in scale, lethal in intent. A strong wind bore down. Lin Yuan felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. There was no time to ponder why this tree seemed to have moved. His body's instinctive reaction was faster than his mind. With a powerful push from his legs, he propelled himself backward. Boom! The spot where he had just stood collapsed instantaneously. The thick trunk smashed into the ground, sending splinters flying, hitting Lin Yuan's face and causing a sharp sting. Before he could steady himself, whoosh, 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 the ground around him erupted. 7 or 8 black roots lunged at him, especially the one right in front of him, aiming straight for his chest. Has this tree become sentient? This thought was the only one left in Lin Yuan's mind. There's no escaping. He raised his right hand, the double-barrel shotgun that he had just repaired with super glue, positioning it on his shoulder. The barrel was dark, and the dark golden stripes seemed to ripple slightly. Good dogs don't block the way, good trees don't obstruct the path. Lin Yuan bellowed, pressing the trigger with his index finger. Bang! The gunfire erupted. In Lin Yuan's hearing, it was merely a slightly louder gunshot that made his ears buzz. But in the perception of the recently upgraded taboo Ironwood King, the world changed. What spewed from the muzzle was not gunpowder and steel pellets, but an ancient, ferocious beast charging out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It was the phantom of a ferocious tiger. Clad in black armor and exuding a murderous aura, it opened its massive maw capable of devouring the sun and moon and let out a roar directed at the Ironwood forest. Roar! This roar detonated deep within the soul of the Ironwood King. The numerous roots that had just been writhing and attempting to stab Lin Yuan into a porcupine instantly stiffened. Immediately following, crack, the main root that had aimed for Lin Yuan's chest shattered inch by inch. Not just that one. The black, malevolent energy surged through the roots, infiltrating the Ironwood King's body. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted. The trunk of the Ironwood King, standing over 20 meters tall and as thick as two men could embrace, exploded from the middle. Wood shavings flew directly, blasted into a pile of firewood. Lin Yuan maintained his stance with the gun raised, stunned. He blinked, staring at the large hole in front of him and the charred debris scattered on the ground. He lowered his gaze to the shotgun in his hands. The barrel was still smoking. Was that force? A bit too much. Lin Yuan swallowed hard. He remembered loading only ordinary ammunition. How could it have the effect of an anti-tank cannon? Was it because of that black stone? That glue? Does it contain gunpowder? Lin Yuan shook his numb arm, ejected the spent shell, and reloaded the ammunition. The surroundings fell silent. The other writhing black veins of ironwood all became docile. All the branches drooped, tightly pressed against the trunk, not daring to move a single leaf. Lin Yuan was oblivious. He only felt that this place was extremely eerie. Damn it! He kicked a piece of broken wood on the ground. He had initially planned to chop down a complete tree to sell, but now it had exploded into a pile of firewood only suitable for firewood. Forget it, gathering some scraps can still be sold. Lin Yuan bent down, preparing to pick up the few seemingly larger pieces of wood on the ground. Sizzle! The pile of debris suddenly moved. Lin Yuan withdrew his hand and raised the gun again. Coming again. He frowned, aiming the muzzle once more at the heap of rubble. Move again, and I'll uproot you. As soon as these words left his mouth, the rubble shook even more violently. Following that, countless green light spots floated out from the debris, converging in the center. In less than 3 seconds, a small treeman, only half a meter tall, entirely green, with 2 tender leaves atop its head, emerged from the ruins. It had no facial features, only wrinkles formed from bark barely resembling human limbs. A monster. Lin Yuan pressed the gun down. Things on this island were getting increasingly absurd. Tigers could speak and trees could turn into humans. What's next? Will stones start singing? As soon as the little treeman formed, seeing the dark barrel of the gun, its knees buckled. Thud! It knelt directly in the muddy water. The action was standard, prostrating itself completely. Lin Yuan. I can't even deal with this. He was prepared to fire again, but the other party pulled this stunt. What do you mean? Lin Yuan poked the little treeman's head with the gun barrel. Weren't you quite bold a moment ago? You were swinging branches at me. The little treeman trembled all over. It dared not be bold. That gunshot had directly shattered its body, which it had accumulated over 100 years, along with its recently sprouted taboo ambition. Now it had only one thought left to survive. This human was too terrifying. The little treeman did not dare to speak, fearing that one wrong word would turn it into furniture. It trembled as it extended a hand, reaching inside its bark-covered chest. Drawing a weapon, Lin Yuan's finger rested on the trigger. Zizzle! The little treeman forcibly extracted something from its chest. It was a crystal about the size of a fist, entirely green and crystal clear. Inside the crystal, a liquid flowed, exuding a rich aura of life. Even from several meters away, Lin Yuan could smell a refreshing fragrance of greenery. This is... Lin Yuan's eyes widened. Though he wasn't a connoisseur, this thing looked far more valuable than the black stone in the tiger's belly. This luster, this feel. The little treeman cradled the crystal in both hands, took 2 cautious steps, and respectfully offered it to Lin Yuan. Then it bowed deeply to the ground. The meaning was clear, boss, a ransom for my life. Lin Yuan looked at the crystal and then at the little treeman kneeling on the ground, and his anger dissipated significantly. You have some sense. He reached out to take the crystal. It felt warm in his hand, like holding a piece of warm jade. Part of the wood element meant for sustaining life. The narrative voice sounded once more right on time. Lin Yuan had a clear understanding. A good item. He wiped the crystal on his clothes and carefully tucked it into his pocket. Although this island was dangerous, the rewards were indeed high. All right, get up. Lin Yuan put away his gun and waved his hand. Considering your good attitude in admitting your mistakes, I won't hold this against you this time. The little treeman felt as if it had received a reprieve. It got up from the ground, but did not dare to run away. It knew very well that having lost its body and given up its core, it was now just a weak tree spirit. It needed to find a pillar of support, and this person who had shattered its body with a single shot was undoubtedly the best choice. The little treeman waddled to Lin Yuan's feet. It extended its small hand, tugging at Lin Yuan's pant leg. What do you want? Lin Yuan looked down at this being only as tall as his knee. Are you trying to cause more trouble? The little treeman shook its head vigorously. It pointed at Lin Yuan's backpack, then at itself, and made a carry motion. You want to help me carry things? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. The little treeman nodded frantically. It ran to a nearby upright tree that hadn't fallen yet, and waved its small hand. Crack. The tree as thick as a bull's mouth broke off directly. It lifted the trunk, looking somewhat wobbly, but indeed capable of working. Lin Yuan stroked his chin. This was indeed interesting. The roads on this island were difficult to traverse, and the items were heavy. If he could have a free laborer, even if it was a treeman, it seemed quite good. Moreover, this creature seemed not to require food, only needing sunlight and water. The cost-performance ratio was extremely high. All right then. Lin Yuan pointed at the backpack on the ground. Since you want to follow, you have to work. First, carry this meat back for me. Without a word, the little treeman hoisted the backpack, which was twice its size. Although it bent its back under the weight, it didn't utter a sound, instead looking at Lin Yuan with a face full of eagerness. Let's go. Lin Yuan was in a great mood. On this trip, not only had he dealt with the tiger and picked up a gemstone, but he had also gained a little brother. This luck was simply off the charts. He strode back with the gun in hand. Behind him, a tiny figure carrying a mountain of meat scampered along. After they left, all the black trees withered away, turning into ordinary dead wood. On the first floor of the lighthouse, the wooden figure brought back by Lin Yuan was currently busy at the front door with its rear end sticking up. It broke off an arm from its own body and placed it across the door frame, where the severed end secreted a thick resin. As soon as it made contact with the door frame, a sizzling sound erupted, quickly solidifying. On the surface, this Ironwood King appeared to work diligently, even worthy of being rated as one of the top 10 outstanding employees of the lighthouse. But deep down it was in turmoil. Damn it, why is that crazy woman here? I must not panic. Absolutely must not panic. The Ironwood King was frantically coaching itself mentally. It hasn't recognized me. I right now am just a wooden man. Yes, I'm just a brainless fool. I can't understand human language. Oh, I have no intelligence. Oh, I only know how to work. Lin Yuan sat nearby on a small stool holding a bowl of unfinished tiger meat soup. He slurped while pointing and directing like a foreman. Fill it up and make sure it doesn't leak. This wood is so hard, you should apply a few more layers. The wooden figure dared not utter a word of complaint. To please this calamity, it specially picked up a piece of tiger leg bone from the side and used it as a hammer, banging several times to drive the black vein ironwood into the wall. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. All right, good craftsmanship. It seems that there will be more repair jobs around the house in the future. He finished the last sip of soup and set down the bowl. He pulled out the green crystal from his pocket. Life, Lin Yuan mumbled. Since it was related to life, it was likely connected to vitality. He looked around, his gaze landing on the pile of stored food in the corner. There was a bag of potatoes that had sprouted a long time ago, their skins wrinkled from moisture, looking utterly unappetizing. Let's give it a try. He pressed the crystal against the skin of the potato. Then crack. The tender shoots broke through the shriveled skin, growing furiously. An inch, 2 inches, a foot. In the blink of an eye, the tender shoots transformed into sturdy vines laden with vibrant green leaves. The vines seemed conscious, winding up Lin Yuan's arm and quickly spreading across half the ground. What the heck? Lin Yuan was startled and quickly removed the crystal. Without contact with the crystal, the growth of the vines abruptly halted. However, at this moment, the potato, which had only been the size of a fist, had transformed into a giant potato the size of a basin, surrounded by clusters of smaller potatoes the size of grapes. Lin Yuan crouched down and pinched the vine with his fingernail. Juice gushed out. This. Lin Yuan looked at the sea of green surrounding him. Does this mean I won't need to buy vegetables anymore? This was no gem. It was clearly a super enhanced version of Jean Cola. As long as he had this thing, even if nothing grew on the island, he could cultivate a patch of land next to the lighthouse and achieve vegetable freedom. Good stuff. Lin Yuan wiped the crystal on his clothes and solemnly tucked it back into his pocket. This was a matter concerning his future meals. Just as he was lost in the beautiful fantasy of soon achieving farming life, a deafening plaza dance song erupted in the silent lighthouse. The vast horizon is my love. Under the endless green mountains, flowers are blooming. The wooden figure working froze all over, causing the tiger bone in its hand to drop to the ground with a clatter. Xiao Hong, who was dozing in the corner, even went into a frenzy, crashing into the ceiling. Lin Yuan was also startled. The sound was coming from his pants pocket. He fumbled to pull out his phone. The screen was lit up, and miraculously the signal bar showed 2 bars of signal. Caller ID Old Knife. Lin Yuan was stunned. When he came to the island, Old Knife had clearly said that all electronic devices here were just decorations. He had tried dialing in the past few days, but couldn't even make an emergency call. Why was there suddenly a signal? Hello. Lin Yuan pressed the answer key and held the phone to his ear. A burst of static came from the receiver, mixed with the sound of waves crashing against the boat's hull. Hello. Hello. Shaolin. Old Knife's distinctive raspy voice came through, sounding somewhat distorted. Are you still breathing? Lin Yuan didn't say anything. He took a deep breath, and the pent-up frustration of the past few days found an outlet at that moment. Old Knife, you old bastard. Lin Yuan yelled into the phone. You told me there was no signal on this island. Huh. So was I using my phone as a flashlight to pay homage to primitive people these past few days? The other end of the line fell silent for 2 seconds. Then there was Old Knife's awkward cough. Ahem. Well, Shaolin, let me explain. The magnetic field on this island is fluctuating. Sometimes there's signal, sometimes there isn't. It's unpredictable, just like having a fit. I can't say for sure. Stop talking nonsense. Lin Yuan wasn't buying it at all. And you told me this was just a lighthouse job, mainly to guard against typhoons and scare away seabirds. He glanced at the wooden figure trembling in the corner, and then at the pile of tiger bones on the ground that had yet to be processed. You call that a seabird? Do you know what I just saw? A wild boar bigger than a water buffalo, and a tiger that could snap trees in half. If it weren't for my good fortune, I'd be fertilizer by now. Lin Yuan's anger grew. If it weren't for his strong physique, any ordinary person would have either been scared to death on the first night or trampled to death by the wild boar on the second. 100,000. This was clearly $1 million job. On the other end of the line, Old Knife's voice noticeably trembled. Wild boar? And a tiger? Old Knife seemed to be wiping sweat. Shaolin people can easily hallucinate in extreme loneliness and fear. What you saw was probably just an ordinary wild cat or dog. Nonsense. Can a wild cat be 2 meters tall? Can a wild dog grow fangs? Lin Yuan interrupted him. Don't think I'm ignorant just because I haven't read much. There's definitely something wrong with this island. This job needs to pay more. Fine. It absolutely must. Old Knife agreed, unusually quickly, even a bit impatiently. As long as you can survive. No, as long as you can hold on, I'll double your salary next month. Hearing the words double salary, Lin Yuan's anger subsided by half. 200,000. He was one step closer to his mother's surgery fees. All right, you're the one who said it. Lin Yuan's tone softened a bit. Why did you call? It can't just be to confirm if I'm dead, right? Of course not. Old Knife chuckled on the other, and there's something I need to inform you. Originally, supplies were to be delivered every 3 months, but recently, there have been some special arrangements. In 20 days, a special ship will come to the island. A special ship? Lin Yuan frowned. What for? That's for you not to ask anyway, it's not a bad thing. I will also come with the ship to bring you some food and supplies. Old Knife seemed reluctant to elaborate and wanted to change the subject. Is there anything you need? Cigarettes? Alcohol? Or should I bring you a game console to relieve your boredom? Lin Yuan thought for a moment. Forget the game console. The electricity is unstable in this broken place. Bring a few packs of salt as well as cumin and chili powder. Lin Yuan glanced at the pile of tiger meat. There are too many wild flavors here, and many seasonings have run out. Old Knife on the other end paused for a moment. Wild flavors. This kid really thought of those monsters as wild game. All right, fine, I'll bring you a box. There's one more thing. Lin Yuan glanced at the wooden figure diligently repairing the door, and then at the newly repaired hunting rifle. I have a bit of local specialty stored up. Local specialty. Old Knife seemed unable to keep up with Lin Yuan's line of thought. Yeah, just some bones and wood and such. Lin Yuan kicked at the black vein ironwood scraps on the ground. It looks pretty good, quite hard. When you come next time, could you help me take it out to sell? I don't have any other channels. If we sell it, we can split the money 80-20. You get 20 and I get 80. Old Knife remained silent for a long time. Bones. Wood. Every blade of grass and tree on this island was deemed forbidden items in the outside world. Ordinary people would end up with rotten hands and feet just from touching them, yet this kid wanted to take them out to sell. Shaolin. Old Knife said earnestly, some things may look valuable, but actually, they bring bad luck. You should stop picking them up and just throw them into the sea. You don't know anything. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes. This wood is harder than mahogany. Making it into bracelets will definitely sell well. Just tell me whether you'll bring it or not. He'll bring it. As long as you don't quit, he'll bring whatever you want. Then it's settled. Lin Yuan felt satisfied. Now not only would his salary be doubled, but he could also start a side business. If the tiger bones could fetch a good price, perhaps he could gather his mother's medical expenses earlier. By the way, you need to be careful. Just before hanging up, Old Knife's tone suddenly turned serious. The seas have been restless lately. I've heard that some Unclean things are gathering towards the island. Lock the door at night, and don't go out if you hear any noises. Got it, stop nagging. Lin Yuan looked at the door now seamlessly repaired by the wooden figure. Don't worry, the current lighthouse won't even let a mosquito in. Beep, the call ended. The 2 bars of signal on the signal bar disappeared as the call concluded. Lin Yuan tucked his phone back into his pocket. He stood up and walked to the door patting the black vein iron wood. Well done. He pointed at the mutated giant potato and said to the wooden figure, this is your reward. The wooden figure nodded repeatedly, picking the potato and walking toward the corner. Lin Yuan glanced at the darkening sky outside. In 20 days old knife would come. At that time he would not only receive the money, but also clear away this pile of occupying junk. Life seemed to be heading in a positive direction. He had no idea what his local specialties truly meant in the outside world. He also didn't know that the ship arriving a month later would bring not just cumin and chili powder. Days until payday, 20 days left. The next morning at dawn, Lin Yuan rose unusually early. His mood exceptionally buoyant. Just 20 more days to endure, and the first substantial payment would be secured. Moreover, Lao Dao, that shrewd merchant, had promised to help fence the goods. That was his purpose, his reason to press forward. He stood at the lighthouse gate idly tossing the green crystal, Imu heart, in his palm. Time to begin. He beckoned with a wave to the one-armed wooden golem crouching by the entrance like a silent door guardian. The golem instantly straightened its left arm, still incomplete, lending it an oddly comical air. Lin Yuan selected a vacant patch of ground behind the lighthouse. Sheltered from the wind, the soil was uneven, laced with gravel and sand, yet admirably level. Plow this entire plot. He traced a rough circle on the earth roughly half the size of a basketball court. The golem nodded once, then plunged its single wooden hand into the soil, its fingers reshaping seamlessly into a plow. RRRSHHH. Its efficiency outstripped even that of a tractor. Lin Yuan wasted no time either. He emptied into the freshly turned earth all he had gathered: sprouted potatoes, shriveled garlic cloves, and a handful of cabbage seeds whose age he could no longer recall. Then came the moment of wonder. He stepped to the edge of the field, pressed the emu heart firmly against the soil, and watched as a ripple of emerald light spread outward across the ground. Crack, crack. The earth split open. Tender green shoots erupted upward in rapid succession, as if time itself had been accelerated. Cabbage leaves unfurled before his eyes, broadening, thickening, until they swelled to the size of millstones, glistening with vibrant, dewy green. Potato vines surged even more wildly, scaling halfway up the lighthouse wall. Beneath them, tubers swelled so massively they bulged the earth into rounded mounds. Incredible. Lin Yuan knelt, plucked a leaf, and crunched it between his teeth. Crisp, sweet, brimming with juice, utterly natural and untainted. With this power he could survive, not merely 3 months, but 3 or 5 years on this island. He might even launch an export trade. From now on, this is our logistical base. He patted the golem's head. The golem tilted its head gently, its expression simple, yet deeply satisfied with its labor. Just then Lin Yuan's peripheral vision caught something amiss. A shaded wind-sheltered corner along the lighthouse's cliffside flank. The soil there appeared disturbed. If his memory served, the previous lighthouse keeper's skeleton lay buried just beneath that spot. A hasty grave, unmarked save for a modest earthen mound. Now atop that mound something had taken root. Not weeds, but clusters of coral. Vivid, multicolored, and strangely luminous. Each slender stalk measured only a finger's length, crystalline and translucent, refracting sunlight with an eerie, otherworldly gleam. Rooted in dry, barren earth, they flourished more vigorously than any coral in the sea. Lin Yuan approached, brow furrowed. This is possible. He knelt and nudged a crimson stalk with the barrel of his hunting rifle. It was rigid. At the rifle's touch, the coral recoiled ever so slightly. Truly, the feng shui of this island does not favor human life. He muttered under his breath. It seemed the former keeper, though long dead, had not shed his affliction, the so-called coral sickness. Instead, it had taken root in his very bones, blooming anew upon this desolate soil. Was this a form of reanimation, or some entirely novel species of flora? Lin Yuan rose, untroubled, unafraid. He had witnessed too many anomalies these past days, a few corals sprouting ashore paled beside walking trees and tigers larger than oxen. So long as they did not leap up and bite, they were harmless ornamental growths. Go on growing. Add some color to this dreary place. He left them be. His attention now rested wholly upon the bountiful garden. For the next 3 days, Lin Yuan enjoyed the most tranquil stretch of his time on the island, perhaps the most contented of his life. Indeed, he almost luxuriated in it. Each morning he dispatched the wooden golem to the shore to catch fish. The creature, though terrified of fire, moved with uncanny grace in water, standing motionless in the surf like a living fish lure. At noon, tiger meat stewed with potatoes served alongside stir-fried bok choy, a flavor so exquisite even immortality would not compare. At night, he carried a chair to the lighthouse summit, let the sea breeze caress his face, counted stars, and planned how he'd secure a private hospital room for his mother upon returning home. Xiao Hong had grown markedly tamer these days. Perhaps she'd been won over by Lin Yuan's sumptuous tiger meat feast, or perhaps the sheer authority of his reforged hunting rifle had finally asserted itself. She trailed him, constantly feasting freely. Her downy coat had thickened considerably, rich fiery red, no longer resembling a featherless chicken, but a creature of vivid, healthy vitality. All was serene, peaceful even, except for the coral. It was spreading voraciously. On the first day it reached only fingertip length. By the second it stood as tall as a forearm. By dusk on the third day it had sprawled over 10 meters, its tallest fronds rising above Lin Yuan's waist. Each time he passed he paused, observing it twice. Yet he did no more. He had tried severing one stalk with a spade. The wound exuded not sap, but a viscous, transparent fluid that hardened instantly, sprouting fresh branches within moments. So long as it did not interfere with his crops or his sleep, he would let it be. On this island things generally remained indifferent, amusing themselves quietly, so long as one did not provoke them. That was Lin Yuan's hard-won survival axiom. On the fourth night the sea wind ceased. An absolute silence descended. No insect hum, no rustle, no whisper. Only stillness. Lin Yuan slept deeply in his bed. And as expected the dream returned. Once again the same familiar scene, an endless, boundless void. At its center floated a fragile seedling, tiny with only 2 leaves, its hue a sickly, desiccated yellow, as though teetering on the brink of extinction. Yet beneath that pallor glimmered a stubborn golden light. Save me. A fractured, fading consciousness echoed inside Lin Yuan's mind. Like the final whisper of a dying man, desperate, terrified, pleading, its raw emotion pierced through his nerves. In his dream Lin Yuan rolled over. Annoying, isn't it? He grumbled sleepily. I can barely keep myself afloat. How am I supposed to save you? Wrong person. Goodbye. The plea faltered, astonished perhaps by such cold indifference. Then it intensified, urgent, trembling, edged with tears. Hungry, so hungry. Then eat dirt, just don't eat me. Lin Yuan replied dismissively, then severed the psychic link with deliberate force. Within the dream he erected an impenetrable wall around himself. He was here to work, not to play savior. Every entity on this island, whether begging for salvation or thirsting for blood, was to him nothing but trouble. And trouble meant deductions from his pay. That was absolutely unacceptable. Lin Yuan awoke exhausted. As consciousness returned, he caught the faint, sterile scent of antiseptic. Sunlight streamed through half-open Venetian blinds, dazzling yet warm enough to bring tears to his eyes. Beneath him lay a soft mattress, beside him the steady rhythmic beep of a cardiac monitor. This was Guanghai First Municipal Hospital. Awake! A familiar voice murmured nearby. Lin Yuan jerked his head around. His mother sat beside the bed in a blue and white striped patient gown. Perhaps the sunlight lent her a rare radiance. Her complexion looked rosier than ever, even the fine lines around her eyes softened and relaxed. She held a fruit knife, delicately peeling an apple, the peel curling in one unbroken ribbon, suspended midair, swaying gently. Mom! Lin Yuan opened his mouth, his voice hoarse, cracked, barely audible. In that instant the island's endless nights, its grotesque beasts, its chilling violence, all dissolved beneath the golden light spilling through the window. His taut nerves shattered the moment his gaze fell upon her profile. Silly boy, why are you crying? She set the knife aside, leaned forward with a gentle smile, and placed her palm against his forehead. Did you have a nightmare? Don't be afraid. I'm right here. Real tangible warmth. Lin Yuan felt the heat of her skin, his nose stung, and he buried his face deep into her palm, rubbing fiercely against it. Mom, I had such a long dream. All water. Cold, so cold. His voice broke muffled against her hand. But I've saved enough. Truly, I have. We won't scrimp anymore. We'll get the finest imported medicine, a private room. Your illness will be cured. I don't need those things, my child. As long as you're well, I'll depart this world at peace. Her eyes shimmered with tender love and quiet sorrow. Don't say that. Lin Yuan lifted his head, gripping her hand tightly. You'll live 100 years. All right. I'll live 100 years just as you wish. She chuckled softly, shaking her head, then picked up the peeled apple and offered it to his lips. Here, take a bite. Just bought it. Crisp as spring. Lin Yuan gazed into her smiling eyes. Waves of pure, overwhelming happiness surging within him. He opened his mouth, ready to sink his teeth into that sweet, juicy flesh. His gaze drifted, unintentionally, to her wrist where she held the apple. Beneath her pale skin a small, subtle protrusion caught his eye. He froze, stared harder. It wasn't a rash, nor an insect bite. It was a tiny, rigid, pink branch structure, pitted with minute pores. Like a fledgling coral, just breaking through the skin, pushing upward in silent, relentless growth. Lin Yuan seized his mother's wrist. His grip was too firm. The faint protrusion that had once been there had vanished. Her skin hung loose pale with the pallor unique to the ailing, yet utterly devoid of that eerie coral-like growth. Xiao Yuan, you're hurting Mama. His mother instinctively withdrew her hand, gazing at him in quiet confusion. Lin Yuan recoiled as if struck by lightning, his heart hammered violently in his chest. He must have imagined it. That accursed island, those man-eating creatures, had stretched his nerves to breaking point. It's nothing. Mama, I was just looking at your hand. He fumbled for an excuse, palms slick with cold sweat. What on earth is there to look at in a hand? She chuckled softly, shaking her head as she pressed a freshly peeled apple into his palm. Eat up, then we'll go home. Go home. He bit into the apple, juice burst across his tongue. The doctor said she's cleared for discharge. Chief Lu stopped by earlier. He said all her vitals are stable. And that targeted therapy, it worked beyond all expectation, nothing short of a medical miracle. They've settled the hospital bill too, said some charitable foundation covered it in full. We're truly blessed. Met a benefactor when we needed one most. Charitable foundation. Lin Yuan paused mid-chew. Which foundation? Instinctively he reached for his phone, to check his bank balance or call Lao Dao and verify everything. His fingers closed around the device in his pocket. But he froze. Just now, whom had he meant to call? Images of Lighthouse's wild boar's black-veined ironwood began to blur, dissolving like mist. What are you daydreaming about? Go settle the discharge paperwork. His mother tapped his shoulder. Oh right. He rose to his feet. Yes, it was only a dream. This was reality, no monsters, no slaughter. Only his mother, healed in days of quiet stability. In the old district of Guanghai City, a narrow, aging apartment building. The hallway's motion sensor light had long since failed. Lin Yuan guided his mother upward, their path lit only by the dim glow of his phone. Mama, watch your step. He cautioned her gently. The stairs were damp and treacherous, corners thick with clusters of dark red moss. He stared at the moss a moment longer. Its shape was strange, not like ordinary moss at all, but miniature sea anemones unfurling delicate tentacles into the still air. He blinked. When he looked again, it was merely common green moss, stained here and there with specks of red paint. This hallway needs cleaning. Someone must have spilled paint during renovations. He muttered under his breath, guiding his mother past the patch of paint. Then pushed open the front door. A familiar musty warmth rushed out to meet them. It was the scent of camphor mingled with aged wood. A modest two-room flat, neat, orderly, lived in. Nothing beats being home, she sighed. She sank onto the sagging old sofa with a soft sigh. Lin Yuan headed to the kitchen to boil water. As he twisted the faucet open, the rush of water echoed hollowly through the apartment. The water ran slightly turbid, carrying a faint, unmistakable briny tang. He leaned in, inhaling deeply. Like seawater. Must be aging pipes at the municipal plant. He gave it no further thought, poured the water into the kettle, and pressed the switch. That night Lin Yuan slept deeper than he had in years. No thunderous waves crashing against jagged reefs, no bestial roars. Only the distant, intermittent wail of car horns beyond the window. This was life. For the next fortnight, existence flowed with the unremarkable clarity of plain water. Lin Yuan found new work. Food delivery. Tiring, yes, but free of rigid hours, allowing him to return home whenever his mother needed him. He zipped through Guanghai streets and alleys on his electric scooter. Your order has arrived. He handed a steaming box of braised chicken with rice to a white-collar worker in a high-rise office. The young professional accepted it absently, her employee badge dangling from her neck. Lin Yuan's gaze flickered over the badge's lanyard. A riot of woven threads, crimson, emerald, violet, intertwined in chaotic brilliance. In that instant, it ceased to be cord. It coiled, vivid, venomous, as a sea serpent constricting tightly around the woman's throat. What are you staring at? She frowned, snatching the box away with irritation. Lin Yuan snapped back to himself. The lanyard hung motionless. Ordinary nylon, nothing more. Sorry, I spaced out. He offered a quick apologetic smile before turning away. Inside the elevator, he rubbed his face hard. Lin Yuan, you need to see a psychiatrist. He spoke aloud to his own reflection in the mirrored wall. The aftereffects of that nightmare ran deeper than he'd feared. Ordinary things kept twisting, morphing into island horrors before his eyes. A breeze rustling the roadside shrubbery made him flinch. Was it hunting foliage? At the wet market, hanging slabs of pork sent his gaze darting for fangs. Let it go. It's over. He swung onto his scooter, twisted the throttle, and merged into the river of traffic. For his mother, for this home, he had to be normal. On payday, Lin Yuan bought his mother's favorite pork belly and a fresh sea base. By the time he stepped inside, the kitchen already hummed with the rich aroma of cooking. Mama, let me help. He set the groceries down and washed his hands, reaching for a towel. No need. You rest. Mama's feeling stronger than ever, full of energy. She moved briskly about the kitchen, her back straighter, her posture more vigorous than before, even unnervingly so. As she chopped pork ribs, the cleaver whistled through the air, striking with such force that bone and cutting board alike cracked apart with sharp resonant thuds. Her strength surpassed even that of a robust young man. Lin Yuan stood frozen in the kitchen doorway watching her silhouette, his unease rising once more cold and insistent. "Mama, you've recovered astonishingly well," he teased lightly. "Of course, I'm happy so my body thrives." Without turning, she tossed the fish into the sizzling wok. SSSSS. A plume of fragrant smoke billowed upward. Through the haze, Lin Yuan glimpsed something translucent beneath the nape of her neck, like the gelatinous membrane of a jellyfish. Beneath it, crimson vessels pulsed rhythmically. He rubbed his eyes. The smoke cleared. There was only sweat glistening on her skin. "Am I simply exhausted?" He turned toward the living room to pour himself water, trying to quell the dread coiling in his gut. Dinner was lavish, glossy, caramelized braised pork, tender snowy sea bass, steamed to perfection. Lin Yuan ate ravenously, filling the hollow ache in his stomach with food with warmth, with the illusion of safety. Delicious. She watched him, eyes crinkled with affection, yet barely touched her own chopsticks. Delicious. He lifted a piece of fish to his mouth. It melted on his tongue. Then as he chewed, his teeth struck something hard. He spat it out. A tiny milky white grain, like sand. No, its spiral form was unmistakable, a minuscule calcified snail. The fish wasn't rinsed properly, just grit. He dropped the tiny shell into the trash, dismissing it entirely. "Eat slowly, don't choke." She ladled him a bowl of soup. "Our days ahead are long, Xiao Yuan. Mama still dreams of seeing you marry and holding your children in her arms. We're not even close to that yet." He sipped the broth. It carried the same familiar oceanic saltiness, but he'd grown accustomed to it. Perhaps that was simply Guanghai's tap water. So long as his mother was here, so long as this home endured, he would drink seawater and call it sweet. After dinner, he insisted on washing the dishes. His mother settled onto the sofa watching a melodramatic family drama, loud, chaotic, absurdly comforting. The warm amber light bathed the room in gentle, hazy intimacy. Lin Yuan dried his hands and stepped out of the kitchen. "Mama, fruit." He picked up an apple from the coffee table and the familiar paring knife. "I'll peel it." She took both knife and fruit without hesitation. Lin Yuan sat on a small stool nearby watching her hands. Those hands moved with effortless grace, rotating the apple smoothly. Peel after peel spiraled downward, thin and unbroken. "Shoo shhh." The whisper of steel gliding across flesh. But to Lin Yuan's ears the sound warped. Sharpening, grating, piercing, like metal scraping raw stone. Or, worse, the chitinous rasp of crustaceans grinding shell against shell. His gaze locked onto his mother's hand gripping the knife. Beneath the amber light, her wrist seemed to ripple, skin subtly undulating. "Mama." His voice emerged hoarse-strained. "Moi," she murmured, never pausing her motion. The grating noise swelled, drowning out the television's clamor entirely. SSSSS. A soft, wet tear. At the inner wrist, the very spot Lin Yuan had once mistaken, her skin split open. No blood welled forth. Instead, a slender, crystalline pink coral emerged, delicate, luminous, unfurling its branching limbs beneath the lamplight. Its microscopic pores dilated and contracted, breathing. And his mother remained unaware. She smiled serenely, eyes fixed on the apple, her blade gliding along its surface, peeling off a single perfect, unbroken ribbon. The coral surged upward, crawling swiftly from wrist to back of hand, then to each finger. Where fingers once held the knife, now only vibrant polychromatic coral remained, fused seamlessly with the handle. Lin Yuan sat paralyzed, every vein in his body freezing solid. He stared at that beautiful, monstrous coral, an artwork forged in hell, unfolding in perfect silence, tearing the fragile veil of reality to shreds. His mother lifted her head. Her kind, familiar face shimmered, blurred by the warm light. She extended the peeled apple toward him, its smooth, gleaming surface gleaming. And poised at its center, pointing directly at his brow, was the knife's sharp, unwavering tip. "Go on, Xiao Yuan, eat." Her voice was honeyed tender, chilling to the marrow. "This apple is so crisp." Lin Yuan did not dodge. The fruit knife hovered half an inch from his forehead, coming to a stop. "Silly child, are you scared?" His mother flipped her wrist, turned the knife handle around, and shoved it into Lin Yuan's hand. The pink coral was gone. In its place was his mother's slightly roughened hand. Lin Yuan took the apple, his fingers rubbing against the peeled fruit flesh. It was somewhat slippery. It didn't seem like fruit juice, rather it resembled some kind of mucus secreted by a soft-bodied creature. "I'm not hungry." Lin Yuan placed the apple on the coffee table. "Even if you're not hungry, you must eat. This is a special red Fuji that your mom picked out at the morning market. It's sweet." His mother did not look at him, bending down to clean up the fruit peels on the ground. Lin Yuan grabbed the remote control and turned up the volume on the television. On the screen, the quarrels of a family drama drowned out the eerie noises. He leaned back against the sofa, his body sinking into the cushions. This feeling of relaxation made him want to just fall asleep right there. Here there was his mom, there was home. This was the life he had desperately longed for. Lin Yuan picked up the cup of water on the coffee table and took a big gulp. The water was very salty. It carried a taste of rust. Yet he swallowed it down as if he hadn't tasted it, forcing back the turmoil in his stomach. Mom, I want to sleep for a bit. He set the cup down, his voice somewhat airy. Go ahead, the bed is ready for you. Lin Yuan got up and walked toward the bedroom. As he passed by his mother, he caught a whiff of an odor. It was a strong formaldehyde smell mixed with the stench of rotting seafood. He held his breath and quickly walked into the bedroom, shutting the door behind him. Leaning against the door, Lin Yuan gasped for air. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, dripping into his collar. He slowly slid down to the floor, cradling his head in his hands, fingers digging deep into his hair. It's all fake. The old man who only smoked hadn't deceived him, nor had that island spared him. He was dreaming. Or rather, he was dying. This was the island's final care for him. Tears fell onto the floor. Lin Yuan did not wipe them away. He was too enamored with this feeling. Even knowing that the mother outside was a monster. Even knowing that this room was a tomb. But that face was his mother's. That nagging voice was his mother's. That feeling of being cared for was the only medicine in his life. Just a little longer. Lin Yuan buried his face in his knees, his shoulders trembling. Let me stay a little longer. Just a little longer. He was like a drowning man, knowing full well he was clinging to a hot iron, yet he refused to let go because of that bit of warmth. Footsteps sounded outside the door. Very light. Sizzle. Sizzle. The doorknob turned. Xiao Yuan, are you sleeping? Mom has warmed up a cup of milk for you. Lin Yuan looked up. The crack of the door was pushed open. No one came in. Only a huge shadow was cast on the bedroom floor. The shadow writhed menacingly, countless tentacles flailing in the air. Mom is coming in now. With this statement, a foot stepped inside. His mother held a cup of milk, standing at the door with a loving expression. If not for the writhing tentacles casting shadows behind her. Drink it while it's hot. His mother walked to the bedside and set down the milk. Lin Yuan stared at the cup of milk. Within the milky liquid floated a few strands of red fuzz. I won't drink it. Lin Yuan raised his head, looking at the woman before him. His vision began to blur. For a moment, she was the mother who ate pickled vegetables to save money for himself to eat meat. For another moment, she was a human-shaped skin filled with coral and seaweed. That feeling of disconnection was like a saw tugging back and forth on his nerves. If you drink it, you'll be able to sleep well. His mother lifted the cup, bringing it to his lips. That hand changed again. Fingernails fell off fingertips, turning into bony spikes, directly pressing against Lin Yuan's lips. At that moment, the string in Lin Yuan's heart snapped. He did not want to wake up, but he could not die either. If he died, the mother lying in the hospital would truly be beyond saving. I'm sorry, Lin Yuan whispered. One of his hands reached beneath his pillow. It was clearly empty there. Yet he grasped that familiar dagger. Drink up, Xiao Yuan, don't you listen to your mom. His mother's face began to twist. Her features melted down like wax, revealing a coral skeleton full of holes underneath. Lin Yuan suddenly sprang up. He launched himself from the bed, lunging at the monster. Thud! The dagger plunged into the monster's shoulder. There was no blood. Only a foul black liquid sprayed out. Oh! The monster let out a wretched scream. The sound was sharp and piercing, nothing a human could produce. Lin Yuan straddled it, gripping the dagger tightly and raising it high. Just one stab to the neck would end everything. The illusion would shatter, the dream would awaken. He would return to that cold, despairing yet real island. Xiao Yuan. The monster beneath him suddenly froze. The grotesque corals, tentacles, and black water all receded. Lying beneath Lin Yuan was his mother, white-haired and terrified. She looked at her son with the raised dagger, tears sliding from the corners of her eyes. Xiao Yuan, are you going to kill Mom? Why? Is it because Mom's cooking isn't good? Did Mom do something wrong? When you had a fever as a child, Mom carried you for 10 miles to the hospital. When you were bullied at school, Mom went to help you. Each sentence pinned Lin Yuan in place. His hand froze in midair. The tip of the dagger was less than a centimeter from his mother's throat. He looked at that face. The face marked by the traces of time, now filled with despair. Lin Yuan's breath halted. He knew this was fake. Rationality told him that this was just a pile of rotten flesh, an abnormal creature trying to digest him. But his hand could not fall. That was the most important person in his life. Even if it was just an illusion, he could not bring himself to drive the dagger into her throat. Just do it. Lin Yuan roared in his heart. Kill it. Otherwise you will die. Mom will really die too. The muscles in his arms spasmed from the excessive tension. Sweat dripped into his eyes, stinging painfully. But he just couldn't move. The mother beneath him seemed to sense his hesitation. The fear on her face slowly faded. Her neck suddenly elongated, coiling around him like a snake. Her mouth cracked open again, revealing a mass of sharp, flesh spikes inside. Since you can't bear to part with Mom, then stay here and accompany Mom forever. That gaping maw lunged at Lin Yuan's throat. Crack! A crisp sound exploded in the bedroom. The expected excruciating pain did not arrive. The bloody maw biting into his throat shattered the spikes within. The monster let out a shriek, the shattered flesh spikes in its mouth causing it both pain and confusion. Why was this mortal flesh and blood harder than the rocks on the island? In that moment of the monster's days, cock-a-doodle-doo, a bright, high-pitched, and deeply disdainful rooster's crow. It came from Lin Yuan's pants pocket. Immediately after, a youthful and arrogant voice directly drilled into Lin Yuan's mind. Silly X. That's just a damn thing. That's the essence of my foot bath. Wake up, you brat. Suddenly Lin Yuan's pants pocket caught fire. A searing pain deep in his soul burned through all confusion and warmth. Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. The mother in front of him froze, her gaping mouth still maintaining its biting posture, but inside was already a bloody mess. A small palm-sized chick, blazing with flames, was now emerging from Lin Yuan's pants pocket. It stood on Lin Yuan's thigh, one wing pointing at the monster, its eyes filled with disdainful contempt. Why are you still dawdling? The little chick turned its head to look at Lin Yuan, waiting for it to feed you. Lin Yuan's pupils constricted as chaotic thoughts were pierced through by the flames. He remembered the inexplicable island, the damned lighthouse, the talking tiger, and the vast expanse of black-veined ironwood. He was not in that cozy tenement building. He was on the second floor of the lighthouse, pinning a monster beneath him. Damn it! Lin Yuan growled, his will to survive ignited. The hand gripping the tusked dagger no longer hesitated. His arms' muscles bulged, veins popping out, and he plunged the dagger fiercely into the twisted face beneath him. PFF. The dagger sank deep into the monster's eye socket. A stench of black liquid mixed with organic fluids sprayed over Lin Yuan's face. Roar! The monster let out a heart-wrenching screech, no longer resembling his mother's voice, but a cacophony akin to countless insects scraping their shells. It thrashed wildly, trying to throw Lin Yuan off its back. Lin Yuan clamped his legs tightly around the monster's waist, his body as still as a rock. Die, he roared, pulling out the dagger and aiming for the other eye. PFF. Another strike. The monster's struggles intensified and the tendrils behind it lashed out at Lin Yuan, yet they had no effect. Die already. Why won't you die? Lin Yuan was like a madman. His mother's face, her voice, the fleeting warmth now transformed into the most vicious fuel. He withdrew the dagger, attacking that face and neck, strike after strike. PFF. 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 Each blade that sunk into flesh was accompanied by his suppressed roar. He was not killing a monster. He was tearing apart his own dreams. Finally, the monster beneath him ceased to move. The skin filled with coral and seaweed under Lin Yuan's tempestuous assault turned into an unrecognizable pile of rotten flesh. But Lin Yuan did not stop. He continued the repetitive motions of slashing and stabbing until that pile of rotten meat was nothing but mush. The foul liquid splattered all over him. Enough. Stop chopping. Xiao Hong's voice rang out again, filled with disdain. If you keep at it, it'll turn into paste. Lin Yuan's actions froze. He held the dagger stained with bits of flesh and black liquid, maintaining that posture as his chest heaved violently. Huff. Huff. He gasped for air, his eyes bloodshot. The surrounding illusions completely dissipated. He was indeed in the lighthouse. There was no soft carpet on the ground, only the cold floor now covered with a pile of stinking coral fragments and rotten mud. Xiao Hong landed on his shoulder, shaking off her feathers. Look at you, so pathetic. She flapped her wings at Lin Yuan's face. A mere essence of foot-washing water has you so enchanted. You've embarrassed me. Lin Yuan ignored her. He slowly lowered his arms, staring at the pile of flesh on the ground, his body still trembling slightly. He gradually sat up, leaning against the wall, motionless. Xiao Hong tilted her head and watched him for a while, then jumped down from his shoulder to his lap. Hey, are you dumb? Lin Yuan still did not respond. I said you. Just as Xiao Hong was about to mock him again, she saw Lin Yuan raise his hand. He reached out, touching his face. He felt sticky black liquid and tears. Slowly he lowered his head, burying his face in his knees. Woo! A suppressed sob escaped from his throat. His shoulders trembled. Xiao Hong was stunned. She had thought this human would explode in rage or faint. But she never expected that this creature who could use her as a pillow, could single-handedly slay a tiger, and could eat her eggshell as a snack, would actually cry. Xiao Hong opened her mouth, but the prepared taunts failed to escape. She raised her paw, hesitated for a moment, and gently touched Lin Yuan's arm. Hey, stop crying. Her voice softened a bit, carrying an unnatural tone. It's just an illusion, what's the big deal? Lin Yuan remained silent, his shoulders trembling even more. Crying won't help, Xiao Hong said, feeling somewhat helpless. That thing isn't even your real mom. Your real mom is still in the hospital waiting for you to send her money, right? If you die here crying, who will save her? This sentence was like a key unlocking the tightly locked door of Lin Yuan's heart. His trembling shoulders gradually stilled. Yes, Mom was still in the hospital, waiting for him to gather enough for the surgery. If he died here, he would truly lose everything. Lin Yuan slowly lifted his head, and in his bloodshot eyes a glimmer of light reignited. He sniffed, using his sleeve stained with black liquid to wipe his face. Thanks, he spoke, his voice as hoarse as sandpaper scraping against wood. Why are you thanking me? Xiao Hong turned her head awkwardly, using her wings to groom her feathers. I was just hungry, afraid you'd die, and no one would find me food. Lin Yuan looked at this duplicitous bird and pulled the corner of his mouth, revealing a smile. Just as he was about to push himself up from the ground, his movements suddenly froze. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Wait. His Adam's apple bobbed, and his brain finally regained clarity from the recent sorrow and madness processing this bug he should have discovered long ago. You can talk, eh? Lin Yuan's voice shot up, cracking in surprise. Just moments ago, in that illusion, that voice had called him a fool and told him to wake up. He had been too dazed to react. Now that he was clear-headed, this was utterly shocking. A bird speaking human language in his head. Xiao Hong rolled her eyes, her expression one of disbelief. Cheap. Duh. That voice once again invaded Lin Yuan's mind, filled with grievance and resentment. If you hadn't eaten my eggshell like a chip, I would have been able to talk long ago. Lin Yuan's mouth hung open, unable to close for a long time. A tiger could speak, and now this bird could too. Well, Lin Yuan chuckled bitterly, sitting back down with a thud. On this island, even trees can turn into humans. You speaking seems like no big deal. He swayed as he stood up, his legs still a bit weak. The sense of exhaustion from surviving a catastrophe combined with the continuous shocks made his stomach churn. He stumbled to the door, flung it open, and leaned against the door frame, retching into the void. Nothing came out. His stomach had long been empty, only acidic, while burning his throat. After a long moment, he straightened up, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. What exactly was that thing? Lin Yuan hoarsely turned to look back at the pile of rotten flesh still emanating a foul smell, and glanced at Xiao Hong perched on the door frame. It's just a broken coral's doing, she said dismissively. That's all it's capable of. Coral spirit. Lin Yuan looked back at the pile. Spirit my foot, Xiao Hong scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain. This is a type of active coral, a failed product researched by your predecessor. He fused himself with this thing, hoping to take a shortcut to become stronger. This kind of coral can enhance its host, but at the cost of draining the host's life force, ultimately turning even the brain into part of it. Only a fool would mess with such things. After your predecessor died, this pile of coral retained its instincts. It lures intruders into dreams with hallucinogenic mist, and then slowly digests them. Xiao Hong hopped onto Lin Yuan's shoulder, adding, if you hadn't been tough enough to crush its teeth, you'd have become part of it by now. Lin Yuan leaned against the doorframe, his stomach churning violently. He turned back, looking at the pile of rotten flesh, and then glanced at the little red creature on his shoulder. Are you saying that my predecessor, the island guardian, turned himself into this thing? Lin Yuan's voice remained hoarse, yet his thoughts were clearer. Pretty much, the little red creature replied, using its wing tip to straighten its messy feathers. He didn't have teeth as good as yours, and ended up playing himself away. Lin Yuan fell silent. However, recalling the various absurd things he encountered since arriving on this island, he felt somewhat relieved. What exactly is this island? Lin Yuan finally asked the question that had been lurking in his heart. How would I know? The little red creature answered confidently, I woke up here. It's always been like this, lifeless and dreary. You don't know? Lin Yuan raised his voice slightly. Aren't you some kind of divine beast? One that has lived for a long time? Chirp. I am a divine beast, but I have amnesia, okay? The little red creature felt a hit below the belt and screamed. I spend most of my time sleeping. I only know that there have been many guardians. You're not the first, and won't be the last. This information made Lin Yuan's heart sink. Many had been replaced. This was a more terrifying fact than the predecessor played himself away. This meant that death was the norm here. Where are they? Lin Yuan pressed on. They died. Where else would they go? The little red creature replied, casually, revealing indifference. Some were gored by wild boars, some were eaten by monstrous trees, and others, like your predecessor, ended up in a state that was neither human nor ghost, ultimately rotting away. If it weren't for you eating my eggshell, I wouldn't care about you. I consider yourself lucky, the little red creature added, seemingly thinking of this as a compliment. Lin Yuan felt no joy from the supposed compliment. His mind raced, piecing together the fragmented information. An isolated island. A group of guardians who were continuously replaced and ultimately met bizarre deaths. The island was filled with highly aggressive, mutated creatures. Even plants and certain materials could produce bewildering effects. Previous island guardians were conducting dangerous self-modification experiments. This was not a lighthouse at all. It was clearly a vast, secret experimental base. Lin Yuan understood. The so-called guardians were not watchmen, but cleaners responsible for clearing experimental waste, while also serving as test subjects to observe the survival rates of ordinary humans in such extreme environments. No wonder the salary given by old Dao was so high. 100,000 a month wasn't buying a person's time, it was buying a person's life. As for the little red creature that could speak along with the talking tiger, they were undoubtedly products of genetic editing. Everything made sense now. You just said there have been many guardians. Lin Yuan's breathing quickened as he grasped another key point. Does that mean there's more than just my lighthouse here? Duh. The little red creature smacked Lin Yuan on the back of the head with its wing. This island is huge. There are lighthouses to the east-south and beneath the cliffs to the north. But they probably collapsed long ago, and the bones of the guardians inside have turned to dust. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. His thoughts began to expand. Other lighthouses. Didn't that mean other labs or outposts? Since it was a laboratory, there must be supplies inside. Even if there was no food, there might still be medicine tools, or even weapons. Moreover, if he could find the work logs or experimental records left by those guardians. Lin Yuan's heart began to race. Those would be evidence. Ironclad proof of the illegal experiments conducted by this damned company. As long as he got his hands on this evidence, when old Dao came to the island, he would be in control. At that point, never mind 200,000 a month. Even if it was 2 million, they would have to accept it with their noses pinched. This was no longer just a matter of leaving alive. This was a risk investment, using his life as capital to gamble for immense wealth. The surgery fees for his mother, the subsequent rehabilitation costs, and their future life, all depended on this one chance. The confusion and sadness in Lin Yuan's eyes vanished. He turned around and strode back into the lighthouse. The wooden man gnawing on a potato in the corner was so startled by his entrance that he dropped the potato. Lin Yuan ignored it. He walked up to the pile of rotten flesh, suppressing his nausea, and prodded it with his toe. Ding! A crisp sound echoed. A key was kicked out from the rotten flesh still attached to a few disgusting tentacles. The key was brass with an ancient design engraved with the character 1. What is this? Lin Yuan asked the little red creature on his shoulder. An artifact of the predecessor. The little red creature glanced at it. Every guardian has one. It seems to be used to unlock something, but I don't know the specifics. Lin Yuan picked up the key and wiped it on his clothes. Number 1. Could it be that his lighthouse is number 1? This further confirmed his suspicion that this was a systematic base with numbered designations. He pocketed the key and then pointed at the filthy spot on the ground, issuing an order to the wooden man. You clean this up. The wooden man was momentarily stunned, but then nodded vigorously, using both hands and feet to start tidying up the mess. Lin Yuan turned to look at the little red creature on his shoulder. You from tomorrow on will be my guide. The little red creature exploded in anger upon hearing this. Chirp. Why should I? It protested. I'm a divine bird. I'm not a dancing dog to lead you around. Lin Yuan said nothing. He simply extended 2 fingers, pinching the little red creature's neck, lifting it from his shoulder and suspending it before him. With his other hand, Lin Yuan pulled out the green heart of emu from his pocket. Do you want this? He shook the crystal in his hand. The little red creature's protests suddenly stopped. It stared at the crystal, radiating immense life energy, nearly drooling from its beak. This was the essence of emu. For it was a supplement to stabilize its foundation. Just a small bite would restore a significant amount of its vitality. Do you want to eat it? Lin Yuan coaxed. The little red creature nodded frantically, its head bobbing like a rattle drum. Lead the way, Lin Yuan stated succinctly. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Sure. Forget leading the way. If you give me this, I could even be your mount. The little red creature's dignity shattered before the allure of food. Lin Yuan smiled with satisfaction. He put the crystal back in his pocket and placed the little red creature back on his shoulder. Now that's more like it. He patted the little red creature's head and then turned to look out the window. To others, this was a death trap. But in Lin Yuan's eyes at this moment, the entire island transformed into a series of blind boxes waiting to be opened. On the surface of the sea, the modified fishing boat of Lao Dao swayed amidst the mist. Achoo! Lao Dao sneezed and rubbed his nose. He casually flicked the spent cigarette butt of Hongtom Mountain into the sea, cursing under his breath. That reckless little brat is definitely scheming against me behind my back. Not dead yet. A cold voice came from the cabin. A man in a black windbreaker stepped out, holding a tablet computer, the screen's light reflecting on his chin. Not yet. Lao Dao grinned, revealing a set of yellow teeth. His vital signs are as vigorous as a breeding boar. I always said I have a good eye for people. This kid's tough, not that easy to die. The man in black swiped his finger across the screen. Ordinary person, no spiritual energy reaction, has not undergone genetic modification. He read the data, his tone tinged with confusion, survived on the island for over 5 days, and his sanity hasn't collapsed. Interesting. Of course, who do you think recruited him? Lao Dao leaned against the railing, pulling out another cigarette from his pocket. So what's the plan this time? Is it to collect the body, or just a routine check? Routine inspection. The man in black put away the tablet, directing his gaze towards the island. The upper management is very concerned about the status of that thing. In the recent tides, the frequency of vibrations. It doesn't seem like tectonic movements, it feels more like that thing is stirring. Lao Dao's hand paused while lighting his cigarette. Stirring. He squinted at that stretch of sea. If that stone has a problem with our numbers, we probably won't even be enough to fill in the gaps. That's why we need an observer. The man in black turned around the sea breeze, causing his coat to flap. If that kid with the surname Lin can stay sane, let him confirm the sealing of that stone tablet. If he's gone mad. The man paused, drawing a silenced pistol from his waist and racking the slide. Then clean him up and get the next one. It's all about performance evaluation, I get it. Lao Dao exhaled a puff of smoke. But that kid is risking his life for that damn money for survival. If he dies, that money will still be deposited into his account without a penny missing. Otherwise, he will have died in vain. The next day, Island Lighthouse. The morning sun penetrated the mist, illuminating the iron door riddled with bullet holes and scratch marks. Lin Yuan pressed bullets into the magazine, counting the remaining ammunition, murmuring to himself, "Only 10 shots left. I hope I can find some more bullets while I'm out." Click. The crisp sound of metal locking into place rang out. He slung the shotgun behind his back, strapped a fong dagger to his waist, and pocketed a brass key engraved with the character 1. He looked like a refugee just returning from a battlefield. Did you understand? Lin Yuan approached the vegetable patch, picked up a wooden stick, and pointed at the wooden dummy in front of him. The wooden dummy stood upright, topped with a newly sprouted cabbage leaf, looking quite comical. "First guard the house. Don't open the door to anyone unless I give the signal." Lin Yuan raised a finger. "Second, water the vegetables. If this cabbage dies, I'll chop you up for firewood." The dummy trembled all over, nodding more vigorously. Lin Yuan tossed the stick away with satisfaction. Although this wooden fellow was a bit dull, he was obedient and didn't require a salary. Such an employee would be seen as a perfect beast of burden in the eyes of capitalists. "Let's go." Lin Yuan patted his shoulder. "Hurry up. I'm starving." Xiao Hong flapped her wings and landed steadily on his shoulders, staring intently at the bulging pockets of Lin Yuan. Inside was her salary, the heart of Imu. "Lead the way." Lin Yuan ignored Xiao Hong's urgency and strode out of the lighthouse's safe zone. Today's objective was clear. Southern Lighthouse. A man and a bird delved into the dense forest. The further south they went, the more uneasy Lin Yuan felt. If the vegetation around the lighthouse could still be considered normal, here the plants were simply super mutated. Trees twisted with bark covered in tree tumors resembling human faces. The weeds on the ground were not green, but a purplish red with jagged leaf edges. To the left, Xiao Hong suddenly called out in Lin Yuan's ear, "That flower can spray poison. Even a little contact can cause your skin to rot." Lin Yuan paused his steps, glancing at the extraordinarily vibrant flower with a stamen that was still slightly wriggling. He silently shifted 3 meters to the right. "The one on the right is a man-eating vine." Xiao Hong added, her tone laced with schadenfreude. "Its roots are underground. If you step on it, you'll be bound like a zongzi and dragged underground as fertilizer." Lin Yuan froze. "Poison on the left, a pit on the right. Is this a path for humans?" "Go straight." Xiao Hong pointed with her wings at the middle path that looked the most treacherous, covered in thorns. "It may prick you, but at least you won't die." Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, drew his dagger, and began to clear the way through the thorns. "You better not be lying to me," he threatened as he slashed through the thorny vines. "Believe it or not, I was planning to take you the long way to steal a couple of eggs from that bird's nest up ahead." Xiao Hong disdainfully preened her feathers. About 4 hours later, Lin Yuan's clothes had been torn in several places. But fortunately, he hadn't encountered any ferocious beasts. It seemed that although this bird was talkative, it was indeed exceptional in the aspect of seeking benefits and avoiding harm. "We've arrived." Lin Yuan stopped, pushing aside the last barrier in front of him. His vision cleared. Ahead was a cliff. The deafening roar of the waves crashing against the cliff was thunderous. And at the edge of the cliff stood a ruin. It had indeed once been a lighthouse. Its structure was almost identical to the one Lin Yuan lived in. But now it looked as if something had bitten off a chunk. The top of the tower had collapsed, exposing the steel reinforcement inside. The tower was completely covered by some black vines which pulsated gently in the sea breeze. The most bizarre thing was the lighthouse's door. The iron door, which should have been tightly closed, was now wide open. The door panel was twisted and deformed, as if some enormous force had crashed it open from the inside. "Is this what you meant by someone living here?" Lin Yuan stared at the large door, tightening his grip on the shotgun. "There used to be someone." Xiao Hong's voice also lowered. She seemed somewhat wary of this place, her claws involuntarily clenching onto the fabric of Lin Yuan's clothes. "That person was very fierce, fiercer than you. He raised many of these black vines to catch birds for food. Then one day this place exploded, and I never saw him again." "Exploded?" Lin Yuan keenly caught this word. He cautiously approached. The ground beneath his feet was littered with rubble and debris. Lin Yuan reached the doorway. He didn't rush in, but instead pressed against the wall, peeking inside. The light was dim. However, with the help of the sunlight outside, he could barely make out the condition of the first floor. Supply boxes were overturned on the ground with moldy cans rolling everywhere. The walls were covered in scratch marks and writing. Those were words smeared on the wall with some black liquid, dense and overlapping. Lin Yuan squinted, trying to decipher those chaotic lines. The entire wall, with hundreds of characters, all conveyed the same message. It has awakened, it has awakened, it has awakened. The writing grew larger and more scrawled, with the last few characters nearly occupying half the wall. Hundreds of it has awakened were crowded together, densely packed, resembling a swarm of wriggling maggots. Lin Yuan stood at the door, feeling a chill creep up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Hey! Lin Yuan poked at the red pom-pom on his shoulder with the barrel of his gun. What does this guy mean by it? Xiao Hong shrank his neck, tightly covering his head with his wings, revealing only a pair of darting green bean-like eyes. Cheap. He let out a call. Speak like a human. Lin Yuan shook his shoulder impatiently. I don't know. Xiao Hong's voice exploded in Lin Yuan's mind, tinged with a mix of embarrassment and guilt. At that time I was still an egg. An egg, do you understand? All I did was sleep. How could I know what ghostly things were hidden in this broken place? Humph. Lin Yuan scoffed. Useless. It's better to raise a pig than you. At least a pig can be slaughtered for meat during the new year. Xiao Hong was so angry that his fur bristled, ready to peck Lin Yuan's ear, but after glancing at the ominous doorway, he shrank back. Don't go in, he muttered softly. This place smells wrong. It stinks worse than that dead tiger. Lin Yuan stood still, not moving. Rationality told him that turning around and running was currently the option with the highest survival rate. This lighthouse had clearly become a scene of some heinous crime. But he glanced down at his tattered clothes torn by thorns. This outing had taken him 4 hours just to walk. His clothes were torn, the soles of his shoes worn thin, and he hadn't even received any compensation for his mental anguish. If he returned empty-handed, wouldn't those 4 hours be for nothing? Since I've come this far. Lin Yuan uttered these 4 words, giving himself a boost of courage. This is a curse ingrained in the bones of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. As long as these 4 words are uttered, not even a haunted house, but even a mountain of knives and a sea of fire must be traversed, while keeping an eye out for any souvenirs to take. You stay outside. Lin Yuan pulled Xiao Hong off his shoulder and placed him on a stone. If you hear gunfire inside, you run. Xiao Hong was stunned for a moment. He looked at Lin Yuan, his eyes flashing with complexity. You don't misunderstand. Lin Yuan pulled the gun bolt, checking the ammunition. I'm afraid that if a real fight breaks out, I would have to take care of you, my dead weight. After saying that, he no longer hesitated and walked into the iron door. The interior of the lighthouse was dimly lit. A strong smell of mildew filled the air. Crack! A crisp sound came from beneath his feet. Lin Yuan looked down. There were shards of glass everywhere, along with crushed tin cans. A fierce struggle had occurred here. Tables were overturned, chairs broken into pieces, and the ground was littered with scattered documents that had turned into mush due to dampness. Lin Yuan held the gun, slowly moving the barrel with his line of sight. No monsters were in sight. At least on the first floor, it appeared empty. He walked over to the overturned table and kicked aside a pile of rotten wood with his toes. Underneath was a tin box. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. He crouched down, holding the gun with one hand for vigilance while using the other to pry open the lid of the tin box. There was no lock. Clunk. The lid was flipped open. Inside there were no gold bars or cash. Only a diary soaked in water, half a pack of moldy cigarettes, and a metal badge. Lin Yuan felt a bit disappointed. He picked up the badge and wiped it on his sleeve. Guardian of Tower No. 211 I Chow Wei. The back of the identity badge was stained with a blot. That was dried blood. Chow Wei. Lin Yuan mumbled this name. Is this the unfortunate soul who wrote "It has awakened" on the walls? It seems this brother Chow did not have as good luck as he did. Lin Yuan tucked the identity badge into his pocket. This counts as evidence. If he could survive and hand this item over to the unfortunate one's family, perhaps he could receive some gratitude in return. As for that half pack of cigarettes, Lin Yuan pulled one out and sniffed it under his nose. A moldy smell. If this cigarette were given to old Dao, it would probably blow up his lungs. He tossed the cigarette aside and picked up the diary again. The pages were severely stuck together, and any slight force would rip them apart. Lin Yuan carefully turned to the first page. The handwriting was fairly neat. May 12. Arrived. This place is really quiet, the scenery is nice, and the salary is high. I plan to work for 3 years, then go back to buy a house and marry a wife. Lin Yuan tugged at the corner of his mouth. This flag was raised so perfectly, it was almost painful. He flipped a few more pages. Most of the content in between was blurred and illegible. Until the last few pages, the handwriting began to become messy and frantic, breaking through the paper. July 14. What is that? There is something in the sea. July 20. Don't sleep. You can't sleep. If you fall asleep, you'll hear that voice. August 1. Vines. They are not plants. The last page. There was no date. Only 2 large characters. Run fast. Lin Yuan closed the diary. His palms were slightly sweaty. The sense of despair in this diary was overwhelming. Even through the pages, he could feel how devastated that person named Chao Wei was at that moment. Vines. Lin Yuan raised his head to look at the stairs leading to the second floor. On the handrail, there several black, withered vines were entwined. They looked dry and brittle, ready to snap with a bend. Lin Yuan did not let his guard down. He stuffed the diary into his chest, raised his gun, and walked toward the staircase. The staircase was a spiral iron ladder. Stepping on it made a creaking sound, as if it might collapse at any moment. Lin Yuan tried to stay close to the wall, testing the pressure point with each step. The further he went up, the stronger the stench became. Whoosh! The wind blew in from the window, making a whimpering sound. Lin Yuan reached the last step and arrived at the second-floor platform. His footsteps suddenly halted. There were no lights on the second floor, nor did it need any lights, because the entire space on the second floor was filled with a gigantic entity. It was a sphere woven from countless black vines, several meters in diameter, hanging from the ceiling. Those vines were not still. They were slowly wriggling, intertwining, and tightening. Beneath each vine, a faint, dark red light was visible, as if blood was flowing within. But that wasn't the most terrifying part. What made Lin Yuan's scalp tingle was that many things were embedded in the surface of this sphere. There were seabirds, wild rabbits, and even half a nameless sea fish. They were ensnared by the vines, with most of their bodies trapped inside the sphere, leaving only parts of their limbs exposed outside. What the hell is this? Lin Yuan held his breath. If this thing were alive, it was not a lighthouse. It was clearly a meat grinder. He retracted his raised left foot. His heel hadn't even touched the ground. Gudu. A sound similar to intestinal movements came from the vine ball. The half of the fish hanging on the surface of the ball suddenly twitched. Immediately after, the remaining half of the fish quickly shriveled away. In the end, only a fish skeleton remained, which fell to the floor with a thud. Lin Yuan's scalp felt like it was about to explode. This thing was still eating. The words "run fast" from his diary flashed through his mind. "Sorry to bother you," he silently chanted in his heart, slowly turning his body to prepare to return the way he came. There were no treasure chests or gold in this cursed place, only a pile of rotten vines that could drain a person into a dry corpse. Just as he turned around, the diary slipped from his arms. Thud! The diary fell to the floor, the sound echoing long. Lin Yuan froze. The nauseating, slithering sound behind him also stopped. Run! Without hesitation, Lin Yuan exerted force in his legs and charged towards the staircase. Whoosh! A fierce wind surged behind his head. A black vine as thick as a wrist shot out from the ball. Its speed was so fast that it left an afterimage in the air. Lin Yuan didn't have time to go downstairs. He suddenly braked, turned around, and placed the gunstock against his shoulder. Every movement flowed seamlessly, a muscle memory honed on the edge of life and death. Bang! The muzzle spat out a tongue of fire. Dark golden tiger stripes flowed along the barrel, and the roar shook the lighthouse. The bullet, enveloped in the illusion of a fierce tiger, slammed violently into the oncoming mass of vines. Boom! The leading dozens of vines exploded. Black liquid splattered everywhere, as if a rain of ink had fallen. But there were simply too many of these things. After blowing apart a few, there were still dozens, even hundreds more. The remaining vines were enraged. They no longer advanced straightforwardly, but spread out like a swarm of snakes, encircling from all four directions. Lin Yuan kicked against the stair railing, using the recoil to fly backward. He jumped directly off the edge of the second-floor platform. In midair, several vines grazed his scalp and pierced into the ceiling. Bang! He crashed heavily into a pile of debris on the first floor. Though the heap of rotten wood and tin cans hurt all over, it did provide some cushioning. Cough, cough. Lin Yuan disregarded the pain and rolled on the ground. Stab! 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 The spot where he landed was instantly pierced by dozens of vines. The concrete floor was punctured, and debris flew, hitting Lin Yuan's face. Lin Yuan half knelt on the ground, hurriedly opening the gun chamber. Hot shell casings jumped out. He reached into his pocket for spare bullets. His fingers trembled slightly, and with debris all around, the first bullet slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Damn it, he swore under his breath. The sound of the wind overhead had arrived. Those vines seemed to have eyes winding down the stair railing, their tips splitting open to reveal countless barbs inside. There's no time left, Lin Yuan thought as he looked at the several black shadows rushing toward his face. He could already smell the rotting stench from above. In this critical moment, whoosh! A flame surged in from the direction of the door. The flame, though only the thickness of an arm, radiated a frightening heat. The vines that were about to penetrate Lin Yuan's head were instantly reduced to ash upon contact with the flame. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The vines emitted a shrill scream, retreating frantically, as if encountering their natural enemy. Lin Yuan seized the opportunity to load 2 bullets into the gun chamber. Click! He closed the gun barrel. Only then did he look toward the door where he saw Xiao Hong standing on a collapsed prefab board. Its mouth was open, black smoke still billowing from its throat. Its small eyes were filled with pride. "What are you staring at?" Xiao Hong's voice echoed in his mind. "Aren't you running? Are you waiting to become fertilizer for this rotten grass?" Lin Yuan was taken aback. "Why didn't you run?" He got up from the ground while keeping his gun at the ready. He had clearly ordered this bird to stay outside and run away upon hearing gunfire. Chirp! Xiao Hong flapped its wings, raising its head high, its tuft of fluff fluttering in the wind. "Run? That's something weaklings do. As a dignified divine beast, if I can't even protect a gatekeeper, how can I show my face to the world?" It spoke defiantly, yet those small claws still trembling slightly betrayed its inner struggle just moments ago. Lin Yuan smirked. This bird, though a bit timid and greedy, did not falter in a critical moment. "All right, my divine beast." Lin Yuan grabbed the backpack off the ground and fired another shot above his head. Bang! This shot drove back the vines that were peeking out again. "Retreat!" He shouted loudly and turned to dash toward the door. Seeing this, Xiao Hong no longer pretended, flapping its wings to land on Lin Yuan's shoulder, its claws gripping tightly onto his clothes. To the left. The pillar on the left is about to fall. Lin Yuan sidestepped to dodge the falling beam. The two of them, one man and one bird, hurriedly burst out of the main door. The sunlight outside was so bright that Lin Yuan could hardly open his eyes. But he didn't stop his feet. Where to run? Anywhere. The further away from this cursed place, the better. Lin Yuan rolled and crawled down the stairs in front of the lighthouse. He thought this was the end. After all, plants have roots, and once he exited that door, he should be safe. But he clearly underestimated the persistence of this thing and its size. Rumble. A loud noise came from behind. The ground beneath his feet began to tremble. Lin Yuan stumbled, almost falling. He steadied himself and looked back at the already dilapidated lighthouse. At this moment, it was disintegrating. Countless cracks appeared on the walls of the tower. Black vines squeezed out from every crack, growing wildly. Creak, creak. The sound of twisted rebar echoed occasionally. Then boom. The collapsed tower top exploded again. Debris and steel plates flew through the air. A massive black, still writhing sphere crawled out from the gap. This was no plant parasitizing the lighthouse. The entire lighthouse was in fact the shell of this thing. Now it had hatched. The sphere unfurled itself under the sunlight. Countless vines waved in the air, blocking out the sun. And at the very center of the sphere, a face made of countless dead skulls slowly opened its eyes. It locked its gaze firmly on the fleeing Lin Yuan. Chirp! Xiao Hong huddled tightly on Lin Yuan's shoulder. That. Its voice became smaller than a mosquito's. "Do you believe me now when I say this thing is not grass?" Lin Yuan said nothing. He only tightened his grip on the gun, staring at the monster that made his sanity plummet. His mind was left with only one thought. Walking black ironwood hallucination corals growing on corpses. He thought he had already witnessed the absurd limits of the plants on this island. But now an entire lighthouse was a damn egg. Were the plants on this island really that unreasonable? A massive shadow was cast down, completely enveloping Lin Yuan. A shadow fell. The wind pressed against his face, blowing Lin Yuan's hair back. That vine ball left him no time to strategize. It came crashing straight at his face. "Run!" Lin Yuan shouted, his leg muscles tensed as he lunged to the side. The earth shook. Debris scattered like shrapnel. The cement ground was smashed into a deep pit with dust mixed with black liquid billowing into the air. Lin Yuan rolled twice on the ground, dissipating the momentum. As he lifted his head, he saw a black vine piercing through the dust, heading straight for his face. Is this never ending? Lin Yuan knelt half on the ground, the gun stock resting against his shoulder. Aiming. Not necessary. With a target this large, he could hit it with his eyes closed. Bang! The gun's muzzle spat fire. The dark golden tiger spirit roared out, colliding with the black vine. The vine instantly exploded into a cloud of black mud. But there was not a trace of joy on Lin Yuan's face. Because behind that severed vine, countless tentacles were detaching from the massive sphere. Dozens. Hundreds. They danced wildly in the air, each tip adorned with barbs. What kind of mutated plant is this? This is clearly a spiny urchin that has gained sentience. Is this what you call not dangerous? Lin Yuan retreated while quickly reloading his bullets. His fingers were somewhat stiff from tension, but he forced himself to steady. Chirp. In his mind, he heard Xiao Hong's frantic voice. This thing has mutated. It used to be a weed growing on walls who knew it could walk now. Stop the nonsense, just work if you don't want to end up like roast chicken. Lin Yuan dodged to the side, evading a sweeping vine. The vine struck a nearby stone pillar. With a crack, the pillar was severed in half. That force, if it hit a person, Lin Yuan's 100+ pounds of flesh would be insufficient. How do we deal with this? This thing has tough skin, and flesh of my fire couldn't burn through it. Xiao Hong looked at the overwhelming tentacles with terror in her eyes. If it can't be burned through, burn its fur. Lin Yuan pulled the trigger again. Bang! Several more vines exploded, but for that sphere it felt nothing. Even the severed ends continued to secrete a glue-like liquid with new growths sprouting rapidly. A war of attrition. This was the last thing Lin Yuan wanted to see. He only had 4 bullets left in his pocket. Once the ammunition was exhausted, how could he chop this colossal creature with a dagger? That image was too beautiful, he dared not dwell on it. Its core is inside. Lin Yuan fixed his gaze on the face at the center of the sphere. All the vines extended from there. In the eye sockets of those skulls, it seemed something was watching him. I need to pry that shell open. Lin Yuan exhaled heavily, making a decision. Xiaohong, burn a path for me. What are you doing? Xiaohong screamed. No questions, just do it. Lin Yuan stopped retreating. Instead, he charged towards the tentacles. Crazy. Xiaohong cursed while opening her mouth. A red light gathered in her throat. Whooshed. Crimson flames erupted. This young divine beast was clearly pushed to the edge. This burst of fire was fiercer than before. The flames fanned out like a fan, igniting dozens of vines directly ahead. Sizzle. The black vegetation quickly carbonized under the high temperature. The vine ball seemed to feel the pain, crazily retracting, trying to swat away the flames on its body. In that moment of vulnerability, Lin Yuan dashed into the sea of fire. The high temperature scorched his skin, his eyebrows curled, and he smelled burning fabric from his clothes. But he did not stop. He stepped on a thick vine still burning like a desperate man, leaping onto the surface of the sphere in just a few steps. The sensation beneath his feet was soft and mushy, like stepping on a pile of rotten flesh. Roar. The monster sensed the foreign object on its body. All the vines turned and struck towards Lin Yuan. Get away from me. Lin Yuan wielded his dagger with his left hand, the cold light flashing. The Fong dagger sliced through the tentacles, trying to bind his ankles. Black blood splattered all over him. He paid no attention to the whips striking at his back. There was only one target. The face made of skulls. 5 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. Lin Yuan could even see how many teeth were left in those skulls. Now's the time. He exerted force in his legs and leaped high. In midair, the muzzle of his double-barreled shotgun pressed down directly into the gap between the skulls. 0 distance contact. In the next life, be reborn as a potted plant. Lin Yuan's expression was blank as he pulled the trigger. Roar. The gun body vibrated violently. This time what spewed from the muzzle was not an illusion, but a solidified tiger head coalesced from black, malevolent energy. It opened its bloody maw and bit fiercely at the core of the sphere. Boom. A dull explosion rang out from within the sphere. Lin Yuan was thrown back by the massive recoil, crashing heavily into a pile of stones several meters away. Cough, cough. He felt his internal organs shift, a sweet metallic taste rising in his throat. But he could not afford to feel pain. He struggled to lift his head, looking at the monster. The vine ball had frozen. All the vines drooped down like marionettes that had lost control. In the very center of the sphere, the spot that had been struck by the gun, countless layers of black vines exploded open like petals, revealing a hollow interior. There was no flesh and blood flying, nor any disgusting internal organs. Inside, it was wrapped in a translucent amber-like gelatinous substance. The gelatinous substance emitted a faint golden glow under the sunlight. And at the center of that gelatinous mass, curled up, was a person, a completely naked, pale-skinned individual. That person hugged their knees, long hair floating like seaweed in the gel obscuring their face. Only the chest still rose and fell extremely faintly. Lin Yuan gripped the ground tightly with his hand. He had imagined it might be a heart, or some form of mutation. But he never expected. Beneath these layers of bones and vines, what was being protected was actually a person. This is... Xiaohong perched on Lin Yuan's shoulder, her tuft of hair drooping down. She stared at the figure in the amber, her voice devoid of its usual arrogance, instead trembling slightly. Hey, Lin Yuan. This thing, it seems to still be alive. Lin Yuan remained silent. He stared at the curled-up figure. His gaze passed through the layer of faint golden gel, landing on the person's neck. There, hanging, was a necklace that had corroded to a dark hue. The pendant shaped like a withered sapling, though rusted, bore a shape. That was exactly like the sapling he saw pleading for help in his dreams. It was practically identical. With a soft crack, a fissure opened on the surface of the amber. Liquid slowly flowed out. The curled-up figure fell out. Tick-tock. The sound echoed distinctly amidst the ruins. Lin Yuan maintained his position as he crawled out of the debris, his left hand pressed against the ground while his right hand held a smoking hunting rifle. He stared at the shadow that fell from the amber, blinking his eyes. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out a metal identity tag, stained with blood. The Tower Guardian No. 211 Chao Wei. A name that sounded robust. The handwriting was messy. He looked like a rough man, one who could both pick his toes and smoke at the same time. Lin Yuan raised his head, his gaze crossing over a distance of several meters, landing on the figure curled up in the slime. Although her long hair obscured her face and her body was covered in an unknown gelatinous substance, But with that figure, the delicate texture of her skin, and certain obvious physiological features, one could tell that she was a woman as long as they weren't blind. Moreover, she was a woman of not much age. A scam. Lin Yuan stuffed the identity tag back into his pocket, swallowing hard. Are employers nowadays so deceitful that they can even falsify gender to lure people onto the island? Little Red squatted on Lin Yuan's shoulder, stretching its neck to stare at the unconscious woman. Don't go near, it warned Lin Yuan. Something feels off. Lin Yuan retracted his foot. What's wrong? Who can survive inside such a ghastly creature? Little Red pointed with its wings at the still, oozing black mass. That's its core, the strongest part of its digestive system. Even a stone thrown inside would dissolve into water, yet this woman hasn't even broken her skin. There's only one possibility. Little Red stated decisively. This is a bait. Lin Yuan nodded thoughtfully. Makes sense. In this place, one shouldn't trust even a stone, let alone a living person extracted from the belly of a monster. Looks like I need to take another shot. Lin Yuan had no thoughts of pity. In this hellish place, survival was the only truth. If it's bait, then smash it. Cover me, he instructed Little Red on his shoulder. If she suddenly attacks, then burn her. No problem. Burning is my specialty. The man and bird reached a certain kind of frenzied tactical consensus. Lin Yuan raised his rifle, taking one slow step towards the woman. He moved slowly, each step testing the reaction of the surrounding vines. But those vines were utterly dead, showing no response to Lin Yuan's approach. 10 meters. 5 meters. 2 meters. Lin Yuan stood right in front of the woman, the muzzle pressed directly against her forehead. Hey, Lin Yuan called out. No response. The woman remained curled up, hugging her knees like a sleeping infant. In such a defenseless posture, if it had been a hot-blooded male protagonist from a comic, he would likely have blushed and rushed in to administer artificial respiration. But Lin Yuan merely frowned. Playing dead, he placed his finger on the trigger. The dark, golden tiger stripes on the gun's body shimmered subtly, a fierce aura bursting forth from the barrel, blowing a few strands of the woman's hair away from her forehead. Still no movement. Not even a change in her breathing rate. Solid mental fortitude, Brother Chow, Lin Yuan scoffed. Since words won't do, then let's resort to force. He lifted his right foot, aiming at the woman's shoulder. Here goes. Bang! A dull thud resounded. Although Lin Yuan's kick had been moderated in force, it was still enough to knock a fully grown man off balance. The woman was toppled to the ground, her body sliding half a meter away, limbs sprawled out in an extremely ungraceful manner. Face down, she plunged directly into a puddle of black water. The scene became quite awkward. Lin Yuan maintained his kicking stance, the gun still aimed at her. He waited for 3 seconds. No explosion, no transformation, and she didn't suddenly leap up to bite his throat. The woman lay there motionless, even producing 2 small bubbles from the water as her face was submerged. Glub! Lin Yuan tugged at his lips. Really passed out. He lowered his foot, but didn't immediately relax his guard. Brother Chow, wake up. It's payday, he shouted again. But the Brother Chow lying on the ground still showed no response. Looks like she's not faking it. Little Red sighed in relief, retracting its poised flames. Or she might just be knocked out cold. Lin Yuan felt a headache coming on. If she were a corpse, it would be simpler to just search for valuables on her, then find a pit to bury her as an act of virtue. But this living person, killing her felt a bit difficult, especially since she seemed to pose no threat other than being unclothed. Rescuing her would only create a burden. Moreover, what if she turned out to be a fierce character, even more ruthless than a tiger once she woke up? First, control the source of danger. Lin Yuan made a decision. He looked around. There were materials all around. The vines that had been blasted apart, although they had lost their vitality, still possessed excellent toughness. Lin Yuan stowed away his gun and pulled out a fong dagger from his waist. He approached a vine about the thickness of a finger. With 2 swift cuts, he severed 2 3-meter-long ropes. He carried the vines and approached the woman, using his toes to flip her over. This was the first time Lin Yuan got a clear look at her face. Her skin was very pale, a kind of pallor that came from years of not seeing sunlight. Her features were exquisite. One could even say she was breathtakingly beautiful, especially the faint red lines beneath her tightly closed eyes extending all the way to her ears. She's quite a sight to behold, Lin Yuan remarked. If he brought her back to Guanghaishi and had her stand at any comic convention, she would surely attract a crowd. But his focus obviously wasn't on her looks right now. Bear with it, Brother Chow, the conditions are rough, and I don't have handcuffs. Lin Yuan mumbled as his hands moved swiftly. The first vine wrapped around her wrist. He tied a tight knot. Then following her arm upwards, it circled around her neck, crossing at the back. It then went through her armpit, pulling tight. About 2 minutes later. Chirp. Little Red looked at the oddly shaped cargo on the ground, its expression growing somewhat peculiar. It moved 2 steps aside, seemingly wanting to distance itself from this pervert. Who taught you this? Nothing special, just practice makes perfect. Lin Yuan shamelessly quoted some literary phrase. He tried lifting the connecting vine. It was very sturdy, like carrying a large suitcase. All right, this is safe now. Lin Yuan dragged the human package to a drier corner, covering it with a piece of tattered oilcloth. Only her head was left exposed to breathe. Stay here and be good. He patted the woman's head. Wait for me to finish scavenging before I deal with you. After completing all this, Lin Yuan finally had time to examine the interior of the lighthouse. The first floor was basically ruined. The previous battle had completely turned the already dilapidated furniture to rubble. The only thing of value might be the staircase leading to the second floor. Though it too had been damaged by the vines, it was barely still climbable. Let's go up and take a look. Usually the lair of a boss holds some good stuff. Lin Yuan carefully climbed up the precarious spiral iron ladder. Little Red didn't want to fly and just squatted on top of his head, acting as a radar. The second floor was smaller than the first. The walls had been deformed by previous expansions. The floor was covered with black slime and the bones of unknown creatures. It stinks. Lin Yuan covered his mouth and nose. He rummaged around in a corner for a bit. Apart from some rusty metal scraps and torn cloth strips, there was nothing. Broke as a church mouse. He cursed, just as he was about to return in disappointment. Chirp! Little Red suddenly called out from above. It flapped its wings and flew to a corner by the window on the second floor. There was a metal bed that hadn't completely collapsed. The bed was pushed up to the ceiling by the vines wedged between the beams. And beneath the bed board something seemed to be stuck. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. He dashed over in a few steps, stepped on the windowsill, and reached out to grab it. His fingertips brushed against a piece of metal. With a hard tug, clatter, a black briefcase was pulled down by him. The case wasn't large, only about the size of a laptop, but it was quite heavy. Though its surface was covered in scratches, one could still vaguely tell it was made of an extremely high-grade material. There was also a prominent logo on it. It was a geometric pattern formed by lines. If one didn't look closely, it would just appear as gibberish. But if you stared long enough, the lines seemed to move, forming an eye that was watching you. This is... Lin Yuan felt that the logo looked somewhat familiar. He had seen something similar on the old knife's broken ship. The Foundation. Lin Yuan's mind conjured up this term. The old knife had mentioned it in passing, claiming it was the wealthiest and most mysterious organization in the world. If this case belonged to them, then the contents inside. Lin Yuan flipped the box over and stared at the keyhole for a while. It was cross-shaped with a gear pattern on the outer ring. This shape seemed somewhat familiar. Lin Yuan reached into his pocket and pulled out the key he had found in the coral rod. No way. He inserted the key into the keyhole. Click. It fit perfectly. Xiao Hong's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? That's your predecessor's key. How can it open this box? Maybe it's because they were colleagues in the same unit, or... Lin Yuan lifted the lid of the box, his tone flat. Or maybe this box was stolen from me in the first place. Who cares, it's mine now. There were no treasures in the box, only several layers of thick, shock-absorbing foam with two items embedded in the middle. One was a syringe sealed in a metal tube filled with a shimmering blue liquid that exuded an air of advanced technology and danger. The other was a letter, the envelope unsealed with a few prominent words written on it for Old Chow, if you haven't died. Yet Lin Yuan picked up the letter, wrinkling his nose. The handwriting is terrible, not as good as mine. He unfolded the letter. There wasn't much content and no pleasantries. The words exuded a sense of urgency. Old Chow, don't believe the nonsense above. What a load of crap about the Tower Guardian. They are just deceiving us. This island is alive. It consumes people and assimilates them. I'm researching a new approach. Since we can't fight back, we'll join in. I want to merge myself with Coral. That thing has an outrageous vitality. If I succeed, I will become a new god. The drug in this box is something I snatched from the Foundation's transport ship. It's called Cognition Stabilizer. If you feel like you're going crazy or develop unwelcome appendages, just give yourself a shot. A few extra days of life are worth it. If unfortunately, I turn into a monster, stay away from me. Light Tower No. 1 left by Old Zhao. Lin Yuan finished reading and folded the letter back into the envelope. So the coral spirit that dragged him into the illusion was named Zhao, a madman who wanted to become a god. To get stronger, he turned himself into that kind of muck. Lin Yuan commented. This thought process is indeed extraordinary. He's a werewolf. He picked up the syringe and shook it in the light. The liquid was pure without impurities. Tiny bubbles formed when shaken, quickly vanishing. Can this thing suppress mutations? Lin Yuan recalled the sapling he had seen in his dream. If what he saw in the illusion was not merely a reflection of fear, but a sign of some sort, this drug might prove invaluable at a crucial moment. Good stuff. Lin Yuan unceremoniously accepted the syringe. Since you've turned into muck, I'll gladly take this inheritance. He tore off the foam from inside the box, confirmed there were no hidden compartments, then casually tossed the box aside and began a thorough scavenging of the ruins on the second floor. That's garbage. And that's garbage. Lin Yuan acted like a picky scavenger, kicking the seemingly useless instruments all over the floor. Finally, beneath a crushed metal cabinet, he felt something heavy, a canvas bag. He opened it up. Bullets. 2 full boxes, roughly counting at least 50 rounds. I've struck it rich. Lin Yuan grabbed a handful of bullets, his sense of security skyrocketing. In this dreadful place, nothing provided a more restful sleep than firepower. Let's go. Lin Yuan stuffed the bullets into his backpack. Are we just leaving? Xiao Hong flapped her wings and glanced at the vine ball, still oozing black liquid. Are you sure it's dead? Bullets cost money. Lin Yuan shot her a glance and turned to descend the shaky spiral staircase. The first floor was dimly lit. In the corner lay the woman wrapped like a dumpling. At some point, a wild bird had landed on the oilcloth. It tilted its head, seemingly hungry for the face beneath the oilcloth, its sharp beak poised to peck down. Lin Yuan frowned, his gaze turning cold. In this island, even a rat could have fangs and be venomous. Who knew if this bird was trying to take advantage of the situation to feast or spread some deadly virus? He hesitated not a moment and strode over. Get away. Lin Yuan raised his leg and kicked. Bang. The kick landed squarely on the wild bird. Caw. A scream pierced the air. The wild bird was sent flying 7 or 8 meters away, crashing against the opposite wall, flapping its wings a couple of times before soaring out through the window. What a lowly creature daring to snatch things from me. Lin Yuan cursed, then lowered his head and gently poked the lump covered by the oilcloth with his toe. Although the origins seemed sinister and could potentially be a huge problem, he stared at the faintly rising oilcloth for a moment before bending down. Since it's still alive, let's take it back first. This island was filled with monsters and corpses. Encountering something that could still breathe was a rare opportunity. If it woke up, it might give some clues. Rise. Lin Yuan exerted force with one arm, grabbing the vine knots tied around the woman, and effortlessly threw the living person onto his shoulder. The woman's abdomen pressed against his shoulder, producing an unconscious grunt. Her long hair fell brushing against Lin Yuan's back, bringing a strange scent. Was this woman raised on weights? Lin Yuan muttered, shaking his shoulder to adjust his balance, trying not to let this cargo bump her head on the way back. The way you're carrying her. Xiao Hong landed on his other shoulder, observing this extremely inhumane method of transportation. If she wakes up, the first thing she'll probably do is bite you to death. Well, she needs teeth for that. Lin Yuan strode out of the lighthouse ruins. The sunlight was just right. He walked faster on the way back than he had come. Perhaps it was because he had 50 rounds of truth in his backpack, giving him confidence. Or perhaps it was due to carrying an unidentified creature, making his back feel cold, urging him to hurry home. The mutated plants along the way seemed to have become a bit less aggressive. The large flower that sprayed poison closed its petals as Lin Yuan passed, pretending to be a bud. At least you all know your place. Lin Yuan hummed a disjointed tune, his steps quickening. The 4-hour journey was squeezed down to 3. When the familiar lighthouse appeared in his sight, the sun was already hanging low on the horizon. The boss is back. Before entering the yard, Lin Yuan shouted. The wooden man diligently watering the vegetable garden froze in place. It turned around, and seeing the large lump Lin Yuan was carrying on his shoulder, showed a hint of fear. Open the door. Lin Yuan walked to the lighthouse's front door and tossed the cargo onto the ground. Thud. The woman remained unconscious, not even twitching her eyelashes. This quality was indeed durable. Where should we put this thing? Xiao Hong hopped onto the door frame, looking down at the captive on the ground. If we bring her inside, what if she transforms in the middle of the night and eats both of us? Lin Yuan stroked his chin. This was indeed a problem. This woman's origins were unknown, and she was cut out from the monster's core. Although she looked like a person now, who knew what kind of tentacles were hidden beneath that skin? Definitely not in the bedroom. That was his sacred space, inviolable. The cellar. Lin Yuan pointed to the small storage shed behind the lighthouse, meant for keeping clutter. It was where the previous occupants stored coal and tools, surrounded by thick concrete, with only an iron door. As long as it was locked from the outside, even if a Tyrannosaurus Rex was trapped inside, it would stay put. Clean it up inside and lay down some straw for her. Lin Yuan gave the command to the wooden man. The wooden man, Ironwood King, said nothing and dragged the woman toward the cellar. Inside the cellar, the light was dim. The Ironwood King casually tossed the woman into a corner, then grunted as it brought in a pile of dried seaweed, haphazardly laying it on the ground. A madman. Truly a madman. As a tree spirit that had just returned to its original form, its senses were still intact. Where did this kid go to pick up such a weird person? How did he bring back such a peculiar being? It retreated to the doorway, glancing at the woman, a sense of helplessness rising in its heart. This lighthouse was becoming increasingly lively. On the surface of the sea, a gray little bird was desperately flapping its wings, stumbling and trying to fly away. A prominent gray shoe print was stamped on the fluffy feathers of its chest. Damn two-legged sheep. Despicable ants. How dare you kick me? The little bird screeched in the wind, sounding like a bird call, but in its mind it had already cursed the ancestors of Lin Yuan. Such a great humiliation. If it weren't for seeking an opportunity for a breakthrough, it would never have entered this cursed island. On this broken island, its power was suppressed, turning it into a mere mortal bird that couldn't even defeat a rat. It thought that as long as it acted low-key and sneaked a bite to eat when the human was not paying attention, it could escape. What happened instead? That human who emitted no energy fluctuations actually kicked it away and told it to scram. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. The resentment in the gray bird's eyes was almost overflowing. Wait until I reach the forbidden level, I will definitely strike back. I will tear your flesh piece by piece and eat it as a snack. I will turn the foot that kicked me into a specimen to hang in my nest. The more it thought, the angrier it became, its wings almost sparking with fury. Ahead, the air began to twist. That was the boundary of the god-forsaken island. Charge through. The gray bird dove into that invisible membrane. Buzz. The confinement vanished and the laws were reshaped. The layer of dull gray feathers on its body exploded, transforming into dazzling blue-purple crystalline feathers. Every feather's edge streamed with ghostly flames. Though its size had only surged to a wingspan of 3 meters, this tiny body now exuded a terrifying pressure that could change the colors of the heavens and earth. All the fish within a 10-mile radius turned belly up, scared to death. Caw! A long cry tore through the clouds. It hovered in midair, glancing back at the isolated island engulfed in mist. There was an aura there that made it wary. I'll let you live a few more days for now. It snorted coldly, a gesture of an upper being towards the ants. Right now it had just regained its strength and was at its weakest. It needed to eat. It needed a large amount of blood to fill the grievances suffered on that broken island. Zizzed. Its sharp claws gently sliced through the void, opening a rift in space. With a flap of its wings, it dove right in. Above Guanghai City, at an altitude of 3,000 meters, the sunlight was glaring and the sea of clouds roiled. A small plane had just flown by, leaving a white trail. Liang pulled the parachute control cords, executing a beautiful spiral in the air. As an extreme sports enthusiast with 500 jumps under his belt, he reveled in the feeling of standing on top of the world. The wind howled past his ears, adrenaline surged through his veins. Woohoo! He shouted at the clouds, releasing his exhilaration. If not for the high club fees, this would definitely be the perfect sport in the world. He glanced down at the altimeter on his wrist. 2,500 meters. He could float a little longer. Liang adjusted the action camera on his helmet, preparing to record a cool cloud-penetrating video to post on a short video platform. Just then a flash of blue light caught his peripheral vision. Less than 50 meters to the left, a black rift suddenly opened in the void. What the hell? Liang was taken aback, thinking it was a reflection from his goggles. In the next second, a large bird engulfed in blue flames emerged from the rift. What on earth was this creature? It looked, how to say it, completely unlike anything that should exist on Earth. Liang's brain short-circuited for a second. An eagle. Doesn't look like one. Before he could react, that strange bird turned its head, its pupils locking onto him. Human. A sharp voice pierced directly into Liang's mind. He opened his mouth, wind rushing into his throat, but no sound came out. Since the founding of the country, no spirit should exist. This is in the sky. A flash of blue light. Without any extra movements, Liang felt a chill at his chest. He looked down and saw a bright blood hole in his chest. Opposite him, that strange bird hovered gracefully in the air, gripping a still, slightly beating heart. Too weak. The strange bird let out a disdainful call. Puff. With a slight exertion, the heart exploded into a mist of blood at its claws. It opened its mouth and inhaled, swallowing all the blood mist into its belly. Liang's consciousness began to fade. Was this the end? I didn't provoke anyone. The lifeless body hung beneath the parachute, slowly drifting towards the city below. The strange bird licked the blood off its claws, its gaze turned towards the human city below. Although the quality is a bit lacking, there are enough in numbers. It's buffet time. With a flap of its wings, it vanished back into the void, leaving behind the still drifting corpse and a video recorded by the action camera that revealed its true form. Guanghai City CACD affiliated special hospital. In the corridor outside the top-level special care ward, the air pressure was terrifyingly low. Zhao Yi sat on a bench, her gaze heavily fixed on the intelligence officer in front of her. Li Hao and his team all wiped out. The intelligence officer's face was pale, not daring to meet Zhao Yi's eyes, speaking in a low voice. Yes, the technical department verified it 3 times. At 11 p.m. last night, the life signs of Li's team of 5 all dropped to 0. They didn't even send a distress signal. It's likely they were killed in seconds. However, the intelligence officer hesitated for a moment, stammering. The monitoring terminal showed that the signal of that intern Su Miayu suddenly fluctuated on my way here. Fluctuated? Zhao Yi's expression tightened. Yes, it was like. The intelligence officer wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, like a brief return to light. But then the signal was lost, and we couldn't decipher what exactly happened. Zhao remained silent for 2 seconds before standing up. Regardless of the reason the dead cannot be revived, she regained her composure, notify finance and logistics the compensation should be issued at the highest standard. Arrange for someone to talk to the family, don't let them feel neglected. Yes. The intelligence officer stood at attention. Prepare the vehicle. Zhao strode toward the elevator. I need to go to the port. Team leader, are you thinking? Since Li Hao and his team didn't even make a sound before disappearing, it indicates that the issue with that island is more severe than we imagined. Zhao pressed the elevator button, her eyes flashing with determination. Su Miaoya's last signal is also very suspicious. I don't believe in evil. I must personally lead the team to investigate again. The elevator doors opened, and Zhao stepped inside. Just as the metallic doors were about to close, buzz, 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 the red special phone in her pocket suddenly emitted a piercing sound. Zhao Ya's pupils contracted. This phone only rings during crises of forbidden level or higher. She quickly took out her phone and pressed answer. This is Zhao Ya. On the other end of the line was the roar of the intelligence department head. Group Zhao. Something's wrong. Big trouble. High-energy reactions detected above Guanghai City. What level? Zhao Ya asked only 2 words. There was a moment of silence on the other end before a trembling voice uttered a word near. Forbidden level. In the western suburbs of Guanghai City, at Yunqi Forest Park. Usually this place is a sanctuary for retired old men to walk their birds and young couples to wander through the small woodlands. But at this moment it is quiet as a grave. The previously noisy bird calls abruptly ceased a few minutes ago. Deep within the park at the top of a viewing pavilion, a strange bird stands on one leg atop the glazed roof. The blue flames on its body have subsided, returning to a dull, inconspicuous appearance of an ordinary bird. Huh. It tilted its head and spat out a human finger bone that it had not fully digested. Disgusting. It tastes of gutter oil and chemical additives. The flesh of these humans here is too tough. It disdainfully rubbed its claws against the tiles. Though unpalatable, the flames of revenge blazed fiercely in its heart. That damned human. That scoundrel who kicked it like a ball. I want to grow stronger. I want to devour this city. A fierce glint flashed in the strange bird's eyes. It raised its neck and a sound wave emanated from the pavilion, spreading outward. Flap, flap. The woods stirred. Countless shadows emerged from the branches and the grass. Sparrows, magpies, crows, and even a few pigeons that were too fat to fly. Their eyes were crimson, moving stiffly toward the pavilion. In the blink of an eye, the trees around the pavilion were filled with a dense mass of birds. Thousands upon thousands. A dark mass obscured the sunlight. The strange bird looked down upon these inferior kin. Trash. It commented disdainfully. But being cannon fodder is enough. It raised its wings, pointing towards the brightly lit area beyond the park. Go. That's your buffet. At the park entrance, several middle-aged women dancing in the square suddenly stopped. Sisterly, what is that in the sky? One of the women pointed towards the park, puzzled. It looks like dark clouds. Sisterly squinted, unable to see clearly. The dark clouds suddenly dispersed and charged towards the crowd. Ah! A scream erupted instantly. A once docile white dove, now acting like a rabid dog, pecked out one woman's left eye. Blood splattered. More flocks of birds descended upon them. They pecked at flesh and blinded eyes, even crashing into the windshields of cars in groups. Help! Help! The crowd scattered in panic, trampling over one another. Screech. The sound of tires screeching against the ground erupted at the park entrance. 7 or 8 black special vehicles barreled through, crashing through the park's iron fence, forming a long line in the square. The doors swung open. Dozens of fully armed special forces jumped out, quickly establishing a defensive line behind their vehicles. Fire at will. Cover the civilians' evacuation. Zhao Ya jumped out from the command vehicle, wielding a long knife. Da-da-da-da-da. The sound of gunfire erupted like popping beans. The diving mad birds were shot into bloody mist midair. Feathers flew, falling like a shower of dark red snow. Even if mutated, they are still just ordinary beasts. Self-destructing. Captain Li Gang shouted, his eyes wide with disbelief. What kind of birds were these? They were clearly a squadron of flying suicide drones. Explosions rang out one after another along the defensive line. Armored vehicles were overturned and blast shields were burned through. The once impregnable defense crumbled instantly under this wave of suicide attacks. Retreat. Fall back. Zhao Ya wielded her knife, cleaving through a charging fire raven. The blade cut through, distorting the space momentarily. The fire raven was sliced in half, unable to explode before being devoured by some unseen force. Space manipulation ability, dimensional rift. But this consumed too much. Cold sweat beaded on Zhao Ya's forehead. Humans are truly weak. That sharp voice echoed above the battlefield. Everyone instinctively looked up. There the dull-colored strange bird floated in midair, lazily flapping its wings. Is this your elite? The strange bird tilted its head, its gaze locking onto Zhao Ya and the crowd. You carry an annoying scent. It sniffed. It is the scent of that island. And the stench of that bastard. The strange bird's gaze turned resentful. It recognized. This woman bore the scent of Lin Yuan. Though faint for a creature that holds grudges to its core, it could smell it even from 10 miles away. That damn smell again. Even after escaping here, why can't I shake it off? Die for me. The strange bird flapped its wings, and the space behind it suddenly tore open. Dozens of blue feathered quills sliced through the air, heading straight for Zhaoya. Captain, watch out. 2 shield bearers rushed in front of Zhaoya. Puff, puff. The blue feathered quills effortlessly pierced through the special alloy shields, penetrating the bulletproof vests and driving through the chests of the two. The two maintained their shield-wielding stances, their bodies already stiffening before bursting into flames. They were far too strong. This was not a battle of the same level. Zhaoya gritted her teeth, pushing aside the still-burning corpses, her long knife held firmly across her chest. She stared at the hovering strange bird with terror in her eyes. Is this what escaped from that forsaken island? How many more terrifying monsters are imprisoned on that mist-shrouded, lonely island? Conventional firepower is ineffective. The defense line has collapsed. Li Gang's roar echoed over the communication channel. Captain, withdraw. This is beyond what we can handle. Withdraw? Where to? Behind us are millions of citizens. Zhaoya wiped the blood from her face, her gaze turning piercing. All special units fall back to establish a secondary defensive line, evacuate the crowd. As for this beast, she slowly raised her long knife, the blade pointing directly at the ghostly blue fire above in the sky. Awaken team, follow me. Meanwhile, on the godforsaken island in the cellar. Achoo! Lin Yuan rubbed his nose. Who is cursing me? He muttered to himself, and then looked at the woman who was tightly bound. The woman remained unconscious. Lin Yuan moved a small stool and sat opposite her, holding a stainless steel basin larger than his face. The basin was steaming hot. A thick white broth bubbled with grease, and several fist-sized pieces of meat with bones were piled up like a small mountain, topped with a sprinkle of chopped green onions. The green onions were freshly picked from under the lighthouse, and the meat was left over from the tiger from a few days ago. This flavor is amazing, Lin Yuan said, taking a bite of the meat. The bones softened to the point of disintegration, and with a gentle suction the marrow slid into his mouth. Xiaohong stood at the edge of the stainless steel basin, pecking like a woodpecker, quickly snatching meat cubes from under Lin Yuan's chopsticks. You're so stingy. Leave me a big piece. Xiaohong protested, her mouth covered in grease. Having something to eat is already good enough, Lin Yuan said, tapping Xiaohong on the head with his chopsticks, guarding the last piece of rib. While the man and the bird were engaged in a battle of wits over food, the human-shaped Zhongzi lying on the haystack suddenly twitched a finger. The movement was very slight, but Lin Yuan's chewing stopped instantly. He placed the basin on the ground and reached for his hunting rifle. The dark barrel was aimed directly at the woman's forehead. If you're awake, don't pretend. Lin Yuan swallowed the meat in his mouth and said indistinctly. On the haystack, Su Miaoya's eyelashes trembled a few times and slowly opened. Her vision shifted from blurry to clear. The first thing she saw was a water-damaged crack on the ceiling. Next was the face of a young man stained with grease and slightly unkempt, and the gun barrel that was only 0.01 centimeters away from her forehead. Su Miaoya's brain experienced a brief shutdown. Her memories were still trapped in the moment when she was enveloped by countless black vines, her consciousness sinking. At that time she thought she was doomed. Why did the situation change so drastically when she opened her eyes? She instinctively tried to get up, but found herself tightly bound. Don't move around. Lin Yuan tapped her forehead with the gun barrel. It's easy to misfire. Su Miaoya's body stiffened. As an elite intern at CACD Bureau of Anomaly Handling, she had received professional training. She quickly adjusted her breathing, forced herself to calm down, and scanned Lin Yuan with her gaze. There was no uniform, no organizational insignia. He looked like a homeless man. Who are you? Su Miaoyu asked, her voice hoarse. Lin Yuan did not answer. He simply stared into the woman's eyes, feeling somewhat puzzled. What did she just say? Could she be a foreign friend? He frowned. To be safe and to demonstrate his cultural literacy, as a host he decided to change his communication method. What Ashawa? The Tower Guardian's work. Lin Yuan cleared his throat and spoke in an extremely awkward version of Japanese. What kind of work do you do? Su Miaoyu was stunned. Lin Yuan saw she had no reaction and thought the language was wrong. He switched channels again. Hello? Okay, Oil. AMU fan, thank you, where are you? These classic lines from elementary school English were pronounced clearly with a strong accent from Guanghai City. While speaking, he gestured with the hand that wasn't holding the gun, attempting to convey his meaning through body language. Xiaohong, squatting by the basin, couldn't bear to watch anymore. She covered her face with her wings and let out a groan. So embarrassing. So embarrassing. Chirp. Big brother. She's from the Dragon Nation. What you just said was Mandarin. Xiaohong roared in his mind. Lin Yuan's face turned red. but that did not prevent him from maintaining a cool demeanor. Cough. He retracted his gesturing hand and gripped the gun tightly again. Since you understand human language, that makes things easier. Name organization, what are you doing here? Su Miaoyu took a deep breath, suppressing the absurd feeling in her heart. This man was not simple. To be able to eat noodles while pointing a gun at someone in a forbidden place like godforsaken island, and even cracking such corny jokes. This contrast often indicates extreme danger or extreme madness. She did not answer Lin Yuan's question, but suddenly began to struggle violently. Her neck felt empty. Her expression changed. That kind of terror was 100 times stronger than when she was being threatened by the gun. Necklace. Su Miaoyu stared at Lin Yuan, her voice trembling. Where's my necklace? That was her last talisman, the key to keeping her sanity from being assimilated by the island. Moreover, it was the only clue to that dream. Looking for this, Lin Yuan's left hand reached into his pocket and fumbled around. A rusty necklace was pulled out. The pendant, shaped like a withered sapling, swayed under the dim light. Su Miaoyu's pupils contracted. Give it back to me. She tried to rush forward desperately, but was pulled down by the vines on her body. Lin Yuan flipped his wrist, retracting the necklace into his palm. Wanted. He pressed Su Miaoyu back onto the haystack with the gun barrel. This is my trophy. And also understand the current situation. Lin Yuan looked down at her, his tone becoming serious. This is private property. I am the legitimate guardian of this island. And you, Lin Yuan pointed at Su Miaoyu. You are an illegal immigrant who has landed here without permission. You might even be some kind of terrorist trying to commit robbery and murder. Su Miaoyu was stunned. A tower guardian. There were still living guardians on this island, defined as a forbidden zone for humanity, and judging by his tone, he seemed completely unaware of how the outside world defined this place. That is a special token of CACD. Su Miaoyu tried to explain, but her voice was very weak. What ABCD? I don't know. Lin Yuan interrupted her. In my eyes, you are just a big trouble. Originally, I wanted to throw you into the sea to feed the fish. Lin Yuan paused as if engaged in some intense internal struggle. But considering this might pollute the environment, and given that I am a kind-hearted person. Xiaohong rolled her eyes beside him, nearly gagging. Kind-hearted. You tied her up and threw her in a cellar, and even stole her jewelry, and that counts as being kind-hearted. So I decided to temporarily shelter you. Lin Yuan delivered his final verdict. Until our Foundation's people arrive, you will stay here obediently. Of course, food and lodging are charged separately. After saying that, Lin Yuan turned around and picked up the stainless steel basin from the ground. He used his chopsticks to grab the last piece of meat and served himself another bowl of soup. He walked up to Su Miaoyu. Open your mouth. Su Miaoyu tightly closed her lips and turned her head to the side. In this world filled with anomalies, eating something given by a stranger was tantamount to seeking death. Not eating. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. This is a good thing, very nourishing. I nearly risked my life to get this meat. He was not lying. That tiger was indeed very difficult to kill, and he almost had his guts ripped open. Seeing Su Miaoyu still in her defiant posture, Lin Yuan lost his patience. He shoved the bowl right in front of her. The rich aroma of meat wafted through the air. Su Miaoyu's stomach let out an uncharacteristic growl. It was her Buddhist instinctive craving. She was unawakened, and the previous battle had drained all her energy. At this moment, the scent was like a hook that drilled straight into her nose. She couldn't help but steal a glance at the contents of the bowl. The soup was milky white, and the meat's texture was clear. It looked like an ordinary bowl of pork rib soup. Last chance. Lin Yuan held the bowl, shaking it, as if feeding a cat. Eat it or starve to death. Su Miaoyu gritted her teeth. Either way, she was facing death. Dying full is better than dying from hunger. She slowly turned her head and opened her mouth. Lin Yuan was not polite and directly poured a spoonful of soup into her mouth. Gulp. The broth slid down her throat. Su Miaoyu had been prepared to be poisoned, but the next second her eyes widened in shock. A scalding hot flow rushed down her esophagus into her stomach, then exploded into torrents of energy. This energy was so domineering. The core that had been completely depleted began to operate again under this influx of energy. Cough, cough, cough. Su Miaoyu began to cough violently, her face turning bright red. This level of energy reaction was definitely not ordinary beast meat. She stared intently at the seemingly ordinary piece of meat in the bowl. On the skin of the meat, faint black and yellow stripes were visible. That was a biological encyclopedia of godforsaken island. No. 007. Abyssal demon tiger. Potential level disaster level S. Characteristics: bones forged from gold and stone, feeding on violence, a walking steel mountain. She abruptly looked up at the man in front of her who was feeding her. In her gaze there was no longer any hint of looking at a fool. Instead, there was a sense of terror and shock that shattered her worldview. This man who made cheesy jokes and looked like a greedy contractor actually stewed a disaster lord that could reach S level. What? Did it burn you? Lin Yuan thought she was reacting so strongly because he had fed her too quickly. He kindly blew on the soup and the spoon. Spoiled, he muttered. This is authentic wild tiger meat. If you were outside, you couldn't even buy it. You were just lucky to run into a kind-hearted landlord like me. Su Miaoyu listened to his rambling in her ear. This was a monster that had been banned nationwide since its birth. She looked at Lin Yuan's somewhat sympathetic face and felt that the world had gone mad. One more bite. Lin Yuan held a piece of meat to her mouth. This time Su Miaoyu did not refuse. She opened her mouth and carefully bit into the tiger meat. As she chewed, tears streamed down uncontrollably. On one hand, it was because of the overwhelming energy rushing through her. On the other hand, it was out of fear. Mom, I want to go home. The guardians on this island are 1,000 times scarier than the monsters. North of Guanghai City, 500 kilometers away, lies the ruins of a half-finished building. A gray shadow fell from the sky, crashing through 3 floors and embedding itself in a pile of rubble in the basement. A gray little bird crawled out from the rubble, its once bright feathers now resembling those that had been chewed by a dog, with patches of baldness scattered across its body. Most striking was the gray shoe print on its chest. It was a mark of shame still throbbing with pain. Cough, cough. The strange bird opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of black blood. The woman's strike was indeed fierce, nearly splitting it in half. Yet excitement flickered in its eyes as if a furnace was burning within its belly. Thousands of human flesh and blood, dozens of awakened energy cores were being digested in its stomach. The pain was real, but the exhilarating surge of power made it grip the ground tightly with its claws. Not enough. Still not enough. It lay on the ground, its body twitching slightly. Its down began to fall off, and new feathers appeared in a deep purple hue, each shaft flowing with flames. Its aura was undergoing a qualitative leap. From a strange level, it was stepping towards the threshold of taboo. Just wait. It raised its head, fixating its gaze towards the ocean. That human who kicked it like a ball. Wait until I finish digesting these resources and ascend to taboo. The god-abandoned island, the Lighthouse. The sunlight was just right, and the breeze was gentle. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, sat up from the bed, and ran his fingers through his hair. He had slept particularly soundly. There were no tigers scratching at the door, no vines tearing down the place, and no mother turned into a monster chasing him in his dreams to feed him. This is life. He walked to the window. In the yard, the Ironwood King was holding 2 leaves, watering the plants. Its movements were somewhat stiff, but it was obedient. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction, turned, and headed downstairs directly to the cellar. Clang! The iron door was pulled open. A musty smell wafted out. Lin Yuan pinched his nose and peered inside. The woman named Su Miaoyu was still curled up on the haystack. The only difference was that yesterday she was unconscious and today she was truly asleep. Her breathing was long, her chest rising and falling rhythmically with a glimmer of liquid at the corner of her mouth. Tisk, what a big heart. Lin Yuan walked over and casually poked her arm with a stick. Hey, wake up, it's time to eat. No response. This woman was sleeping like a dead pig, completely unaware of her status as a captive. Lin Yuan squatted down, placing 2 fingers on her carotid artery. The pulse was strong, perhaps even a bit too strong. This physique. Lin Yuan frowned. Looks like yesterday's tiger bone soup was too potent, overnourished. He poked her twice more, confirming that she wouldn't wake up anytime soon. All right, then keep sleeping. Lin Yuan stood up, feeling pleased. Since she wasn't dead, she could continue her slumber. It would save the trouble of feeding her when she woke up. He walked out of the cellar and locked the iron door again. In the yard, Little Red was squatting by the stainless steel basin from yesterday, trying to scrape the last bit of solidified grease off the bottom to eat. What a promising one. Lin Yuan passed by it and flicked its head lightly. Chirp. Little Red covered its head and flailed in anger. You don't understand. This is called the Clean Plate Campaign. Wasting food is disgraceful. Lin Yuan ignored it. He entered the lighthouse, looking at the mountain of supplies. There was still more than half a tiger's leg left, and wild boar meat hung all over the beams. Fresh water was abundant and firewood was sufficient. This bountiful life momentarily left him at a loss. Is this what they call financial freedom? Lin Yuan stroked his chin. Since the pressure of survival was temporarily gone, it was time to think about other matters. His gaze fell upon the distant, dense forest. The lighthouse where the diary writer Chao Wei was located had already collapsed. But this island was so big there were still many other lighthouses. Perhaps he could find something valuable. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. He turned and returned to the house, beginning to pack his backpack. Hunting gun, bullets, fong dagger, and some essential items. Where are you going? Little Red flew in at some point, landing on the table, watching Lin Yuan pack. Exploring. Lin Yuan stuffed the last box of bullets into the bag and zipped it up. The world is so big, I want to see it. What if there are legacies left by predecessors in other lighthouses? No way. Absolutely not. Little Red fluffed up, all its feathers flying in front of Lin Yuan and blocking his path. Are you crazy? This area is the safe zone. Why are you running around? Lin Yuan stopped, looking at this overly reactive bird. What? Are there ghosts in the other lighthouses? Much worse than ghosts, okay. Little Red landed on his shoulder, its claws gripping his clothes tightly. In the lighthouse to the north, there's a giant octopus that can run on land. The one to the east is even more outrageous. It's a swamp where a crocodile that has lived for who knows how many years resides, and even I can't defeat it. Little Red spoke, rapidly fearing that if it spoke too slowly Lin Yuan would run away. Lin Yuan listened to its description, his brows knitting tighter and tighter. Octopus person. An old crocodile. This didn't sound like a suitable tourist destination for humans. Although he wanted to make money, he also valued his life. Since this local bird said, so there had to be a reason. Fine. Lin Yuan tossed his backpack onto the table. Then I won't go ill, just lie down. Little Red let out a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the table. That's more like it. Isn't living well better? Why seek death when we can live off these hundreds of pounds of meat? Lin Yuan sat in a chair staring blankly out the window. If not exploring, then what? Sleeping. He had just woken up, playing on his phone. No signal, and he had to conserve electricity. This feeling of emptiness from doing nothing was a torment for someone used to the 996 working life. Suddenly, he swept over a pile of odds and ends in the corner. There was a heap of junk left by the previous tower guardian. Among a pile of rusty pipes and broken fishing nets, something slender caught his attention. Lin Yuan walked over and pulled out that object. It was a fishing rod. If this thing could be called a fishing rod. Lin Yuan weighed it in his hands. What the heck? It's like a rebar steel rod used to stop an aircraft carrier. If it weren't for my increased strength, I wouldn't be able to lift this fishing rod at all. He looked at this equipment, lost in thought. What was the previous tower guardian doing? Fishing in this sea, or fishing for nuclear submarines? Are all the fishing rods on this island this hardcore? He complained, then suddenly realized. The fish in the sea surrounding this god-abandoned island were probably quite wild. If the gear wasn't hardcore enough, it might not even be able to hold onto the bait. Since he had nothing else to do, improving his diet wouldn't be a bad idea. Eating red meat every day was getting a bit monotonous. He could try some seafood. Let's go, Little Red. Lin Yuan slung the rebar fishing rod over his shoulder, holding a piece of cut bloody pork in the other hand. They'll take you to the seaside to show you what a fishing master looks like. Little Red rolled its eyes, but seeing that there would be excitement to watch, it flapped its wings and followed along. It muttered in its heart, with the stuff in this sea area you are going to fish with rebar, you might just hook up an ancestor. The path to the cliff is not easy to traverse. Lin Yuan carried the heavy rebar, stepping unevenly on the ground. The sea breeze grew stronger, causing his clothes to flap wildly. Hey, are you sure you want to go there? Little Hong squatted on top of Lin Yuan's head, her claws tightly gripping his hair like a bird's nest. The water below that cliff is very deep, and she shrank her neck, her tone somewhat hesitant. And the creatures in this sea have bad tempers. They might leap out of the water and slap you across the face. That's exactly what I want. Lin Yuan carelessly adjusted the position of his fishing rod. Fish with good tempers lack strength. Pulling them up provides no sensation. He was a pragmatic person. To him, no matter how ferocious the fish in the sea, they were merely ingredients. Once they hit the pot with some scallions, ginger, and garlic, even the fiercest fish would turn into a dish. 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan stood on a protruding platform of the cliff. Beneath his feet lay an abyss of unimaginable depth. The waves surged several meters high, resembling gaping mouths eager to devour. This is the spot. He unloaded his backpack and took out a piece of bloody wild boar meat. Upon seeing this, Little Hong's eyes widened. Chirped. Meat. She jumped down from Lin Yuan's head, flapping her wings and trying to snatch the meat. Give it to me. Hurry up. Little Hong's voice exploded in Lin Yuan's mind, filled with desperate desire. This is top-quality wild boar meat. You're going to feed fish with it. Such waste. Give it to me. Eating this will replenish my strength. Throwing it into the sea is sinful. She jumped anxiously, wishing she could gulp that piece of meat down. Lin Yuan didn't even lift his eyelids, casually pushing the flapping Little Hong aside. Go play somewhere else. He ignored her protests and hooked the pork onto the fishing line. You can't catch a wolf without parting with a child, and you can't fish without sacrificing pork. He walked to the edge of the cliff, gripping the rebar fishing rod with both hands. This thing had no reel or drag system. It purely relied on brute force. Let's go, Lin Yuan shouted, engaging his core, swinging his arms. Whoosh! The hook with the pork traced a parabolic arc in the air. The steel cable whistled sharply as it cut through the air. Splashed. A loud noise. The bait fell into the sea over 100 meters away, sending up a huge splash. Lin Yuan inserted the end of the rebar into a crevice in the rocks, piled several large stones on top, and then sat down beside it, pulling out a cigarette. This was found among Chow Weiss belongings. Although it was a bit moldy after a day of sun, it was good enough to smoke. Is this it? Little Hong jumped down from his head, staring at the straight rebar lodged in the rocks. What else? Should we bow to the fish and invite it to dinner? Click. The lighter ignited the cigarette. The pungent smoke filled his lungs, causing Lin Yuan to cough twice, yet a long-lost sense of satisfaction appeared on his face. He exhaled a smoke ring, his gaze deep and contemplative. Fishing is about solitude and state of mind. He spoke to the sea like a retired elder, imparting wisdom. You don't understand, this process of waiting is the most enchanting part. Little Hong glanced at him with disdain. I think you're just idling away your time. She found a sheltered corner to squat down and began preening her feathers. Time ticked by. The sea breeze continued to howl. The rebar fishing rod remained perfectly still. Lin Yuan finished one cigarette and lit another. Just as he thought he might have a fruitless day. Buzz. The rebar stuck in the rock crevice suddenly trembled. Lin Yuan's hand holding the cigarette paused. It's here. He flicked the cigarette, but Away stood up and gripped the rod tightly. Buzzing. The vibrations grew more intense. The steel cable went taut and made a creaking sound in the sea breeze. A tremendous pulling force transmitted through the fishing rod to Lin Yuan's arms. For an ordinary person, this force would have directly pulled them off the cliff. A big catch. It's definitely a big one. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. This strength was undoubtedly from a massive creature. Lift. He planted his feet firmly, muscles coiling, and shouted as he yanked back the rod. Boom. A muffled sound echoed from beneath the sea. The creature that bit the hook clearly did not expect this prey onshore to possess such strength. It became furious. The once calm surface of the sea erupted. A whirlpool formed at the point where the fishing line entered the water. Chirped. Little Hong got so scared she flew into the air. Let go. Quickly let go. That's a baby from the abyssal maw. It will drag you down. Shut up. Lin Yuan's forehead veins bulged, his face twisted, gripping the fishing rod tightly as the rocks beneath his feet cracked. I must catch this seafood today, not even Jesus can stop me. He was locked in a struggle with the creature in the sea. The rebar was bent into an exaggerated arc. Come. Up. Lin Yuan roared. The power within him, which had never been fully unleashed, erupted completely at this moment. Beneath his skin, a faint red glow surfaced. Splash. The sea surface broke apart. A colossal creature was forcibly dragged from the water, creating a mist of water. It was a fish, or rather a monster that resembled a fish. It measured a good 5 to 6 meters long, its body covered in black scales. Its mouth occupied a third of its body, filled with dagger-like teeth. Wow. Lin Yuan stared at the fish, suspended in midair, feeling somewhat dazed. If this thing were made into a spicy fish head dish, what size plate would be needed? The monster twisted in the air, its tail whipping against the cliff wall. Bang! The hard rock shattered like tofu debris, flying, a terrifying spectacle. But this strike also robbed it of its last chance to struggle. Lin Yuan seized the opportunity to reel in the line, his arms whirling rapidly. Thud! The monster crashed heavily onto the cliff platform. The ground trembled, dust rising. It was not yet dead, thrashing wildly on the ground, its massive mouth opening and closing, crunching the rocks beneath it. Lin Yuan discarded the fishing rod, drew out a dagger from his waist, and charged forward. Be still. He stomped on the monster's head and thrust the dagger towards its eye. Thud! Black blood gushed forth. The monster convulsed a few times, its tail weakly striking the ground, and finally lay still. Lin Yuan withdrew the dagger, wiping the blood on the creature. Phew. He exhaled, looking at his trophy, a joy of harvest blooming on his face. Tonight we feast on the whole fish. He turned to look at Little Hong, who was still hovering in the air, afraid to descend. Come down, coward. This thing is dead. Little Hong cautiously landed, circling the monster, twice, her eyes filled with disbelief. You actually caught it. This is a tough nut that even those mutated sharks wouldn't dare to provoke. Lin Yuan ignored her flattery and crouched down to study how to handle this massive creature. At that moment, crack! A crisp sound suddenly came from inside the monster's belly, like the shattering of some glass object. Lin Yuan paused. Was there something inside? Let's cut it open and see. He swung the dagger and sliced along the monster's belly. Splash! A heap of undigested contents poured out, the odor quite pungent. There were rotting seaweed bones of unknown creatures and a few iron cans. Amidst this pile of trash, there was a shining object. It was a broken glass bottle. Inside the bottle was a rolled-up piece of parchment. A message in a bottle. Lin Yuan picked up the sticky bottle, somewhat surprised. Was anyone still playing with these? And especially found inside a monster's belly. He took out the parchment. The edges of the paper had yellowed and carried a fishy odor. As he unfolded it, he saw a crude map drawn on it, vaguely recognizable as the island beneath his feet. In the southeastern corner of the island, there was a region filled with hidden reefs circled in red ink. Below the circle were several hasty lines of writing. Help. I am trapped in the cave of the hidden reefs in the southeast. My ship ran aground and sank, but I discovered a secret stash. It's filled with high-purity source crystals. And a chest that looks like antique gold coins. Whoever can come to rescue me, I will share 70% with them. If I die, this map is my will. The stuff belongs to you. Please help me send a message to my family. The signature was a blurry name smudged by water stains, making it unreadable. Lin Yuan's eyes widened. Source crystals. He wasn't sure what that was, but he knew very well what the combination of antiques and gold coins meant. This was no plea for help. It was clearly a ticket to wealth and freedom. Was this left by some poor soul trying to sneak onto the island to get rich? Lin Yuan stared at the mark on the map, his breath becoming heavy. This fish was not caught in vain. It was practically a legendary treasure chest. As for whether that poor soul was alive or dead, Lin Yuan didn't care much. Since the bottle was in the fish's belly, the person was probably doomed. The southeastern corner. Lin Yuan carefully folded the parchment and tucked it into his pocket. That was the territory of the old crocodile that Little Hong mentioned. This unfortunate soul being trapped might very well have something to do with that old beast. If he rashly barged in, let alone getting rich, he might end up as the old crocodile's afternoon snack. I need to plan this carefully, Lin Yuan murmured to himself. Such a matter concerning life and death required thorough preparation. For instance, getting more bullets or figuring out a way to wake Su Miaoyu to see if she could help. After all, the treasure was right there. It wasn't going to run away. First, securing the immediate benefits was the priority. Lin Yuan glanced at the monster on the ground, found a vine, and tied a tight knot through its gills. Lift, he whispered, combining his waist and legs, and astonishingly hoisted the several hundred-pound fish onto his shoulders. Carrying his prize, he strode towards the lighthouse with an indomitable gait. Let's go home. Time to stew some fish. A monstrous fish weighing several hundred jin crashed onto the open ground before the lighthouse. The earth trembled, a dust billowed into the air. Before Lin Yuan could even wipe the sweat from his brow, a figure came stumbling toward him in frantic haste. It was the wooden guardian assigned to watch the house. Ordinarily, this timber construct moved with sluggish, unsteady steps, like a patient afflicted with Parkinson's disease. Yet today it sprinted with the explosive urgency of a 100-meter dash. It skidded to a halt before Lin Yuan and wildly flailed its branch-like arms, drawing a circle with its left, slashing an X with its right, while the leaves atop its head quivered like the rotor of an electric motor. What is it? Lin Yuan planted his threaded steel fishing rod beside him and frowned at the agitated gardener. If you're staging a strike, I'll split you into firewood. The wooden figure grew even more frantic. It pointed urgently toward the cellar, then clutched its throat and began stomping in place, motionless yet trembling with urgency. Hungry, Lin Yuan sliced a chunk of raw flesh from the monstrous fish and tossed it carelessly toward the figure. Here, your reward. Eat it over there. The wooden guardian did not catch the meat. Its bark began flaking off in anxious flakes. As Lin Yuan turned to step indoors, the figure seemed to steel itself, then abruptly split its mouth open along a jagged seam. Lao Ban. It's going to explode. It's about to blow. Its voice was parched and grating, yet unervingly precise, its Mandarin pronunciation flawlessly standard. The air froze. Lin Yuan's foot hovered mid-step. Xiaohong, perched upon his shoulders, stiffened its wings and nearly tumbled off. Man and bird stood frozen, 4 eyes locked upon the timber figure before them. You can speak. Lin Yuan slowly lowered his foot, turned fully around, and his expression darkened. The wooden figure blinked, then belatedly clapped both branch hands over its mouth. I. It staggered backward, limbs trembling violently. No, it's not what you think, boss. Let me explain. I just panicked. Impressive acting, Lin Yuan sneered, drawing the fong-shaped dagger from his waist and spinning it deftly in his palm. When I assign work, you feign deafness. When I entrust you with guarding the house, you play the fool. So all along you've been staging your own version of infernal affairs. Lin Yuan despised deception above all else, especially when the deceiver was a supposedly simple-minded, cost-free laborer, suddenly revealing intellect far beyond expectation. That implied unpredictability. It implied this piece of timber harbored private intentions of its own. Boss, don't move. I have my reasons. The wooden figure cried out in a trembling, near-tearful voice, dropping to its knees. The woman in the cellar, she's steaming. She set my straw bedding ablaze. If you don't go now, she'll be cooked through. Cooked through. Lin Yuan's eyebrows lifted, a new development. Yet he did not rush forward. Instead, he reached into his pack and withdrew a length of vine. Come here. He crooked a finger. The wooden figure shuffled forward, trembling. Boss, I'm loyal. Silence. Hands behind your back. With practiced efficiency, Lin Yuan bound the figure tight as a dumpling, securing the other end firmly to the railing at the lighthouse entrance. Stay here and reflect. He slapped the figure's wooden head, voice edged with menace. Once I've dealt with what's inside, we'll settle accounts. Without glancing back at the figure's wails, Lin Yuan strode resolutely toward the cellar. So this timber's been playing the long game, Xiaohong muttered from his shoulders, still shaken. It never made a peep while catching bugs for me. What depth of guile. On this island, not even stone can be trusted. Lin Yuan reached the cellar door. Even before opening it, a wave of searing heat seeped through the crack, so intense that the iron handle burned to the touch. HSS. Lin Yuan snatched his hand back, tore off a strip of sleeve to wrap his palm, then gripped and twisted hard. Clang. The heavy iron door swung open. White steam gushed forth, blinding him. Cough, cough, cough. He waved it aside and peered inside. The once damp, shadowed cellar now resembled a sauna. The corner's dried straw had carbonized into black ash. And nestled within that ashen mound sat Su Miaoyu, cross-legged, drenched in sweat, her clothes plastered tightly to her body, outlining breathtaking contours. But that was not the focus. The focus was her skin, flushed crimson like a boiled prawn. What in the world? Lin Yuan recoiled in shock. Is she suffering a spiritual backlash? Energy overload. Xiao Hong shrieked, and heedless of the heat, darted inside to circle Su Miaoyu frantically. That tiger meat you fed her, it was too potent. Lin Yuan stood at the threshold, feeling the furnace-like blast. Then what do we do? Bleed her. He rubbed his chin, weighing the option. Bleed her. She'd die on the spot. Xiao Hong landed atop Lin Yuan's head and pecked furiously at his hair. Cool her down, physically. Suppress the internal fire. Water, fetch water. Or toss her straight into the sea. Lin Yuan glanced outside. The shore wasn't far, but carrying a scalding human across half the island would likely cook him first. Physical cooling. Lin Yuan murmured, scanning the yard, until his gaze settled on the monstrous fish just hauled in. This creature dwelled in perpetual darkness deep beneath the sea, its body temperature unnaturally low. When dragged ashore, Lin Yuan had felt as though he carried a block of ice upon his shoulder. Got it. Lin Yuan snapped his fingers, dashed toward the fish, and brought his dagger down in one swift stroke. Crack. The colossal head severed cleanly. He rotated the blade inside the hollowed skull, scooping out gills and soft tissue until only the rigid outer shell remained, then sliced dozens of uniformly thin fillets from the carcass. Perfect. Holding the hollowed head in one hand and the tray of fillets in the other, Lin Yuan rushed back into the cellar. What are you doing with a dead fish head? Making a specimen. Xiao Hong stared dumbfounded. Shut up. That's a high-tech medical chamber. Lin Yuan knelt before Su Miaoyu. Don't worry. Your equipment is arriving now. He measured the fit. Then, under Xiao Hong's horrified gaze, lowered the fish skull directly over Su Miaoyu's head. Clang. It fit perfectly, the gaping maw aligned precisely with her face. In an instant, Su Miaoyu transformed into a surreal, haunting mermaid. SSSSS. The moment the skull settled, white vapor rose in thick plumes, and the surface began heating rapidly, emitting the unmistakable sizzle of a preheated griddle. Remarkable thermal conductivity, Lin Yuan observed, pressing the raw fillets one by one onto the skull surface. 2 slices on each cheek, 3 atop the crown. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A rhythmic frying sound filled the cellar, the skull now a flawless natural griddle. Not only was it dissipating Su Miaoyu's fever, but harnessing residual heat to cook food, achieving dual purpose with elegant efficiency. Steam swirled, savory fragrance bloomed. Xiao Hong crouched nearby, eyes wide as saucer's jaw slack. It glanced between the mermaid and Lin Yuan, now calmly flipping fillets with a pair of twig chopsticks. Are you a demon? It whispered, trembling. Using a living person as a stove? Nonsense. This is energy recycling. Lin Yuan lifted a perfectly cooked fillet, golden brown, glistening with hot oil, its delicate marbling vivid against the heat-blistered surface. He swallowed hard. He'd spent the entire afternoon reeling in this fish, and hunger gnawed at his ribs. Now that rich, intoxicating aroma flooded his nostrils, rousing his stomach's rebellious cravings. Upholding the noble tradition of thrift, Lin Yuan blew gently on the sizzling fillet, then opened his mouth and took a bite. Crunch. Crisp exterior, tender interior. The deep-sea fish's innate sweetness burst across his tongue. No seasoning required, its primal flavor conquering the senses utterly. The timing was impeccable, juices retained, umami sealed. Exquisite, Lin Yuan murmured, chewing slowly, his praise sincere, unreserved. Only someone like me could achieve this texture. He picked up another fillet, placed just so on the fish face, and offered it to Xiao Hong. Try some. Su-style fish head, iron grill, limited edition. Xiao Hong shook its head violently, scrambling backward. No way. This is grotesque. Is this even human behavior? Refuse it then. Lin Yuan popped the fillet into his own mouth, speaking around it. You've lived too comfortably. You've never known the weight of firewood and grain. He lifted another raw slice and replaced it where the last had rested. SSS. A fresh round of sizzling commenced. Under the influence of this massive improvised heat sink, Su Miaoyu's crimson flush began receding, genuinely steadily. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan ate with unrestrained relish, grease gleaming on his lips. He even regretted not bringing cumin or chili flakes. A cold beer would be perfect right now, he sighed, shoving another fillet into his mouth. At that very moment, Su Miaoyu, still unconscious, twitched her eyelashes. Su Miaoyu forced her eyes open with great effort. Faintly, she saw the man who had abducted her crouching before her, his chopsticks held in hand. He stared at her with rapt attention. Then, he extended his chopsticks and lifted from her chest a steaming morsel. He placed it into his mouth and chewed with visible relish. Slurp, slurp. Su Miaoyu's mind went utterly blank. What on earth was happening? Was there something on her body? Or was he eating her flesh? Ah! The scream lodged itself deep in her throat. Before she could utter a sound, Lin Yuan reached out and shoved a piece of grilled fish directly into her mouth. Be quiet. Swallowing the morsel, he gazed solemnly at this exquisitely bizarre mermaid and declared, I'm saving your life. Your internal fire is dangerously excessive. You were moments away from being boiled alive. Had I not fetched this ice fish head to cool you down, you'd already be thoroughly cooked. Besides, he added earnestly as he lifted another slice, the heat is perfectly steady. The meat is fragrant and tender. Try some yourself. Don't waste it. The fish slice choked her mouth shut, tears welled up in her eyes. Humiliation, terror, absurdity. These emotions tangled together until she teetered on the edge of collapse. But that piece of fish was truly delicious. Its outer layer was delicately crisp, yielding a singular delicate crunch, while the inner flesh remained impossibly tender. She hadn't even begun chewing when the morsel dissolved upon her tongue, transforming into a warm current that glided smoothly down her throat. Delicious. So delicious that she momentarily forgot she was being used as a living oven. That warmth flowed into her stomach, a sensation utterly distinct from the tiger meat energy before. If the tiger's energy burned like wildfire, then this fish energy flowed like molten rock, gentle, dense, and deeply nourishing. It did not surge or rampage, but instead wrapped itself tenderly around Su Miaoyu's near-shattered core, beginning its work of repair and refinement. Her searing meridians under this energy's soothing embrace gradually eased. Su Miaoyu froze in disbelief. She could see, within her own awareness, her energy core reigniting, bathed in a mild, yet formidable radiance. Cracks within the core began to seal. Her energy purified itself. Her bottleneck softened, gave way. Snap! A brittle silent crack echoed only within her spiritual realm. The sound of a shackle breaking. A surge of immense power erupted from the core's depths, flooding her entire being. Eerie rank. She had broken through. From the peak of Omen rank, she had leapt straight across the threshold into Eerie rank. This barrier had stymied countless gifted awakeners, some never surmounting it even after a lifetime. And she, bound here helplessly, having merely sipped a broth and been fed a few slices of grilled fish as if she were a hearth, had broken through utterly bewildered and unprepared. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, Su Miaoyu tried to rise, to feel this newly reborn body. She jerked violently. Boom. Suddenly, a far more ferocious surge detonated from her lower abdomen. The fish slice, just swallowed, now unleashed its full energy. Ugh! Her upper body stiffened mid-lift, her eyes rolled back. In the final instant before consciousness slipped away, she saw Lin Yuan lifting the last piece of grilled fish, preparing to shove it into his mouth. Don't. Please. Don't feed me anymore. One more bite, and I'll die. A desperate cry tore through her mind. Then her head lolled sideways, and she sank once more into oblivion. Still sleeping soundly. Seeing her unconscious again, Lin Yuan curled his lip, popped the fish slice off his chopsticks, and ate it himself. You're fed, and you still refuse. Truly blessed, yet blind to your fortune. Muttering as he chewed, he thought this woman was peculiar indeed. Being fed felt like facing execution. With the final bite gone, that ancient, enigmatic voice resonated once more deep within his soul. Feasting upon the great fin, thus one descends into the abyss. Lin Yuan froze mid-motion. There it was again. He had grown accustomed to these cryptic chimes following every meal of his special provisions. Descend into the abyss. What did it mean? As he pondered, a cool, refreshing sensation traced its way from his throat down into his lungs. His lung tissue underwent a subtle, profound transformation. Each breath grew longer, deeper, stronger, drawing richer sustenance from the very air. Moi. Lin Yuan tested his breath, holding. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Not a trace of suffocation, not even a whisper of discomfort. His body had entered an entirely new state. Subaquatic respiration. A bold hypothesis surged into his mind. His breathing quickened. He pulled the worn sheepskin map from his pocket. Before he'd hesitated, wary of the old crocodile Red had warned about. Now, Lin Yuan smiled. With the ability to breathe freely underwater, that swamp no longer posed such peril. That old crocodile, if it dared surface, he'd gladly make it his next appetizer. Most importantly, those gold coins. If retrieved, his mother's surgery fee would be secured. Chirp. Red watched Lin Yuan grin foolishly at the tattered parchment, unnerved. Are you alright? Did the fish fry your brain? You're the one who's addled. Lin Yuan tucked the map away, rose, and kicked Red aside as the creature sidled close. Starting tomorrow, we pull off something big. He approached Su Miaoyu, brow furrowed. Bring her along. A memory flashed, feeding her slice by slice. One bite, she fainted. Another faint. TCH. He shook his head in disdain. Fainting twice over a simple meal. Her constitution is abysmal. If I take her, the slightest rustle of wind or sway of grass might send her collapsing again. I'd have to carry her all the way. She'd be nothing but dead weight. Absolutely unacceptable. Staying behind is the wiser choice. Lin Yuan made his decision. Yet she remained an unpredictable variable. What if she awoke in his absence and demolished his home, or worse, stole his precious meat and vanished? Lucky for you. Had you fallen into a villain's hands, they'd have drowned you without a second thought. Lin Yuan hauled Su Miaoyu upright, removed the fish head, dragged her to the stone pillar, and propped her against it, back resting firmly on the cold surface. Then action. Vines coiled tightly around her, arms, waist, thighs, bound with ruthless precision. To prevent cries that might lure wild beasts, Lin Yuan even found a ragged cloth and gagged her mouth. Having finished, he surveyed his handiwork, nodding in quiet satisfaction. There, that's foolproof. Stay right here and guard my home. When I return rich, I'll consider loosening your bonds. If she behaved well, perhaps he'd reward her with a sip of broth. Off I go. Lin Yuan gave the knots one final thorough inspection, then turned and strode out of the cellar. Clang. As the lock fell into place, darkness reclaimed the cellar. Su Miaoyu's body twitched, releasing a stifled groan. In her dream, the faceless man didn't merely force-feed her. He grinned savagely, produced a rope, and hoisted her aloft like a cured ham, declaring he'd turn her into jerky. In the nightmare's grip, she struggled hopelessly, tears slipping silently down her cheeks. Mother, these people on this island are truly monstrous. A crisp whip crack shattered the tranquility. The vine, as thick as a thumb, swung through the air, leaving behind trails of shadow as it struck the Ironwood King. Oh, boss, stop hitting me. If you continue, the bark will crack. The Ironwood King was hanging upside down from the beam at the lighthouse entrance, its arms covering its backside, letting out screams like a slaughtered pig. Lin Yuan sat on a small stool, holding the vine with a furious expression. Cracked. He snorted, coldly shaking his wrist. Another crack. You're made of ironwood, harder than steel sheets, pretending to be weak. He stood up and walked around the inverted wooden figure twice. Aren't you quite the actor? Mute. Parkinson's. Are you trying to sign to me? Lin Yuan poked the Ironwood King's head with the vine. Not only is your intelligence intact, but your linguistic talent is quite high. What? Do you think I'm unworthy of hearing you speak, or are you planning to bide your time waiting for a chance to stab me in the back when I'm not paying attention? The Ironwood King was so frightened that it nearly oozed tree sap. I'm innocent. I'm terribly wronged. It swayed in midair. This is the rule of survival in the workplace. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. If I act too clever, you might feel threatened and chop me up for firewood. Lin Yuan paused his movements. This piece of wood actually understands the dark arts of workplace survival. Interesting. He tossed aside the vine and sat back down on the stool. Since you can talk, that makes things easier. From today onward, let's set some new rules. Lin Yuan raised a finger. First, I won't support idlers, nor will I support idlewood. From now on, besides watering and guarding the place, you'll also be responsible for cleaning laundry and cooking. The Ironwood King trembled all over, nodding vigorously, its leaves rustling. Second, Lin Yuan pointed towards the direction of the cellar. That woman inside, keep an eye on her. Feed her water every 6 hours, don't let her die, and don't let her escape. If she disappears, he grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. I'll throw you to the fish. Do you understand? Understood. Don't worry, boss. As long as I'm here, the person won't die. The person definitely won't die. The Ironwood King swore solemnly, afraid that if he hesitated, he would be sent to feed the fish. Having resolved the internal conflict, Lin Yuan felt relaxed. He hung the vine on the Ironwood King's body and turned to walk into the lighthouse. On the table, a parchment map had already been spread out. Xiao Hong was squatting at one corner of the map, pressing down on a spot circled in red. Are we still going? It looked up at Lin Yuan, a little worried. That place isn't close. How far? Lin Yuan asked casually while stuffing compressed biscuits into his backpack. About 2 days. Xiao Hong indicated the distance with its wings. We have to pass through a toxic fog forest and climb over 2 cliffs. Most importantly, that marsh. It paused, lowering its voice. That old crocodile is really fierce. Lin Yuan's movements didn't stop. He stuffed the last box of bullets into the side pocket of his backpack, then sheathed the Fong dagger back at his waist. I never said I had to fight it. This island is so big, the marsh isn't its living room. Can it patrol there 24 hours a day? I'm going to seek fortune, not to take my life. If we keep a low profile and grab what we need before running, the chances of running into it are low. As long as we don't interfere with each other, it can be the Crocodile King, and I can strike it rich. This isn't contradictory. Moreover, his gaze became firm. There's something I must retrieve from there. If I can get it, I can retire early. For this, even if it's dangerous, I have to take a gamble. But Xiao Hong wanted to persuade him again. Although it was gluttonous and fearful after these 2 days of interaction, it had developed an inexplicable dependence on this human. Perhaps it was because of that bowl of tiger meat soup, or perhaps because Lin Yuan, despite his sharp tongue, had indeed not abandoned it in times of danger. It didn't want to see Lin Yuan walk into death. Enough. Lin Yuan interrupted it. The usual playful demeanor was gone. I don't need you to teach me how to do what I've decided. If you're afraid of dying, stay home and guard the door. The air froze for a few seconds. Xiao Hong shrank its neck. It felt a terrifying aura from Lin Yuan. Although still faint, it was already showing its edge. If you want to go, then go. It murmured softly, flying onto Lin Yuan's shoulder. What's so fierce? This divine beast worries that if you die, no one will cook for me. Lin Yuan withdrew his gaze, the coldness in his eyes dissipating, returning to his nonchalant demeanor. That's right. He patted Xiao Hong's head. Let's set off. Meanwhile, to the north of Guanghai City, the location of the strange bird. Boom. A cooling tower suddenly collapsed. Debris flew and smoke filled the air. Amidst the swirling smoke, a ghostly blue flame was burning fiercely. At that moment, the strange bird was crouching at the bottom of a deep pit. Its scales and feathers had turned deep purple. Its body had grown much larger, with a wingspan of about 5 meters. Finally, its voice was no longer sharp, but deep and hoarse. I've digested it. The flesh and blood of thousands. The core of dozens of awakeners. This enormous energy reshaped its flesh. It raised its wings. Its claws, originally with only 3 phalanges, had now evolved into 5 fingers. With a gentle wave up, the space before it was easily torn open. The chaotic void surged from the crack, but was consumed entirely by that layer of ghostly fire upon touching its feathers. Taboo level. It had crossed that chasm. Although it was only just beginning, its realm was still unstable. But this power was enough for it to walk arrogantly across this continent. Human. Kind. It murmured. The strange bird slowly stood up, spreading its wings, blocking out the sunlight. 2 days left. Once I stabilize my realm and fully master this power, I will personally dismantle your bones one by one, tear your mouth apart, chop off that foot that kicked me, and feed it to the dogs. It let out a long howl, the sound waves rolling, shattering the surrounding glass. Then it retracted its aura, transforming back into a gray shadow, crouching into the giant pit. It needed to sleep. It needed one final transformation. 2 days later. That will be the death date of that human. The sun hung low in the west, and the mist lingered in the woods. Lin Yuan walked with uneven steps, producing a puff-puff sound beneath his feet. This marked the 6th hour since he left the lighthouse. How much farther? He did not turn back, instead using a branch to swat at the weeds in front of him. Cheap. Xiao Hong listless lay atop his head, her wings drooping down to cover half of Lin Yuan's ear. She stretched out a wing, pointing in a direction. We still have to climb over that slope ahead. Lin Yuan looked up briefly. The dense forest was deep and dark, the tree canopy blocking out the sun, with only sporadic patches of light scattered upon the tree trunks. It had been too quiet along the way. Aside from trees, there were only trees. Occasionally a few insects flew by, only to be swatted dead on Lin Yuan's arm, splattering green juice. Is this the danger you were talking about? He brushed the insect carcass against the tree bark, his tone laced with sarcasm. Are we here for an adventure, or are we just on a spring outing? Xiao Hong rolled her eyes. You just keep laughing. This forest may appear peaceful, but who knows how many dead bones are buried beneath. Lin Yuan did not respond, continuing to stride forward. He certainly knew this place was sinister. After all, on the very first day he arrived on the island, this area had already given him a harsh warning. At that time, even the slightest rustle of wind made him believe that the king of hell had come to collect a debt. But now, Lin Yuan glanced down at his fong-shaped dagger and then felt the double-barreled shotgun on his back. His mentality had changed. He once thought the shadows of these trees were like ghostly apparitions. Now all he could think about was whether this piece of wood could be carved into beads to sell, or if that leaf could be used to make soup to remove the fishy smell. Fear stemmed from insufficient firepower, but even more so from having empty pockets. When you're carrying a gun capable of blasting through vine balls, and also have a treasure map in your pocket, even if a ghost comes, it would have to ask if it could get a VIP card. True enough. Lin Yuan chuckled self-deprecatingly, exerting force under his feet to leap over a rotten log lying in the middle of the path. As long as it doesn't delay my earning money, it doesn't matter if people grow out of this forest. The sky grew darker. The already dim light in the woods became even thinner, and the temperature began to drop. A gust of cold wind blew through, swirling a few dry leaves in the air. The trees ahead became sparse, and a layer of faint purple mist flowed across the ground. We're here. Xiao Hong perked up, jumping down from Lin Yuan's head and landing on a nearby branch. Ahead lies the poison miasma forest. Beyond it is a sheer cliff. She shook her feathers, watching the purple mist warily. This mist is toxic. One breath can cause one's lungs to rot. We'll have to wait until tomorrow when the sun rises to disperse the mist before we can cross. Lin Yuan stepped to the edge of the mist, cautiously extending his toes. As soon as his boot touched the thin layer of mist, a hissing sound erupted from the leather, and a puff of white smoke rose. While that's quite powerful. He retracted his foot, staring at the small pit eroded into the toe of his shoe, marveling. If this were used to clean toilets, even toilet cleaner would be unnecessary. Since we can't pass through, we might as well rest. Lin Yuan was a person who adapted easily to circumstances. He found a dry spot sheltered from the wind, unloaded his backpack, and positioned the shotgun in the most convenient place. Start a fire. He motioned to Xiaohong on the branch. Xiaohong froze, incredulous. You want me to start a fire? I'm a divine beast. You can't just use me like a lighter. Lin Yuan pulled out 2 pieces of compressed biscuits from his bag without lifting his head. Just tell me whether you will or not. If not tonight, we'll have cold-boiled bird meat. Xiaohong trembled with anger. As the sovereign of the skies, she had fallen to the point of needing to spit fire to light someone's campfire. Huh. She opened her mouth and spat out a small flame, landing on the dry twigs Lin Yuan had gathered. The flames ignited, dispersing the surrounding chill. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction, tearing open the packaging of the compressed biscuits and taking a bite with the water from his flask. The crumbs dissolved in his mouth, tasting like chewing wax. This is way too disgusting, he complained, starting to miss the various delicacies back at the lighthouse. Rustle. A faint scraping sound suddenly came from the bushes to his left. The sound was very quiet. Lin Yuan continued chewing on his biscuit, not even lifting his head. Yet the hand resting on his knee stealthily moved toward the gun handle at his side. Xiaohong's reaction was more direct. She had been preening her feathers, but upon hearing the sound, her entire body fluffed up, staring in that direction. Come out. Lin Yuan swallowed the food in his mouth, his voice calm. Don't force me to shoot. Hearing this, the bushes rustled twice. The scraping sound grew frantic as whatever was inside attempted to escape. Cheap. Xiaohong cried out. She recognized that aura. That bastard long worm who mocked her for being tied up outside the lighthouse and treated her like poultry. Nowhere to run. She flapped her wings and dove toward the bushes. Boom. Flames erupted. The bushes ignited, fire tongues shooting up over 2 meters high. Immediately afterward, a shadow as thick as a water bucket sprang out of the sea of flames, rolling on the ground several times to extinguish the flames on its body. Lin Yuan focused his gaze. He found it amusing. Wasn't this the green snake that had teamed up with the tiger to raid his home that night? Only now it looked dramatically different. Its formerly emerald scales had turned dark red. Its size was also larger than before, with 2 flesh lumps bulging on top of its head. Hiss! The red snake raised its upper body, its vertical pupils filled with brutality and terror. It had been digesting a blood essence mineral nearby when it sensed a human presence, wondering if it could have an extra meal. But instead it encountered this human and a mad woman. If I say I went the wrong way now, is it still too late? It did not want to fight. The energy within it had not yet fully merged. That stone was too hard and was still stuck in its stomach, causing discomfort. It flicked its tail and turned to dive into the poison miasma forest. As long as it entered the poisonous mist, these two would definitely not dare to pursue. Want to run? Have you asked me first? Xiaohong was unwilling to let go of this opportunity to beat a drowning dog. Previously, it had been weak and tolerated the ridicule from this long worm. Now, however, it had eaten meat for several days, its memory and strength partially restored. Dealing with a long worm was no challenge at all. Die for me. Xiaohong spiraled in the air, opening her mouth to unleash a breath of fire. The flames roared like a dragon, sealing off the red snake's escape route. The red snake was forced to halt, its eyes flashing with ferocity. Since it could not escape, it would fight back. Do you really think I am afraid of you? It opened its large mouth, spewing a stream of venom directly at Xiaohong in the air. Sizzle. The venom collided with the flames in midair, producing a piercing explosion and scattering white smoke. A bird and a snake engaged in fierce combat. Xiaohong occupied the airspace, relying on her agile movements to occasionally dive down to peck at the snake or breathe fire. The red snake, with its tough skin and thick flesh, endured the burning flames, attempting to swat down this annoying bird. The scene was quite lively. Flames shot into the sky, dirt flew, and trees snapped. Lin Yuan sat by the campfire, adding another log. He watched the chaotic battle, unable to suppress a yawn. This had been going on for 5 minutes. Aside from a mess of feathers and a few scales, neither side had inflicted any substantial damage on the other. The fire from Xiaohong hardly scorched the red snake's body, merely darkening its scales. The snake's tail swept through, but each time it was narrowly avoided by Xiaohong. Cheap, cheap, cheap. Burn you, you bastard. Xiaohong's cries were fierce, her voice reverberating. Hiss, hiss, hiss. If you have the guts, come down. Let's fight Onion. The red snake refused to back down, cursing while fighting. This was not a life-and-death struggle. It was clearly a quarrel between two shrewish women. Lin Yuan could no longer watch. He brushed the biscuit crumbs off his hands and stood up. Enough. He picked up the shotgun beside him and strode toward the battlefield. Don't end up burning the forest down. Hearing Lin Yuan's footsteps, the red snake's scales tightened. Its fear of this human far surpassed that of the bird in the sky. The image of being stabbed to death by a knife that night still haunted its nightmares. Don't come over. The red snake shrieked, disregarding Xiao Hong's attacks and turning to burrow into the ground. Too late. Lin Yuan did not halt, raising his gun with one hand. The tiger stripes on the barrel glowed, the murderous aura locking onto the red snake. Bang! A loud explosion erupted in the forest, shaking the leaves loose. A flash of fire burst from the barrel. Boom! The red snake did not even have time to scream before it was blasted away. After crashing through 3 thick trees, it made a thud sound as it slammed against a distant rock, collapsing in a heap. Its red scales shattered, blood and flesh a messy mix, leaving its life in question. Xiao Hong remained in the air, frozen in her position to breathe fire. The flame she had just prepared was forcefully swallowed back down, causing her to cough twice. Cough, cough. This guy was becoming increasingly abnormal. Lin Yuan rested the gun on his shoulder, glancing up at Xiao Hong, who was still in shock. What are you still flying for? Waiting for me to award you a medal? He shook his head in disdain. After fighting for so long, without even scratching the surface, I'm turning red for you. In the future, don't say you're hanging out with me. Ooh, I can't afford to lose this face. Xiao Hong. Lin Yuan ignored the dejected divine beast and stepped toward the red snake. I hope I didn't smash it to pieces. He drew out his dagger from his waist. Such a big one, surely I can get a couple of pounds of ribs right. He approached the red snake and kicked its head with his toe. No response. Dead already. Lin Yuan crouched down, measuring where to stab on the snake's belly. Just then the tip of the red snake's tail twitched suddenly. Playing dead. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Interesting. He did not expose it, merely twisting his wrist to aim the dagger at the red snake's vital point. Since you're dead, let's take you apart while it's still hot. Saying this, he was about to stab down. Don't stab. Don't stab. I'm alive. I'm alive. The red snake suddenly opened its eyes, letting out a scream akin to a slaughtered pig. It had originally intended to play dead to find an opportunity to escape, but this king of hell did not play by the rules and came straight for a disembowelment. Lin Yuan's dagger tip hovered before the red snake's eyeball. Alive. He raised an eyebrow, his tone mocking. Alive is just right. I'm quite particular. The fresher the ingredients, the better. Lin Yuan tapped the blade against the red snake's head, making a pat-pat sound. You have 2 choices. Either become tonight's snake soup or hand over what you stole from the tiger and tell me what you're doing here. The tip of the knife pressed against the scales, producing a sound of friction. The red snake froze, not daring to move even the tip of its tail. I'll talk. I'll talk. It hissed, its voice tinged with a whimper. Don't make a move. We are all civilized beings, let's talk it out. Lin Yuan tightened his grip, pressing down further. Talk it out. You didn't think about talking it out when you sprayed poison just now. That was a misunderstanding. It was purely a reflex. The red snake was desperate to bow its head to this calamity. I was just passing by. Really? This forest has good feng shui, or I came here for health reasons. Lin Yuan sneered, the blade cutting through a bit of the surface. A trickle of black blood seeped out. It seems you want to become snake soup. No, I'll confess. The red snake completely broke down. I came to digest. I have something good in my belly. What is it? Blood essence, or that is the treasure of that old tiger. It died and I took advantage of the chaos to steal a bite. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. No wonder this creature changed color. It turned out it had eaten the tiger's inheritance. Spit it out, Lin Yuan commanded. The red snake hesitated. That was its hope for evolution. If it spat it out, all its efforts would be in vain. Moi. Lin Yuan pushed the gun's muzzle forward. Hiss. Spit it out. Now. To save its life, the red snake disregarded any thoughts of evolution. It opened its mouth wide, its abdomen writhing. Ugh. With a retching sound, a fist-sized slimy stone was spat onto the grass. The stone was originally supposed to be blood red, but having stayed too long in the snake's belly, it was tainted with snake venom. At this moment, it presented a strange purplish red color. Green smoke wafted from its surface, and the surrounding wild grass turned withered as soon as it came into contact with the smoke. Is this what you call something good? It looks like radiation waste. Yes, yes, yes. It's just garbage. The red snake crawled weakly up the rod, its eyes darting. I was also deceived by that tiger. It hid this broken stone as a treasure, and I thought it was something good. But after I swallowed it, it burned my insides, so I couldn't digest it at all. It coughed twice, pretending to be severely harmed. How about this? Big brother, you see this garbage is useless to you, why not let me help you dispose of it? The red snake tested the waters, its eyes fixed on the stone. After all, this thing is toxic. If you accidentally touch it, that would be troublesome. My skin is tough, oh I can help you deal with this hazardous waste. Lin Yuan ignored its nonsense. He took out a piece of rag from the side pocket of his backpack and placed it in his hand. Then he bent down and picked up the stone. Sizzle sizzle. Even through the cloth Lin Yuan could feel a burning sensation. Even more bizarrely, the green toxic smoke seeped through the fabrics, seams penetrating his skin. There was no pain. There was no corrosion. Instead, there was a cooling sensation. Lin Yuan was momentarily stunned. Deep in his mind, that ancient voice echoed again. Eating poison is not harmful. His fingers trembled. A surge of heat flowed into his palm. The originally choking rotten smell transformed into a fresh scent. Is this even possible? Lin Yuan played with the stone in his hand. Chirp a. Little Red landed on Lin Yuan's shoulder, curiously stretching its neck. Is that it? I want to touch it too. Get lost. Lin Yuan stuffed the stone into the innermost part of his backpack. This thing is toxic. If you touch it, you'll end up roasted. He patted his backpack, feeling very pleased. His luck on this trip was good. Even before reaching the treasure site, he found a buff. Hiss. The red snake on the ground let out a mournful cry. Losing its energy source, its body began to change. Its frame, once as thick as a barrel, deflated rapidly like a punctured balloon. The red on its scales faded, returning to its original emerald green. In less than half a minute, the once imposing giant python transformed into a small green snake, only the length of chopsticks and the thickness of a finger. It lay in the grass, looking up at the giant Lin Yuan in bewilderment. The scene turned quite awkward. Lin Yuan squatted down and gently poked its head with a finger. What happened to you? This is a counterfeit product. Little Red was overjoyed. It jumped down from Lin Yuan's shoulder and landed proudly in front of the small green snake. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Weren't you so fierce just now? Keep being fierce. It flapped its wings and slapped the green snake with a big wing. The green snake was knocked to the ground, rolling twice, its eyes brimming with tears, unable to express its anger. All right, don't bully the disabled. Lin Yuan pulled Little Red back. He looked at the little green snake on the ground, stroking his chin. Since you contributed such a treasure, I can't repay you with malice by cooking you. He took out an empty plastic bottle that had contained compressed biscuits. He poked several holes in the bottle cap. Get in. Lin Yuan pointed the bottle opening at the green snake. The green snake shrank its neck, showing some resistance. Not willing. Lin Yuan shook the dagger in his hand. Then let's slice it. Whooshed. The green snake transformed into a green light, directly diving into the plastic bottle. It even curled up like a coil of incense, leaving space at the bottle opening. Lin Yuan screwed on the cap and shoved the bottle into the net pocket on the side of his backpack. From today on, you will be the second-in-command of our family, responsible for entertaining Little Red. Chirp. I don't wanna. It's too ugly. Little Red protested. Opposition is invalid. Lin Yuan stood up, brushing off the dirt from his pants. It was already completely dark, but this forest seemed less terrifying to him now. Time to sleep. He leaned against the tree trunk and closed his eyes. A night without conversation. The next morning, Lin Yuan opened his eyes and stretched, feeling invigorated. He even slept better than on a Simmons mattress. Wake up, lazy bugs. He shook the plastic bottle on his backpack. The green snake inside was shaken to a daze, flicking its tongue in protest. Little Red also flew down from the branch, sleepily pecking at its feathers. Let's go. Lin Yuan packed up his things and stepped forward. In the toxic fog forest, the moment he stepped into the mist, the sound of corrosive sizzling rang out again. Damn. Lin Yuan looked down to see his jacket already corroded with countless holes. His pants didn't fare any better. There were several large holes directly eaten through at the pant legs. Sizzle, sizzle. The corrosion continued. In the blink of an eye, his coat was completely ruined and slipped off his body. Lin Yuan hurriedly took off his jacket to avoid it sticking to his skin, which would be even more troublesome. His pants couldn't hold up either. The belt broke, and the whole pair slid down to his ankles. Lin Yuan expressionlessly kicked the tattered pants aside. Now he was left with only a somewhat intact pair of underwear fluttering in the purple mist. But even stranger things occurred. The toxic mist, upon contact with his exposed skin, was directly absorbed into his pores. He took a breath. The gas that could corrode lung lobes now carried a sweet scent. Comfortable, but his two companions weren't so lucky. Cough, cough, cough. Little Red was perched on Lin Yuan's head, desperately covering its mouth and nose with its wings. Tears streamed down its face. What a terrible place. I'm going to die. I'm suffocating. It felt fire burning in its throat. Each breath was torture. The green snake in the side pocket of the backpack was even worse. Though it was poisonous itself, the concentration in this toxic fog forest was clearly over the limit. It thrashed wildly in the plastic bottle, banging against the walls with a thud-thud, its emerald body turning slightly black. Boss, help me. The green snake emitted a faint mental wave. Too delicate. Lin Yuan glanced back at the bird and snake. One coughed like it had tuberculosis, and the other twitched like it had epilepsy. If you can't withstand this little poison, how will you follow me in the future? Though he complained verbally, he still took out the stone from yesterday's find. He waved it in front of Little Red. Then he rubbed it against the edge of the plastic bottle. Take a breath. The stone emitted a purple light, dispersing some of the surrounding toxic mist. Little Red was overjoyed and thrust its head forward to inhale deeply. I'm alive again. It slumped on Lin Yuan's head like a salted fish that had lost its dreams. Lin Yuan put the stone back in his bag. We need to hurry. After crossing this forest, there's a cliff ahead. I heard the scenery there is beautiful, perfect for a picnic. He hummed a little tune, strolling leisurely through the toxic mist. Bones were scattered everywhere. Occasionally, he could see a few beast carcasses that hadn't fully rotted, maintaining their gruesome state before death. In this area of death, only Lin Yuan wandered about like a leader, inspecting his work, hands behind his back, strolling quite comfortably. After about 2 hours of walking, the fog ahead began to thin. A sea breeze blew over. We're here. Lin Yuan stopped. In front was a cliff. Below was the roaring sea. Across the cliff, a few dozen meters away, was a marshland full of red mangroves. That was the forbidden land Little Red mentioned. The territory of the old crocodile. Chirp. Little Red peeked down at the churning seawater and then glanced at the marsh across. How do we get across? Fly over. It gestured with its little wings. Carrying someone to fly several dozen meters was beyond its capability. Lin Yuan put away the map and walked to a big tree at the edge of the cliff. The tree had long since died, its trunk straight and leaning towards the direction of the strait. Of course we walk across. Lin Yuan patted the trunk. Let's do something thrilling. He took out a bundle of rope from his bag. One end tied to the tree trunk, the other end knotted around his waist. Then under Little Red's terrified gaze, he stepped back a few paces. He took a running start. Jump. Whoa. He leaped towards the cliff dozens of meters away. In midair, Lin Yuan glanced down at the waves below. A huge shadow swam past. Perhaps it was a relative of that strange fish. Thud. He landed firmly on the rocks on the opposite side. With this physical quality, let alone dozens of meters, even 100 meters would be a breeze for him. He untied the rope and waved at the other side. Come on over, divine beast. Little Red rolled its eyes and flapped its wings, flying over. One person, one bird, and one snake officially stepped into this area, known as the Death Marsh. As soon as he entered the swamp, thick black mud oozed in around the edges of his boots. This place was a world apart from the vibrant forest on the opposite bank. There were no birds singing, no wind rustling. Only the occasional bubbling from the depths of the mire and some faint buzzing sounds. The bubbles burst, releasing a small puff of yellow-green poison gas. Ugh! Xiaohong lay on Lin Yuan's shoulder, gagging audibly. What a terrible place. It stinks worse than the poisonous fog forest. It held its wings tightly over its nose, every feather resisting the air here. Lin Yuan ignored its complaints, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. The roots of the red trees resembled snakes deeply embedded in the black mud. On the bare branches extending above the water's surface hung various items. Dried wild boar skins, the half-skeleton of a giant python, and several human corpses dressed in tattered tactical gear. Don't make a fuss. Lin Yuan lowered his voice, squatting down to plunge his hand into the black mud, grabbing a handful. What are you doing? Xiaohong's eyes widened with an ominous premonition. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Lin Yuan smeared the mud directly onto his face. It was cold and piercing. The stench was overwhelming. Yet he didn't even frown, covering his neck, arms, and even his hair with the muck. Since the crocodiles here can become sentient, their sense of smell must be sharp, he explained while smearing. This mud is filled with the scent of rotting corpses, which will mask my own smell. After covering himself, Lin Yuan turned to look at Xiaohong on his shoulder. Chirped. No. Xiaohong let out a cry and attempted to fly away. Not so fast. Lin Yuan reacted quickly, grabbing the scruff of Xiaohong's neck and pushing it into the black mud. Gurgle. When he lifted it up again, the once lively little red bird had vanished, transformed into a drenched, wet chicken dripping with black water. Only a tuft of stubborn fluff remained standing, albeit covered in mud. Perfect. Lin Yuan placed the blackened creature back on his shoulder. Now we are like grasshoppers on the same rope, no one can disdain the other. Xiaohong trembled in anger, wanting to breathe fire to incinerate this rascal. But thinking about how the mud would harden if it dried up, sealing it inside, and turning it into a beggar's chicken, it managed to suppress its anger. Let's go. Lin Yuan gestured slightly, bending his body as he ventured deeper into the red forest. The path beneath his feet was treacherous with deep and shallow spots. He also had to remain alert for the lurking dangers beneath the puddles, fearing a sudden attack from a massive maw. After walking for about half an hour, he came to a halt. The buzzing sound ahead grew more intense. What is that noise? Lin Yuan squinted, peering through the thick shadows of the trees. He saw a mass of black mist hovering on the path ahead. The mist was continuously changing shape, sometimes gathering, sometimes dispersing. As he got closer, he realized it wasn't mist at all. It was a swarm of mosquitoes. Each one was the size of a thumb, pitch black, with a sharp proboscis. They were attacking a 1-meter-long lizard. The thick-skinned lizard couldn't even let out a cry before it was drained dry in mere seconds. Gulp. Lin Yuan's throat constricted. If one of those things pierced a person, it would surely be quite a painful experience. Let's go around. He made a judgment. This swarm of mosquitoes was more troublesome than facing a tiger alone. He held his breath, trying to lighten his steps, preparing to bypass them from the side. Everything was going smoothly. The layer of black mud perfectly concealed their scent. The swarm of mosquitoes didn't detect the two moving blood bags. But just as they were about to pass through, a lone large mosquito wobbled into Xiaohong's face. Its compound eyes stared at Xiaohong for a moment, puzzled why this lump of mud had wings. Then it tentatively poked its blood-smeared proboscis toward Xiaohong. Bite! It jabbed it right into the mud shell that Xiaohong despised most. This single act completely ignited the pent-up rage and cleanliness obsession of the divine beast. Get away, despicable bug. Xiaohong's mind went blank, and it spewed forth a torrent of flames. Whoosh! Flames erupted, reducing the large mosquito to ashes. The firelight was particularly dazzling in the swampy forest. The heat waves rolled. Lin Yuan turned back, his gaze narrowing. You idiot, he cursed. But it was too late. The black cloud that had been feasting stopped buzzing. Thousands of pairs of red compound eyes turned in unison. They fixated on the light of the fire and the two blood bags beside it. Buzz! The sound wave rushed over. The black cloud exploded, sweeping toward Lin Yuan like a tide. It'll burn them all. Xiaohong, filled with shame and anger, gritted its teeth and opened its mouth, shooting a pillar of fire at the black cloud. Whoosh! The flames swept through, incinerating dozens of mosquitoes on the spot. But for the swarm, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Worse still, the firelight made them even more frenzied. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The speed of the mosquito swarm surged, wildly rushing towards the source of the flames. Burn you. Lin Yuan saw the black cloud closing in and quickly grabbed the still-spitting fire Xiaohong and stuffed it into his arms. I shouldn't have brought you out. It would have been better to stew you than bring you along. He sprinted through the mud, the black cloud hot on his heels. A few of the faster ones had already slammed into his back. Clink, clank. Their proboscises struck against his rifle, emitting a sharp metallic sound. Chirp. I was wrong. Xiaohong shrank in Lin Yuan's arms, hearing the dense sounds of impact outside, finally realizing it was the cause of the trouble. Shut up. Lead the way. Lin Yuan stepped into a mud pit, splashing muck everywhere. Which way? Xiaohong peered out from his embrace, looking at the complex routes ahead, and screamed. To the left. There's a hole over there. Hurry. The wind howled in their ears. Lin Yuan felt his lungs were about to burst. His legs felt as heavy as lead. The resistance of the mire was too great. Every step required twice the usual effort. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Several large mosquitoes broke through the line, circling around Lin Yuan's side. Their needle-like proboscises glinted menacingly, aiming straight for his carotid artery. Get lost. Lin Yuan quickly grabbed his rifle. Without even looking, he fired a shot. Bang! The muzzle expelled a fan-shaped wave of killing intent. Those mosquitoes exploded midair, turning into a mushy mess. But that shot did not deter the swarm. The scent of blood only heightened their ferocity. More shadows descended. Is this never-ending? Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, running while blindly shooting backward. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots fired. The flames briefly cleared a small area, but it was instantly filled again. At this rate, they would soon be drained dry. We're almost there. Just ahead. Xiaohong suddenly screamed from his arms. Lin Yuan looked up and saw a massive cluster of black rocks ahead, pockmarked with wind-eroded holes. And beneath the largest rock, there was a half-a-man-high opening from which a cold wind blew. That was the location marked on the map. Lin Yuan, holding Xiaohong, crashed into the cave entrance beneath the reefs. Bang! He landed on his back, sliding 3 or 4 meters on the ground before finally stopping upon hitting a stalagmite. The butt of the hunting rifle hit his ribs, causing him to grimace in pain. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Outside the cave entrance, the dark cloud that blocked the sky roared. Mutated mosquitoes circled outside the cave entrance, but none dared to step beyond the threshold. A few even flew too hastily, breaching half a meter into the cave before immediately flapping their wings and retreating as if something more terrifying than pesticide lurked within. Lin Yuan got up from the ground, brushing the mud off his backside. Is this how cowardly you are? He approached the cave's edge and tentatively extended his middle finger. The mosquito swarm erupted in chaos, with hundreds of needle-like proboscises aggressively poking at his finger, yet none dared to rush in. Lin Yuan withdrew his hand, deep in thought. It seems the owner of this territory has a bad temper. Even the mosquitoes know to charge a toll. Xiaohong peeked out from his embrace, her muddy shell cracked, revealing a terrified little eye. Have they left? Those disgusting things, have they gone? They've left. Lin Yuan pulled her from his embrace and placed her back on his shoulder. However, it seems we've entered an even more troublesome place. He turned around, surveying the so-called treasure ground. There were no imagined piles of gold coins, nor a floor littered with skeletons. The place was absurdly empty. The walls were smooth black rock, shiny, as if worn down by some creature over the years. A strong stench pervaded the air, making his head throb. That smell. Lin Yuan sniffed, his brows furrowing. It's like 300-year-old fermented herring with a spoonful of aged stinky tofu added in. The plastic bottle in his backpack vibrated. The green snake seemed unable to tolerate the odor, coiling itself tighter in an attempt to block the bottle's air vent. Is this the entrance to that treasure? Lin Yuan took out the parchment, using the light filtering in from the cave entrance to compare repeatedly. The red circle on the map was indeed drawn here. The dying words of that unfortunate soul were also not wrong. But where is the path? Lin Yuan circled the stone chamber of several dozen square meters. Except for the entrance, he came through, the walls were all solid rock. Could there be a mechanism? He mimicked what he saw in the movies, tapping and knocking on the walls, trying to find any protruding bricks or secret doors. Thud, thud. The stone echoed. Solid. Stop wasting your effort. Xiaohong shook off the dry mud from her body and flew to the center of the stone chamber. There was a slightly concave area on the ground resembling a funnel. At the very center of the funnel was a dark round hole. About a meter in diameter, the edges were smooth with a few strands of an unknown sticky substance hanging from it. The path is here. Xiaohong pointed at the black hole, her tone somewhat disdainful. The smell is wafting up from down below. Lin Yuan walked over and peered inside. It was bottomless. Moreover, the hole wasn't vertical, it sloped downwards, winding and twisting like a slide. This design is quite unique. He crouched at the entrance, using his finger to smear some of the sticky substance on the edge. Slippery and cold. This isn't a path, it's clearly the esophagus of some giant creature, or perhaps a waste passage. I'm not going. Xiaohong landed on Lin Yuan's shoulder, tucking her neck back. She shook her head vigorously. There's definitely something terrifying down there. My instincts tell me that going down would mean being swallowed by someone else. Is there really a choice? He tightened the straps of his backpack, checking the safety of his hunting rifle. Going out means getting turned into a human. Going down means being treated as takeout. Either way, it's death. Might as well die in a wealthy place. Since the retreat was cut off, he could only proceed down this dark path. Moreover, that unfortunate soul mentioned in the letter about discovering source crystals and gold coins, indicating he had at least seen the real deal. Hold on tight. Lin Yuan grabbed Xiaohong, disregarding her protests, and stuffed her directly into his collar. If you fall halfway, I won't have time to fish you out. Cheap. You're kidnapping me. I'm going to report you to the Animal Protection Association. Xiaohong struggled within his clothes, but it was futile under Lin Yuan's grip. Lin Yuan adjusted his breathing and sat at the edge of the funnel. Here we go. He pushed off with both feet. His body felt weightless. Whoosh, he shot into the passage. The tunnel was smoother than he imagined. Left turn, right turn, and a rapid descent. His body collided against the rock walls, producing dull thuds. Fortunately, his skin was tough, so he didn't suffer any injuries. However, the experience was extremely unpleasant. The stench became increasingly intense as he went deeper. Ugh! Xiaohong in his collar gagged. Don't vomit on my clothes. Lin Yuan shouted, reaching out to hold Xiaohong's head down. If you dare to vomit, I'll shove it back in your mouth. The descent speed increased further. In the darkness, Lin Yuan completely lost his sense of direction. He could only judge by feeling that they were going deeper underground. He did not know how long it had been. A light suddenly appeared ahead. We've reached the end. Lin Yuan whispered, muscles tensed, bracing himself for impact. Splash. His body burst out of the passage. He did not crash onto the rocks. Instead, he landed in a pile of coins. Clank, clank, clank. The sound of metal clashing echoed in the space. Lin Yuan rolled several times to dissipate the tremendous impact. Lying on his back, he gasped for air. His palm instinctively grabbed a handful. Cold hard round. He raised his hand, looking at it in the light. It was a gold coin. The front bore an ancient totem, while the back featured a skull wearing a crown. Although it was a bit dirty, its golden sheen still shone brightly in the darkness. I've struck it rich. Lin Yuan grinned. This fall was worth it. He sat up and surveyed his surroundings. This was a natural cave. The ceiling was adorned with hanging stalactites. On one side of the cave, a massive gap revealed the coastline outside. Sunlight slanted in through the opening, and next to it lay a dilapidated fishing boat. The hull had decayed to the point of being unrecognizable, the mast broken, and the sails long gone. From the style of that boat, it had at least decades, or even 100 years of history. Lin Yuan's gaze shifted from the fishing boat to the center of the cave. There lay a small mountain, not a mound of dirt. It was a small hill made up of gold coins, gemstones, and various unknown metal vessels. At the very top of that treasure pile was a giant sword broken in half. Is this the old crocodile's treasury? Xiaohong popped out from his collar staring at the scene before her forgetting to breathe. Cheap. She let out a sharp cry, flapping her wings and rushing toward the mountain of gold. Mine. It's all mine. A large hand grabbed her tail feathers, yanking her back. What's the rush? Lin Yuan placed her back on his shoulder, his gaze calm. He was not blinded by the wealth before him, because he saw something else. At the foot of the mountain of gold lay several skeletons. Some were dressed in tattered modern climbing gear, while others wore rusty armor. They maintained a posture of climbing forward, fingers deeply embedded in the pile of gold coins, as if they were still trying to grasp more wealth before dying. Amidst those skeletons there was a person in a yellow rain jacket sprawled over a large rock. His back faced Lin Yuan. Motionless. Is this the unfortunate soul who called for help? Lin Yuan drew his hunting rifle, aiming at that figure's back. Hey, he called out. His voice echoed among the rock walls, overlapping. Hey, hey, hey. The figure showed no response. Lin Yuan approached, rifle at the ready, stepping carefully over the coins which crunched underfoot. 10 meters. 5 meters. Lin Yuan reached the figure's side. He extended the rifle barrel and gently poked the person's shoulder. If you're alive, make a sound. If you're dead, then I apologize for the disturbance. As the barrel made contact, the figure swayed slightly. Then with a crash, it collapsed. The clothes deflated. A skull rolled out from the collar, spinning twice on the pile of coins before stopping right at Lin Yuan's feet. Its hollow eye socket stared fixedly at Lin Yuan, and on the stone pressed by the corpse a crooked line of text was engraved. It had been carved not long ago, the marks still deep. Don't touch the gold. That's its bait. Lin Yuan felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. Bait. Such a massive pile of gold was merely bait. What could be the predator fishing for it? Boom. Before he could think further, the ground beneath him suddenly trembled violently. The mountain of gold stirred. Countless coins slid down, producing a deafening roar. A large claw covered in black scales emerged from within the mountain of gold. Following that was a gigantic eye. It slowly opened. In that eye reflected Lin Yuan's figure. At the same time, north of Guanghai City, at the bottom of a deep pit. That monstrous bird. No, it should now be called the Forbidden King. It slowly stood up, raising its head to look south. Power. It clenched its claw. The void shattered at its fingertips. Is this the view at the forbidden level? Kid, the game is over. It flapped its wings and instantly vanished from sight, leaving behind a deep black fissure in the air that could never heal. The giant claw came crashing down. Boom. The mountain of gold coins collapsed, countless coins spilling in all directions. Lin Yuan rolled to the side just in time to avoid the strike. Fragments of stone flew everywhere, and several coins ricocheted off his cheek, leaving a trail of blood. But he couldn't care less about the pain. My money. Lin Yuan let out a wail. In the midst of rolling, he reached out and grabbed a handful of coins randomly. Roar. A deep roar reverberated, shaking the stalactites from the cave's ceiling. The monster finally crawled completely out of the pile of gold. It was the old crocodile that Xiaohong had mentioned. The crocodile was over 10 meters long, pitch black, with each scale glimmering with a cold light. The most outrageous part was its back. There were no iconic bony plates of a crocodile, but instead 2 flesh lumps bulged out, with veins visibly throbbing, as if something was trying to break through. Is this really a crocodile? Lin Yuan stuffed the coins he had grabbed into his pocket and instinctively loaded his shotgun. Is this some kind of tyrannosaurus that has gone off track? As he complained, he quickly retreated. The oppressive feeling from this creature was far stronger than that of the tiger. Chirp. Xiaohong fluffed up on Lin Yuan's shoulder, gripping him tightly with her claws. This is a crocodile. It just has a rather unique bloodline. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Before he could digest this news, the crocodile's front claw slammed down onto the ground. A wave of force spread through the rock layers. The originally hard rock surface began to soften. Black sludge surged from underground, quickly covering the entire cave. The coins that were still rolling sank down with a gurgling sound. Don't sink. Leave some for me. Lin Yuan watched this scene, his heart bleeding. But this sludge not only swallowed coins, but also people. His feet were already sinking in the sludge, seemed alive, creeping up his ankles, tightly gripping his boots. Damn it. Lin Yuan pulled hard on his legs, only to find that the more he struggled, the deeper he sank. Whooshed. A thick tail swept over with a whistling sound. It moved so fast that it left an afterimage in the air. Lin Yuan barely had time to pull his legs back. He tensed his abdomen and leaned back, adopting a bridge pose. Swish. The tail grazed past his nose. The gust of wind made his face sting. Although he avoided the direct hit, the mud whipped up by the tail splattered all over his face. Pock. Lin Yuan spat out the mud and sand from his mouth, taking advantage of the moment to raise his gun. He pulled the trigger at the vertical pupil of the crocodile. Bang! Bang! 2 flashes of fire exploded in the cave. The bullet spun out of the chamber, roaring towards the crocodile's eyes. Clang! Clang! The crocodile's eyelids closed. The bullets hit it, but only sparked a couple of flares before being deflected away, embedding themselves into the distant rock wall. What the hell? Lin Yuan cursed. With such defense, unless he used an anti-tank missile, this broken shotgun was merely a tickle. Run. He made the wisest decision. He used the recoil from shooting to pull himself out of the sludge. His feet hopped on the rocky outcroppings as he dashed toward the crack in the cave. Behind him, the crocodile was enraged. It had never encountered a biped that dared to shoot at its eyes. With all four limbs pushing, it moved through the sludge as if it were solid ground, rumbling towards Lin Yuan. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Hurry up. It's coming. Xiao Hong was frantically shouting on his shoulder, not forgetting to turn back and spit a breath of flame. Unfortunately, the flame extinguished upon touching the crocodile's scales, leaving no mark. Shut up. If you keep yelling, he'll throw you down to feed it. Lin Yuan gasped for breath, his lungs feeling like they were on fire. 50 meters. 30 meters. The crack was right in front of him. The sea breeze rushed in through the crack, carrying the scent of freedom. As long as he dashed out and jumped into the sea with his swimming ability, this heavy crocodile would definitely not catch up. Go. Lin Yuan gathered his strength, preparing for a final leap. However, just as he was about to burst through the crack, a huge shadow suddenly obscured the sunlight at the crack. Whoosh! A fierce wind rushed in. A malevolent aura pressed in from outside the crack. Lin Yuan abruptly halted, his shoes grinding against the rock, producing wisps of smoke. He looked up against the light and saw a bird. Its wings spanned over 5 meters, covered in dark purple feathers, with a bare patch on its chest marked by a footprint. As soon as it spotted Lin Yuan, a burning hatred ignited in its crimson eyes. It folded its wings and charged towards the cave. Boom! It smashed through the crack, entering the cave and sealing off the only escape route. Found you. I will tear you to pieces. The monster bird let out a sharp scream. It flapped its wings, its sharp claws aiming for the top of Lin Yuan's head. At the same time, the crocodile also arrived. It opened its bloody maw and lunged at Lin Yuan's back. A pincer attack. A deadlock. Chirp. It's over. It's over. This time he was really going to become a sandwich. Xiao Hong was so scared she hid her head in her wings. Hell no. Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with determination. Instead of retreating, he charged forward. He grabbed Xiao Hong from his shoulder. I've trained you for 1,000 days now, use you. Hold on tight. Lin Yuan swung his arm, hurling the fluffy ball towards the airborne monster bird. Chirp. You bastard, Lin Yuan. Xiao Hong traced a parabolic arc in the air. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw a sharp claw rapidly enlarging. The fear stemming from the power disparity made her want to flee. But in the next second, a sense of dignity belonging to the sovereign of the skies ignited at that moment. Being thrown like a brick was humiliating enough. If she were to be killed by this mixed feathered bird's claw, would she still have any face left? I am a divine beast. I am a divine beast. Xiao Hong roared. A tremendous heat suddenly erupted from her small body. Her claws and beak turned bright red. Puff! She fiercely pecked at that sharp claw, hitting the soft flesh at the base. Screech! The monster bird let out a cry of pain. It had not expected that this seemingly decorative little thing could break through its defenses. The sheer pain caused its movements to falter. And it was in this fleeting moment that Lin Yuan seized the opportunity. He ignored the battle in the air. As he threw Xiao Hong, he crouched down and slid through the sludge. Crack! The crocodile's massive jaws snapped shut, missing. Lin Yuan slid beneath the crocodile's jaw. This was a blind spot. It was also a weakness. Take this. He pressed the muzzle of his gun against the soft white skin beneath the crocodile's chin. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Boom! This shot was solid. The gunpowder exploded at close range. No matter how abnormal the crocodile's defense was, that soft flesh could not withstand such a point-blank strike. The flesh exploded. Blood mixed with shredded meat sprayed all over Lin Yuan's face. Roar! The crocodile went mad with pain. It raised its head, wanting to turn around and swat this biped to death with its tail. But Lin Yuan was already prepared. He discarded the shotgun, quickly drew out the Fong dagger from his waist, and plunged it into the crocodile's jaw, hanging on. Using gravity, he pulled down. SZZ. The crocodile's lower jaw was slashed, a half-meter-long gash opening up, black-red blood pouring down. Lin Yuan was drenched in blood. Bathed in dragon's blood, the body is reforged, that ancient voice echoed in his mind once more. Following that, a searing sensation drilled into his body through his pores. His muscles, which were previously sore, filled with power, and his skin developed a special sheen. This feeling was utterly addictive. Lin Yuan even momentarily forgot that he was still hanging onto the crocodile's jaw. Just at that brief moment of distraction. Roar! The crocodile, in a fit of pain, suddenly swung its head to the side. Lin Yuan felt a numbness in his wrist. The Fong dagger was still stuck firmly in the bone, but he was thrown off by the force. What the hell? He crashed into the distant rock wall. On the other side, the battle in the air had also reached a fever pitch. Although the monster bird was enormous and terrifyingly powerful, Xiao Hong had the advantage of being small, agile, and quite cunning. She did not confront the monster bird head-on, but instead targeted its armpit eyelids and the previously injured bare spot. Chirp, chirp, chirp. They'll kill you, you bald feathered chicken. Dare to challenge your ancestors. Xiao Hong pecked and cursed at the same time. Her small claws, although tiny, could pull out 1 or 2 feathers with each scratch. The monster bird was thoroughly annoyed by this little thing, which was like a fly. It furiously flapped its wings trying to swat Xiao Hong down. But in this narrow cave entrance, its massive wings became a hindrance. Its wings constantly crashed against the rock wall, sending stone chips flying, but it could not hit the agile Xiao Hong. Human, I will kill you. Seeing it could not deal with Xiao Hong, the monster bird redirected its fury towards Lin Yuan. Ignoring everything, it folded its wings and charged at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, be careful, Xiao Hong screamed in the air. Lin Yuan had just gotten up from the ground when he heard the wind whoosh. He turned his head. The massive beak was right in front of him. There was no way to dodge. The crocodile also sensed the opportunity, ceasing its struggles, charging towards Lin Yuan, wanting to use the monster bird's attack to crush this human against the rock wall. A wolf in front, a tiger behind. A dead end. Lin Yuan's expression changed dramatically. Thud. The dull sound of his heartbeat exploded. A heat surged from his bones, flowing through his veins. On his exposed skin, the dark red sheen that had faintly appeared while fishing suddenly flared up. This time it was no longer a blurry halo. The red light flowed along his muscle lines, faintly outlining ancient and intricate patterns. The red glow spread along the muscles. It was not merely light, it was living, flowing magma. Lin Yuan's vision changed. Dust floated in the air. The airflow generated by the flapping of the monster bird's wings. Even the sound of the crocodile's scales closing emitted a snap. Everything slowed down. The monster bird, despite not knowing what was happening, instinctively sensed the danger. Its crimson eyes were filled with shock. Lin Yuan did not dodge. He raised his right hand. Snap! His palm firmly grasped the bird's beak. The impact transmitted through his arm, causing the rocks beneath his feet to shatter, and his feet sank into the ground. Yet he remained completely motionless. Aren't you here to seek revenge on me? Lin Yuan raised his head, gazing at the monster bird that was so close. The monster bird panicked. It flapped its wings desperately, trying to retract its head. Caw! It let out a piercing scream, leaning backward. But that force seemed somewhat weak in Lin Yuan's grasp. You come and go as you please. Lin Yuan tightened his grip. Crack! The hard bird's beak surprisingly emitted a sound of shattering, with several shards flying out. Come down for me. He exerted force from his waist and abdomen, yanking the bird's beak down with all his might. Boom! The monster bird crashed heavily onto the rocks, its chest colliding with a sharp stalactite. Caw! The wretched screams echoed throughout the cave. It floundered on the ground, attempting to rise, but was shaken by the tremendous impact. Before Lin Yuan could catch his breath, whoosh! A foul wind came from behind. It was the crocodile. This cunning beast took advantage of Lin Yuan's distraction, with the monster bird opening its massive mouth to bite at Lin Yuan's lower back. Watch your back! Little Hong shouted from a distance. Lin Yuan did not look back. He suddenly crouched down, bracing himself with one hand on the ground, and launched himself sideways. Crack! The crocodile's massive jaws snapped shut, missing completely. The sound of the upper and lower jaws colliding vibrated painfully in the ears. Having missed, the crocodile felt a surge of anger. It swung its tail towards Lin Yuan. If that tail connected, it wouldn't just be flesh and blood. Even an Iron Man would be broken in half. Lin Yuan had just landed with nowhere to dodge. He took a deep breath, the dark red patterns on his body shining brightly. Instead of retreating, he advanced. He planted his feet firmly in the mud, crossing his arms protectively over his chest. Bang! A dull thud echoed. A massive force spread throughout his body, but he blocked it. Roar! In the crocodile's vertical pupils, confusion flashed. It felt as if it was not striking a piece of meat, but a mountain that could not be shaken. Lin Yuan slowly raised his head, the red glow swirling in his eyes. You've got quite the strength, big fellow. He grasped the tail with both hands, fingers embedding into the gaps between the scales. Now it's my turn. He growled, lowly twisting at the waist. He swung the 10-meter-long giant crocodile up with ease. Go! Bang! The crocodile was violently slammed against the distant rock wall, its scales shattering, and its entire body embedded into the stone, unable to dislodge. Before Lin Yuan could catch his breath, a wave of heat surged from above. The monster bird, feeling pain, did not flee, but instead became fiercely aggressive. Flames ignited across its body, transforming into a fireball hurtling straight toward Lin Yuan. This was its primal fire. Contact would mean death, reducing even the soul to ashes. Chirp! It's over. This time I'm really done for. Little Hong despaired, covering its eyes. Boom! The flames engulfed Lin Yuan. The temperature surged, even gold began to melt. The monster bird emitted a triumphant screech. However, the next second, the blazing ghost fire suddenly began to collapse inward. At the center of that flame, a figure gradually stood upright. The embers reignite, heralding rebirth. The flames no longer posed a threat. They became nourishment. Lin Yuan looked at his arm with some curiosity. The ghostly blue flames clinging to his arm were being absorbed into his body through his pores. Burp. He let out a satisfied belch. A small puff of blue smoke escaped his mouth. The taste is a bit strong, Lin Yuan commented. He turned to look at the monster bird before him. But I have a flaw. I hold grudges. The monster bird, terrified, attempted to flee, but a large hand had already clutched its neck. Come down for me. Another unreasonable, over-the-shoulder throw. Thud. It was harshly smashed into the mud. Feathers flew, mud splattered. Before it could struggle to rise, a figure was already riding on its back. Lin Yuan pressed down on the monster bird's neck with one hand while his other hand formed a fist. The red glow gathered at the knuckles. This punch is for that mosquito earlier. Bang. The monster bird's head was smashed into the ground. This punch is for my ruined pants. Bang. The monster bird's beak shattered completely. This punch is for your arrogant glare from earlier. Bang. 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 Lin Yuan resembled a human-powered pile driver. With each punch, the sounds of shattering bones accompanied the monster bird's screams. The crocodile had just pulled its head from the rock wall, opening its eyes slightly. Seeing this scene, its heart skipped a beat. Is this really a human? This was even more brutal than the beings in the depths of the godforsaken island. It slowly shrank its body into the mud, attempting to bury itself before this calamity became too furious. Trying to run, Lin Yuan did not even look back. He grabbed a broken mast nearby and hurled it like a javelin. Thud! The wooden stake embedded itself in the mud right in front of the crocodile, less than a centimeter from its nose. The crocodile froze, slowly retracting its head and even trying to appease by sweeping its tail across the debris on the ground, indicating that it was obedient and would not run. Lin Yuan shifted his gaze back to the monster bird beneath him. That once mighty king of taboo, its head had been brutally smashed, now lay limp in the mud, completely lifeless. He exhaled a breath of foul air. That power was beginning to wane. The scene before him started to blur. The red glow dimmed until it vanished. The after effects are quite strong. Lin Yuan shook his head, trying to steady himself, but his legs grew weak. The whole person tilted backward. Lin Yuan. Little Hong flew out from the crevice in the rocks, anxiously landing on his chest. Don't die. It flapped its wings, trying to fan Lin Yuan's face. Lin Yuan did not respond. His breathing was faint and his face was pale. A glint of ferocity flashed in the crocodile's eyes. This calamity was dazed. Does that mean the chance for revenge has come? The crocodile pulled its claws out of the mud. At that moment, Lin Yuan's fingers suddenly twitched, mumbling indistinctly. Money. All mine. This murmured dream talk caused the crocodile, which was ready to attack, to momentarily freeze. But soon its ferocity coalesced once more. It could sense that the human's aura before it was rapidly fading. This was the best opportunity to kill him. If it swallowed this human, not only could it avenge its earlier humiliation, but that strange power would also belong to it. Roar. The crocodile let out a roar, shedding its disguise. It flipped over and charged once more at Lin Yuan. Chirp. Get away. Little Hong, who had been guarding Lin Yuan's chest, watched as that increasingly large maw approached, a glint of madness flashing in its eyes. Its small body showed no sign of retreat, instead rushing toward that massive mouth. In this life-and-death moment, ancient memories deep within its bloodline were awakened. Its feathers began to burn, radiating a dazzling golden-red brilliance. Within the glow, Little Hong vanished. A slender figure wrapped in flames emerged. It was a little girl who appeared to be only 7 or 8 years old, exquisitely carved, with a small vermilion mole at her brow that flickered like flames. She wore a gown made of red feathers, and although her form was petite, the golden-red pupils in her eyes conveyed an air of nobility and authority that surpassed all beings. She hovered in midair, facing the giant crocodile that bore down like a mountain, extending a delicate little hand. Retreat. Her childish voice carried a heavenly might, surging toward the crocodile. Without any flashy movements, merely this one push. Boom. The 10-meter-long crocodile, with its astonishing defensive power, didn't even have time to feel the pain before it was crushed. Its head, body, and black scales disintegrated in an instant. Flesh and blood erupted into a sky of blood mist, and bones were ground to powder. The once mighty swamp overlord was left with not even a complete bone, transforming into a puddle of red and black flesh smeared against the rock wall and ground behind. After completing all of this, the flames dissipated. The girl's figure shattered, transforming back into that little bird. Flap. It dropped stiffly onto the stone, rolling its eyes and fainting. The cave once again fell silent, leaving only the distant sound of the waves. How long had passed? No one could tell. Lin Yuan awoke to absolute darkness. He lay buried in mud. The swamp churned up by that crocodile had swallowed him whole after he lost consciousness. In his former life, such depth and unconsciousness lasting this long would have sent him straight to the king of hell. Yet now a cool, serene current of chi flowed gently through his lungs, sustaining his vital signs even beneath the sludge. Thank the heavens for those raw fish slices and the abyssal submersion ability they granted. Otherwise he'd have fossilized. Splash. Lin Yuan clawed upward with both hands and feet bursting through the muck's surface. He gasped, deeply gulping fresh air, then wiped black sludge from his eyes. His last memory remained seared into his mind, the crocodile's blood-drenched maw. Where is that beast? Lin Yuan scanned the surroundings warily. No crocodile in sight. Only scattered flesh fragments littered the ground. Xiaohong. His heart clenched. His gaze darted frantically across the jumble of rocks, until just beside him atop a protruding boulder, he spotted that flash of crimson. Xiaohong lay motionless, eyes tightly shut, wings limp and listless. Even that defiant tuft of hair, the one usually standing upright with arrogant flair, had wilted completely. Hey! Wading through the mire, Lin Yuan approached, seized Xiaohong by its 2 legs, and shook it upside down. No response. Then he tapped its forehead lightly with a fingertip. Dinner's ready. Still no reaction. Only the faintest warmth radiating through his fingertips, proof that the creature still clung to life. Stubborn little thing. Lin Yuan tucked it back into his chest and patted gently. Not dead, there was still hope. But what mattered most now? He turned his head, gaze locking onto the cavern's center. That was where his purpose had lain. Yet, in the next instant he froze. He blinked, rubbed his mud-caked eyelids fiercely, looked again. Empty. The vast cavern stood hollow, save for shattered stone sludge and the 2 monstrous corpses. Gone was the hoard of gold coins, enough to purchase half of Guanghai City. Vanished. Where's the money? His voice trembled. He scrambled forward on hands and knees, hurling himself into the muddy pit where the treasure had once lain. His fingers dug wildly, desperately. Nothing. Only mud. Thick, unyielding, and endless. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Like a madman, he overturned every inch of earth around him. Then, his fingertip brushed against several faintly glowing crystals. Small as fingernails, golden-hued, scattered amid the mire. Is this the so-called primordial essence? He scooped up the tiny cluster, knelt in the mud, and felt as though his soul had been ripped clean from his body. The monsters were dead. The gold had vanished. All that remained were these few shards of primordial essence. What the hell? Lin Yuan tilted his face upward, staring at the pitch-black ceiling of rock above. After all that fighting, I get glass beads. Damn it. He hurled the crystals violently onto the ground. 3 seconds later, he crawled back, gathered each shard, carefully wiped them clean on his tattered clothes, and tucked them deep into his pocket. Even a mosquito's wing has weight. If these came from monsters, they must hold value, even outside this world. Lin Yuan rose and slapped the mud from his body. He walked over to the crocodile's corpse and retrieved the Fong dagger. Skin ruined, flesh pulverized. Amid the grotesque carnage, he began sifting deliberately. At last, he pried out 2 intact fangs and a section of hardened dorsal hide miraculously unshattered. Then he turned to the avian monstrosity. Its demise had been brutal, its skull utterly crushed. Yet its enormous wings remained attached, sinews intact. Its feathers shimmered with an eerie violet-black luster, metallic to the touch, edged with lethal sharpness. Fine plumage, perfect for crafting a fan. Lin Yuan raised the blade and set to work plucking, severing tendons, stripping bone. Half an hour later, he stood with a bulging backpack slung across his shoulders and a bundle of feathers and bones bound tightly with the monster bird's sinew gripped firmly in hand. He cast one final glance back at the cavern that had broken his heart. Bad luck. He spat. Though, did I forget something? He turned and leapt through the jagged opening. 3 days later, a fishing vessel docked beside the lighthouse. The engine fell silent. A squad of heavily armed operatives surged ashore, swiftly securing all high-ground vantage points. Lao Dao strode forward in a long coat, a red pagoda cigarette perpetually dangling from his lips. Behind him walked the man in black. This is the lighthouse. He gazed toward the towering structure looming in the distance. Yes. Lao Dao exhaled a slow, curling smoke ring, squinting as he surveyed the terrain. That kid's been guarding it. But, he paused, brow furrowing. It's too quiet. Indeed, it was unnervingly silent. An island teeming with anomalous creatures should echo with roars and shrieks. Yet not even a single insect chirped nearby. Let's move in. The man in black gestured. Their formation tightened as they advanced toward the lighthouse. The closer they drew, the more bewildered Lao Dao became. He saw the vegetable patch. There, basking in sunlight, sat a potato larger than a wash basin, its leaves gleaming emerald green. Beside it grew several umbrella-like giant mushrooms. Has this kid opened a countryside resort? A muscle twitched at the corner of Lao Dao's mouth. Before he could finish his thought, A shadow blocked their path. It was a wooden figure thick with moss. It held a chipped ladle drawing water from a nearby bucket to irrigate the garden. Upon spotting the intruders, the golem stilled. Slowly it turned, its expression unreadable yet unmistakably assessing. Click. Every weapon snapped up, red laser dots converged upon its head. Hold your fire. Lao Dao raised a hand pressing down the rifle barrels. His eyes locked onto the figure, eyelids fluttering uncontrollably. Black vein ironwood. And alive. Specimens of this caliber were confined to Tier Alpha containment chambers beyond the mainland. Here, tending a garden. The golem, perhaps deeming the group too dangerous, or simply lacking any directive to attack, lowered its ladle. Then it pointed silently toward the lighthouse gate and stepped aside, resuming its watering. It's letting us in, eh? The man in black sounded incredulous. Apparently, Lao Dao swallowed hard and stepped into the lighthouse compound. No sooner had he crossed the threshold than a rich, savory aroma enveloped them. They looked up, hanging from the rafters, row upon row of dried meat strips. What is this? Lao Dao approached a string of ribs and reached out to touch. The bone gleamed like jade, pulsing with latent pressure. Tiger bone. The man in black stepped forward, voice low and grave. Judging by density and residual energy signature, this creature was perilously close to forbidden class while alive. He turned towards several strips of dried fish coiled in the corner. The abyssal maw. These dwell only in waters deeper than 2,000 meters. How did they end up sun-dried? Two elite Foundation operatives stood frozen inside the lighthouse, exchanging stunned glances. Where's the kid? Lao Dao swept his gaze across the chamber. No sign of Lin Yuan. Report. One of the perimeter scouts sprinted over. We found a woman in the cellar, bound and restrained. A woman? Lao Dao frowned, flicked his cigarette, but onto the ground and crushed it underfoot. How is there a woman on this island? He exchanged a sharp look with the man in black, and both hurried toward the cellar entrance. The iron cellar door stood open. Flashlight beams cut inward, illuminating a figure bound to a stone pillar. Su Miaoyu had awakened, and now stared wide-eyed at the armed figures crowding the doorway. Remove the gag. Lao Dao waved. A subordinate stepped forward and yanked the rag from Su Miaoyu's mouth. Cough, cough, cough. She coughed violently, then lifted her head sharply, voice raw, as she declared. I am Investigator Su Miaoyu of the Longhua Anomalous Containment and Disposal Bureau, CACD Special Operations Division. Registration number CN 9527. This location is extremely hazardous. The lighthouse keeper is an exceptionally unstable psychopath. Immediate reinforcement is required. At the acronym CACD, Lao Dao's face twitched. Well, she draws a government salary. The man in black ignored Su Miaoyu's outburst, stepping forward instead to study her closely. His tablet emitted a soft beep-beep. Energy readings abnormally elevated. Core stability optimal. He studied the data, brows knitting in surprise. Anomaly class uncanny. At those 3 words, Su Miaoyu faltered. She had only recently broken through and hadn't yet mastered her newfound power. That he perceived it instantly left her stunned. Since you know who I am, release me immediately. I'm an official operative. She gritted her teeth, attempting to assert authority. The man in black issued no order to untie her. Instead, he turned slowly toward Lao Dao, his expression heavy with implication. Lao Dao, your lighthouse keeper. Was his file truly just that of an ordinary civilian? Huh, didn't you review his medical report? No spiritual energy resonance, no genetic modification, blanker than virgin parchment. Then how did an ordinary civilian bind an uncanny class investigator in a cellar? He gestured towards Su Miaoyu. Does that sound reasonable to you? Well, yeah, the kid is strange, maybe born with prodigious strength. Or perhaps this young lady, this officer, was compromised at the time. The man in black said nothing more, but his vigilance sharpened markedly. Ignoring Su Miaoyu entirely, he returned to the lighthouse. On the table sat half a bowl of fish soup, long since spoiled, covered in mold and reeking of sour decay. Based on dust accumulation and food decomposition, he's been gone at least 10 days. He crouched and ran a finger across the floorboards. Then he followed a trail of footprints leading outward, uneven in depth, vanishing into the dense jungle to the south. Direction due south. South. Lao Dao's face darkened. That's where it sleeps. And where that ancient crocodile holds dominion. The man in black rose, brushing dust from his palms. Looks like we'll have to handle this ourselves. Since the designated observer has perished in the line of duty, the original survey mission falls to us. He turned, gazing deep into the southern jungle. Issue orders, full mobilization. Target coordinates south sector. What about the woman? Lao Dao asked. Bring her along. A CACT elite, makes an excellent pathfinder. With that, the man in black strode off without another word, southward. Lao Dao remained rooted in place. gazing at the footprints pointing south then at the lighthouse walls hung with cured meats, his expression complex. Sigh. He exhaled, pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and planted it upright in a crack beside the lighthouse door. A shame. He was good with his hands. Next life, choose better fortune. Don't trade your life for coin. Still, I'll do what I can for your mother's debt. Shaking his head, Lao Dao tightened his gear and fell into step behind the retreating squad. The sea wind stirred. The cigarette flickered, bright, dim, bright, its pale smoke spiraling skyward. Deep within the southern jungle, a ragged, disheveled figure, freshly escaped from a refugee camp burdened with bundles large and small, hummed an unknown tune, limping steadily onward, straight toward them. The forest was dense and hushed. The squad advanced in tactical formation. Combat boots crunched softly over fallen leaves, puff-thud, a sound instantly swallowed by the ceaseless drone of insects. Lao Dao walked near the center of the formation, his red pagoda cigarette glowing faintly in and out between his lips. He glanced upward repeatedly. The canopy was impossibly thick, sunlight pierced through only in scattered feeble specks, utterly powerless against the layered gloom below. This place. He exhaled a slow smoke ring, then slapped a flowered mosquito dead on his forearm. His fingertips rubbed together. All blood. Black blood. The mosquitoes here are practically demonic. Just one bite sustains you for 3 days. The black-clad man ahead didn't turn. His gaze remained fixed on the tactical terminal strapped to his wrist. The waveform on the screen pulsed erratically, spiking, dipping, surging, without rhythm. Silence. His voice was calm, but carved with unassailable authority. Entering Tier 2 contamination zone. All personnel activate filtration respirators. Spore concentration in ambient air is rising. Any exposed wound risks rapid heteromorphosis. At his command, armed operatives moved as one, fingers snapping down on respirator seals. A soft metallic hiss, SSSH, rippled through the air. Only Lao Dao wore no mask. At the rear of the column, Su Miaoyu stumbled forward, her wrists bound tightly behind her back with reinforced nylon ties. Her clothes hung in tatters, shredded by thorny branches. Mud caked her face like war paint. Her eyes locked onto the retreating silhouette of the smoking man ahead. Her jaw clenched so hard her teeth ached. Who exactly are you? This is sovereign Longwood territory. You're committing illegal intrusion, an unlawful detention of a state-appointed official. Once I return, I'll see every one of you tried before a military tribunal. Lao Dao halted. He turned, his gaze settling on this defiant woman, even now a captive, her spirit unbowed. Girl, save your breath. He flicked ash from his cigarette, the ember landing beside Su Miaoyu's foot, scorching a tiny perfect black hole into the dry leaf litter. This is Shinchi Island, the Isle of the Forsaken. Even the King of Hell would need to offer a cigarette first and ask directions before stepping ashore. And he gestured toward the grotesque, knotted roots twisting up from the earth around them. Raise your voice again, and wake whatever sleeps beneath this soil. We'll all end up fertilizer. Su Miaoyu opened her mouth to retort. The black-clad man suddenly raised his right hand. The entire unit froze mid-stride. What is it? Lao Dao strode forward, hand resting instinctively on the hilt of his sheathed blade. The man said nothing. He dropped to one knee, fingers dragging across the bark of a massive tree, a trunk wide enough for 3 men to encircle. Yet at its heart a great section had been torn away, as if something had struck it, blunt, brutal, unstoppable. The break was jagged, splintered wood curled outward, studded with several dark crimson scales. What's this? Lao Dao crouched beside him, squinting. Snake scale, eh? That hardness, that texture. He withdrew a magnifying lens from his thigh pouch and examined the scale closely. A mutated variant of the Crimson Serpent King. No, that's scent. Why does it carry the ferocity of a tiger? Lao Dao frowned, baffled. Biological hybridization on this island had clearly defied all known logic. How could a serpent bear the aura of a beast of the mountains? The black-clad man rose, scanning the terrain. The ground lay ravaged. Thickets had been incinerated en masse, charred scars stretched far into the toxic mistwood beyond. And amid the scorched earth lingered deep, pockmarked craters. Shotgun. He knelt beside one, retrieving a deformed shell casing. 12-gauge, hand-loaded lead slug. Residual propellant is extreme. This barrel didn't detonate purely by miracle. He dropped the casing onto the ash and turned to Lao Dao. Did the lighthouse keeper you recruited bring a firearm onto the island? Lao Dao scratched his head, bewildered. He did. Just an old double-barrel hunting rifle left behind by the previous warden. But this power. Lao Dao stared at the crater, larger than a clenched fist, and swallowed hard. This isn't a hunting rifle. It's a handheld cannon. And the black-clad man pointed toward the shattered path where the serpent had been hurled. That snake was launched, not by muscle or magic, but by sheer concussive force. It struck 3 trees midair before slamming into bedrock and stopping dead. Were such force to strike a human, even clad in armor, it wouldn't merely pierce steel. It would buckle tank, plating inward like tin. That Lin Yuan. The black-clad man narrowed his eyes, his voice dropping to a glacial whisper. Is he truly human? Lao Dao parted his lips to defend the unassuming young man who'd seemed so disarmingly gentle. But confronted with the devastation before him, the word yes lodged like stone in his throat. Could any ordinary man treat a mutated leviathan like a baseball, hurling it through trunks as if flinging pebbles? Advance. The order came, yet this time his hand never left the grip of his holster. Elevate alert status to maximum. Target may have undergone heteromorphosis, or be host to an invasive entity. Engagement authorization unrestricted fire. The unit resumed movement, tension thickening like fog. Su Miaoyu listened, her pulse quickening. That same deranged man who'd fed her fish soup and used her as a makeshift oven. Was this formidable? The further south they pressed, the more impassable the land grew, or rather the less it resembled a path at all. What had begun as mere dense undergrowth now pulsed with unnatural vitality. Vines coiled slowly through the air, questing blindly for prey. Moss on the forest floor rose and fell in shallow rhythmic breaths, releasing violet spores with each step. Beep, beep, beep. The instrument in the black-clad man's hand shrieked incessantly. Spatial readings destabilized. Gravitational constant fluctuating. Reality distortion index exceeding threshold. He stopped short, staring into the haze-shrouded mistwood ahead. His face paled. Impossible. He murmured almost to himself. Is the veil suppressive field failing? Lao Dao stepped closer, squinting at the screen's chaotic glyphs. What does that mean? Say it plainly. Shinchi Island functions as a prison precisely because it's wrapped in a natural law suppression. Within these bounds, all transcendent power is muted. Even gods regress into feral beasts. But now, he pointed toward a nearby man-eating bloom. The suppression is weakening. These creatures' primal instincts are reawakening. They're reclaiming their stolen strength. Lao Dao studied the flower, its petals edged with needle-sharp teeth, chewing audibly wet and gristly. His own gums ached in sympathy. So, you're saying the monsters here are leveling up? Not just leveling up. He paused, then spoke with chilling finality. They're revolting. Something has ruptured the equilibrium, triggering the island's immune response. The entire landmass is running a fever, desperate to expel the foreign virus. A deep, resonant boom echoed from the distance. The earth trembled faintly, answering his words like prophecy. From the forest depths rose a chorus of howls, wolves, tigers, and something else, a shrill, infantile wail. Layered together, those cries formed a symphony that frayed sanity itself. Full combat readiness. He drew his sidearm, the muzzle shimmering with cold electric blue light. Formed defensive perimeter. 12 operatives scattered with practiced precision, backs to backs, weapons trained outward in a tight, interlocking circle. Su Miaoyu was shoved into the center, alongside Lao Dao. Hey, Chainsmoker. She nudged Lao Dao with her shoulder. Mind untying my hands? If things go sideways, I am still a combat asset. Lao Dao shot her a sidelong glance, then spat his cigarette but onto the ground. Untie you, so you can stab us in the back. Stay put. If hell breaks loose, I'll toss you to the flowers first. Buys us a few extra seconds. Su Miaoyu rolled her eyes, exhausted. These people were pure, unfeeling savages. SHHHSHHHSHHH. Ahead, the underbrush trembled violently. Something approached. Every nerve tightened. Fingers whitened on triggers. Here it comes. The black-clad man's voice was low, urgent. Prepare for contact. 3, 2, 1. A hand parted the foliage. Dark, grimy, fingernails crusted with dirt. Then, a head emerged. Hair matted into a wild, feather-studded nest. Bright plumes jutting like war trophies. His face was painted thick with black mud. Only his eyes gleamed sharp and clear. He wore a dozen pouches, belts, and satchels, and clutched a bundle of bleached animal bones. He looked like a refugee from some forgotten primordial tribe. Silence fell, absolute stunned. A dozen rifles leveled at his skull. The tribesman blinked, genuinely startled. Clearly he hadn't expected such a reception in the middle of nowhere. He blinked again, slowly. His gaze slid past the gun barrels, settling directly on Lao Dao standing at the circle's heart. His eyes lit up, warm, radiant, unmistakably joyful. Lao Dao, my dear brother, you've finally come. Do you have any idea what I've endured these past days? He lunged forward, tears and snot streaming, ignoring every weapon trained upon him. The operatives froze, bewildered. The black-clad man stood utterly still, stunned. Even Su Miaoyu gaped, staring at him, the very man who'd stuffed her into a fish head to cool her down. What was this narrative twist? This tone was all wrong. Stop! 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 Lao Dao recoiled, 2 hurried steps backward, as the mud-smeared youth barreled toward him. Don't come any closer. We'll talk, calmly. No touching. Lin Yuan skidded to a halt 2 meters away. He wiped his face with a grimy sleeve, then burst into fresh lamentations. The black-clad man watched him, feeling an icy dread coil in his gut. Not fear of them, but emanating from this young man, raw, ancient, and deeply unsettling. This boy, his grip tightened on his weapon. He's just killed something. And whatever it wasn't poultry nor fish nor livestock. Lin Yuan remained oblivious to the charged silence, his gaze shifting abruptly to Su Miaoyu. Huh. He paused, then comprehension dawned. He turned to Lao Dao bright-eyed. Boss, you've already visited the lighthouse, right? I knew it. I saw you coming from that direction earlier. Before Lao Dao could speak, Lin Yuan jabbed a finger at Su Miaoyu, beaming with bureaucratic pride. This woman wasn't abducted by me. I must formally report this. She sneaked onto the island several days ago, lurking suspiciously near the lighthouse, clearly up to no good, probably planning theft or sabotage. He thumped his chest, earnest, upright, righteous. I figured this island couldn't afford random outsiders wandering unchecked. What if there was a safety incident? Or worse, if they stole corporate assets? Who'd bear the liability? So I detained her, secured her in the cellar under strict supervision. I'd planned to hand her over to you during your official inspection. He rubbed his palms together, grinning. Well, boss, how's my security protocol? Not only do I guard against beasts, I prevent theft too. Doesn't that merit a performance bonus? Su Miaoyu didn't blink, didn't flinch. After being crammed into a fish head to lower her temperature, she'd achieved total emotional immunity to this man. She was done. Let the world collapse. Reasoning with a man who treated Class Alpha anomaly investigators as KPI metrics was simply futile. Seeing her silence, Lin Yuan leaned in, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Boss, look at her. Eyes vacant. No speech. Likely mentally compromised or traumatized into catatonia. You'll need to monitor her closely. Don't let her bite anyone. Silence. The black-clad man, who'd remained motionless until now, stepped forward, inserting himself between Lao Dao and Lin Yuan. What's in the pack? His pistol dipped slightly, barrel aimed squarely at Lin Yuan's backpack. Open it. Lin Yuan's smile faded. He shielded the pack, eyes narrowing with wary intensity at the man in black. That's not possible. It's personal property. And his gaze sharpened, the lethal instinct honed in life-or-death combat, flashing unmistakably across his features. Who are you? I'm conducting business with my employer. Do you have the authority to interrupt? As the voice fell, Lin Yuan took a step forward. With this step, the dry branches beneath him crumbled into powder. What's in this bag was earned with my life. His voice was light, yet it struck like a heavy hammer in everyone's heart. An invisible wave erupted, centered around him. Crack. A soldier standing at the front suddenly lost grip of his rifle. His legs trembled, and he knelt on the ground with a thud. Then came the second, the third. Someone rolled their eyes back, foaming at the mouth, and fainted. The remaining people barely held on, but it felt as if they were carrying a 1,000-pound burden. One by one, their faces turned pale, sweat pouring down their bodies, uncontrollably bending towards the ground. In their line of sight, the young man, covered in mud, had vanished, transformed into a fierce beast emerging from ancient times. You? The man in black felt his scalp tingle, his bones unable to withstand the pressure. He was an anomalous level awakened one with senses 100 times sharper than ordinary people. Because of his keen senses, the fear he felt was magnified 100-fold. In his spiritual sight, several terrifying phantoms stood behind Lin Yuan. One was a giant crocodile roaring at the sky, another was a phoenix reborn from flames, and these auras intertwined, forming a storm that battered against his mental defenses. Hold on. The man in black bit his tongue, forcing himself to stay awake through the pain. His legs trembled, his knees bending slowly, yet he firmly resisted kneeling. That was the dignity of a strong man. But the pressure was too overwhelming. So heavy that he felt like a tiny boat in a storm ready to capsize at any moment. Clap. Sweat dripped from Lighthouse chin. His waist had bent to the limit, the gun in his hand had long since drooped, and he lacked even the strength to raise a finger. Lin Yuan was somewhat puzzled. What was wrong with this group? He had only said 2 sentences, yet they all acted as if they had been struck by heat stroke, kneeling and fainting one after another. Especially that one in black with a flushed face and trembling body. Was he so moved by his heartfelt declaration? Old Knife stood at the edge of the storm, the red cigarette he held burned down significantly, yet the ash did not fall. A glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes. This kid. It's only been a few days since I last saw him, and his growth rate seems a bit unreasonable. Even he and Old Bone felt a prickling sensation from that kind of pressure. In the next second, Old Knife suppressed his unusual expression and took a step forward. Stop, stop, stop. He stood between the two, pretended to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, and shouted rapidly, Lin Yuan. What are you doing? This Lighthouse Supervisor Liu is a powerful figure in the Longhua branch of the Foundation. The financial overseer, the great wealth god. Your surgery fee, subsequent nutrition costs, rehabilitation expenses, and the rewards you've earned through life and death struggles. All of them need his signature to be approved. If you scare him into something unfavorable, who will give you the money? Huh? Am I supposed to go sell a kidney for you? This blunt statement woke Lin Yuan up. The one managing the funds. The red light in his eyes faded. That terrifying pressure also vanished without a trace. Lin Yuan revealed a naive and honest smile. He tossed the backpack behind him and supported the swaying Lu Tao. Hey, Supervisor Liu, look at this mess. He appeared concerned, even reaching out to brush off the dust from Lu Tao's shoulder. You should have said so earlier. If I had known you were the wealth god, how would I dare to speak loudly to you? What I said just now was a misunderstanding, purely a misunderstanding. I'm just straightforward by nature. You have a great capacity to forgive, so please don't hold it against me, a country bumpkin. Lu Tao suddenly felt a lightness in his body. The sense of impending death that could swallow him whole vanished. He gasped heavily, barely stabilizing himself by holding onto Lin Yuan's arm. Looking at the youth before him, whose face was filled with flattery, as if the previous demon was merely a hallucination, his heart raced violently. This is a country bumpkin. What kind of country bumpkin could feint an entire squad of elite soldiers with just aura? Supervisor Liu, are you alright? Do you want a drink? Lin Yuan pulled out a mineral water bottle containing a green snake from his pocket and handed it over. Is this snake alive? Lu Tao's voice changed pitch as his right hand reached for the holstered gun at his waist. Oh, I'm so sorry. Seeing this situation, Lin Yuan quickly pulled the bottle back. I grabbed it by mistake. This is just a recently caught. A newly acquired pet named Second Deputy. Please don't mind it, Supervisor Liu. As he spoke, he rummaged through the side pocket of the dirty backpack and took out another bottle of water, wiped the mud on his clothes, and handed it over again. This is water. Absolutely no additives. Lin Yuan said earnestly. Supervisor Liu, would you like to try? This is mountain spring water I filled from the pool. Lu Tao looked at the bottle of water covered in unknown dirt, then glanced at Lin Yuan's pocket that was still slightly wriggling. He suppressed the tumult in his heart and pushed away the water Lin Yuan offered. No need. His voice was still a bit hoarse, but he tried to maintain a calm facade. Since it was a misunderstanding, it's fine now. Lu Tao straightened his disheveled collar and regained his aloof demeanor, but this time there was a hint of wariness in his eyes. Everyone get up. What are you playing dead for? Old Knife saw the atmosphere calm down and quickly turned to kick those soldiers kneeling on the ground. The soldiers, as if waking from a dream, clumsily got up from the ground and picked up their weapons. Kid, Old Knife leaned over, lowering his voice and pointing at Lin Yuan's backpack. Didn't you say there are good things in that bag? Show it to Supervisor Liu. Is it just some junk? Lin Yuan thought this made sense. He placed the backpack on the ground and unzipped it. A strong smell of blood and some strange energy fluctuations spread out. Lin Yuan didn't care and directly turned the bag upside down, pouring its contents onto the ground. Clatter! A bunch of miscellaneous items rolled out. The most eye-catching were 2 white fangs, a bundle of purple-black feathers, and a few golden crystals emitting a faint glow, and a piece of black crocodile skin. Lin Yuan pointed at the 2 fangs with a salesman's expression. Supervisor Liu, look at these fangs, how good they are. They can be ground into powder for calcium supplements or made into daggers that can cut through iron like mud. And these feathers, they would make an incredible feather duster. Dust wouldn't even dare to settle on it. The scene fell silent. Only Lin Yuan's enthusiastic sales pitch echoed. Lu Tao squatted down. His hands trembled slightly as he gently stroked one of the fangs. The moment his fingertip made contact, a sharp pain shot through. This is... Lu Tao's expression changed drastically as he looked at Old Knife beside him, his voice faltering. The fangs of a deep abyss crocodile. The patterns of the laws on it are still intact. Old Knife was also dumbfounded. He picked up one of the feathers and examined it in the sunlight. This feather carries the attribute of the void. Although the surrounding soldiers didn't understand the technical terms, seeing the astonished expressions of the 2 leaders, they knew that the items on the ground were absolutely priceless. Heavens! Su Miaoyu stood aside, looking at the pile of junk on the ground, unable to resist swallowing. As a CACD investigator, she was well aware of the value of these items. Any one of them could fetch a sky-high price at an auction. Especially those few golden crystals. They were high-purity life essence. Just one could extend the life of a dying person by 10 years. And this freak actually dumped them on the ground like trash. What do you think, Supervisor Liu? Lin Yuan rubbed his hands expectantly. How much do you think this is worth? I think these fangs are pretty heavy. Carrying them all the way has worn me out. Lu Tao took a deep breath. He stood up, looking at Lin Yuan with an extremely complex expression. The value of this entire bag of items would be enough to buy 10 branches of the Foundation. Count it. Lu Tao squeezed out a word through clenched teeth. It must be counted. After we return, I will personally apply to the headquarters for the highest standard recovery of these materials. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan was overjoyed. All right, then thank you, Supervisor Liu. He quickly stuffed the items back into the bag, his rough movements making Lu Tao's eyes twitch, fearing he might damage those precious materials. All right, enough reminiscing. Lu Tao glanced at the time, his expression turning serious again. Now that Lin Yuan has rejoined, our chances of victory have increased. He pointed to the poisonous fog forest ahead. Crossing this poisonous fog forest is our destination. Everyone put on gas masks and check the oxygen supply. The soldiers moved quickly, donning gas masks that revealed only their eyes. Su Miaoyu was also given a spare mask. Old Knife pulled a mask from the bag and handed it to Lin Yuan. Take this. While putting on the mask, Old Knife mumbled, the mist in this forest is highly toxic. A single breath could rot your lungs. Lin Yuan looked at the mask and shook his head. No need. He pushed the mask back. I'm not used to wearing things like that. It feels suffocating. Besides, I have rhinitis. This mist smells rather refreshing, just right for clearing my sinuses. The entire crowd was once again astonished. Everyone looked at him as if he were a madman. Clearing sinuses. Treating rhinitis with corrosive poison gas. Is this something a carbon-based life form could come up with? Are you sure? Lu Tao frowned. This is not the time for jokes. This poisonous mist can corrode steel. Really don't need it. Lin Yuan waved his hand. I just came out of there. He turned around and stepped into the poisonous fog forest. Everyone held their breath. They saw Lin Yuan walk into the purple mist as if entering his own backyard. He even took a breath, a look of enjoyment on his face. Monster. A soldier muttered behind his mask. Lu Tao and Old Knife exchanged glances, seeing the helplessness and shock in each other's eyes. This kid's physical structure probably long abandoned the human category. Keep up. Lu Tao waved his hand. The team cautiously followed behind Lin Yuan. With Lin Yuan as the pathfinder, the speed of the team's progress significantly increased. Along the way, apart from occasionally encountering a few corpses, they saw no living creatures. The venomous insects, snakes, and ants fled faster than rabbits upon sensing Lin Yuan's aura. After walking for about an hour, the purple mist ahead gradually dissipated. It's come out. Lao Dao let out a sigh of relief and removed his mask. Lin Yuan also stopped surveying the scene before him, only to be taken aback. Something was amiss. After passing through the poisonous fog forest, shouldn't it have been that swamp? The direction was the same. But in front of him, where was the swamp? All that lay before him was a chaotic, stony plain. Stones of various sizes were strewn across the ground. A layer of mist enveloped the entire plain, reducing visibility to a minimum enough to barely see objects 100 meters away. At the end of the mist-shrouded plain, a massive silhouette was faintly discernible. That thing was enormous. Even through the thick mist, its grandeur and antiquity could still be felt. Lin Yuan's heart tightened. He had seen this silhouette before. On the day he first arrived on the island at the top of the lighthouse, he had seen the direction in which the myriad beasts bowed down, and it was towards such a vague outline. Is this the sacred ground of those wild beasts? What's wrong? Lu Tao walked up to Lin Yuan and followed his gaze. Lin Yuan quickly withdrew his gaze, replacing it with a curious expression. Supervisor Lu Lao Dao, what are we doing in this godforsaken place? He pointed at the distant shadow, asking in confusion, is that a mountain? Looks quite tall. Lao Dao shot him a glance, pulled out a cigarette and a lighter from his pocket, but found that the lighter wouldn't ignite no matter how hard he tried. After several attempts, he simply put the lighter back in his pocket and chewed on the unlit cigarette. Don't ask too many questions, Lao Dao said vaguely. Just follow behind me, don't run off, and don't touch anything. Lu Tao took out a compass-like device, its needle spinning wildly and unable to stabilize. He glanced at the instrument, then at the shadow in the distance before giving orders to the people behind. Target confirmed right ahead. Everyone shut down external communication devices and switched to internal encrypted channels. From now on, don't trust what anyone says except for commands from me and Lao Dao. Understood, the soldiers replied in unison. Su Miaoyu, in the middle of the group, gazed at the eerie plain, a sense of foreboding flooding her heart. As an awakened, she could sense that the energy field here was extremely chaotic, with the air filled with whispers that left her unsettled. Let's go. Lu Tao waved his hand. The group stepped onto the stony plain. The soil beneath their feet was loose, making a shuffling sound as they walked. Lin Yuan followed behind Lao Dao, scanning the surroundings as he walked. He couldn't shake off a sense of unease. Among their group of over 10 people, only their footsteps echoed. No, it wasn't just over 10 people. Including himself, Lao Dao, Lu Tao, and that female investigator, there were a total of 15 people. But why did he feel that the footsteps behind him were more than 15? Lin Yuan increasingly felt that something was off. He began to concentrate, silently counting the footsteps beside him. 1, 2, 3, 10, 14, 15. There was one more. A layer of cold sweat broke out on Lin Yuan's back. He dared not look back, merely pretending to casually turn his head, glancing at the group behind him. The formation remained unchanged, neither more nor less. Could it be my illusion? Lin Yuan continued walking forward, but this time, he consciously focused his attention. The surrounding world slowed in his perception. Then he saw it. At the end of the line, there was a vague, humanoid silhouette. The mist surrounded it, distorting its figure and making it appear unclear. Lin Yuan suddenly stopped. Why aren't you moving? Lao Dao bumped into his back. Chill. Lin Yuan made a gesture for silence and slowly turned around. His actions caused everyone to halt, watching him warily. 1, 2, 3. Lin Yuan extended his fingers, counting the number of people one by one. When he counted to the last person, his finger hesitated, pointing at the empty mist. 15. And you? Who are you? His words dropped the atmosphere to freezing point. What crazy talk are you saying? A soldier couldn't help but interject, his voice trembling. There's nothing there. Exactly. Stop pretending to be mysterious here. Another soldier chimed in. Are you trying to create panic on purpose? Who are you trying to scare? Shut up. Lu Tao barked at the two soldiers. He didn't look in the direction Lin Yuan pointed, instead quickly pulling out a syringe filled with blue liquid from a tactical pouch at his waist. Everyone immediately inject the cleaner serum. The soldiers hesitated for a moment, but promptly pulled out the same syringes from their gear, rolled up their sleeves, and jabbed them into their arms. Lao Dao took out one as well and injected it into himself. Only Su Miaoyu, with her hands bound, stood frozen in place. What are you doing? She watched as those people injected themselves with an unknown serum, a bit panicked. Suddenly a soldier who had just completed the injection let out a shriek. He pointed at his companion, his face pale. You, there's a hand behind you. The soldier he pointed at stiffly turned his head, but saw nothing. But soon he also screamed in horror. A ghost. Panic began to spread. The soldiers started wildly waving their weapons, shooting at the air. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire echoed across the plain, but hit nothing. Everyone calmed down. Lu Tao shouted, but it was of no use. These warriors looked as if they had seen the most terrifying thing, their spirits breaking. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow as he watched the chaotic scene. He looked again towards the back of the group. The vague figure moved slightly, seeming displeased by the gunfire. It raised its hand and gently waved it at the two soldiers who had lost their composure. The bodies of those two soldiers froze instantly. Their necks twisted at a strange angle, and then they fell straight down, silent. Lin Yuan's body tensed. Such speed, such a bizarre method of attack. He hadn't even seen how the other party made their move. At that moment, Lu Tao dashed to Su Miaoyu's side and forcefully jabbed the syringe into her neck. Ugh! Su Miaoyu let out a muffled groan as the blue serum was injected into her body. A chilling sensation spread throughout her, and the chaotic, distorted world before her began to clear. What was that just now? Her voice trembled. An illusion, or rather, something from this plane, Lu Tao explained as he retreated. They will blend into the group, mimic us, and then replace us. Now be quiet. Lu Tao drew his gun, aiming at the dense mist ahead. Trouble is coming. He caught a glimpse of Lin Yuan out of the corner of his eye. The kid was holding his arms, surveying the silhouette with not a shred of fear on his face. An absurd thought suddenly arose in Lu Tao's mind. This rule seemed to have no effect on Lin Yuan. Everyone has them. Don't look. Lu Tao pressed Su Miaoyu's head down and barked fiercely at the others. Keep moving forward. Don't stop. Don't turn around. Treat them as if they're air. He spun on his heel, his steps unsteady, and strode deeper into the plains. Lao Dao followed closely behind. As he passed Lin Yuan, he lowered his voice. Boy, keep up, and don't cause trouble. The surviving soldiers, trembling with fear, leaned on one another and forced their leaden limbs forward. Lin Yuan remained rooted where he stood. He watched the mist figure trailing the rear of the group, and then glanced toward the two fallen soldiers beside whom new silhouettes were slowly coalescing. He frowned. Inside his thoughts raged, one death spawns another specter. If this continues, won't this squad swell into a reinforced platoon? What is this? Pretending not to see. That thing's already hovering inches from your face. Yet you treat it as air. Our Foundation personnel, truly made of wood. Lin Yuan didn't understand, but he chose for now to obey orders. Turning, he fell into step with the retreating column. After only 2 strides, a wave of icy chill surged up his spine. Something cold and slick pressed against his back. He felt a hand, devoid of warmth, tracing his nape. Get lost. Lin Yuan kept walking, gritting the single word through his teeth. The thing clinging to his back paused, then intensified its assault. A second hand joined the first, probing insistently beneath his collar. His patience was evaporating. He cast a glance ahead, at Lu Tao and Lao Dao striding faster now, their backs radiating grim resolve. The others in the column were even paler, lips clamped shut, bodies rigid, each inch forward sustained solely by raw willpower. Clearly they too endured the same torment. Director Lu, shall we halt and deal with these things first? Lin Yuan couldn't hold back. He feared that left unchecked the group would soon fracture under psychological collapse. As for himself, he cared little. What grated was the sheer indignity of it, like lying awake while a mosquito drones relentlessly beside your ear, impossible to swat, maddening beyond measure. At his words, a nearby soldier whirled around as if scalded, shouting, "Are you insane?" "Shut up," Director Liu said. "Ignore them, and only ignore them. Deal with them." "How?" "It's just mist, a shadow. Do you want to get us all killed?" Another soldier stammered in agreement, voice trembling. "Die on your own. Don't drag us down with you." Lao Dao turned sharply, fixing Lin Yuan with a venomous glare. "Boy, this is my final warning. Walk quietly, or I'll bind you myself." Lin Yuan blinked, stunned. He stared at them, utterly baffled by their logic. Afraid of what? Is this mist harder than that crocodile? Faster than that monstrous bird? Lin Yuan had seen everything on that island, yet now he was expected to cower before mere wisps of fog. That humiliation, he could not swallow it. The more he thought, the angrier he grew. The farther he walked, the more suffocating it became. And that hand upon his neck. Now it dared descend further, its fingertips gliding down his spine. Damn it. Out there he'd fought tooth and nail, hounded by mosquitoes, bitten by crocodiles, only to return and endure this petty degradation. To hell with your rules. Rage flared in Lin Yuan's chest. He halted abruptly. "What are you doing?" A soldier cried out in alarm. Startled, everyone froze, staring at him in terror. Lin Yuan ignored them. In one fluid motion, his arm shot backward, seizing the mist figure clinging to his back. "Get off me!" He snarled low, twisted his waist, and executed a clean, brutal shoulder throw. Thud! A muffled impact. Before every pair of wide eyes, the spectral mist figure, the very entity that had haunted them, relentlessly breeding dread, was hurled violently to the ground. With a soft puff, it dissolved into a wisp of white vapor, vanishing into thin air. One shoulder throw, and it was gone. Silence fell, absolute, breathless, profound. Lu Tao and Lao Dao turned just in time to witness it, frozen mid-motion. Before awe could settle into comprehension, Lin Yuan moved again. He lunged forward, closing the distance to the two soldiers who'd just shouted at him. Behind each, a hazy human silhouette clung tightly. "What are you going to do?" The soldiers stumbled backward in panic. Lin Yuan paid them no mind. His hands darted out so swiftly they blurred. One hand seized the mist figure's neck, the other clamped down on its head. Then, muscles coiling, he slammed them together with crushing force before driving both downward onto the earth. Boom! The two specters collided and detonated, bursting into denser clouds of mist that scattered wildly. Anyone else? Lin Yuan brushed his palms clean, standing tall as he swept his gaze across the clearing. The churning mist recoiled, retreating swiftly, refusing to draw near again. The air around them cleared completely. The clammy, frigid sensation vanished without a trace. Lin Yuan turned and faced the crowd, their expressions slack-jawed, dazed, utterly stupefied. He rolled his eyes, the gesture speaking volumes. That's it. This pathetic thing deserves such groveling terror. A cluster of fools needlessly enduring this torment. Ahem. Lao Dao recovered first, clearing his throat to break the thick silence. He approached Lin Yuan, clapped him firmly on the shoulder, his expression layered with complexity. "Kid, you did well. But next time, could you at least give us a heads up? Nearly stopped this old heart dead." Lin Yuan shrugged. "If I'd warned you, you'd have forbidden it. So I held my breath instead." "Good enough. Just glad it's over." Lu Tao stepped forward too. Though his face remained obscured, one could easily imagine the astonishment etched upon it. The Foundation's records noted these attendant shadows as impervious to physical force, resistant only to specialized pharmaceutical agents. Yet here and now this young man had shattered that immutable rule, not with science, but with sheer unyielding defiance. "Proceed." Lu Tao's voice carried a weariness he himself hadn't noticed. He realized the greatest variable in this mission might not be the island itself, but this ordinary island guardian. The column resumed its march, yet the atmosphere had transformed utterly. Every soldier now looked at Lin Yuan, not with suspicion or hostility, but with awe and reverence. They subtly widened the space between themselves and him, yet dared not stray too far. Su Miaoyu trailed behind, watching Lin Yuan's slender, dust-streaked back. Her heart churned, conflicted, monstrous, violent, irrational, yet somehow undeniably dependable. Just then Lin Yuan turned, meeting her gaze directly. Staring at what? His brow arched. Never seen someone this handsome before. That cocky smirk, paired with his grimy, smudged face, struck a perfect note of absurdity and infuriating charm. Su Miaoyu turned her head away, too lazy to even give a disdainful glance. She was truly exhausted. The team set off once more, but the atmosphere was somewhat eerie. A hollow area with a radius of 2 meters formed around Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, however, was completely indifferent, even feeling a bit more spacious. The smell of sweat and oil from these people almost suffocated him when they were packed together. Now it was just right, the air felt fresh. The mist ahead remained thick. The soldiers' bodies tensed, their hands gripping weapons with bulging veins, feeling nervous. However, as those misty figures approached, they abruptly halted. They saw Lin Yuan, who was leisurely walking in the middle of the group. The mist surged, turning back into the depths of the thick fog, disappearing without a trace. A soldier opened his mouth, unable to close it for a long time. They just ran away. Lin Yuan smacked his lips, feeling somewhat perplexed. What is wrong with these ghostly things? Is it because I look too fierce? That shouldn't be. My mom always says I have a kind appearance. Who cares? As long as they don't bother me. Lin Yuan thought with a sense of relief. It was best to avoid conflict and conserve energy. As long as he could safely get his salary, it was better than anything. With Lin Yuan the ghost that scares ghosts, the subsequent journey was surprisingly smooth. Soon the massive silhouette revealed its true form amidst the mist. It was not a mountain. It was a colossal jet-black stone standing in the center of the plain. It was enormous, with a smooth surface and no signs of artificial carving, exuding an ancient and desolate aura. Stop! Lu Tao raised his hand to give the order from about 50 meters away from the stone. He commanded everyone to spread out in a circular formation, weapons pointed outward, establishing a temporary defensive position. Then he took out a uniquely shaped instrument from a metal box. It looked like a compass, but was covered in complex scales and indicator lights. Lin Yuan curiously scrutinized it. This thing looked quite expensive, and he wondered how much it could fetch if sold. Lu Tao ignored the gazes of those around him, holding the instrument with both hands, aiming it at the black stone ahead, and twisted a knob on the side. A humming sound arose. It was not a sound that could be heard by the ears, but rather a vibration that directly affected the spiritual realm. Lin Yuan felt a tingling sensation in his back teeth. As the sound waves spread, the thick mist ahead seemed to be stirred by a giant hand, beginning to surge and disperse. The view became suddenly clear. Only now could they see the full extent of the plain. This was not a plain at all, but a vast circular basin. Surrounding the basin was a clearly defined ecological zone. In some areas the trees were blood red like burning flames, in others the plants gleamed with a metallic luster, exuding a chilling aura, and in yet another area the tree crowns were laden with pale fungi, emitting a ghostly phosphorescence. Lin Yuan's gaze swept across, and in one direction he spotted the marshland filled with red trees. Wasn't that the territory of the old crocodile? These distinctly different forests were closely adjacent, yet their boundaries were sharply defined, tightly encircling the basin. What is that? A young soldier suddenly shrieked, trembling as he pointed towards the distant forest. Everyone turned to look in the direction he pointed. In the depths of those tree shadows, pairs of crimson, glowing points slowly lit up, 1 pair, 2 pairs, 10 pairs. Countless pairs. They were densely packed, comparable to the stars in the night sky, but carried a bloodthirsty madness and hunger surrounding the entire basin. Roaring sounds and the scraping of claws against the ground came from all directions, converging into a symphony that sent shivers down the spine. Damn it! Lu Tao slammed his fist into a nearby rock, cursing fiercely. The seal has indeed loosened. The calmness on his face vanished completely. Everyone, prepare for battle. Use the holy nails. Establish the first line of defense before the beast wave approaches. No matter what, hold them back. Yes. The soldiers howled resolutely, taking out metal spikes from their tactical backpacks, ready to counterattack. Old Dao's expression turned grim, even failing to notice the cigarette that had fallen to the ground. He turned around and grabbed Lin Yuan, who was still dazed. Kid, don't just stand there. Help. Old Dao's voice was hoarse. Otherwise, we'll all die here today. Lin Yuan did not respond. He stood there motionless. The surrounding roars, the soldiers' shouts, the imminent threat of death. All of it felt distant to him. The world became blurred and far away in his perception, all sounds transforming into hollow echoes. An immensely familiar, yet supremely authoritative consciousness crossed time and space, resonating deep within his soul. That voice was no longer the childish and weak tone from his dreams, but became deep and vast, as if the very heavens and earth were conversing with him. You have arrived. Lin Yuan's vision was pulled away. The real world faded and shattered. He returned to that chaotic dream. But this time before him was no longer that sapling bent under an invisible burden, but an enormous tree that could not be described in words. Its canopy supported an endless starry sky, with every leaf shimmering like stars. Its roots burrowed into the void, drawing nutrients from the entire universe. The heavy burden still existed, but at this moment this giant tree bore it with an imposing presence. In reality, old Dao was still forcefully shaking Lin Yuan's shoulder, but realized the other person remained completely still. Lin Yuan, wake up. This was the last thing Lin Yuan heard before his consciousness sank completely. Then the entire world fell into absolute silence. Lin Yuan looked up at the giant tree, unable to speak for a long time. Is this see? Isn't it just a sapling? This is almost akin to the world tree. Do not be surprised this is my original form. That thought seemed to perceive Lin Yuan's ideas. I am this island. Or rather, this island is a part of me. Lin Yuan fell silent, digesting this information. So the abandoned island is alive. I was born from chaos guarding the balance of this planet. Until their arrival. The branches of the giant tree swayed gently, its star-like leaves colliding, producing an ethereal sound. Some monsters not belonging to this world tore through the veil and descended here. They gnawed at my branches, polluted my roots, splitting and devouring my power. As this was said, several images appeared on the branches of the giant tree. A ghostly bird burning with ghost fire. A giant crocodile lurking in the depths of the swamp. And many more terrifying creatures of bizarre shapes that Lin Yuan had never seen before. They have stolen my authority reigning over this island. The giant tree's consciousness conveyed a sense of anger. You are the same. The tone shifted and a branch of the giant tree slowly descended, stopping before Lin Yuan. On the branch, light flowed, reflecting Lin Yuan's appearance. Dark red patterns lit up on his skin, representing mighty power and subtle insight. Then a flicker of flame ignited at his fingertips, a manifestation of the nirvana obtained after consuming the eggshell. Lin Yuan gazed at the embodiment of these powers on his body, momentarily lost in thought. The powers you have obtained originally belonged to me. The giant tree's consciousness rang out again. Those you have killed are merely thieves who stole my strength. And you are the natural furnace reassembling the fragments that belong to me. Lin Yuan's heart stirred. So after all my hard work, enduring blows and struggling, I was merely helping you with recycling. Look outside. The giant tree's branch gently tapped. The scene before Lin Yuan changed once more. He saw himself. His body stood motionless on the rocky plain, eyes tightly shut. Old Dao was desperately shaking his shoulders, his face filled with anxiety. Lu Tao and Su Miaoyu, along with the surviving soldiers, formed a small defensive circle behind him, using their weapons to fend off the tide of beasts surging from all directions. Bullets poured out, energy beams tore through the air, but could only stir up trivial splashes in the endless tide of beasts. A soldier was knocked down by a giant wolf, instantly submerged by the beasts. Yet strangely, those beasts would stop in their tracks when approaching Lin Yuan, avoiding him and attacking others instead. In their pupils filled with fear towards Lin Yuan, he was seen as an untouchable taboo. Did you see that? The giant tree's consciousness was laced with temptation. You are different from them. You are special. Only you can save me, and only I can give you everything you desire. The scene shifted again. A mountain made of gold coins and jewels appeared before Lin Yuan, 100 times larger than what he saw in the old crocodile's lair. Wealth. The scene changed into a luxurious sanatorium in the city center, where his mother lay in the most advanced life support pod, surrounded by top doctors consulting her. The well-being of family. The scene transitioned again, showing Lin Yuan standing amidst the cosmos with countless corpses beneath his feet. Or, power sufficient to dominate everything. Help me, Lin Yuan. Clear away the parasites clinging to me, allowing me to restore my completeness. I promise you will gain all of this. The giant tree's voice brimmed with persuasive power. Lin Yuan fell silent. He stared at those images, breathing a bit hurriedly. Saving my mother. This is the root of all my actions, the only motivation for me to survive. If all this is true. The giant tree quietly waited. In its view, no mortal could refuse such temptation. This was a shortcut to godhood. Yet after a full minute of silence, Lin Yuan raised his head and asked a strange question. I have to ask, when you gave me that dream, were you close to being crushed? The giant tree was taken aback. Yes. Then how come you can hold it up now? Lin Yuan continued to inquire like a curious child. Because your arrival has relieved part of my pressure. Oh, Lin Yuan elongated the tone, suddenly enlightened. Then let me ask, since you are so powerful, why don't you just eliminate those thieves yourself? Why do you need my help? My main body is suppressed, and I cannot wield my true power. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded, then rubbed his hands, revealing a somewhat embarrassed expression. What you said sounds great, and it is indeed tempting. However, this matter is a bit large. I'm not very bright, so I need to go back and think it over. How about this? Let me consider it first. The giant tree's branches and leaves ceased swaying. What did you say? Waves appeared in that vast consciousness. Considering. Yes. Lin Yuan spread his hands as if it were obvious. You see, you are both wealth and power, painting such a large pie. Oh, what if it's an empty promise? I'm a practical person. I need to assess the risks and rewards first. Moreover, with you being such a big shot, you can't just strong-arm me, right? We need to emphasize mutual consent, don't we? The giant tree fell silent. In the face of the opportunity to become a god, he was actually calculating risks and rewards. Did he not understand what this meant? You are toying with me. The giant tree's consciousness began to carry anger. No. Lin Yuan waved his hands repeatedly. I am seriously discussing this with you. Boom. A loud sound erupted. From the giant tree's main body, a large area of colorful shadows burst forth. They were corals. Red like blood, white like bone, black like iron. They twisted, tangled, and grew wildly, instantly covering a large section of the trunk. A brutal, chaotic, frenzied aura erupted from the giant tree. Why? The giant tree roared, and the entire dream space trembled violently. I gave you the opportunity to become a god. I promised you everything you wanted. Why don't you accept? Why hesitate? You are nothing but a humble mortal. An ant. You should kneel down and gratefully accept my gifts. It had gone mad, triggered by Lin Yuan's considering. A branch covered in corals swung down towards Lin Yuan. TSK. Lin Yuan clicked his tongue, watching the branch come crashing down without flinching. He raised his right hand and firmly grasped it. Bang! The violent power exploded in his palm, yet it could not make him retreat an inch. You. The giant tree's roar suddenly stopped. So you won't act anymore. Lin Yuan tightened his 5 fingers, and the branch was actually pinched to the point of cracking. Your mental resilience isn't that strong. He looked up, showing no trace of fear, only indifference. Do you know that intruding into someone else's dream without permission is quite impolite? You started crying and came to me, I felt you were not a serious thing from the beginning. You want me to save you? Sure. Lin Yuan grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Maybe I'll try it out when I'm in a good mood one day. Before that, you just have to bear with it obediently. With his words, he took a step forward, his other hand forming a fist, and he struck fiercely at the dream space before him. And get out of my head. Rumbling, the entire world shattered at his command. Wake up. Don't sleep anymore. Lin Yuan was suddenly startled awake. The sensation of a punch shattering his dreams still lingered, accompanied by a hint of heat. In front of him was Old Knife's big face, the ash from his cigarette almost falling onto Lin Yuan. Stop shaking. Lin Yuan pushed Old Knife's hand away and dry heaved, clutching his chest. If you keep shaking, I'll vomit up last night's dinner. Old Knife sighed in relief. I thought you were possessed, standing there and losing your soul. Lin Yuan rubbed his temples, his head buzzing. That wretched tree. Did it still want to fool him? What source of power, what divine blessing? All nonsense. His skills, Lin Yuan's abilities, were earned bite by bite with good teeth. They were the fruits of labor earned through hunting, wanting to catch a wolf with bare hands. Dream on. Did you eat something unclean just now? Lin Yuan wiped the cold sweat from his brow and spoke nonsense. I told you not to eat those red mushrooms by the roadside. They're too potent, and you almost saw your great-grandmother. Old Knife glanced at him, not exposing this poor excuse. This kid had many secrets, but now was not the time to dig deep. Stop the nonsense. Lu Tao's voice came from the side. The needle on the instrument in his hand was locked, the red light flashing. Prepare for battle. They can't hold back anymore. Before his words were finished, in the darkness, those scarlet lights were no longer still. They emerged from the forest, rushing toward the center of the basin. Howls of wolves, roars of tigers, cries of monkeys. The roars of various beasts intertwined, shaking the ground. Lin Yuan looked up. Good heavens! Black wolves, armored wild boars, and monkeys hanging from the treetops. Thick and numerous, overwhelming. This number. A soldier's gun trembled in his hands, his face pale. Can we hold this? Facing such a massive horde of beasts, they would only be trampled into mush. Lin Yuan looked at this scene, feeling a bit uneasy. He knew there were many beasts on this island, but he didn't expect so many. He needed a plan. He scanned the restless beasts. Since they are animals, they should follow the laws of nature. Afraid of fire, afraid of noise. Lin Yuan took down the double-barreled shotgun from his back. Click. He broke open the barrel and loaded 2 shells. Everyone make way. Lin Yuan shouted, taking a step forward, standing at the very front of the defense line. Lu Tao frowned at him. What do you want to do? Get back. Maintain formation. Lin Yuan ignored him. He raised the gun with one hand, aiming it at the sky. Bang. The trigger was pulled. This was not the sound of a gun. It was more like the roar of an ancient giant tiger echoing in his ear. The closest Su Miaoyu felt as if someone had hit her head. Oh, she screamed, covering her ears and crouching on the ground. The other soldiers were even more disheveled. Some were directly knocked down, while others dropped their guns in fright. Even Old Knife and Lu Tao, seasoned veterans, felt their eardrums hurt from the shock and had to open their mouths wide. And those beasts that were getting ready to charge. Under the sound of the gunshot, they suddenly hit the brakes in unison. A few wolves in the front were so frightened that they urinated and defecated, whimpering as they shrank back. The originally menacing encirclement was forcibly blasted open by this shot. As the smoke cleared, Lin Yuan blew on the hot barrel, his expression calm. Done. He turned around, looking at his teammates who were sprawled on the ground, puzzled. Why are you all lying down? Isn't it still before the new year? Lu Tao stood up, supporting himself against a rock, feeling speechless. That broken shotgun could make such a sound. At that moment, he even felt as if a primordial giant beast were standing where Lin Yuan was, venting its rage toward the sky. You. Old Knife picked up the cigarette that had fallen on the ground. Are you crazy? Who fires a gun like that? Do you want to scare the beasts to death or send us off first? Lin Yuan looked innocent. I saw it in the animal world. When encountering beasts, don't be timid, make a loud noise, and they'll be scared. See, the effect is quite good, isn't it? The crowd looked at the beasts that were scared to the point of rolling in their own filth, momentarily unable to refute. Roar, just as everyone relaxed slightly. From the depths of the surrounding forest suddenly came a few deeper roars. The previously chaotic beast horde quieted down. They lowered their heads and retreated to the sides. Thud, thud. The heavy footsteps resonated with each person's heartbeat. To the due north, a one-eyed giant wolf wrapped in azure wind blades emerged from the forest. To the due east, a giant deer resplendent with countless colors, its antlers resembling towering trees, hanging with still twitching organs. To the due west, an upright black bear, its skin seemingly carved from granite. With each step it took, the ground would crack open. To the due south, a wild boar. Its tusks were 2 meters long, dripping with rotting flesh. For beast kings, for distinctly different pressures converged in the center of the basin, pressing down fiercely. Thud. A soldier couldn't bear it anymore, rolling his eyes back and directly fainting, followed by the second and third. This level of pressure from life itself couldn't be resisted by mere willpower. Even Su Miaoyu felt her body go soft, collapsing to the ground. Though her eyes were still open, she clearly had lost the ability to move. In the blink of an eye, only 3 people were left standing. Lu Tao bit his lip, blood staining his chin, holding on without kneeling. Old Knife pressed his hand against the handle of his knife, his hunched back straightening. And Lin Yuan. He stood there somewhat confused, looking at the people who had fallen around him. They just fainted. These animals, though a bit terrifying, shouldn't make someone faint just by looking at them, right? The 4 beast kings approached within 100 meters of the 3 and stopped, simultaneously looking at Lin Yuan. They could sense it. That earlier tiger roar came from this bipedal beast. Moreover, this human emitted an aura that made them both disgusted and yearning. Old Knife spat out the cigarette from his mouth. He took a step forward, blocking Lin Yuan and Lu Tao. Swish. Lin Yuan also took a step. He stood beside Old Knife, slinging the shotgun over his shoulder while holding a tusked dagger in the other hand. Though these guys looked formidable, everyone was now on the same side. If one died, it would be bad for all. Old Knife, these guys don't look easy to deal with. Lin Yuan whispered, glancing at that big wild boar for an extra 2 seconds. If a fight really breaks out, leave that pig to me, it has a lot of meat. Old Knife's mouth twitched. Even at a time like this, he was still thinking about food. He took a deep breath, fixing his gaze on the 4 beast kings, his voice hoarse. His fingers lightly caressed the knife handle, a glint flashing in his eyes. Gentlemen, what brings you here? The beasts paid no heed to Old Dao's polite words. The wild boar king moved. White smoke billowed from its nostrils, stirring up the dust on the ground. It fixed its gaze on Lin Yuan, eyes filled with deep-seated hatred. Roar. A roar squeezed out from deep within its throat. Although it was a beast's roar, a coarse voice echoed in the minds of the 3 present. You have scent. Lin Yuan lowered his head and sniffed his sleeve. Aside from the smell of sour sweat, there was the lingering scent of blood from before. Big brother, this is getting ridiculous. He explained sincerely. We are all trying to survive on this deserted island. It's normal not to shower for 10 days or half a month. You can't attack me personally just because I have body odor, King Yue. The wild boar king's 4 hooves scratched the ground. Blood. My child's blood. You killed it. Lin Yuan was taken aback. The image of the wild boar he had dealt with by the water source flashed in his mind. Had he hit the young one, and now the old one came for revenge? Was even wild boars concerned about family lineage these days? It was a misunderstanding, a pure misunderstanding. Lin Yuan tucked the hunting rifle behind him, trying to reason. It attacked first. Oh, I was acting in self-defense. Moreover, I didn't waste it, that meat. Die. The wild boar king had no intention of listening to his defense. Boom. The ground exploded. Its massive body charged toward Lin Yuan. The speed was astonishing, unlike what its size would suggest. The air was ripped apart by its huge tusks, producing a sharp blast. Lin Yuan sighed. Everything on this island was so unreasonable. He gripped the tusked dagger behind him, stepping back with his left foot, lowering his center of gravity. He prepared to meet this attack. At that moment, a figure stepped in front of him. Clang. The sound of metal clashing erupted. Sparks flew, illuminating Old Dao's face. Old Dao held his knife with both hands, bracing against the wild boar king's charge. His feet sank into the ground, not retreating an inch. Pooh. He spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and said, "Damn, that was powerful." He cursed, flicking his wrist. The blade flashed. Sizzle. The wild boar king's thick skin was unexpectedly cut open by this strike. A half-meter-long wound appeared on its face, blood gushed forth. Roar. The wild boar king staggered back, pained. It hadn't expected that this seemingly old man on the verge of the grave could actually injure it. Old Dao did not pursue. He began to cough violently. This blow had drained much of his energy. Get lost. He pointed the knife at the wild boar king and shouted loudly, "If you take another step forward, I'll cut off your pig head to drink with." The pain subsided, and the wild boar king raised its head again. It glanced at old Dao, then at Lin Yuan standing behind him. It also noticed the human holding a strange device who had been still all this time. An instinct told it that it wouldn't fare well today. Especially the young man with the dagger gave it a feeling of greater danger than the old man. Humans. The wild boar king slowly retreated back into the herd of beasts. However, its gaze never left Lin Yuan's face. This matter is not over. As long as you are still on the island, I will kill you. After saying this harsh word, it turned and disappeared into the southern forest, dragging its still bleeding body. Lin Yuan watched its vanishing figure, his brow furrowed. To have such a wild boar fixated on him was not a pleasant thing. What if one night, while sleeping soundly, this thing collapses the lighthouse? He hadn't even received his salary or healed his mother's illness. He absolutely could not leave such a security risk. With the retreat of the wild boar king, the originally tense atmosphere relaxed slightly. The remaining three beast kings, the one-eyed giant wolf, the colorful giant deer, and the granite black bear, still stood in place. They had no desire to attack, but also showed no intention of leaving. Old Dao sheathed his knife and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Facing the three massive creatures, he clasped his fists and performed a martial arts salute. "Gentlemen, we mean no offense, just passing through. Since that pig has already left, we don't wish to cause more trouble." The seven-colored giant deer in the east gently swayed the organs on its antlers. A soft yet grand thought spread throughout the area. "Leave. Take that. Devourer. Away." Its gaze fell upon Lin Yuan, filled with obvious wariness. In their eyes, Lin Yuan was a greedy predator. Even just standing there, he was continuously absorbing the energy around him. Old Dao turned to glance at Lin Yuan, his expression somewhat peculiar. "Devourer. That nickname doesn't sound like something good. But now is not the time to dwell on that." Old Dao turned to Lu Tao, and the two exchanged a quick glance. Lu Tao slightly nodded, putting away the device in his hand. "Retreat," Lu Tao said succinctly. The current situation clearly did not allow them to continue with their mission. Preserving their lives was the top priority. Old Dao immediately shouted to the three beast kings, "All right, we will leave now, not obstructing your sight." After saying this, he turned and walked towards the fallen soldiers. "Get up. Stop sleeping." Old Dao and Lu Tao acted separately, pinching people's acupoints and slapping faces. Within a few minutes, those fainted soldiers and Su Miaoyu gradually woke up. Su Miaoyu held her head, looking around in confusion. What happened? Was there an earthquake? She only remembered a terrifying roar of a tiger, then everything went black. "It's nothing, but was just thunder." Lin Yuan walked over casually, pulling her up from the ground, and said, "Nonsense. Since you're awake, let's hurry and leave. There are too many mosquitoes here. Staying longer will leave us anemic." Su Miaoyu glanced at the three beast kings in the distance, and then at the unharmed Lin Yuan. Though she was full of doubts, she knew it was not suitable to linger here. The team reassembled. But this time, everyone's spirits were considerably low. The fear of having brushed against the gates of death left everyone's steps somewhat unsteady. Everyone supported each other, quickly retreating along the path they came. The three beast kings watched them leave the basin until their figures disappeared at the edge of the toxic forest before slowly retreating back into the woods. Outside the toxic forest, the team stopped to rest. Lu Tao was counting personnel and equipment while Old Dao sat on a rock, relighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag. Lin Yuan stood at the back of the team, looking back at the dense forest to the south. His fingers gently stroked the tusked dagger. "That," Lin Yuan suddenly spoke, drawing everyone's attention. "Lu Supervisor, Old Dao, you guys head back first." Old Dao's hand shook, dropping ash onto his pants. "What kind of nonsense are you up to now?" He glared at Lin Yuan. "You just got your life back, you want to go back and die?" Lin Yuan scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. "It's not that I ran too fast just now and seemed to have dropped something important back there. What's more important than your life?" Lu Tao frowned, clearly not believing such nonsense. "A safety talisman my mom gave me." Lin Yuan patted his chest, looking anxious. "That was specially blessed at the temple for safety. If I lose it..." He paused at this point. "I can't rest easy, I must go back and look for it." Old Dao opened his mouth, wanting to scold him, but seeing the sincere look in Lin Yuan's eyes, he swallowed the words back. He glanced at Lin Yuan's hand gripping the dagger. "A safety talisman? What a joke." "Fine." Old Dao threw the cigarette, but on the ground, and stomped it out with his foot. "If you want to seek death, I won't stop you. But let's be clear, if you die in there, I can't burn your salary for you." Lin Yuan grinned, revealing a set of big white teeth. "Don't worry, boss. I have a tough life. The king of hell doesn't dare to take me. Besides, I am still waiting to get money to pay for my mom's surgery. How can I die so easily?" After saying this, he did not hesitate. Turning around, he left the team. But instead of going back, he swayed his figure and directly dove into the nearby bushes. The bushes were pushed aside. Lin Yuan did not intentionally lower his footsteps. The dry branches beneath his feet made crisp, cracking sounds echoing far into the forest. If it had been when he first arrived on the island, he certainly wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant. Back then, even a mutated mosquito could have chased him all over the island. But now it was different. The wild game was not eaten in vain. In his view, the world had changed. Lin Yuan paused beside a large tree. On the trunk was a puddle of black blood still steaming. It was left by the wild boar king. With this amount of blood, it seems old Dao's strike was quite severe. Lin Yuan extended his finger and wiped it across the puddle of blood, bringing it to his nose to smell. Besides the metallic scent, there was a strong whiff of sulfur. This pig has quite the heavy diet. He rubbed the blood off his fingers against the tree trunk. Following the direction of the blood trail, he saw that the ground was scattered with hoof prints leading deep into the thicket, where brambles grew thickly, nearly obscuring the path. Sorry, but I don't want to add to the killing, Lin Yuan murmured. However, since a feud had already been formed, he couldn't let it go. What if this beast healed its wounds and really came to crash into my lighthouse? So it could only be asked to die. Rustle. The bushes on the left suddenly shook. Two small wild boars, only the size of wolfhounds, charged out. They were covered in black bristles, their tusks not fully developed, yet they were as fierce as the old boar. The two little pigs, one on the left and one on the right, coordinated seamlessly, aiming to bite at Lin Yuan's shins. Their speed was swift, but to Lin Yuan it was no different from slow-motion playback. The trajectory of their muscle contractions, the angle of their jumps. He could even see the bits of flesh stuck between their teeth as they opened their mouths. Too slow. Lin Yuan did not use his hunting rifle, as that was reserved for bigger game. He merely lifted his foot slightly. Bang! The first little pig was still in midair when it was kicked in the waist. It flew horizontally, crashing against the tree trunk, and died without a sound. Seeing this, the other pig's fierce intent faded. It forced its body to twist, trying to escape. A hand reached out and seized the skin at its nape. Where are you running to? Lin Yuan pulled it in front of him and shook it. Has your family not taught you to be polite to guests? The little wild boar struggled wildly, its hooves kicking frantically, letting out a piercing scream. The cries echoed in the forest, sounding like a distress call. Lin Yuan did not stop it from crying. He even waited patiently for a while. But a minute passed. Other than the sound of the wind, there was nothing. It seems you are a discarded pawn. Lin Yuan sighed, applying slight pressure with his hand. Crack. After casually tying the two little pigs to his backpack, he continued to follow the blood trail. The deeper he went, the worse the surrounding environment became. The ground began to turn muddy. The trees grew twisted and strange, with bark covered in tree tumors resembling human faces. Occasionally, a few venomous snakes would dangle down from the treetops, but they recoiled in fright before Lin Yuan could get close. After about 20 minutes of walking, ahead the view suddenly opened up. A massive mud pit appeared before him. In the center of the pit lay a mountain of flesh. The wild boar king. At this moment, it was soaking most of its body in the mud. The mud seemed to have some healing effect, swirling around its wounds, bubbling with gurgling sounds. The wound left by old Dao had healed significantly in such a short time. Surrounding the mud pit were also a dozen slightly smaller wild boars. They were vigilantly patrolling the area, acting as guards. This display was much larger than the last time at the water source. Indeed. After all, it was the Beast King. If it didn't have some underlings, how could it survive on this island? Lin Yuan hid behind a large tree, peeking out. Damn, luckily I chased after it. At this speed, it wouldn't take long for it to heal completely. He needed to think of a way to lure it out. Or, Lin Yuan felt the source quality crystal in his pocket. He glanced at the hunting rifle in his hand. Finally, he looked at a large rock not far away. Got it. Lin Yuan strapped the hunting rifle back on, flexed his wrist. He walked over to the large rock, wrapping his arms around it. He bent his waist and exerted strength. Lift. Using great strength, Lin Yuan hugged the rock and walked out from behind the tree, swaggering without any concealment. Hey, he shouted towards the mud pit. That person taking a bath. All the wild boars turned their heads simultaneously. Dozens of eyes fixed on this suddenly appearing human. The wild boar king also raised its head, mud dripping from its tusks. Seeing an enemy, its eyes turned bloodshot. Roar. A roar shook the mud pit, creating waves. Human, you dare come looking for me? Lin Yuan grinned. Don't shout so loudly, I'm not deaf. He weighed the large rock in his hand. You seem to be enjoying your bath, let me add an hour. Before his words fell, he pushed his arms forward. The rock, as large as a grinding disc, smashed towards the center of the mud pit. The wild boar king, injured, had become less agile. It could only watch helplessly as the rock came crashing down. Bang! The mud exploded, the impact creating waves several meters high. Though the wild boar king had tough skin and thick flesh, this blow still left it dazed, not to mention it struck near its wound. Ow! The wild boar king let out a horrifying scream as if being slaughtered. It frantically stood up from the mud pit. The surrounding little wild boars were also startled by this sudden attack, scattering in confusion. Lin Yuan dusted off his hands. Accuracy is decent. He never expected that one rock would kill the Beast King. The main goal was just to greet it, and to provoke it. Anger would cause the prey to lose its reason. Losing reason would expose flaws. As expected, the wild boar king went berserk. It no longer cared about the pain from its wounds. Its four hooves wildly kicked at the muddy bottom, charging towards Lin Yuan. Die! I will trample you into mush. Dozens of little wild boars also reacted, following the king in a charge. The ground trembled. Dust flew. But Lin Yuan did not retreat. He even took 2 steps forward, standing on a relatively flat piece of open ground. There were no trees obstructing him, and the view was wide. Don't be so angry. Lin Yuan looked at the approaching herd of pigs without panic. I just came to see how you were doing. If we could resolve this peacefully, that would be best. After all, I'm not a bloodthirsty person. Now it seems. Lin Yuan shook his head, showing regret. It seems you have no sincerity. 50 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. The wild boar king's foul breath had already sprayed onto his face. Those huge tusks were aimed directly at Lin Yuan's chest. If that hit, it would definitely be fatal. At this critical moment, Lin Yuan moved, diving to the side. The wild boar king, blinded by rage, lost its rationality and stepped onto the smooth stone beneath Lin Yuan's feet. With a thud, it fell over, legs flailing helplessly, unable to right itself for a long time. The little wild boars charging behind also met the same fate. Some crashed into the king, others were tripped, rolling into a tangle. The once intimidating charge transformed into a chaotic scene. Lin Yuan did not give them a chance to catch their breath. He leaped high, landing on the soft belly of the wild boar king. Puff! The wild boar king nearly vomited up its last meal from the impact. Lin Yuan bent down, grabbing the tusks, ready to follow up his attack. The wild boar king, however, reacted, letting out an enraged roar. Roar! Lin Yuan flipped in the air and landed steadily on a patch of open ground several meters away. What's going on? He shook his slightly numb wrist and looked up. The wild boar king did not pursue. It rose from the ground, its eyes blood red. The surrounding young wild boars sensed something and let out terrified screams, scattering in all directions. Hungry, the wild boar king growled. It suddenly turned its head, opening its mouth filled with sharp tusks. Crack! A nearby young wild boar, unable to escape, was bitten in half. Blood spurted out, splattering the wild boar king's face. It didn't even chew, its throat twisted as it swallowed the still twitching flesh. Next came the second and third. What the hell? Lin Yuan frowned and felt his stomach churn. Even a tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. Oh, why doesn't this pig follow the basic rules? Isn't that your own child? You just eat it like that. Why are you coming to me for revenge for your son when you're in this state? The wild boar king ignored him. As more young boars went down its throat, its wounds completely healed. Even the abdomen that Lin Yuan had previously stomped on became swollen again. Not only that, a thick miasma of blood surged out from its pores, wrapping around its body. Gurgle. Its muscles began to swell. Its already massive body grew even taller, reaching 5 meters. 6 meters. 8 meters. The black bristles on its body fell off, replaced by a layer of dark red carapace. Its tusks grew even larger, curling into hooks surrounded by swirling black-red smoke. Roar! The transformed wild boar king howled to the sky. The sound waves turned into tangible shock waves, sweeping outwards. Crash! The bushes and trees within 100 meters were uprooted and sent flying. Mud flew everywhere. Lin Yuan plunged his hunting rifle into the ground to avoid being blown away by the fierce wind. Once the wind settled, the surroundings were left in ruins, the dense jungle stripped bare. Lin Yuan wiped the mud from his face and looked up at the massive creature. He swallowed hard. He took a half step back, his voice slightly quavering. If I leave now, is it still too late? This thing looked even tougher to deal with than the old crocodile from before. Moreover, given its size, the meat would definitely be tough. But the wild boar king clearly wouldn't give him the chance to back out. Die! It lifted a front hoof thicker than a water barrel and stomped towards Lin Yuan. The air compressed, creating a thunderous roar. Do you really think I'm a nail, eh? Lin Yuan cursed. Just before the giant hoof fell, he dove to the side. Boom! The earth shook violently. Dirt mixed with gravel shot out, hitting him painfully. Where Lin Yuan had been standing, a deep pit several meters in diameter appeared. If that stomp had landed, it would have turned not just a person, but even a piece of iron into a pancake. Lin Yuan rolled on the ground to dissipate the force and sprang up. In the swirling dust, he locked onto one of the wild boar king's legs, still stuck in the pit. Take advantage of your illness to kill you. Lin Yuan gripped his tusk, dagger red light enveloping his arm. Power activated. He didn't retreat, but charged forward, rushing to the giant leg and fiercely slashing at a spot on its ankle that looked slightly weaker. Open up for me. Clang. A crisp sound rang out. No blood splattered, no blade penetrated flesh. Lin Yuan only felt his wrist shake violently, his entire arm going numb. The seemingly indestructible tusk dagger had actually been deflected. It only left a faint white mark on the wild boar king's dark red carapace. Huh. Lin Yuan stared at the white mark, then looked at the dagger in his hand. This was the first time he encountered something this dagger couldn't cut. The wild boar king sensed the disturbance at its feet and swept its thigh sideways. Lin Yuan had no time to think, leaning back to dodge the strike. The gust of wind brushed past his nose. He quickly retreated and stood firm several meters away, looking at the dagger in his hand, suddenly realizing. That's it. Lin Yuan slapped his forehead and lightened. This dagger is made from one of its son's teeth. If the son's teeth can pierce the father's skin, how can the father survive? This is bloodline suppression. Lin Yuan disdainfully sheathed the dagger back at his waist. It seemed this dagger was useless. He would have to try with the hunting rifle. Who? The wild boar king gathered strength once more. Its tusks plunged into the ground, uprooting a large amount of dirt as it charged at Lin Yuan. The massive body made the ground tremble. Lin Yuan remained calm. Just as the wild boar king rushed before him, he exerted force on his feet and leaped onto a surviving half-log to the side. Then he leaped high into the air. He flipped over the wild boar king's head. It was at that moment that he picked up his double-barreled hunting rifle again. The gun muzzle pointed down directly at the wild boar king's back. Taste this. Bang! The deafening gunshot echoed. Flames spewed out. The bullet, enveloped in red light, slammed into the wild boar king's back. Boom! Flesh exploded. A chunk of the wild boar king's hard carapace finally shattered, black blood splattering. Its body staggered from the impact, its front hoof softening, nearly kneeling on the ground. Roar! It cried out in pain, becoming even more violent. However, for its current size, this wound was hardly more than a scratch. Lin Yuan landed on the ground, looking at the still smoking wound, feeling a chill in his heart. Is this too meaty? After this shot, did I just scratch its skin? The wild boar king stabilized its stance and turned its head. The red light in its eyes intensified as it gathered power, once more preparing to charge again. Lin Yuan, however, slung the hunting rifle back over his shoulder. All right, no more fighting. He waved his hand at the wild boar king. It seems today is not a good day to kill pigs. You're tough-skinned, you win. Let's fight another day. With that, Lin Yuan turned and ran. His movements were fluid, without the slightest hesitation. Using the terrain, he quickly created a distance of several dozen meters. What a joke. Knowing it couldn't be beaten, but still wanting to fight Hedon, was something only a fool would do. He would go back to borrow a bigger knife from Lao Dao, or get some explosives, then come back to deal with this fat pig. The wild boar king was momentarily stunned. It had never encountered such shameless humans before. Just a moment ago, it was throwing stones and shooting guns aggressively, and now it said it wouldn't fight anymore. Run. You can't escape. The wild boar king roared, exerting its strength to chase after him. Just then, the dense forest in the distance suddenly shook. A streak of colorful light tore through the miasma in the forest, moving at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at the edge of the battlefield. Lin Yuan halted. He looked at the light, furrowing his brow. That is, as the light dissipated, an extraordinarily majestic giant deer revealed itself. It was one of the 4 kings he had seen earlier on the rocky plain. The colorful giant deer stood in the path Lin Yuan would need to retreat. With the giant deer in front and the wild boar behind, great. Lin Yuan sighed and reached for his hunting rifle again. This is getting lively. A family should be complete, right? Lin Yuan's finger rested on the trigger. The sensation at his fingertips calmed his restless heartbeat slightly. In front, a giant deer blocked the way, while behind, a mad pig sought his life. The feeling of being attacked from both sides was truly unbearable. His feet shifted in the mud, searching for the best foothold. As long as the colorful giant deer showed any intention of attack, he would fire a shot without hesitation. No matter if you are a forest spirit or a mountain deity, anyone who blocks my way home shall face their end. Just as the atmosphere reached a breaking point, the colorful giant deer suddenly halted, its hooves lightly tapping the ground. It did not charge forward, but instead lowered its antlers slightly. A clear call echoed through the forest, devoid of any killing intent. Human, stop. A grand thought resonated in Lin Yuan's mind. Unlike the furious voice of the wild boar king, this sound flowed like a clear spring, bringing comfort to the mind and body. I mean no harm. Lin Yuan smirked, raising his shotgun instead of lowering it. I've heard that line too many times. The last one who claimed to mean no harm was planning to turn me into a midnight snack. He pointed at the dark red mountain of flesh charging towards him from behind. You're blocking the path, and it's chasing behind. Oh, does that not count as malice? If you really are here to side with it, I suggest you move aside quickly. When this gun fires, even I fear for my own safety. The colorful giant deer did not become angry at Lin Yuan's rudeness. It turned around, facing the now frenzied wild boar king. The colorful light on the antlers burst forth. Buzz, waves rippled through the air. A semi-transparent wall of colorful light appeared between Lin Yuan and the Wild Boar King. Boom! The Wild Boar King's body crashed violently against the light wall. Its tusks, swirling with black and red smoke, were unable to penetrate. Roar! The Wild Boar King let out an enraged roar, its eyes swirling with bloodlust. It frantically slammed against the barrier obstructing its vengeance, causing large clods of dirt to fly. Yet the colorful light wall remained as steady as a mountain, showing no signs of cracking. Lin Yuan's eyelids twitched at the sight. This defense was countless times stronger than his leaky lighthouse. He glanced back at the calm giant deer, silently calculating in his heart. This deer looked gentle, yet its power was not to be underestimated. Had it attacked him just now, he would have probably ended up as a mere decoration. All right, then consider this a temporary saving of my life. He lowered the aim of his gun from the giant deer, but the safety remained off. Speak then, why did you come all this way to block my path? Surely you didn't come to save me, did you? The colorful giant deer slowly turned its head, its gaze lingering for a moment on the bag behind Lin Yuan. I am here to find you, the devourer. You need not be anxious. This forest is rotting, and you are the only variable. Only you can help us. Lin Yuan was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but mock himself. Devourer. That name doesn't sound like anything good. I'm just an island keeper earning some hard-earned money to treat my mother's illness. I never planned to save the world. He patted the small red creature in his arms, which was still unconscious, its feathers all droopy. If you're looking for someone to save the forest, just turn left and find the Foundation. They specialize in that. The giant deer let out a sigh, its brilliance flowing. They cannot save this place. Only you can end the suffering of these lost ones. Long ago, the beings on this island lived in harmony. We upheld the rules, and the rules granted us power. The giant deer's thought was tinged with a hint of sadness. But some things have changed. The air is filled with scents that do not belong here. They burrow into our minds like parasites. Some of our kind have started to lose the distinction between friend and foe, crazily craving flesh and blood. They kill each other, sparing not even their own offspring. Even I. Lin Yuan listened to these words, glancing at the Wild Boar King, still madly slamming against the light wall. That creature exuded a black aura, truly resembling an abnormal being. So, you want me to play janitor and help you clean house? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with a hint of shrewdness. This job carries a fair amount of risk. That pig almost ripped my guts out just now. Without some tangible benefits, I'm not interested. The giant deer was not stumped by Lin Yuan's straightforwardness. You may continue hunting on the island. Those lost beasts, their essence is a great boon to you. But if you continue to wander aimlessly like this, you will only attract more unnecessary troubles. Lin Yuan's heart thumped. This deer seemed to see through his true nature. Are you saying that from now on who I kill will be decided by you? He squinted, his tone turning cold. I'm used to being free and easy. I don't like others dictating my actions. The giant deer gently shook its head. It is not a command, but a guidance. We will mark those who are thoroughly lost and beyond saving. You hunt them down and obtain what you need. We will then eliminate these tumors threatening the balance of the forest. Mutual benefit. Lin Yuan said, nothing, weighing the pros and cons. If it truly was as the deer said, with a local guide providing intelligence, then his efficiency in hunting beasts would increase significantly and the risks would decrease. He wouldn't have to run for half his life just to chase a pig. Moreover, hunting those mad beasts would weigh less on his conscience. Although he didn't mind being ruthless to save his mother, it was better to kill with justification than to indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. That sounds quite appealing. Lin Yuan stroked the stubble on his chin, his gaze uncertain. But how do I know that those you mark are truly insane and not just ones you dislike? What if you use me as a pawn to eliminate your competitors? The giant deer's antlers shimmered a few times, feeling helpless at Lin Yuan's suspicion. In this island, madness cannot be hidden. Their blood is black and their souls are filled with a desire for destruction. You have killed them. You should be more aware of that taste than I am. Lin Yuan fell silent. Indeed, whether it was that old crocodile or the Wild Boar King from earlier, the aura they emitted was indeed starkly different from that of the giant deer. It was a kind of nauseating malice. All right, I'll accept this cooperation. Lin Yuan patted his shotgun, grinning. But now shouldn't we deal with the trouble at hand first? He pointed at the slightly trembling, colorful light wall that had begun to quiver under the impact. The Wild Boar King had gone completely mad. It was not only ramming the wall, but had even started gnawing at its own forelegs, attempting to gain greater power through self-harm. It is beyond saving. The giant deer's voice turned cold, filled with a murderous intent. As the beast king, to devour its own offspring for power is the gravest sin. Let this be the first gift of our cooperation. I will assist you in eliminating it. As the words faded, the stag's antlers blazed with radiant light. Without uttering a single word, the seven-colored celestial stag demonstrated its sincerity through action. Prepare. Wait. Lin Yuan hastily called out to halt. This cooperation you speak of, what exactly are the terms? Surely there must be a strategy. Are you drawing aggro, or am I dealing the damage? Our roles must be clearly defined. He had no intention of charging headlong into battle blindfolded. If this stag merely intended to use him as cannon fodder, he'd be grievously shortchanged. The antlers of the seven-colored celestial stag flickered faintly, as if sighing inwardly at Lin Yuan's haggling demeanor. After devouring its offspring, it has fused completely with this land. Ordinary attacks hold no effect. I will sever its connection to the earth, temporarily softening its carapace. But this window is fleeting. You must seize that singular moment and deliver the killing blow. Lin Yuan understood instantly. So this stag was merely a support, applying a debuff to weaken armor, while the final decisive strike remained wholly his burden. Just one instant. He clicked his tongue, hefting the hunting rifle in his hand. That's quite the demand. You realize what happens if my aim slips? You won't. The stag's mental voice resonated with unwavering certainty. Your strength was born to end them. Fine then. If you're so confident, refusing would make me look unprofessional. Then begin. I'm ready. Roar. Across the battlefield, the Boar Sovereign sensed the encroaching peril and redoubled its furious assault upon the prismatic barrier. Ripples across the seven-colored barrier grew denser and more turbulent. Without hesitation, the celestial stag raised its forehoof and stamped the ground. A low hum resonated. A luminous rainbow-hued ring erupted from its hooves, sweeping across the entire battlefield. Where the ring passed, fresh sprouts burst forth from barren soil. The Boar Sovereign shuddered violently, its deep-rooted bond with the earth forcibly severed. Its legs buckled, for a heartbeat it staggered unsteady on its feet. Now, the stag's antlers blazed anew. A searing beam of light lanced down, striking the Boar Sovereign's spine precisely where Lin Yuan's rifle had first torn open its hide. SSSSS. Dark crimson chitin sizzled under the beam, belching acrid black smoke. Its nigh-impenetrable carapace began to melt. Strike now. The stag's command detonated within Lin Yuan's mind. He did not hesitate, not for a breath. At the very instant the beam ignited, he was already in motion. His leg muscles coiled like ancient serpents, titanic strength surging through his limbs. In the blink of an eye, he crossed dozens of meters. Launching skyward, he twisted his body midair into a taut spiral, every sinew, every fiber converging into his right fist. He wielded no weapon, for he sensed, intuitively, that neither dagger nor rifle could deliver the final irrevocable blow. His gaze locked onto the molten wound, his intent crystalline. Pierce it clean through, and reduce its inner organs to ruin. Shatter for me. Lin Yuan roared, driving his fist downward with cataclysmic force toward the Boar Sovereign's wound. Yet mere instants before impact, resistance surged from deep within the beast. His fist froze midair, stalled, unable to advance even a fraction of an inch. Damn it! Cords of muscle stood out like steel cables across his temples. He felt his own arm bones groan under the strain. Not enough power, just a hair short. To hell with restraint. Give everything. His entire right arm swelled, engorged with raw might. Veins pulsing dark crimson beneath taut, glistening skin. Hard-chi force. That voice echoed once more within his skull. A profound qualitative shift, unfolding silently, deliberately, as he consciously channeled his strength. Hum. A shockwave detonated within his clenched fist. Uffed. Before this hard-chi force, even the Boar Sovereign's legendary resilience crumbled like brittle parchment. Lin Yuan's fist vanished entirely into the beast's torso. Boom. A muffled visceral explosion reverberated from deep within the Boar Sovereign's chest. Slowly it lowered its massive head, gazing disbelief etched across its bovine features at the gaping wound cleaving its entire thorax, and at the human standing calmly beneath it. You. Only one syllable escaped its throat. In the next breath, its viscera, bones, meridians, all were pulverized by the savage, unrelenting hard-chi force. Destructive energy erupted from within. Pop. Black blood and shredded organs gushed simultaneously from its eyes, ears, mouth, and nostrils. Its mountainous frame wavered, then crashed thunderously to the earth, raising a tempest of dust and debris. Lin Yuan clambered out of the hollowed cavity, shaking blood and viscera from his hand. He stared blankly at his fist, bewildered. That last strike had felt profoundly strange, as though two distinct forces had struck in sequence, one crashing against the surface, another burrowing deep unseen. Must have been eating too well lately. Strength's gone up again. He muttered, idly dismissing it without further thought. If it killed, it was good enough. He nudged the corpse with his foot. Hey, dead. If not, say something. No response. Right. Looks thoroughly deceased. Relieved, Lin Yuan knelt beside the carcass and began searching methodically. Let's see what spoils this one dropped. Silently, the seven-colored celestial stag retracted its prismatic barrier. It watched Lin Yuan deftly rummage through the remains, the antlers shimmering faintly. This devourer was far more brutal and infinitely more inscrutable than it had imagined. Found it! Lin Yuan exclaimed triumphantly, extracting from the boar sovereign's skull a fist-sized crystal radiating warm, earthen amber light. Even cradled in his arms, it pulsed with gentle warmth. A true treasure. He gleefully wiped it clean on his tunic. This artifact would fetch a princely sum back home. He tapped and probed the carcass until finally he pried loose two colossal intact tusks. These are leagues better than the last pair, easily enough to forge two great cleavers. Satisfied, Lin Yuan bundled his spoils tightly, only to grimace as he attempted to lift them. The transformed boar sovereign's sheer scale rendered even a single tusk taller than himself. Carrying them proved grueling. Just as frustration crept in, the seven-colored celestial stag stepped forward. "I'll carry them." Its mental voice softened, almost tender. Light flared from its antlers, and with silent grace the beast levitated both the massive corpse and the twin tusks, suspending them effortlessly in midair. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. Impressive old stag. You'd be snapped up by any reputable hauling company. He slapped the creature's broad neck, utterly unabashed. "Then thanks. I'd appreciate it if you'd ferry these to the lighthouse." "Much obliged." The stag seemed accustomed to his easy familiarity, offering no resistance, only a gentle tilt of its head. "Your dwelling lies at the lighthouse." "Yes, the tallest structure on the coast. Impossible to miss." As he spoke, Lin Yuan tossed his pack atop the floating cargo. "Add that to the load too." Having finished, he turned to the stag, rubbed his palms together, and grinned. "Ah, this road's rather long and my legs are quite spent." The stag paused in quiet contemplation, then slowly lowered its majestic frame, inviting him aboard. "Now that's what I call class." Lin Yuan leapt without hesitation onto the stag's broad velvety back. Its fur was luxuriously soft and radiantly warm, far more comfortable than his threadbare cot. "Hold on tight." With that warning, the stag tensed its powerful limbs and shot forward like a streak of living aurora racing toward the distant coastline. Outside the lighthouse, the atmosphere was oppressive. All equipment has been accounted for, and the remaining personnel are ready to evacuate at any time, a soldier reported to Lu Tao, his teeth chattering as he spoke. Lu Tao glanced back at the dense forest and then at his watch. "Prepare the signal flare and request urgent retrieval from headquarters," he ordered. "Wait." Lao Dao suddenly stood up, blocking the soldier who was about to get the signal flare. "Just wait a moment, Lin Yuan hasn't come back yet." "Wait," another soldier countered excitedly. "What are we waiting for? That kid must have died in there. After all that commotion, even the Beast Kings came out. How could he survive alone?" "Exactly. We can't risk everyone's lives for a madman." "Lu, give the order. We must leave immediately." The surviving soldiers were filled with righteous anger. They had just escaped from the gates of hell, and now only wanted to get as far away from this cursed island as possible. Lao Dao wanted to say something, but looking at the fearful and pleading faces around him, he swallowed his words. He sat back down on the rock, took a deep drag of his cigarette, and said nothing. Lu Tao remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the soldier's request. He turned away, refusing to look at Lao Dao, just as the soldier was about to pull the trigger of the signal flare. "What? What is that?" Su Miaoyu suddenly gasped, pointing towards the coastline. Everyone turned to look in the direction she indicated. They saw a giant multicolored deer galloping towards them through the moonlight, with someone riding on its back. The rider held onto the antlers with one hand while waving at them with the other. "What the hell?" A soldier dropped his gun in shock. It's Lin Yuan." He rode back on a beast king. Lao Dao's cigarette fell from his mouth, leaving him dumbfounded. Lu Tao turned around, and when he saw the combination of the person and the deer, he was also stunned. What was going on? This ordinary person was riding on the back of a beast king, seemingly returning leisurely. Even more absurdly, behind the giant deer, a pile of things was being lifted by colorful light. A mountain-sized corpse of a wild boar and two tusks taller than a person. Wasn't that the wild boar king from earlier? It's dead, killed by Lin Yuan. And now the corpse was being brought back by another beast king. Was the world going crazy, or were they? Under everyone's gaze, the multicolored giant deer stopped in front of the lighthouse. Lin Yuan jumped off the deer's back and patted its neck. "Thanks, old deer. You provided excellent service. I'll call on you again next time there's work." The giant deer ignored his banter and simply gave him a deep look. Then its antlers glowed, and a beam of light flew out, entering Lin Yuan's chest. He felt a warmth in his chest, then everything went still. What was that? "This source power will protect you." The giant deer's voice echoed in his mind. "When contaminated peers approach, it will heat up to guide you. Remember our pack devourer." With that, the multicolored giant deer no longer lingered and vanished into the night. Lin Yuan stood in place, touching his chest. "It even has a navigation function. This service is too thorough." Ahem. Lao Dao coughed as he approached, circling around Lin Yuan twice before awkwardly speaking. "Kid, what the hell is going on here?" Lin Yuan hugged the yellowish crystal, afraid that someone might snatch it away. Oh, I went back to find a talisman and happened to run into this deer fighting that pig. He pointed at the corpse on the ground. I didn't like the look of that pig, so I helped the deer out and took care of it. Then the deer sent me back as a thank you. He recounted the events nonchalantly, as if he had simply helped an old lady by the roadside. But this explanation sounded to the others like a magnitude 12 earthquake. Helped take down a beast king. You call that help? Do you think this is just a market where old ladies help each other carry cabbages? Lu Tao walked over to the corpse, crouched down to inspect it. When he saw the blood hole that pierced through the back and into the chest cavity, his fingers trembled. A single strike to kill. What kind of terrifying power is this? He stood up and walked in front of Lin Yuan, questioning him word by word. Did you do this? Impossible, it was the old deer's doing, Lin Yuan casually replied. All right, stop investigating it, the matter has been settled. Lu, look, I've finished my part of the job. Can we settle my payment so I can take a break? Take a break. Lu Tao's voice grew serious. The contract clearly states that the term for island guardians is 3 months. The time isn't up yet, you can't go anywhere. Lin Yuan was taken aback. No way, sir. I've killed crocodiles and wild boars exceeding your tasks, and you won't even give me a family visit leave. My mom is waiting for my medical bills or I have to go back. It's the rule, Lu Tao replied firmly. You must stay on the island until the work period is complete. Rules are dead, people are alive. Lin Yuan was also getting angry. If you don't let me go, I'm quitting this job. I want to take my salary, or just let me leave. He just wanted to go back and pay his mother some money. The island was too dangerous today. He was lucky to have killed the wild boar king. What if next time he encountered something he couldn't handle and lost his life? Who would he complain to? His mother couldn't wait that long. Lu Tao fell silent. Let him go. What a laugh. How could they allow someone who could kill extraordinary beasts barehanded and socialize with a likely calamity-level beast to return to human society? But if he didn't let him go, what could he use to keep Lin Yuan? With force. Lu Tao glanced at the corpse of the wild boar king on the ground and wisely abandoned that idea. Together, they wouldn't be enough to take Lin Yuan down. Lu, Lao Dao whispered from the side, what if? We made an exception. What kind of person was this that they could manage him? Following his suggestion was the best strategy. Lin Yuan looked at the silent Lu Tao and couldn't be bothered to waste more words. All right, you won't let me go, huh? He grinned. Then I'll leave on my own. At worst, I won't work anymore and can just deliver takeout. Earning less is still better than this. With that, he hoisted one of the tusks and started walking towards the sea. He didn't believe that with his current strength, he couldn't swim back. Stop. Lu Tao finally spoke. He paused for a moment, making an extremely difficult decision. You can go back. But these must be taken back to headquarters as anomalous samples for preservation. Lu Tao pointed at the pile of things on the ground. Lin Yuan heard this and immediately panicked. No way. This is my loot. I need to sell it. Are you kidding? He had risked his life for this. How could he just hand it over? Lu Tao's temples twitched. Headquarters will purchase your loot at market price. Lu Tao gritted his teeth, squeezing out this sentence. Really? Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. Is the price fair? It won't be a case of the big store bullying the customer, right? Fair. Lu Tao almost shouted. He felt like he was about to be driven mad by this guy. All right. Deal. Lin Yuan readily agreed. Don't worry, I'll be back. I haven't earned enough money yet. He threw the tusk back on the ground and dusted off his hands. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and pack, I'm going to change clothes. Lu Tao closed his eyes, feeling his blood pressure rising rapidly. He turned around and gave the most humbling order in this mission to the soldiers behind him. Everyone, help him. Move all this junk. Onto the ship.